Never let them know you can see. Never let them know you can see. As he stirred from his slumber, Fang Xiu opened his bleary eyes to find a multitude of crimson characters seared into his vision against the stark white ceiling. His gaze was vacant, pupils slightly dilated, his expression one of bewilderment after waking. However, in an instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and he shot up from the bed like a startled bird, exclaiming, "What is this?" He gazed upward in horror at the blood-red words that covered the ceiling, the letters twisted and chaotic, reminiscent of writhing tadpoles, exuding an air of the grotesque. His mind was a blank canvas, unable to comprehend why. After a peaceful night's sleep, he was met with a ceiling inscribed with words, as if someone had pricked their finger and written them down, letter by letter. What is happening? Who wrote these words on my ceiling? Never. Let them know. You can see? Fang Xiu involuntarily read the ominous crimson text. Yet, in the next moment, the letters vanished into thin air, disappearing as abruptly as they had appeared, as if they had never existed at all. Fang Xiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and glanced back up, but despite his efforts, he could see no trace of the blood-red words, only the expanse of the unblemished ceiling. How is this possible? Could I have been dreaming? Did I consume something that caused this hallucination? Or is this a mere dream? Doubt clouded his thoughts, but the clarity of those characters was too vivid, too real. The bizarre occurrence sent a chill through him, his heart racing. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or reality, all he wanted was to escape the confines of the bedroom and breathe some fresh air. However, just as he was about to leave the bed, his gaze instinctively wandered around the room, causing him to freeze in shock. This is not my bedroom. What on earth is happening? Am I still dreaming? Fang Xiu stared incredulously at the unfamiliar surroundings: desk, computer, wardrobe, bed. Each object felt alien to him. He was certain this was not his room. Where on earth am I? He hadn't consumed alcohol the previous night, nor had he mistakenly entered the wrong house after working late. He distinctly remembered returning home, eating a bowl of instant noodles, watching a film, and then falling asleep in exhaustion. Yet now, the instant noodle cup that had rested on his nightstand was gone, as were the crumpled tissues he had carelessly discarded on the floor. Everything appeared unnaturally tidy and overwhelmingly foreign. What is happening? Fang Xiu murmured in disbelief when suddenly a surge of chaotic, unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a brief pause, Fang Xiu regained his composure, staring blankly at his own palm. Have I traversed dimensions? Am I in a parallel world reminiscent of my previous life? His thoughts raced. The strange memories that had just invaded his consciousness belonged to the original owner of this body. They were too numerous and too disordered for him to fully process at once. After all, they encompassed 20 years of life experiences that could not be absorbed in an instant. He could only sift through the more significant memories for now. The original owner, also named Fang Xiu, was an orphan like the one who had just arrived, sharing a similar age and strikingly alike in appearance, both unremarkable, as if they were mere reflections of one another. The sole distinction lay in their life trajectories and the backdrop of their worlds. The Fang Xiu who had crossed over had received assistance from kind-hearted individuals and, through his own diligence, had gained admission to a prestigious university where he was currently studying. In contrast, the Fang Xiu of this world had not been so fortunate, having dropped out of high school due to financial constraints and now working as a salesperson at a real estate agency. The world's context bore a resemblance to his previous life, yet many historical events and figures had morphed into something unrecognizable. But even if I've traversed dimensions, what was the meaning of those blood-red characters? Such an occurrence was not recorded in the original owner's memories. The eerie crimson text filled Fang Xiu with an unsettling premonition. He searched through the recesses of his mind for any relevant information, but found none. At that moment, a gentle female voice resonated from outside the bedroom. "Darling, it's time for breakfast." Fang Xiu was startled by the unexpected voice and froze momentarily. Darling, have I married in this parallel world already? Or perhaps she is merely my girlfriend. After all, such terms of endearment are not uncommon among couples. He hurriedly attempted to recall any memories regarding his wife, but the next moment, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sight of a figure clad in a white silk nightgown. Upon seeing his wife for the first time, Fang Xiu's eyes widened instinctively, momentarily lost in thought. Having seen countless beauties on social media, He fancied himself immune to their charms. Yet upon beholding his wife, he was struck not only by her beauty, but by the sheer intensity of it. The woman before him was extraordinarily stunning. The silk nightgown, soft and form-fitting, accentuated her alluring curves. It was short, barely covering her rounded form, while her long, fair legs were exposed to the air, glimmering like the finest jade. Her complexion was not merely pale, but a cool, porcelain hue, with a hint of rosy undertones. The delicate straps of her gown barely clung to her slender shoulders, revealing a graceful neck and exquisitely defined collarbones. Such a flawless figure would suffice to classify her as a beauty, even with an average face, yet her face surpassed that, meriting a near-perfect score of 99, with the only deduction made out of fear of inflating her pride. Her features epitomized feminine gentleness and grace. Her autumn-like eyes gazed affectionately at Feng Xiao, a tender smile gracing her lips, a smile so soothing it seemed capable of mending any inner turmoil. In that moment, Feng Xiao felt an unexpected appreciation for his dimensional traversal. At the very least, he would never have encountered such a beautiful and gentle wife otherwise. "Darling, you're awake. It's time for breakfast," his wife said, her voice imbued with a soft warmth. Feng Xiao was about to respond, aware that failing to react within 2 seconds during conversation could be perceived as insightful. Yet, he found himself at a loss for how to address this woman before him. Should he call her by name, wife, sweetheart, darling, or perhaps something else? His mind raced to recall memories about her, but shocking revelations ensued. There was no name attached to her, no history of their relationship, no hobbies or preferences, nothing at all. In fact, there was no record of her existence in his memories at all. How could this be possible? The original owner of this body had apparently never been in a relationship. Where had this wife come from? Feng Xiao felt his blood run cold, his heart skipping a beat as he gazed at the gentle smile of the woman before him, his throat tightening as if something lodged within it rendered him speechless. 2 seconds had elapsed. My wife displayed an extraordinary patience, her countenance adorned with a smile as gentle as water. Yet peculiarly, her smile remained unchanged throughout, precise and mechanical, perpetually maintaining a fixed arc and angle, with even the curvature of her eyes unwavering. Coupled with her porcelain-like pallor, she exuded an uncanny semblance of an inanimate object, resembling a delicately crafted porcelain figure bearing the visage of a beautiful woman. It was utterly astounding, for a living being is endowed with a heartbeat and breath. Just as it is arduous for a person to refrain from blinking for an extended period, it is equally challenging to maintain an unaltered smile, devoid of even the slightest quiver of the eyelashes. Somehow, under the scrutiny of such a smile, I could no longer perceive the prior warmth. Instead, an unsettling chill enveloped me. What was once a source of healing began to morph into a harbinger of despair. "You, who are you?" I managed to utter with difficulty. Upon the utterance of this query, my wife's smile transformed. Her eyes erupted with immense delight, her previously gentle smile expanding in an exaggerated manner, stretching into a breathtaking arc. "You can see me." A voice brimming with suppressed elation escaped her lips. Chapter 2: The Recurrence of Death in an Instant. Feng Xiao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. "Can you see me? What will happen if you do?" His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, desperately attempting to regain clarity, yet his wife offered him no respite. The incessant sound of shattering porcelain echoed around him. To his astonishment, his wife's delicate, porcelain-like skin began to crack, and in the blink of an eye, an intricate network of dark fissures spread across her body, as if she were a shattered piece of pottery. From within those black crevices, the sound of flowing water emerged, and crimson blood, wriggling like worms, oozed out. Her once silken hair began to writhe, resembling twisted black serpents dancing in the air. "You can see me." Her voice, inhuman and primal, echoed through the room. At that moment, her cherry-red lips stretched grotesquely to her ears, her smooth teeth becoming serrated. And within her mouth lay yet another mouth, as if a second maw had grown within her throat. Fear surged through Feng Xiao like a tidal wave, paralyzing his body and rendering his mind a blank slate. In the next instant, the shadow of death loomed large. A gaping maw, drenched in blood, descended upon his head. Darkness enveloped him, A chilling, suffocating sensation engulfed him as his wife devoured his head. A wave of unimaginable pain swept through his entire being. Fang Xiao met his demise. The scene was horrifying as an entity, seemingly inhuman, had bitten off his head. The headless corpse did not collapse immediately. Instead, blood gushed forth from the neck like a fountain, soaking the sheets. However, in the next moment, the very fabric of time and space shattered like glass, returning everything to a state of nothingness. Never let them know you can see. The white ceiling seemed to be inscribed with frantic blood-red characters, as if written by a finger that had bitten through flesh. Startled from his sleep, Fang Xiao bolted upright in bed. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he gasped for air, fear etched in his eyes. What is happening? Wasn't I dead? Could that have been a dream? These thoughts raced through his mind, but upon glimpsing the bloodied words on the ceiling, he froze in place. Never let them know you can see. Damn it! This is not a dream. He stared intently at the characters, and to his astonishment, they abruptly vanished, as if wiped away by some unseen force. Gone again. Was this a warning? To feign blindness? No, that was not right. The original owner of this body was not blind. He was merely an ordinary person, with no memories of a wife. He had always lived alone, leading a perfectly normal life, having never seen or heard another presence in his home. Perhaps it was this very normalcy that had spared him from such a fate. Thus, the meaning of never let them know you can see was clear. He must not let his wife know that he could see her. He must act as though she did not exist. Only by living as the original owner had, believing himself to be the sole occupant of the house, unseen and unheard, could he avoid death. At that moment, a voice as gentle as water floated in from outside the bedroom. "Darling, it's time for breakfast." The tone was so tender, imbued with an affectionate warmth that stirred boundless imagination. Yet, for Fang Xiao, it only kindled an immense dread, the terror of having his head bitten off resurfacing in his mind. He instinctively wanted to flee, but escape was futile, for his wife had already entered the room. Clad in a white camisole nightgown, her pale skin radiated a gentle smile that belied the horror. "Darling, you and Amp, Oppos, reawake." "It and Amp, Oppos, it's time for breakfast," she said, her smile warm and inviting. The shadow of death loomed heavily. He was but an ordinary man, unaccustomed to such bizarre occurrences, let alone having his head bitten off by an inhuman entity. Yet this time, he steeled himself against the fear, lowering his gaze to the covers, attempting to comply with the blood-red warning and feign ignorance of his wife's presence. However, his wife disregarded all norms as she bent down towards the area near his groin, her face nearly touching the covers. As she turned her head upward to smile at him, their eyes locked in a moment of frozen time. In the next instant, her eyes erupted with a terrifying delight, and her gentle smile twisted into a menacing grin. "You can see me." Once more, Fang Xiao found himself transformed into a headless corpse. "Never let them know you can see." The blood-red words pierced his vision anew, and with a start, Fang Xiao sprang from the bed again, panting heavily. Damn it, that wretched woman. Another death filled him not only with fear, but also a surge of anger. I died and came back. Am I caught in a loop? Is this an infinite cycle, returning to the beginning like a game save? When he had looked down to avoid her gaze, she had come closer, confirming his suspicion that she needed to ensure he could see her before she acted. His mind raced with thoughts. Once again, the gentle voice echoed. "Darling, it an Oppos. It's time for breakfast." His wife, adorned with a soft smile, slowly walked into the bedroom. This time, Fang Xiao swiftly retrieved his phone, pretending to engross himself in a video, watching clips of alluring dancers. Yet, the once enticing performances held no allure for him now, as cold sweat had already drenched his back. "Darling, why are you watching other women in front of me? Don't you like me anymore?" She purred. "I like you." Damn it. Fang Xiao cursed inwardly. He continued to scroll through videos, attempting to divert his attention. This time, armed with experience, he held the phone close to his face, nearly blocking his view of her. "Darling, I remember you're not nearsighted. Why hold the phone so close? Can you see me?" Fang Xiao and Amp, Oppos, as heart sank. Was even the slightest deviation from normal behavior unacceptable? However, after uttering that line, his wife did not immediately make a move, allowing him a moment of relief. But as he swiped to the next video, his gaze froze in shock. For the next video featured his wife. The woman in the video was radiant, her smile enchanting. "Darling, do I look beautiful?" Fang Xiao and Apos, as pupils dilated, his gaze uncontrollably drawn to her face. "You can see me," exasperated and enraged. Fang Xiao hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Yet his wife approached, her visage twisted, skin cracking, as she repeated in a maddening whisper, "You can see me. You can see me. I see you, damn it." Fang Xiao screamed, launching a punch at her fractured face. He had never imagined himself as a man who would strike a woman, having always loathed such behavior. Yet life has a way of molding one into what they despise. His fist connected with an unseen wall, pain shooting through him as he felt his hand fracture. Meanwhile, his wife remained unscathed, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied hunger. Without granting him a moment to react, she opened her gaping maw and bit off his arm. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted in the room. This time, Fang Xiao's demise was far more gruesome than before. Unlike his previous swift deaths, this was a torturous dismemberment, as he was consumed bite by bite. A horrific experience that few could fathom, witnessing a grotesque entity devour his body until the very end. Chapter 3. Can you see me? Upon awakening once more, Fang Xiao found himself bereft of reason. The horrific memories of his last demise rendered him unable to maintain composure, for the pain was unbearable. "Ah, damn it!" Fang Xiao erupted in a frenzy of curses. "Honey, and Apos." As time for breakfast, his wife entered with a gentle smile. "I and Apos. LL, eat your mother," he shouted, seething with rage. "You can see me. I see you." With that, he charged at his wife, resembling a lamb rushing toward a tiger. Unsurprisingly, he met a grim fate once again, dying in a most tragic manner. The fourth time, after a series of reckless abandon, Fang Xiao managed to calm himself. This time, he chose to shut his eyes. If ignoring the situation proved difficult, then closing his eyes seemed the most prudent course of action. Perhaps due to the frequency of his deaths, he felt an unmistakable reduction in fear, an audacious sense of invincibility, as if he were a hero reborn after 18 years. "Honey, in an Apos." As time for breakfast, his wife and Apos' voice persisted. Fang Xiao remained impervious, eyes still closed, as if still enveloped in slumber. "Honey, are you still asleep? The sun is shining." Her voice chimed in his ear. Fang Xiao could easily envision a beautiful, gentle woman clad in a white nightgown, squatting beside the bed, gazing lovingly at his profile. Perhaps she even rested her delicate chin on one hand, head slightly tilted, her exquisite features tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Honey, are you not going to have breakfast?" Fang Xiao remained unmoved, fully aware that the notion of breakfast was merely a guise for her to consume him. He had resolved not to rise, regardless of the circumstances. Each time he awoke, he was met with a gruesome end. This morning ritual of being devoured was one he could not bear. After several attempts, his wife fell silent, realizing Fang Xiao remained in deep slumber. Has she left? That wretched woman, can she not walk without making a sound? Fang Xiao dared not open his eyes. He resolved to wait. The room was enveloped in silence, so profound that he could only hear the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. Suddenly, a revelation struck him. Logically, if his wife desired to awaken him, she should push him, rather than merely calling his name. Why had she not initiated physical contact? Could it be that she was incapable of touching him unless she confirmed he could see her? The implications of this realization deepened his understanding of the phrase, "Never let them know you can see." In this rare moment of tranquility, Fang Xiao engaged in contemplation. What exactly were they? Who inscribed the blood-red words on the ceiling? Why did they vanish mysteriously upon his gaze? How was it that he could die repeatedly, only to revert to an earlier state? The lack of information rendered any deductions futile. He endeavored to absorb the memories of the original owner of this body, seeking clues within. An hour passed. This marked the longest duration Fang Xiao had survived, and he had finally pieced together the memories, gaining insight into the nature of this world. It bore a striking resemblance to his previous life, set against a backdrop of modern urbanity where people lived ordinary lives. The sole distinction lay in the prevalence of bizarre tales, which, though often mere whispers of rumor, were conspicuously abundant. Could it be that my wife is a specter? At this thought, Feng Xiu felt an urge to open his eyes, not from impatience, but rather from the fear of wetting the bed. It is well known that one must relieve one's self upon rising. As an adult, wetting the bed is an embarrassment second only to defecating in public. Given the prolonged silence, it was likely his wife had departed. Yet, caution led him to stifle his urge for another hour. Ultimately, unable to hold back, he resolved to rise. One cannot allow oneself to perish from such a triviality. Feng Xiu prepared to open his eyes, yet trepidation lingered. Having watched countless horror films, he dreaded the possibility of opening his eyes to find a beautiful face looming directly before him, staring intently. As his bladder reached its limits, he cautiously cracked his eyes open a mere sliver, his vision obscured by thick lashes, rendering everything indistinct. However, he discerned that there were no obstacles before him. Nothing. The only sight that met his gaze was the pristine whiteness of the ceiling. A surge of relief washed over him as he slowly opened his eyes wider. Phew! He exhaled, the first hurdle successfully crossed. The most terrifying sight had not materialized. He then turned his head to ascertain whether his wife remained by the bedside. To his astonishment, she was nowhere to be found. The space beside him was empty. Emboldened, he gradually sat up, stretching to feign a casual demeanor, even yawning to disguise his stiffened neck, squinting as he scanned the room. The bedroom was utterly deserted. Wonderful. She has finally left. Yet, he could not afford to let his guard down. It was highly probable she lingered just outside. Venturing out to use the restroom could easily lead to an encounter. Feng Xiu was no fool. He had no intention of leaving the bedroom for such a purpose. In numerous horror films, who had not ventured into the restroom, fully aware of the lurking danger, only to meet their demise, he resolved to relieve himself in the bedroom and Oppo's wastebasket. Wetting the bed was simply unacceptable, but the wastebasket would suffice. Just as he was about to rise, his feet barely touching the floor, that hauntingly gentle voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Honey, you're awake." Feng Xiu's scalp prickled, a chill coursing through him. His reflexes kicked in, and he turned instinctively. At a glance, his blood ran cold, and his breath hitched. There, nestled on the pillow he had just vacated, was the visage of an exquisitely beautiful woman. Her face, radiant and serene, bore a gentle smile as she gazed affectionately at the terrified Feng Xiu. It was his wife. She appeared almost ethereal, lying on the bed as if submerged in water, her form concealed beneath the sheets, with only her face visible. Oh no! Feng Xiu was taken aback by the sudden appearance, nearly leaping from his skin. He had taken every precaution to avoid being startled by her, yet he never anticipated she would be lying beneath him. When had this occurred? Had he truly been pressing down on her for the past 2 hours while lying in bed? I was on top of my wife for 2 hours. As this thought took root, an overwhelming dread enveloped Feng Xiu, spreading through his entire being. Can you see me? Chapter 4. My dear wife is truly wonderful. For the 5th time, Feng Xiu had come to a profound realization. Evasion was futile, and fear served no purpose. He could not remain in bed, eyes shut, for eternity. If he wished to survive, he must confront his wife and truly disregard her. Otherwise, he would never escape the confines of his home. "Darling, it's time for breakfast," she called out. Feng Xiu feigned ignorance, rising from the bed with vacant eyes and trudging toward the bedroom door. His wife stood resolutely in his path. Undeterred, he pressed forward, as if she were but a figment of the air itself. The expected collision never materialized. He seemed to glide through her presence, unimpeded. He had surmised that physical contact was impossible unless she was certain he could perceive her. Her recent phasing into the bed was ample proof of that. Soon, he successfully exited the bedroom, yet she appeared unrelenting, flitting about like a mischievous butterfly, persistently darting in front of him. And then, Feng Xiu met his demise once more. He perished from a lack of skill, unable to overcome his instinctual reactions. It is a rare individual who can remain unflinching when a fist approaches, even if it halts a mere centimeter from their nose. The body's reflexes compel one to blink. His wife was no different. The more he ignored her, the closer she crept, manifesting like a specter, so near that their noses could almost touch. In such moments, even a seasoned actor would likely be startled. For the sixth time, Feng Xiu emerged from the bedroom, his expression devoid of emotion. He refrained from bolting for fear of arousing suspicion, choosing instead to visit the restroom first. His wife seemed bashful, refraining from accompanying him. Just as he began to relax, a lovely visage emerged from the toilet bowl. Feng Xiu succumbed once again. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th times followed. He felt as if he had descended into despair, numbness, and utter collapse. He found himself incapable of overcoming his instinctual reactions. His wife would manifest in myriad ways, triggering involuntary tremors in his gaze. Once, she even emerged from his chest. Direct escape was also unfeasible. Any unusual behavior would provoke her transformation. With each death, the tension in Feng Xiu's mind unraveled completely. He fought back, he fled. He surrendered. All in vain. It seemed as though fate had decreed his demise at her hands. For the 11th, 12th, and 13th times. Darling, it's time for breakfast. Ah, my dear wife is truly wonderful. Feng Xiu had lost his sanity. His mental state had deteriorated from rational clarity to chaotic madness. Yet, his wife was no judge. She would not grant him clemency merely because he had descended into insanity. The cycle of death persisted. What transpires when one is driven to madness by a stimulus, only to be subjected to that same stimulus again? No one knows. On the 18th occasion, Feng Xiu lay serenely upon his bed. Were it not for the barely perceptible rise and fall of his breath and the instinctual beating of his heart, he could easily be mistaken for a corpse. Should anyone gaze into his eyes at that moment, they would be horrified to discover that they were devoid of life. His eyes reflected a profound stillness, akin to a stagnant pool, revealing no trace of human emotion. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Yet Feng Xiu's were sealed with concrete. However, if someone could pierce through that thick concrete and the suffocating tranquility of his gaze, they would uncover an unimaginable madness buried beneath the surface. A seething hatred, potent enough to ignite his very blood. That furious flame of hatred blazed fiercely, fueled by his loathing for his wife and the relentless agony of having been killed 18 times. Some individuals may appear to live, yet they are essentially dead. Others may seem mad, yet they are starkly aware. This was the state in which Feng Xiu found himself. The repeated deaths had driven him to the brink of insanity. Yet ultimately, the overwhelming hatred rekindled his reason. Suddenly, Feng Xiu sat upright in bed, murmuring unconsciously, "Die, die, die. You must die. As long as I live, you shall certainly perish." His voice was low and calm, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. With the most tranquil of tones, he uttered the most chilling words. "Darling, it's time for breakfast," his wife's gentle voice chimed in. Feng Xiu feigned deafness, rising, donning his shoes, and stepping out of bed. He walked directly through her ethereal form and proceeded to the restroom, washing up and changing clothes. Throughout this ordeal, his wife continued her incessant interruptions. Yet Feng Xiu's expression remained unchanged, as if he truly could not see her. Once dressed, he calmly sat at the table to enjoy a breakfast he had prepared himself. A fried egg alongside a sausage, nestled between slices of whole grain bread, accompanied by a glass of pure milk, simple yet nourishing. Clearly, the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deception. His wife had claimed it was time for breakfast, yet no meal had been prepared. After finishing his breakfast, Feng Xiu strode purposefully toward the door. He intended to leave, to seek out clues regarding his wife and uncover the anomalies of this world. Only then would he have a chance for vengeance. As he placed his hand on the doorknob, his wife's beautiful face appeared in the doorway, adorned with a gentle smile. "Darling, please don't go outside. Can't you stay home and keep me company?" With a click, the doorknob was twisted free, and Feng Xiu calmly stepped outside. The door slammed shut behind him. After enduring 18 deaths, he had finally managed to escape the confines of his home, yet he felt no elation at having survived. His mind was solely consumed with one thought: revenge. Nothing but revenge. No one could kill him 18 times and remain unscathed. No one, The sound of his measured footsteps echoed in the corridor. He resided on the 5th floor of an old building devoid of an elevator, necessitating a descent by foot. Soon, he traversed the dim and dilapidated hallway, the entrance door coming into view. He gently pushed it open, allowing bright, warm sunlight to pour through the crack and gradually illuminate the shadowy corridor. It was as if the world outside was bathed in sunlight, and, as the rays enveloped him, a comforting warmth enveloped his being. After enduring 18 deaths, he had finally emerged to greet the sun. He stepped outside and was immediately frozen in place, his blood nearly congealing. Wrapped in sunlight, he felt no warmth whatsoever. Gazing blankly into the world beyond, he instinctively murmured, "Is this hell?" Chapter 5. The abyss is desolate. The strange roams among us on the streets and in the sky. Countless grotesque and terrifying creatures stand tall, dense, and overwhelming, as if this bizarre world were the norm and humanity merely an anomaly. Shadowy figures devoid of facial features traverse the thoroughfare, while headless giants, towering alongside skyscrapers, weave between buildings. Bloodied beings, their skin flayed, float in mid-air beneath immense eyeless heads, their necks entwined with a multitude of crimson tentacles. A myriad of grotesque forms, deformed and sinister, drift about like dandelion seeds in the wind. However, these peculiarities pale in comparison to the bizarre entities looming above. Above, a pair of colossal, pristine wings cast a shadow over all beneath, their purity reminiscent of angelic appendages. Yet, these wings are affixed to a singular, bloodshot eye, larger than the sun itself, radiating an eerie red light that evokes a sense of oppression, taboo, and foreboding. In the distant sky, a bride dressed in a vibrant red gown, adorned with a prominent double happiness character, stands gracefully. Her delicate hands are folded modestly before her, exuding an air of normalcy. Yet her head is that of a rabbit. The rabbit's fur is immaculate, with eyes as red as rubies, graced with a disturbingly human-like smile. It is exceedingly strange, evoking an image of an ancient aristocrat, as if she were a remarkably dignified and beautiful bride. In addition to these two, there exist even more grotesque and indescribable oddities. A grayish-white, slippery mass, covered in countless eyeballs, experiences a relentless cycle of destruction and regeneration, as the eyes burst like bubbles only to be replaced by new ones sprouting from the flesh. A blackened, solemn figure resembling a Buddha, adorned with grotesque growths, and an intangible substance swirling with countless faces screaming in agony. Towering, ominous mud effigies complete the tableau. Each presence is steeped in forbidden terror, incomprehensible in nature. These bizarre entities above form a strikingly impactful tableau, exuding an incessant stream of inexplicable, filthy yet tangible information that assaults Feng Xiu's very soul. In that moment, he perceives a cacophony of malevolent whispers, sounds beyond human capacity, every syllable laden with insanity-inducing corruption. Had this been the former Feng Xiu, a mere glance would have sent him spiraling into despair. Yet, having perished 18 times and been devoured just as many, if a soul exists, his would be irreparably twisted by death, madness, and hatred. While these horrors are indeed chilling, they do not shatter his psyche. Rather, they intensify his madness and distortion. Perhaps his mind has long been in a state of collapse, rendering this mental pollution a form of baptism. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Feng Xiu suddenly bursts into uncontrollable laughter, a sound twisted and suppressed, as though wrenched from his throat, sending shivers down the spine. For reasons unknown, the sight of such bizarre phenomena compels him to laugh, an irresistible urge. To conceal his abnormality from the grotesque beings, he covers his mouth, yet the distorted laughter escapes through his fingers. He bows his head, the pallor of his face shrouded in shadow, unable to conceal the fervent madness in his eyes. How intriguing. This world is truly fascinating. Ha ha. Cough cough. The intensity of his mirth incites a fit of coughing, yet the more he coughs, the more he laughs, leading to a cycle of increasing severity, even provoking dry heaves. Uncle, what's wrong? Are you sick? A little girl intrudes upon Feng Xiu's vision. She appears to be around 4 or 5 years old, with 2 playful pigtails, enjoying a lollipop. His reaction to her presence is not one of surprise. Based on his previous memories, he knows this world appears normal on the surface, with people living their lives, attending school, working, marrying, and raising children. It seems that everyone remains oblivious to the existence of these grotesqueries. Thus, the presence of a little girl in the neighborhood feels entirely ordinary. He attempts to suppress his laughter, striving to appear amiable. "I'm fine, little sister. You should call me brother," Feng Xiu says, extending his hand to pat the little girl's head, reminiscing about a time when he envisioned having a delightful daughter. However, the next word from the girl frees his hand in midair. "You can see me." The innocence in her face vanishes, replaced by a manic joy that mirrors his wife and Appo's expression. Feng Xiu is momentarily taken aback, then bursts into wild laughter once more. "Ha ha! How amusing! This is truly delightful." Tears stream from his eyes as he laughs. With a forceful slap, he presses his hand against the little girl and Appo's head, vigorously tousling her hair. In the next instant, his hand is repelled. The girl is visibly expanding at an alarming rate, her diminutive form swelling like an inflating balloon, torrents of crimson flesh erupting from within her. In the blink of an eye, the once innocent little girl transforms into a grotesque figure towering over 2 meters. Resembling a mass of flesh and blood, her body riddled with veins. Her pigtails morph into thick, dark horns, and the lollipop becomes a massive bone club, seemingly a leg bone of some unknown creature. "You can see me," the girl shrieks in madness. Feng Xiu gazes at her, laughter gleaming in his eyes, which seem more frenzied than the aberration before him. "I must admit, I prefer your current form, for this way, there will be no burden when it comes to killing." The girl howls as she raises the giant bone club, casting a shadow of death over Feng Xiu. Yet he continues to laugh. "Now I finally understand why I must laugh, for there are far too many monstrosities like you, enough to excite me, enough to ensure I never worry about running out of prey. Ha ha ha! You all shall perish." With a resounding crash, the bone club descends, reducing Feng Xiu to a mere puddle of flesh. Chapter 6. Never Respond. Feng Xiu awoke once more from his slumber. The madness that once marred his visage now replaced by a tranquil, lifeless calm. He repeated his prior rituals, donning his attire, grooming himself, visiting the restroom, partaking in a meal, and eventually stepping out of his abode. Once again, he was met with a sky filled with bizarre entities, alongside the charming little girl savoring a lollipop. Ignoring all, he exited the residential complex and found himself on the bustling streets. The thoroughfare was teeming with pedestrians and vehicles, a cacophony of hurried souls, each preoccupied with their daily pursuits, be it work or education, wholly oblivious to the peculiarities that surrounded them. Some bore grotesque figures resembling human heads intertwined with serpents upon their shoulders, yet they remained blissfully ignorant, engaged in laughter and conversation with those nearby. Indeed, sometimes ignorance is a form of bliss. Feng Xiu seized a shared bicycle at the roadside, intending to roam the city and meticulously observe these oddities. To vanquish them, one must first comprehend their nature. However, such observation did not entail staring at the anomalies, for should they become aware of his scrutiny, it would spell certain death. Thus, he feigned a casual wander, keenly surveying his surroundings, eager to ascertain whether these strange beings were ubiquitous and if any source could be discerned. Ding! A crisp notification chimed. Feng Xiu halted his bicycle and retrieved his phone. A message from the work group flashed before him. Manager Wu Dahai was tagging him. "Feng Xiu, what time is it? Why are you not at work? How many times have you been late this month? Do you still desire your bonus?" The barrage of questions was aggressive, laden with an unmistakable sense of authority, as if a superior were interrogating him. In his former state, Feng Xiu would have been filled with trepidation, hastily offering apologies. Yet now, he found himself disinterested in such mundane affairs. In this hellish world, his singular desire was to unearth the truth of existence and exact revenge. To maintain a stable job felt an extravagant luxury to him. Consider the absurdity of having to feign ignorance of the anomalies surrounding him daily, perpetually alert. For a moment in Appo's lapse could lead to consumption. Under such conditions, mere survival was challenging enough, let alone the burden of employment. Just as he contemplated silencing the group chat and dismissing these trivialities, he was suddenly reminded of the meager balance in his bank account. To delve into the mysteries of this world, several hundred yuan would scarcely suffice. He could not wander aimlessly upon a shared bicycle. While this city may be rife with oddities, others might not be so. Traveling by high-speed rail or even airplane would necessitate funds. It appeared his former self had an outstanding commission yet to be received, which should sustain him for a time. With this thought, Fang Xiu resolved to revisit the office, resign, and reclaim his commission. He had contemplated utilizing his ability to revert to a prior state to win the lottery, but quickly dismissed the notion. Fate had not favored him thus far. Moreover, barring extraordinary circumstances, he truly wished to avoid death. The sensation of dying was decidedly unenjoyable, even after numerous experiences of it. Fang Xiu resided in the city of Tang, where his company was located in the development zone, specifically within a villa district known as Bailu Academy, where he worked as a salesperson at the sales office. 6 months prior, he had sold a villa, yet his commission had yet to be disbursed. Consequently, Fang Xiu began composing a message in the workgroup. I am resigning. I will visit the sales office this afternoon to settle my commission from the last sale. His message was straightforward, devoid of excessive pleasantries, akin to a naive newcomer to the professional realm, easily capable of offending others. However, he was indifferent, disinclined to engage in the intricacies of social niceties, simply seeking efficiency, unwilling to squander time on such matters. He yearned to resolve these trivialities swiftly and attend to his own pursuits. Upon sending his message, the group erupted in a flurry of responses. Manager Wu was particularly incensed, repeatedly tagging Fang Xiu. What do you mean? Did I not say the commission would be disbursed at the end of the year? If you resign now, you will receive not a single cent. Fang Xiu glanced at the uproar, but refrained from replying, opting instead to mute the chat entirely. He then pedaled his shared bicycle directly toward Bailu Academy. His home was a considerable distance from the academy. A bus ride would take 2 hours. Yet he felt no haste, intending to observe the city thoroughly. He cycled leisurely, appearing to meander, yet his mind was wholly attuned to the peculiarities around him. As he ventured further, he encountered an increasing variety of oddities, each more bizarre than the last. Gradually, he discerned a pattern. These anomalies could perceive humans, yet humans remained blind to them. The oddities could be broadly categorized into 2 types. One type was devoid of reason, grotesque in appearance, howling in madness, relentlessly attacking those nearby. Yet they were as insubstantial as air, incapable of affecting their surroundings in any meaningful way. The second type bore a semblance to humans, masquerading as colleagues, classmates, or relatives, lingering beside individuals, engaging them in conversation. Of course, humans could neither see nor hear them. It was evident that his wife belonged to this latter category of anomalies. This type exhibited distinct characteristics. Most resembled humans, some appearing indistinguishably so. They seemed intent on integrating into human lives, even if unseen and unheard, akin to outsiders striving to remain by one side. This perplexed Fang Xiu. Why did these beings persist in their role-playing when they could not impact reality? Reflecting on his wife and Oppo's actions, Fang Xiu formed a hypothesis. These anomalies were testing whether humans could perceive them. After all, should visibility be achieved, they could then attack. No, he swiftly negated his own conjecture. Testing was likely only one aspect. Logically, once an anomaly confirmed that humans were indeed blind to them, it would be prudent to seek another target to test, as that would enhance efficiency. Yet, his wife had not vacated after failing. Moreover, along his journey, Fang Xiu observed numerous humanoid anomalies, all fixated on a single individual, striving desperately to engage them in conversation, even though that person could not hear. What could be the reasoning behind this? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Fang Xiu. An unsettling thought surged forth. They were attempting to integrate into human existence. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, why would his wife engage in role-playing? If the anomalies wished to assess whether humans could see them, they could simply resort to intimidation, such as appearing abruptly rather than adopting a guise. Therefore, the sole possibility was that they aimed to immerse themselves in human life. But for what purpose? Beginning from the conclusion, the objective of these anomalies was evidently to consume humans, implying their every action was preparatory for that end. Did this mean that assimilating into human life would facilitate their approach to humanity? The state of these anomalies seemed ephemeral. When humans could not perceive them, they were indeed insubstantial. Only upon mutual acknowledgement of visibility would these anomalies transition from intangible to tangible. Why was visibility necessary? No, perhaps auditory perception sufficed. If one could see and hear the anomalies, yet others remained blind and deaf, both perceptions represented information. Once the anomalies confirmed that humans could receive their presence, interaction would become possible. Thus, their integration into human life was likely intended to enable humans to perceive their existence. Assimilating into life would undoubtedly expedite this process. Otherwise, there would be no reason for such endeavors. At that moment, Fangxiu abruptly recognized that perhaps some individuals and oppos, auditory hallucinations, or visual disturbances were not mere illusions. Those who inadvertently heard their names called or perceived conversations in empty surroundings might well be experiencing the anomalies gradually infiltrating their lives. The deeper he integrates, and the longer the duration, humanity may inadvertently receive occasional signals. As the reception of these signals intensifies, the likelihood of bizarre manifestations will correspondingly increase. Therefore, one must refrain from responding. Chapter 7. The sudden emergence of the asylum. As Fangxiu pondered, noon had arrived. He casually found a noodle shop, consumed a bowl of ramen, and continued on his journey. He sought to observe more peculiarities and uncover further truths. Before long, the afternoon gave way to dusk. The dim sunlight cast a pall over Green Vine City, as if the entire metropolis was shrouded in a veil of gloom, while the city's oddities grew increasingly indistinct and grotesque. Eventually, Fangxiu arrived near Bailu Academy. Bailu Academy was an opulent villa district, somewhat secluded, with empty streets devoid of pedestrians. Yet this could not obscure its exorbitant property values. The villas boasted luxury and tranquility, ideal for discreet affairs or perhaps the establishment of underground clubs. Those who could afford to purchase homes here were predominantly chauffeured in luxury vehicles. The distance was inconsequential to them, as they valued the serenity of the locale. Riding a shared bicycle along the serene tree-lined path, Fangxiu admired the lush greenery on either side, where trees flourished and flowers bloomed in a plethora of meticulously shaped forms. This was a lavish restoration undertaken by the developers, for this road led directly to the academy, given its remote location and sparse population. Even the surrounding oddities were few and far between. As Fangxiu traversed this main road, he suddenly halted, scrutinizing the structure before him. Beneath his calm exterior, a tempest brewed within. Bailu Academy had vanished. The once picturesque and orderly expanse of villas had been replaced by a psychiatric hospital. The asylum sprawled across a vast area, comprising several buildings interconnected by overhead walkways. The walls were dilapidated, with peeling paint suggesting long abandonment, exuding an aura of dread. The sign at the entrance was askew and covered in dust, yet the name remained discernible: Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Fangxiu gazed expressionlessly at the asylum, fully aware that he had not taken a wrong turn. This had once been Bailu Academy, not some Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Was this yet another enigma? Unlike the previous living oddities, this time it was an asylum? Or was it possible that this establishment was also a product of some bizarre phenomenon? Intrigued, Fangxiu felt compelled to investigate further. This was the first time he had encountered such a scene, and his intuition suggested that it harbored secrets related to the peculiarities he sought. He dismounted his bicycle and opened his phone. Earlier, he had turned it off due to incessant calls from manager Wu Dehai, finding the interruptions bothersome. Upon turning it back on, he discovered 13 missed calls from Wu Dehai and 3 from Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao, a colleague with whom Fangxiu shared a close bond, prompted him to call back. After a brief wait, Zhao Hao's breathless voice came through, laced with urgency. "Shogu, what took you so long to call back? What's happening over there? That bastard Wu Dehai is furious and threatened to fire you without a penny." P.S. venting all his anger on us since you weren't at work today, making us work overtime. By the way, Xiao Guyu. Interrupting Zhao Hao, Fang Xiu hung up the phone and switched it off again. He intended to delve into the mysteries of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital without the distraction of his phone ringing at a critical moment. He approached the foreboding entrance, which loomed ominously, resembling a gaping maw ready to consume him. Yet, fear eluded him. It seemed he had transcended such emotions. Confronted with the bizarre, his initial feelings were invariably anger, hatred, and exhilaration. Fear was absent. The silence was punctuated only by the sound of Fang Xiu's footsteps, until suddenly he collided with an invisible barrier, the impact causing his face to throb. An air wall? He stood at the entrance, yet it felt as though an unseen wall obstructed his path. Reaching out, he felt a cold, rough texture. This was not merely an air wall. There was indeed a tangible wall, invisible to the eye. Could it be that entry into this asylum was forbidden? Unfazed, he began to explore this unseen barrier like a blind man, seeking an entrance. Xiaofang, what are you doing? Is this a new form of performance art? A voice tinged with mockery echoed nearby. Fang Xiu and Appo's heart stirred, yet his expression remained impassive. Having been killed by his wife numerous times, he had mastered the art of remaining unmoved. In such a peculiar asylum, responding to an unexpected voice could invite danger. However, he did not remain entirely still. He continued to explore, moving towards the source of the voice. As he approached, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye, a young security guard clad in a uniform, a cigarette dangling from his lips, amusement dancing in his eyes. This was someone Fang Xiu recognized. He was indeed the security guard from Bailu Academy. Unlike the elderly guards in other neighborhoods, the security personnel here were youthful, reflecting the upscale nature of the area. Was this a hallucination, or a disguise crafted by the bizarre? Just as Fang Xiu contemplated this, the guard approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Xiaofang, why are you ignoring me? I saw you bumping into the wall from afar, and then you started feeling it up. Is this wall particularly alluring? Feeling the warmth radiating from the guard's hand, Fang Xiu pondered. Was direct contact possible? Was he not an oddity? Turning to face the guard, he asked, Zhao Gu, have you been here all along? The guard, taken aback, waved his hand in front of Fang Xiu and Appo's size. Xiaofang, perhaps you need a pair of glasses. I've been standing straight as a post in the pavilion. How could you not see me? A pavilion? Fang Xiu was certain there was no pavilion within Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. He instinctively turned to the direction Zhao Gu had come from and was momentarily stunned. The previously empty space had indeed manifested a small pavilion, one he had seen daily during his time at work. Even having entered it before, a small air conditioner installed within made it quite pleasant in the summer. How could this possibly be? Chapter 8. Temporal Distortion? Spatial Overlap? Fang Xiu instinctively turned his head towards the entrance of the former mental hospital, only to be astounded to find that the entrance had vanished. In its place stood a solid wall. He took 2 steps back and surveyed his surroundings. There was no trace of the mental hospital, only the opulent Bailu Academy. Fang Xiu blinked in disbelief, and when he opened his eyes again, the mental hospital had reappeared, while the security guard, Zhao, had mysteriously vanished. What on earth was happening? He focused intently on the Qingshan mental hospital. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded before him. Bailu Academy began to materialize slowly, akin to a cinematic fade-in, initially appearing as a mere illusion before solidifying, its colors gradually deepening. Strangely, Qingshan Mental Hospital was also present. The two structures seemed to overlap, as if caught in a temporal distortion or spatial entanglement. At that moment, Fang Xiu felt as though his vision was clouded. Everywhere he looked, there were ghostly afterimages, a fusion of the mental hospital and Bailu Academy. He shifted his position and reached out, only for his hand to pass through the walls of the mental hospital, stopping only when it made contact with the walls of Bailu Academy. He concluded that the mental hospital was likely an illusion, visible yet intangible, only accessible under certain conditions. This place was still Bailu Academy. The mental hospital loomed over it like a holographic projection. With this realization, Fang Xiu lost interest in searching for Wu Dehai and felt compelled to uncover the secrets of the mental hospital. Why was it that all other entities were living anomalies, while this place was merely a sinister edifice? Hey, Xiaofeng, why did you leave without saying a word? Zhao's voice echoed behind him, but Feng Xiao ignored it. His mind fixated solely on the mental hospital. He walked slowly, for the high degree of overlap between the two buildings made it difficult to discern which was real and which was an illusion, leading him to nearly collide with walls. For instance, although he stood near the landscaped area of Bailu Academy, before him loomed a dilapidated ward. Without hesitation, he plunged into the wall of the ward, as if diving into air, and found himself inside. The scene before him changed. He entered a corridor adorned with benches, the walls stained with dried, dark red blood, reminiscent of a horror film setting. The atmosphere felt as if he had stepped into a hospital from decades past, with dim, gray walls and a floor not of polished marble, but of cold, gray concrete. Eschewing the conventional path, he traversed through the walls, searching diligently. The mental hospital seemed to have witnessed some horrific events, as bloodstains and even decaying flesh were scattered about. He passed through the hall, dining area, restroom, and activity room, all devoid of life. Eventually, he halted before a particular ward that stood out. Its large door was painted a dark red, as if splattered with dried blood. From a distance, it resembled a demonic maw, chilling to behold. The ward was labeled 104. Intrigued, Feng Xiao stepped forward and passed through the door, entering the room. Inside was an unremarkable space, containing only a rickety bed, upon which curled a small girl clad in a patient gown. She buried her head deep in her legs. Her arms wrapped around herself, and a tattered floral ribbon adorned her pale wrist, obscuring her face. Feng Xiao averted his gaze, seemingly oblivious to the girl. Yet his peripheral vision discreetly observed her. He would not be so naive as to believe that a living soul resided in this eerie mental hospital, even if she appeared human. The girl seemed to sense Feng Xiao's presence and suddenly lifted her head. His peripheral vision snapped back, for her face bore no features. He continued forward, while the girl with her faceless visage stared intently at him until he exited Ward 104. After passing through the ward, Feng Xiao encountered numerous others, each bearing their own number. He ventured into each one, meeting various ghastly forms. Most were bloodthirsty and savage, and upon seeing a living person, their instinct was to attack with fervor. Feng Xiao remained unfazed, allowing their assaults to unfold. He counted at least several dozen similar wards, indicating that the mental hospital housed at least that many anomalies. This mental institution surely concealed a monumental secret. As he walked, he suddenly halted, for he noticed that the doors to wards 162, 169, and 177 stood wide open, revealing emptiness within. Had the anomalies escaped? He pressed deeper, only to find his path obstructed by a villa from the real world. Lacking a key, he had no choice but to detour. After circumventing the obstruction, he found himself in a Dr. and Oppo's office within the mental hospital. The room contained a desk with a stethoscope and several case reports, all stained with blood. Approaching the reports, his pupils constricted in shock. One report, covered in blood, revealed a few lines of text. It read, Subject 128. Blood obscured. Transformation anomaly level 21. 64. Transformation failed. Transformation anomaly? Could it be that these anomalies were once human? Had the entities in those wards once been people? A wave of unease washed over Feng Xiao as he yearned to delve deeper, but in the next instant, he found himself thwarted. The entire scene was an illusion, akin to a holographic image. He could not physically grasp the case reports to examine them. Damn it! The secret lay tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. Igniting his fury, suddenly, slender strands of black hair appeared before his eyes, cascading from the air with an unknown connection. Feng Xiao, however, was not foolish enough to look up. He feigned casual exploration, increasing the distance while stealing glances. He beheld a striking beauty in a white coat. Her limbs, spider-like and elongated, perched upon the ceiling, fixated on him. Her face was pale, her eye sockets darkened with grotesque markings, and her eyes devoid of pupils. Only whites remaining. Her hair cascaded over a meter long, and in one hand, she clutched a gleaming surgical knife. A doctor? Feng Xiao's heart raced. Were these case reports authored by her? Had she once been human? A flurry of speculations flooded his mind, yet answers eluded him. The anomalies would never divulge their secrets. He pressed on, for if the doctor's office held clues, surely the mental hospital contained others. And then there was the director's office. That must be the heart of the institution, perhaps holding all the secrets within. He navigated through the mental hospital, seeking the director's office. Soon, he identified an administrative area, deducing that the director's office should be located within it. However, as he approached, he realized that the administrative area in reality corresponded to the sales office of Bailu Academy, the very place where he worked. Chapter 9. The sales office and the director's office. The interior of the sales office is resplendently adorned, with bright marble flooring extending beneath one's feet, while magnificent crystal chandeliers dangle from the ceiling. The surrounding walls are embellished with intricate designs. At the center of the hall lies a grand sand table, a meticulous miniature representation of Bailu Academy. To the right, there is a reception area furnished with rosewood tables and chairs, genuine leather sofas, and a projection screen, all meticulously arranged. As Fang Xiu stepped through the entrance, several colleagues clad in professional attire turned their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Fang Xiu, their expressions shifted, reflecting a myriad of emotions. After all, they had all seen Fang Xiu's announcement about resigning in their workgroup chat. Ignoring their stares, Fang Xiu wandered through the sales office, his focus primarily on the psychiatric hospital's office area. Nothing was more paramount to him than uncovering the peculiar secrets hidden within. At that moment, a young man in a business suit, possessing an ordinary appearance and a somewhat slender build, approached briskly. His heavy black-rimmed glasses accentuated his anxious demeanor. It was Zhao Hao, the one who called earlier. In a hushed yet urgent tone, he remarked, "Xiuge, why are you only just arriving?" Wu Dehai is nearly beside himself, if not four. Before Zhao Hao could finish, Fang Xiu interrupted, "Zhao, we shall discuss this later." He maintained a habit of teasing Zhao Hao by referring to him as Ritian due to the latter's name, meaning son. "Xiu Guyu," Zhao Hao began. But Fang Xiu had already hastened away, heading towards the second floor of the sales office, as the director and Oppo's office was not located on the first floor. Zhao Hao glanced at Fang Xiu's retreating figure, heaving a heavy sigh before hastily following. He presumed Fang Xiu ascended to the second floor to confront Wu Dehai for money, fearing an unfavorable outcome, and thus felt compelled to keep an eye on him. Entering the second floor of the sales office was akin to stepping into the office area of the psychiatric hospital. Despite the different stairway entrances, the floor heights were largely similar. No sooner had Fang Xiu arrived than an irate and hurried voice pierced the air. "Fang Xiu, how dare you show up for work? You've been terminated. Do you realize that?" A middle-aged man, clad in a black suit and white shirt, with a balding head and a prominent belly, approached swiftly, pointing a pudgy finger at Fang Xiu while unleashing a furious tirade. Wu Dehai's outburst drew the attention of several colleagues seated at their computers. Most bore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness a confrontation between Fang Xiu and Wu Dehai, who was notoriously harsh and unpopular among his subordinates. Though they lacked the courage to confront Wu Dehai directly, they relished the thought of someone doing so. However, the anticipated clash did not materialize. Unfazed by his superior's wrath, Fang Xiu displayed no sign of agitation. In fact, he deemed Wu Dehai unworthy of further discourse. Amidst Wu Dehai's tirade, Fang Xiu seized his shoulder, pushing him aside as he strode forward. Though Wu Dehai was corpulent, he was caught off guard by Fang Xiu and Oppo's audacity, stumbling precariously and barely saving himself from a fall by grasping a nearby desk. You dare push me? This is insubordination," Wu Dehai exclaimed, his face flushed with a mix of shock and fury. The attention of his colleagues only intensified his embarrassment. "This is outrageous. Where are the security guards?" Wu Dehai wisely opted against a direct confrontation with Fang Xiu, recognizing he stood no chance and that, as a superior, engaging in a physical altercation with a subordinate in such a public setting would spell the end of his managerial career. Fuming, he continued to shout while dialing for security. Fang Xiu paid him no mind, navigating the office amid the peculiar gazes of his colleagues before heading towards the third floor. as the director's office was not situated on the second floor. Fang Xiao, you have some nerve, daring to push me. Where do you think you're going? Get back here. Wu Dahai bellowed, pointing at the onlookers. What are you all doing just standing there? Go stop him. Reluctantly, a few colleagues stood up, but by then, Fang Xiao had vanished from the second floor, ascending to the third. Witnessing this, Wu Dahai's expression shifted dramatically as he called the remaining colleagues back. Forget it. I'll go myself. He hurriedly followed Fang Xiao up to the third floor, an evident tension radiating from him, as if there were secrets lurking within that space. Upon reaching the third floor, Fang Xiao's gaze immediately fixated on a door not far ahead, prominently labeled Director and Amp, Oppo's, S office. He hastened toward it, while Wu Dahai, panting heavily, trailed behind. In reality, Wu Dahai was oblivious to Fang Xiao's intentions. He merely saw Fang Xiao heading straight for the last office at the end of the third floor, causing his face to pale in alarm. Fang Xiao, you return this instant. With a click, the office door swung open, revealing the sounds of a man's furious outburst and a woman's startled exclamation, followed by the rustling of clothing. Wu Dahai's complexion turned ashen. It's over. All is lost. He hastily tore his white shirt, ripping off 2 buttons before racing toward the office. Inside, he found Fang Xiao standing still, eyes fixed ahead. Before him lay an opulent desk, its contents, papers and a notebook, scattered on the floor, replaced by a disheveled couple. The man was gaunt, with sunken eyes and an unhealthy pallor, his trousers halfway down. The woman, strikingly beautiful with expertly applied makeup, wore a professional skirt suit, her long legs marred by rips and her high heels missing. Fang Xiao's gaze was unwavering, fixated on the woman's form, specifically on a piece of parchment beneath her, which was inadvertently obscured by her presence. Who the hell are you? Who permitted you to enter? The man shouted angrily, hurriedly donning his clothing. The woman, appearing timid, cowered behind him, desperately trying to cover herself. Fang Xiao recognized both individuals. The man was Wang Zitong, the son of the Bailu Academy developer, while the woman was Li Feifei, the Academy's top salesperson and the most stunning among her peers. The sales team of Bailu Academy was established by the developer, making Wang Zitong, in essence, Fang Xiao's superior. Wu Dahai, did I not expressly forbid anyone from ascending to the third floor? Wang Zitong scolded. Please calm down. Fang Xiao seems to have lost his mind today. Upon arrival, he not only assaulted me, but also charged straight to the third floor without a word. I couldn't stop him, Wu Dahai replied, his face a mixture of regret and fear. Look at my new white shirt from yesterday. He tore it apart. I'm getting old, and I truly couldn't restrain him. Chapter 10. Do you wish to uncover the truth of this world? Wang Zitong, noticing Wu Dahai drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, his once pristine white shirt now wrinkled and missing 2 buttons, erupted in anger. You worthless fool. He then redirected his ire towards Fang Xiao. Fang Xiao, what on earth do you intend to do? Do you realize who I am? Before Wang Zitong could finish his tirade, Fang Xiao forcefully shoved him to the ground, revealing the frightened and distressed Li Feifei behind him. How dare you push me? Wang Zitong roared, his fury igniting like a tempest. Li Feifei gasped, terrified, believing Fang Xiao intended to harm her. However, in the next moment, she felt a sudden force, and her slender figure was unceremoniously pushed off the table. After clearing the 2 individuals, Fang Xiao and Amp, Oppo's, gaze fixated upon the parchment laid on the Dean and Amp, Oppo's, desk. A single glance sent shockwaves through him. It read, to those favored by destiny, do you desire to uncover the truth of this world? Do you wish to comprehend the essence of the strange? You have arrived here, filled with questions. Fear not, my friend, for I have left everything you seek in room 520, building C of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Go forth and seek it. When you discover the truth, it will also be the moment you must make your choice. Follow your heart and embrace the gifts of fate. The signature bore name, Zhou Qingfeng. Fang Xiao meticulously absorbed every word, his heart heavy with foreboding. Indeed, this psychiatric hospital concealed profound secrets. This Zhou Qingfeng must be the head of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. To whom was this letter addressed? To himself or another? Did he already foresee Fang Xiao's arrival? Old uncertainties remained unresolved, only to be supplanted by new mysteries. Room 520 of Building C? Perhaps all answers lay therein. Fang Xiu turned to leave. Yet, Wang Zitong, now on his feet, menacingly blocked his path. You think you can just push me aside and flee? Today, before Wang Zitong could complete his threat, a sudden crackling noise erupted from above as the light bulb flickered and extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Wang Zitong, who had intended to deliver a crushing blow, found himself lost in aimless obscurity. Damn it, a power outage? Wu Dahai, get the backup generator going. I swear, if you have guts, don't run. In the enveloping darkness, Fang Xiu paid no heed to Wang Zitong and Apos as threats. His mind was already engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. For in that moment of blackout, the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital had vanished. His vision was swallowed by darkness, but the hospital's disappearance was not merely a consequence of the blackout. The power outage affected reality, not the psychiatric institution itself. The hospital had always been shrouded in dim light. Logically, even in a blackout, it should still be visible. Yet now it had vanished, seemingly merged with the shadows. A sense of foreboding crept into Fang Xiu's heart. He hastily retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, only to discover that all he could see was the office in reality, with no trace of the hospital whatsoever. What was happening? Fang Xiu dashed out, ascending to the second floor, eager to see if the hospital and Apos' presence was absent elsewhere as well. Upon witnessing Fang Xiu and Apos' flight, Wang Zitong cursed and swiftly pursued him. With Wu Dahai, wary of Wang Zitong and Apos' impulsiveness, following closely behind. The only woman remaining, Li Fei, dared not linger alone in the darkness. Thus the group surged towards the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Fang Xiu scoured the area with his flashlight, searching for any sign of the psychiatric hospital. Nothing. Nowhere. The hospital had vanished like a mirage, leaving no trace behind. The employees on the second floor remained remarkably calm. After all, it was merely a power outage, and with so many present, even the female staff felt no fear, except for a few who were lamenting. The report I just completed. I didn't even have time to save it. Why to have it cut off now? The voices of discontent resonated around them. Fortunately, I saved mine. Me too. At that moment, Wu Dahai and Apos' voice cut through the chaos. Stop your wailing and go check if the circuit breaker has tripped. One of the employees who had just cried out volunteered, illuminating his phone and storming into the darkness. Perhaps due to the region's numerous eerie tales. A colleague joked from the shadows. Do you need me to accompany you? Be careful of the strange. The employee, intent on investigating the power source, scoffed. Strange? The thought of having to work overtime is more daunting than any specter. If I encounter one, it will have to call me boss. With that, he gradually disappeared into the darkness. Laughter erupted in the office. Hey, what an amp! Apos' going on. Why is my phone an amp? Apos' flashlight so dim. A female employee suddenly exclaimed. Is there dust? Wipe it off, her colleague suggested. I did, but it's useless. This phone is a piece of junk. Wait, why is my flashlight also so dim? Mine too. Many employees holding their phones echoed in agreement. Fang Xiu was drawn to this scene, his pupils constricting in alarm. In the shadows stood or sat several employees, each with a phone illuminating their surroundings. By all rights, the brightness should have suffused the entire office. Yet now, the light appeared to be suppressed by the darkness, retreating to within half a meter. Strangely, according to logic, the further the flashlight's beam traveled, the dimmer it should become. Yet now, half a meter away, a distinct boundary separated light from dark, as if the light were severed by the encroaching shadows. Within that darkness, an indescribable, eerie presence seemed to stir. It was uncanny. Fang Xiu instinctively recognized this familiar sensation. Just then, a horrific scream pierced the air from the depths of darkness. The voice was unmistakably that of the employee who had ventured to inspect the power supply. The scream startled everyone. Zhang Bo, what's wrong? Were you electrocuted? Zhang Bo, don't play tricks on us. A thud resonated as a heavy object fell. Several female employees shrieked in terror. Stop screaming, Xiao Zhao. Hurry and check it out. Wu Dahai urged urgently. Named Xiao Zhao hesitated, but, under Wu Dahai's prior pressure, complied. Xiao Zhao was the security guard Fang Xiao had encountered earlier, summoned by Wu Dahai. Perhaps due to the nature of his work, he was the first one Wu Dahai thought of in times of peril. With flashlight in hand, Xiao Zhao cautiously ventured into the darkness. Minutes ticked by, and after approximately 5 minutes, Xiao Zhao had yet to return, the darkness remaining ominously silent. Chapter 11. The Eerie Domain, Xiao Zhao. Wu Dahai shouted, but the darkness yielded no response. Manager Wu, perhaps we should call the police? Someone proposed. Wu Dahai's expression darkened as he approached Wang Zaitan, flashlight in hand, seeking his counsel. Young Master Wang, what do you think? At that moment, Wang Zaitan's demeanor was peculiar. The anger that had previously consumed him had vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented blend of fear, anxiety, and a strange, manic anticipation. He seemed to be both terrified and expectant. Fang Xiao noticed Wang Zaitan's expression and felt a sense of unease. He must know something. Wang Xiao. Wu Dahai's voice broke through the tension once more. Wang Zaitan snapped back to reality. What did you just say? Wang Xiao. I meant, should we call the police? That shout was clearly unnatural. I'm afraid something has happened. Oh yes, of course, we must call the police. Wang Zaitan suddenly seemed to remember something and began dialing his phone. However, after a series of busy signals, the call could not be connected. At that moment, other employees began to exclaim, "The phone won't connect. Mine won't connect either. How is this possible? Emergency numbers should always be reachable." It appeared that their phones had no signal whatsoever. Panic ensued among the group. One employee, a frequent visitor to strange forums, trembled and exclaimed, "Could it be that we are encountering the supernatural?" The atmosphere became chaotic, with voices overlapping in confusion. Wang Zaitan's expression fluctuated between dread and determination, and the lack of signal seemed to confirm his suspicions. He suddenly shouted, "Silence." His authoritative voice instantly hushed the crowd, drawing all eyes to him. Illuminated by the dim light of his phone, Wang Zaitan's face was half-shadowed, and his unusual expression held an unsettling quality. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Everyone, remain quiet. What I am about to say is crucial for our survival." The weight of the words survival hung heavily in the air, resonating like a hammer striking their hearts. Li Feifei, standing beside Wang Zaitan, was startled. "Wang Xiao, what do you mean by survival? Don't scare, be silent." Wang Zaitan barked, rendering Li Feifei pale with fear. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. "If I am not mistaken, we have likely entered an eerie domain." "Wang Xiao, what is this eerie domain? Do not interrupt me," he snapped. "There is no time for explanations. Listen to me, and do as I say. Understand?" Wang Zaitan's roar silenced the crowd once more. "My position allows me to encounter matters beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Regarding the secrets of this world, you cannot even begin to fathom. To put it simply, the supernatural exists, and the so-called eerie domain is its realm. You may conceive of it as an alternate dimension. This is a world of the supernatural, a territory of the uncanny. Our objective now is to escape this cursed domain. Otherwise, we shall all fall victim to the supernatural." His words sent shivers down their spines. The supernatural? Many thought Wang Zaitan was jesting, but his terrified and grim expression suggested otherwise. "Wang Xiao, you cannot be serious. Where would the supernatural come from? You idiot. Did I not say not to interrupt me? Damn it. If I were not relying on you all for survival, do you think I would share these secrets?" Wang Zaitan's urgency escalated, as if a knife were pressed against his throat. "Whether you believe it or not, listen carefully. We have undoubtedly entered the eerie domain. The lack of signal and the suppressed light are proof enough. Remember, only those who can harness their spiritual essence can confront the supernatural. My cousin is one such individual, and everything I tell you comes from him. For ordinary people, the only means of survival against the supernatural is to observe its killing patterns and avoid them at all costs. From this moment on, everyone must follow my lead and absolutely refrain from acting alone, even if you need to use the restroom. Do it right here." Wang Zaitan's declarations left the group skeptical, as they challenged their decades-long understanding of reality. Until they witnessed the supernatural firsthand, normal individuals often clung to a sense of denial. Perhaps the only one fully believing Wang Zaitan was Feng Xiu, for his wife was indeed a supernatural being. Yet, Feng Xiu found himself perplexed. While Wang Zaitan acknowledged the supernatural's existence, his demeanor suggested he did not see the supernatural beings that populated the streets as Feng Xiu could. If Wang Zaitan could perceive them, he would not display such panic. Though his actions as an ordinary person were commendable, they fell short of the stoic composure required to survive in a world rife with the supernatural. However, these concerns were secondary. What mattered was the existence of spiritual practitioners. When Feng Xiu heard that only spiritual practitioners could confront the supernatural, a flame of resentment ignited within him. Perhaps the spiritual practitioners could perceive all the supernatural beings and wield the power to combat them. Wang Xiao, what should we do now? Should we run? Wu Dahai asked, his voice trembling. We cannot run, Wang Zaitan shouted as if struck by a revelation. Everyone must stay put. Running in the eerie domain is akin to courting death. My cousin advised me that one must never run recklessly nor touch anything indiscriminately to avoid breaking taboos. Then what do we do now? Observe. Everyone, closely examine your surroundings for any anomalies. The fact that the supernatural has yet to attack us indicates we have not triggered its killing patterns. Upon Wang Zaitan's command, they all began to scrutinize their surroundings. Minutes passed, and despite their efforts, no discoveries were made. The absence of danger only fueled their restlessness and skepticism towards Wang Zaitan's assertions. Whispers of doubt circulated among them, some speculating that perhaps it was a mere fluctuation in the magnetic field or an unknown scientific phenomenon causing the dim light, the loss of signal, and a blackout. As for the two missing colleagues, they might have accidentally met with an electrical mishap during the power restoration. Shall we go outside and take a look? I really need to use the restroom. Yes, where could the supernatural possibly exist? The murmurs reached Wang Zaitan's ears, increasing his agitation. He cursed inwardly, but knew he had to maintain their composure. After all, he was an ordinary person too. His spiritual practitioner cousin had once told him that the best way to understand the supernatural's killing patterns was to sacrifice human lives. This was why he had previously revealed the truth to the group, to unite them around him, allowing him to better test the killing patterns and ensure his own survival. Everyone, quiet down. I said, do not move about carelessly. If anyone needs to use the restroom, do it right here. Before he could finish, a calm voice interrupted him. The supernatural has appeared. The tranquil voice seemed to carry an enchanting quality, its message stunning the crowd into silence. Chapter 12. The Spirit Master what? Where's the anomaly? Panic-stricken, the crowd began to survey their surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Feng Xiu, what nonsense are you spouting? Where's the anomaly? A colleague, visibly shaken, glared at him. Indeed, what time is it? You still have the audacity to frighten people. Feng Xiu maintained a serene demeanor, his handsome, fair features appearing even more exquisite in the darkness. Coupled with his emotionless expression, he exuded an eerily lifelike quality. Under the gaze of his tranquil, almost stagnant eyes, the crowd felt an unsettling discomfort, their voices of dissent gradually dwindling. Suddenly, Feng Xiu spoke. Wang Xiaoli is missing. Wang Xiaoli? Nonsense. She's right beside me. Wang Xiaoli, say something. A colleague hastily called out. Yet, Wang Xiaoli did not respond. A chill coursed through him as he quickly illuminated his surroundings with his phone, only to find that Wang Xiaoli had indeed vanished. Wang Xiaoli, Wang Xiaoli, he shouted twice, but silence lingered in response. This revelation sent the crowd into a frenzy. Wang Xiaoli had truly disappeared. Could it be that the anomaly had manifested? Feng Xiu, what does the anomaly look like? Wang Zitong suddenly inquired. Despite their previous conflicts, he refrained from escalating matters in the face of mortal peril. Feng Xiu replied calmly, in the darkness, my vision was obstructed. I did not see the anomaly, only the disappearance of Wang Xiaoli. His tranquil demeanor suggested that the loss of a person was as trivial as that of an ant. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a reaction of panic in such bizarre conditions. Yet Feng Xiu recounted the events of Wang Xiaoli's disappearance with a dispassionate clarity, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The gathered individuals were not naive. Seasoned by years in the workplace, they discerned that Feng Xiu's calmness bordered on the unnatural. Wang Zitong's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Fang Xiu, you seem utterly unperturbed by the anomaly. Are you a spirit master? Fang Xiu shook his head in response. What is a spirit master? The perplexity in Wang Zitong's eyes deepened. A spirit master is one who harnesses their own spiritual essence. To elaborate, I am not entirely certain, but spiritual essence seems to be the power of the mind. My cousin once said that within each person's mind lies immense power, yet it is often shrouded in dust, akin to a luminous pearl encrusted with grime. A spirit master is one who wipes away this dust, allowing the mind to radiate with spiritual brilliance. Wang Zitong attempted to continue his explanation, but was abruptly interrupted by Wu Dahai. Wang, what time is it? How can you still afford to educate us? People are starting to vanish. We must devise a means of escape. Silence. Wang Zitong retorted furiously. Escape? How do we escape? 3 individuals have vanished, and should we move recklessly, we might trigger the anomaly's taboos. We could all perish. Furthermore, the secrets I speak of pertain to our very survival. Do you think spirit masters are born? They are cultivated through experience. The best way to break this deadlock is for someone to become a spirit master. So, a spirit master is forged within the realm of the anomaly? Fang Xiu interjected. Wang Zitong nodded, somewhat astonished at Fang Xiu's sharp insight. Indeed, to become a spirit master, one must harness the anomaly's power. As I mentioned, every person's mind is cloaked in dust. To illuminate the mind, 2 conditions must be met. First, one must experience the terror of life and death. Only through such trials can the dust be dislodged. Alternatively, one may experience a significant shock to jolt the mind. Second, one must come into contact with the anomaly, allowing its power to infiltrate the mind and cleanse it, much like a cloth wiping away grime. However, he added, it is essential to note that while the anomaly's power can cleanse the mind, it inherently carries a form of pollution. If we liken the mind to a dust-covered luminous pearl, the anomaly's power acts as a bloodied cloth, staining the pearl while attempting to clean it. The so-called spiritual brilliance is merely a distortion of the mind's true luster after the anomaly's influence. Having absorbed this information, Fang Xiu began to formulate a plan. It appeared this was a realm governed by the mind, where the spirit master's power stemmed from the fusion of one's spiritual essence and the anomaly's forces. The state of life and death served as a catalyst for this union, akin to the heat required for certain chemical reactions. Yet, a question lingered. Having satisfied both conditions of life and death in contact with the anomaly, why had his spiritual essence not been ignited? Or perhaps it had, without his realization? At that moment, Wang Zitong continued, thus, every person present has the opportunity to become a spirit master. Should one succeed, there lies hope for escape from the anomaly. What are the signs of igniting one's spiritual essence? Fang Xiu inquired once more. First, one's physical capabilities surpass the ordinary, and their senses become remarkably acute. Upon igniting their essence, one awakens a unique ability, a reflection of their mind. No 2 individuals possess identical minds, hence their abilities will inherently differ. Ability? Reflection of the mind? Fang Xiu pondered, immediately recalling his own ability to reverse death. Could this be his unique gift? No, that was not correct. His physical prowess and senses were no different from the average person, showing no signs of enhancement. Moreover, he sensed an intuition that his ability to reverse death had been bestowed upon him upon arrival, rather than being a consequence of igniting his essence. In light of this, he reasoned that he had not yet ignited his spiritual essence. But why? He had satisfied the 2 conditions required to become a spirit master. Suddenly, Fang Xiu realized he had not fully met the criteria, for the state of life and death was present. Yet his ability to reverse death could not be dismissed. It was a state of mind, akin to a memory that persisted despite reversing death. After all, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation through repeated experiences of death. However, he had yet to fulfill the condition of contact with the anomaly. Each encounter with his wife had culminated in death, rendering this recent survival devoid of genuine contact. The anomalies lurking about the streets, he surmised, did not count as true contact. Without visibility, they were non-existent to humanity. Yet this time was different. The hidden anomalies seemed to have breached the veil of reality, capable of inflicting harm without the need for visibility. The vanishing from the psychiatric facility, the anomalies that could kill without being seen. The information about spirit masters swirled in Feng Xiu and Appo's mind. There was undoubtedly a connection, yet it remained undiscovered. Despite the peril surrounding him, Feng Xiu felt an unexpected thrill, for he glimpsed a path to vengeance, to become a spirit master. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed movement. Another person had vanished. Chapter 13, one more word, and I and Appo's. LL kill you. What? The apparition has reappeared. Who has vanished? A wave of panic swept through the crowd as they hurried to check their surroundings. Moments later, someone exclaimed, Jiao Yang is missing. Jiao Yang. Jiao Yang. Several colleagues who were close to him called out urgently. Stop shouting. Do you want to attract the apparition? Wang Zitong bellowed, his remaining sanity hanging by a thread as more and more people disappeared. His composure, unlike that of ordinary individuals, stemmed from having previously witnessed these eerie powers through his cousin, which had prepared him for this moment. Additionally, his deep admiration for his cousin and his desire to become a spirit master fueled a bittersweet anticipation amidst the fear that engulfed him. Yet, when confronted with the true horror, one often finds that the first emotion to surface is terror. Wang Xiao, what should we do? I don't want to vanish. Li Feifei cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she clutched Wang Zitong's sleeve, which only added to his irritation. Why are you asking me? Who should I ask? At that moment, a calm voice cut through the chaos. It was Feng Xiu. 2 to 3 minutes. What do you mean, 2 to 3 minutes? The intervals between disappearances are 2 to 3 minutes. Feng Xiu explained calmly. To be precise, women disappear in 2 minutes, and men in 3. Just now, security guard Xiao Zhao vanished after 3 minutes, followed by Wang Xiaoli 2 minutes later, and then Jiao Yang. It appears the pattern of this apparition as killings is one person every 2 to 3 minutes. If my deductions are correct, after Jiao Yang's disappearance, another will follow in 3 minutes. Are they killing based on time? Damn it, how can we avoid this? Wang Zitong's eyes reddened, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. Feng Xiu paid him no mind, turning instead to walk into the darkness. The crowd gasped in horror. His close friend Zhao Hao shouted, Xiugo, where are you going? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Without turning back, Feng Xiu replied, of course. I'm going to find a way out. Are we to just sit here and await our demise? With only 8 of us left, based on the pattern of one person disappearing every 2 to 3 minutes, we'll all be dead in about 20 minutes. It's better to take a risk. Feng Xiu, you better stop right there. Wang Zitong suddenly shouted angrily. Didn't I just say no one is to act recklessly? Do you understand that if you provoke the mysterious taboo alone, we could all perish? You're just an ordinary person. Do you know what the apparition is capable of? Feng Xiu halted, abruptly turning to face them. A pale, expressionless face met their gaze, resembling a lifeless corpse devoid of any vitality. Wang Zitong found himself breathless under the weight of that gaze. In that moment, Feng Xiu's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated chillingly. Say one more word, and I will kill you before the apparition does. Though the words were spoken without emotion, they carried an indescribable chill. Upon hearing them, Wang Zitong felt an overwhelming presence of death enveloping him. Looking into Feng Xiu's calm eyes, Wang Zitong suddenly realized the truth. Uttering another word could indeed lead to his demise. As a wealthy heir, he had a wide circle of friends and had even encountered the eyes of a murderer for various reasons. Yet, the pressure emanating from those murderous eyes paled in comparison to the tranquility of Feng Xiu's gaze. Wang Zitong's instincts were right. The eyes of a murderer were indeed different from those of someone who had faced death 18 times. Seeing Wang Zitong rendered speechless, Feng Xiu turned and vanished into the darkness. Zhao Hao, witnessing this, hesitated momentarily. Then, after a brief struggle, he set his jaw, glanced at Feng Xiu's departing figure, and then at the indecisive crowd, ultimately deciding to follow. Wang Xiao, what do we do now? Wu Dehai's voice trembled. Wang Zitong and Appo's, as complexion shifted from pale to flushed as his frustration surged now that Feng Xiu is gone. What to do? If they want to court death, let them. Two fools who don't even know what a spirit master is dare to disregard my command. But I don't think Feng Xiu is the type to seek his own death. Shouldn't we follow and see? Wang Zidong's anger flared. Follow? What nonsense! I'd rather die than let the apparition. Before he could finish, a piercing scream interrupted him. Another person has disappeared. Wang Zidong's heart sank. He counted the remaining people. Including himself, there were only 5 left. He immediately changed his tone. Quick, let us follow. Feng Xiu traversed the dark corridor, with Zhao Hao trailing closely behind. They shone their flashlights ahead, but after what felt like an eternity, they still had not reached the corridor's end. Under normal circumstances, they would have seen the stairway leading down after just a few steps, but today, the corridor seemed like a bottomless pit, stretching infinitely. Xiu Gu, something's not right. Why haven't we reached the stairs yet? Zhao Hao trembled, shrinking behind Feng Xiu like a frightened bird. Xiu, quiet. Feng Xiu suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on the depths of the corridor. At the far end, a ghostly green light flickered into view, reminiscent of an emergency exit sign glowing ominously in the dark, eerie and foreboding. Upon seeing the light, Feng Xiu furrowed his brow. This light, it resembles the one in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. An astonishing hypothesis began to form in his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace toward the light. As he stepped fully into the illumination, he found himself within a narrow, dilapidated corridor. The ceiling and walls were stained with darkness and blood, and every few meters lay decrepit benches. The ambience felt as though he had been transported decades back to a hospital corridor, with the walls shrouded in gloom and the floor not of polished marble, but of cold, gray cement. This is Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Xiu Gu, am I hallucinating? Where are we? Shouldn't we be at the company? This looks like a hospital from a horror film. Zhao Hao's fearful voice echoed behind him. Feng Xiu felt a stir within. Zhao Hao could see the psychiatric hospital too? Could it be? Feng Xiu extended his hand to feel the walls, and the cold, rough texture confirmed his suspicion. His pupils dilated in realization. Indeed, he had entered the psychiatric hospital. This time, it was not an illusion, but a tangible reality. Could it be that the psychiatric hospital, like those living apparitions, had met certain conditions, allowing it to breach into reality? Was this what they referred to as the realm of apparitions? Feng Xiu speculated that the previous holographic projection of the psychiatric hospital had overlapped with reality, as if the sales office had been devoured and embedded within it. No wonder he couldn't see the psychiatric hospital as before. They were already ensnared within it. Chapter 14. The emergence of the female doctor. Thus, it is well, we are a step closer to the truth. Feng Xiu murmured to himself, having no intention of leaving, but rather a desire to explore the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The two continued forward and soon stumbled upon 2 large pools of blood not far down the corridor. The volume of blood was staggering, with splatters decorating the surrounding walls. Among the crimson stains lay remnants of shredded flesh and bone, alongside torn work uniforms from the sales office and security personnel. The fragments of flesh resembled the remnants of a meal, marked with bite marks and tearing evidence. Recognizing the familiar clothing, Feng Xiu understood clearly that these belonged to his colleagues who had gone to check the power supply, as well as a security guard. It was evident that they had been devoured by the creature. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Xiu immediately grasped why the man vanished for 3 minutes before the creature reappeared, while the woman only took 2. It turned out that the interval of the creature and Oppo's appearance was calculated based on the quantity of flesh. The female colleagues from the sales office were all rather attractive, at least with well-defined features and slender figures, a necessity of the profession, making their flesh considerably less than that of their male counterparts. The creature took approximately 3 minutes to consume a male colleague, while it required about 2 minutes for a female colleague. Brother Xiu, they have all been devoured by the creature. Zhao Hao exclaimed, his face pale and trembling. Feng Xiu paid no heed to him, instead scrutinizing the shredded clothing. The cuts were remarkably clean, evidently made by some sharp blade. Recalling the bizarre occurrences he had encountered earlier in the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, the figure of the female doctor surfaced in his mind. The precision of the cuts suggested they were made with a surgical knife. At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. They turned to see Wang Zitong and his companions emerging from the shadowy corridor. My heavens! What is this place? Shouldn't this be the sales office? It seems like a hospital. Wang Zitong and the others gasped in alarm, their faces a mixture of panic and disbelief. Indeed, it was unimaginable that they had traversed a corridor in the sales office only to find themselves in a transformed hospital environment. Fang Xiu, Zhao Hao, did you discover anything before we arrived? Have you seen Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li? Manager Wu Dehai asked, his voice trembling. Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li. Zhao Hao stammered, pointing at the two pools of blood on the ground. Wang Zitong and the others followed his gesture, their pupils dilating in horror. Blood! So much blood! Li Feifei shrieked uncontrollably. This is Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li's clothing. Wang Zitong's complexion darkened further, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he seemed to envision a terrifying scenario. They have been eaten. The statement sent a chill down everyone in Oppo's spine. Young Master Wang, quickly, let South leave this place. I want to go home, Li Feifei cried in fright, tugging at Wang Zitong's arm in desperation. Suddenly, Wang Zitong snapped back to reality. Yes, let us hurry. He intended to lead the group forward, but upon gazing at the unfamiliar and empty hospital corridor, he found himself paralyzed with fear. Who knew where this corridor led? What if it led directly to the creature and Oppo's lair? The pressure on Wang Zitong was immense, akin to the first person entering a haunted house while the rest clung to him for reassurance. Fortunately, Fang Xiu swiftly came to his aid. Having completed his observations, he began to take action. Calmly, he walked towards the depths of the corridor, with Zhao Hao closely following. Seeing someone brave enough to lead, Wang Zitong no longer hesitated and proceeded forward, though he did not follow as closely as Zhao Hao, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters, perhaps out of pride or other considerations. The corridor echoed with the sound of muffled, frantic footsteps, as if they were fearful of being overheard by the creature. Suddenly, the footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Fang Xiu, leading the charge, had stopped in his tracks. As he paused, Zhao Hao followed suit, then Wang Zitong and the others. Wang Zitong was eager to inquire why Fang Xiu had halted, but he hesitated, not wanting to appear timid. If he asked, it would imply that Fang Xiu's reluctance to proceed was holding him back. Fang Xiu, why aren't you moving? Li Feifei's voice was laced with panic. The woman, having been thoroughly frightened, had lost her previous composure. Seeing Fang Xiu stop, her instinct to escape led her to question him. Fang Xiu did not reply. Instead, he glanced at his phone and, after a moment of silence, stated, "The time has come." What time has come? Li Feifei instinctively asked, confusion evident among the group. Only Wang Zitong reacted, his expression changing dramatically as he quickly raised his left hand to look at his expensive wristwatch. 3 minutes. Everyone instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, their faces draining of color. Just then, a crisp crackling sound echoed from behind them, reminiscent of joints creaking. When they turned around, a wave of terror washed over them. There, suspended from the ceiling of the corridor, was a female doctor dressed in a white coat. Her hair disheveled, limbs elongated like a spider, and her eyes devoid of pupils, staring back at them. The crackling sounds were the result of her neck twisting. As she hung like a spider from the ceiling, her face was turned away from the group, but as her head rotated a full 180 degrees, she aligned her gaze with theirs. A wordless terror began to spread like a tide. The distinction between the creature's absence and presence was stark. When she stood directly before them, even the strongest of men would quail in fear. The female doctor fixed her gaze upon them, and in the next instant, her limbs began to thrash violently, resembling a humanoid spider crawling toward them. Li Feifei and Oppo's shrieks served as a starting gun, and the group erupted into a frenzied dash for escape. No one needed to lead the way anymore. They were desperate to flee, even pulling at those in front of them to clear the path. The corridor of the psychiatric hospital was already narrow, and in their panic, they inadvertently shoved those in front of them, some weaker individuals collapsing to the ground. For instance, Li Feifei, a delicate beauty constantly clinging to Wang Zitong for protection, found herself discarded to the floor as he sprinted away in a frenzy. Wang Zitong was quick on his feet, the first to run and the foremost in the flight. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao stood in his path. Yet they did not flee. Zhao Hao was paralyzed by fear, while Fang Xiu remained observant. Just as he had surmised, the perpetrator was indeed the female doctor they had encountered earlier in the psychiatric hospital. Most of the aberrations in Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital were confined within their wards. Although the doors had been opened, they had not encountered any others, except for this doctor, who was not a patient but a physician, and thus had not been locked away. Chapter 15. The Mysterious Thigh. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Wang Zitong shouted in a fit of rage as he forcefully shoved aside the petrified Zhao Hao and sprinted forward. As for Fang Xiu, he had already positioned himself against the wall at the moment he witnessed the crowd fleeing, ensuring he wouldn't be swept away by the chaos. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The once sedentary colleagues now resembled a fleet of athletes, hurtling past Fang Xiu with the sound of rushing wind. Poor Zhao Hao was knocked several times and fell to the ground. Wait for me. Wang Xiao, don't leave me behind. Li Feifei had scrambled to her feet, her face, once attractive, now twisted in terror, her makeup running down her cheeks from the tears. She lagged behind, not only because she had been pushed down, but also due to her high heels, stilettos that made every step a challenge. Of course, her prior exertions might have played a part as well. It is worth noting that her outfit, a form-fitting, sensual bodycon dress paired with those towering heels, was not designed for running. Anyone with experience would understand that once she began to run, the dress would inevitably rise. Li Feifei had barely taken a few steps before she cried out in agony and fell to the ground, her delicate, fair ankles swollen and red. It became evident that running in high heels was a perilous endeavor, prone to twisting one's ankle. Ignoring the sharp pain radiating from her ankle, she struggled to rise. But in the next moment, her vision darkened. Countless strands of thick, jet-black hair, resembling serpents, obscured her sight. It was the hair of the female doctor cascading down. A shiver coursed through Li Feifei's body, her heart momentarily halting as she instinctively looked up to meet a pale face, its eyes devoid of pupils, fixated upon her. She froze, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant, unable to move. It was only when the doctor's hair brushed against her face, its cold, slick texture jolting her awake, that she screamed in terror, scrambling forward like a frantic creature, her smooth, tender knees scraping against the concrete, leaving several bloodied impressions. Yet she felt no pain, consumed solely by the instinct to flee. Help me! She cried out to Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, the last two remaining in the corridor, while the others had long since vanished around the corner. I don't want to. Li Feifei's plea was abruptly cut short by a glint of silver. Her gaze began to rise, spin, then descend. Thud! A dull sound echoed, the sound of her head hitting the ground. The doctor's scalpel was razor-sharp, and her long limbs afforded her a wide range of attack. With a mere flick of her wrist, she severed Li Feifei's head with astounding swiftness. So rapid was the action that her body remained in a crawling position. The cut on her alabaster neck smooth and evened, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Some of it even splattered onto Zhao Hao, while Fang Xiu, standing behind him, remained unscathed. Initially shaken, Zhao Hao was once again paralyzed by fear, not because of the gruesome scene, but because he had already emptied his bladder in terror. The doctor, undeterred, continued to wield her scalpel, methodically dismembering the corpse. Her actions were meticulous, precise, and utterly devoid of regard for her surroundings, including Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao, who stood nearby. Once she had disassembled the body, she lunged forward to consume the remains. Witnessing this, Fang Xiu deduced the doctor's pattern of murder. She killed one person at a time, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings during her feasts. This singular focus likely stemmed from her past profession. With a scalpel in hand and expert dissection skills, it was evident she had performed numerous surgeries in a psychiatric hospital. Typically, surgeons operate on one patient at a time. It would be highly improbable for a doctor to wield two scalpels simultaneously, operating on two patients concurrently. This was likely why she adhered to her singular approach to killing, meticulous and committed. As for cannibalism, it was perhaps an instinct born from her transformation. Understanding this pattern, Feng Xiu moved closer to the doctor, standing beside her. Despite the gruesome scene, he remained unmoved, his gratitude towards his wife bubbling to the surface. He had experienced such horrors many times before, albeit from the perspective of the meal. Suddenly, Feng Xiu clenched his fist and struck the doctor with all his might. Bang! The sound of a heavy collision resonated. He withdrew his hand, blood dripping from his knuckles. Frowning, he examined his injured fist, then glanced at the doctor's unscathed cheek. She continued to eat with poise, seemingly unfazed by his lack of decorum. Feng Xiu felt as though he had struck solid steel, an encounter that starkly highlighted the disparity between him and the doctor. It appeared that every anomaly encountered possessed a lethality that humanity could scarcely resist. Humans were as powerless as ants in the face of such horrors. Perhaps only by becoming a spirit master could this reality be altered. At that moment, a trembling voice broke through Feng Xiu's thoughts. Xiu Ge, let us run. It was Zhao Hao, evidently having shaken off his extreme fear. Unlike their fleeing colleagues, he sought to rally Feng Xiu. Yet, Feng Xiu did not flee. He remained calm, resolutely standing his ground. This anomaly only consumes one person at a time, which means when she is eating, it is the safest moment. But I see she is almost finished. Li Feifei had an ample physique, not the gaunt type, but rather a shapely one. And it stood to reason that her flesh could sustain her for at least 3 to 4 minutes. There was no need to rush. Feng Xiu articulated his chilling reasoning in a calm tone. Zhao Hao, previously taught with anxiety, immediately retched upon hearing the words meat quantity. The remnants of his dinner, vegetables, instant noodles, wide rice noodles, and enoki mushrooms betrayed his recent meal of spicy hot pot. Wang Zidong had previously mentioned that to become a spirit master, one must allow the power of the anomalies to permeate one's soul. Naturally, the epicenter of such power would be in proximity to the anomaly itself, and thus Feng Xiu resolved to linger a while longer. If you're afraid, feel free to leave, he added before disregarding Zhao Hao entirely. Reaching out to touch the doctor's long, spider-like legs. The sensation was chilling, reminiscent of touching a corpse. Chapter 16. Silicone having just recovered from the intense experience. Zhao Hao was utterly shaken by the scene before him. He had always believed himself to be quite daring, indulging in adult films daily and taking matters into his own hands. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Xiu Ge, with his striking features, was even bolder than he. How audacious to take advantage of such a peculiar situation. However, recalling what Feng Xiu had just said, Zhao Hao quickly grasped the purpose behind such actions. Perhaps the overwhelming shock had taken its toll, or perhaps Feng Xiu's calm demeanor instilled a sense of confidence within him, or perhaps every ordinary person harbors an extraordinary spirit. A myriad of complex thoughts coursed through Zhao Hao's mind, leading him to steel himself, grit his teeth, and approach the female physician. Seeing Zhao Hao approach, Feng Xiu immediately gestured for him to make room. Zhao Hao's gaze fell upon the long, slender legs before him, trembling as he reached out his hand, akin to grasping a venomous snake. Damn it, here goes. Hiss. So cold. Zhao Hao inhaled sharply, yet he did not withdraw his hand. The two remained in contact for a while, but no discernible change occurred. Suddenly, Zhao Hao broke the silence, exclaiming, I never imagined my first encounter with a woman's thigh would be so bizarre. But, to be fair, these legs are indeed remarkably long, almost longer than my life itself. Feng Xiu glanced at Zhao Hao, not out of amusement at his dark humor, but rather recognizing a glimmer of potential within him. Although he had initially appeared terrified, his adaptability was commendable. He was now even daring to joke. While humor often serves to alleviate tension and fear, not everyone possesses the audacity to jest in such dire circumstances. It's been a minute. We have 30 seconds left before we must make our escape. Allowing ample time to flee, Feng Xiu stated decisively. Zhao Hao nodded in agreement. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed. Let us go, Feng Xiu declared, turning and sprinting away without hesitation. with Zhao Hao closely following. Fang Xiu's confidence stemmed from his previous experience at the Qingshan Mental Hospital. Though he had not explored every corner, he retained a general sense of direction and certain routes. He was assured that he could leverage the terrain to distance himself from the female physician. However, just as they reached the corner of the corridor, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Fang Xiu noticed several strands of black hair descending before him. Looking up, he locked eyes with the physician's pale gaze. How could this be? A jolt of panic surged through Fang Xiu. Had he misjudged the nature of the threat? He had estimated at least 2 minutes to escape. Yet the physician was upon them far too quickly. He glanced back at Li Feifei's lifeless body, only to be met with horror. Li Feifei's body had been devoured, reduced to a pool of blood, with remnants of silicone scattered throughout. Silicone. Fake. Fang Xiu felt a surge of fury. He had never anticipated such a blunder. And perhaps it was his limited experience with women that led him to naively believe all were genuine. Yet this world was rife with facades. In an instant, a flash of silver light caught his eye as his vision ascended, his head soaring high before crashing down heavily. May heaven be devoid of silicone. The frigid, slick sensation lingered in his palm. When Fang Xiu regained consciousness, he was astonished to find himself not beside his wife, but rather beside the female physician, caressing her thigh. At that moment, Zhao Hao also approached and began to touch as well. Fang Xiu hastily pulled out his phone to check the time, realizing he had inexplicably returned to the moment he first touched the thigh. A thought struck him. Could it be that death resets events? Just like levels in a game. The first level was near his rental, while the second was the Qingshan Mental Hospital. Since he had progressed past the first level, the save point automatically shifted to the second. With little time to ponder, having previously perished due to silicone, he vowed not to repeat the same mistake. Let us go, he said. Zhao Hao paused momentarily. Xiuge, we barely touched, and you want to leave? This is my first time before Zhao Hao could finish. Fang Xiu turned and walked away. Not daring to remain alone, Zhao Hao hurried after him. At that moment, Fang Xiu's voice echoed softly. Both her front and back are silicone. Thus, there isn't enough mass to sustain her for long. Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Silicone? No wonder they're so large. The two raced down the corridor, soon reaching its end, where a right turn awaited. Without hesitation, they veered right. After a few steps, a staircase emerged before them. Down, Fang Xiu instructed, and they began their descent. The lighting in the stairwell grew increasingly dim, the darkness swirling around them like tangible particles in the air. They sprinted down one floor, then another and another. Before long, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed ahead, followed by a piercing scream. It's here. The creature is pursuing us. Fang Xiu recognized the voice. It belonged to his colleague. He quickened his pace, leaping down the stairs, and upon approaching, he found Wang Zitong and his group. They too recognized Fang Xiu, visibly relieved, as they had initially feared the creature was upon them. It's Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. You scared me. I thought the creature was after us. One colleague gasped. Zhao Hao regarded them with surprise. Why are you all so slow? Slow? We've descended at least 20 floors. Another replied. Yet you two seem to have only gone down 3. Zhao Hao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Don't spout nonsense. Fang Xiu interjected, observing the panicked crowd with contemplation. At that moment, Wang Zitong realized the gravity of the situation, his expression turning frantic. The creature must be distorting reality. It's the creature's power. My cousin mentioned that the creature's abilities can create illusions, potentially resulting in a distortion of reality. Those caught in such a distortion will endlessly circle in place, unable to escape. This is precisely why Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao managed to catch up to us so quickly. We've been trapped in a loop. Wang Zitong's words ignited further panic among the group. Does anyone have any extra items? Throw them on the ground to mark our path. Fang Xiu's calm voice cut through the chaos. Wang Zitong quickly realized Fang Xiu's intention and retrieved a small item from his pocket, tossing it to the ground. The others followed suit, discarding bills and cigarettes as markers. With their markers laid, the group resumed their frantic descent. After half a flight, they turned a corner to discover their discarded items lying on the staircase. This is my lighter, one exclaimed, and my money. We've truly encountered a distortion. What do we do now? If the creature catches up, we're doomed. Chapter 17. The enigmatic wall with a grim expression. Prince Ting picked up the discarded talisman, realizing it was not an illusion, but his usual Wolf Fong style, which only darkened his countenance further. Enough of the noise, he bellowed. My cousin once said that ordinary people cannot escape the enigmatic wall. To break this deadlock, we must rely on our spiritual insight. Quickly, check if anyone can awaken their spirit. Having spoken, he fervently concentrated, praying for his own spiritual awakening. He was uncertain if his previous brush with death at the hands of the specter counted as such, but at this juncture, all he could do was pray. Fong Xiao, however, disregarded the commotion around him and began to explore the right wall. He never expected others to awaken their spirits and become spirit masters. Among them, he believed he was the most likely candidate, having genuinely faced death and encountered the specter closely. If he failed to become a spirit master, then the others had even less hope. Thus, rather than praying, he opted to search for clues. He began to recall the layout of the mental institution, convinced that the path to survival lay to the right. He had traversed the stairwell earlier, where the exit was indeed on the right. Although he could not distinctly identify which building of the institution he was in, he presumed the architectural design remained consistent. Since the enigmatic wall was an illusion, he decided to close his eyes and feel his way down the right side, hoping to find a door. As Fong Xiao descended, his peculiar actions caught the attention of the others. While everyone else remained stationary, he alone ventured onward, making it difficult not to attract notice. Prince Tung observed Fong Xiao's actions thoughtfully. By now, he recognized that Fong Xiao was quite extraordinary. He remained unerringly calm, never displaying a hint of panic. Even when confronting the specter, he recalled how, when the female doctor appeared, he was the first to react and flee, while Fong Xiao had chosen to stand close to the wall to avoid being crushed. Despite being at the forefront, he opted not to escape immediately, and ultimately, only Fong Xiao, Zhao Hao, and Li Feifei remained. With Li Feifei now missing, it was likely she had perished. But what had Fong Xiao and Zhao Hao been doing in that corridor for at least a minute? Why had the specter spared them? Prince Tung dismissed the absurd notion that the two may have been taking advantage of the female specter, though he was uncertain of what transpired during that minute. One fact was clear. The specter only claimed one victim at a time, taking 3 minutes for a male and 2 for a female. This interval provided absolute safety, even in close proximity to the specter. Fong Xiao and Zhao Hao's survival was the best testament to this. At that moment, Fong Xiao had reached the bottom of the stairs and distanced himself from the group. Prince Tung, seemingly enlightened, mimicked Fong Xiao's actions and closed his eyes to feel his way down. The others were drawn to their movements. As Fong Xiao's fingers glided along the wall, he felt the rough, solid surface until he reached the 15th step, where the texture transformed. It became smooth and increasingly cold, akin to steel. Fong Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, gazing at the bare wall before him. Without hesitation, he pressed his hands against it, searching for a doorknob. At that moment, Prince Tung, following suit, quickly recognized the change in texture, and a wave of elation washed over him. "It's a door," he exclaimed. With a click, Fong Xiao turned the doorknob he had just located, and the door swung open, revealing a dimly lit corridor beyond. In an instant, Prince Tung dashed in like a madman, and Fong Xiao followed suit without uttering a word. The others, seeing the exit, rushed inside in a frenzy. Although Fong Xiao had been the second to enter, he found himself near the back of the line, not due to a lack of speed, but rather because it was unnecessary. When facing the female doctor, one need not outrun her, only the last person in line. Moreover, this allowed him to discreetly touch a few thighs as they fled, hoping to hasten his own spiritual awakening. Furthermore, being at the forefront was not always advantageous. Fong Xiao was acutely aware that the mental institution harbored more than just the female doctor, with most of the other specters contained in their wards, though the doors to those wards were ajar. As they ran, Prince Tung, leading the charge, suddenly halted, prompting the others to stop in succession. Before them loomed a fork in the path, one to the left and one to the right, both shrouded in darkness. Visibility barely a meter. No one dared to proceed, fearing that a misstep could lead them to a dead end and serve as easy prey for the female doctor. The group's gaze shifted to Feng Xiu at the back, who had previously discovered the route beyond the enigmatic wall, leading them to believe he might also find the way forward. Unfortunately, Feng Xiu was equally uncertain which path to take. He had not thoroughly explored the mental institution, but had navigated its walls like a specter, familiar only with the general layout and a few routes he had traversed. Regrettably, neither of the two paths was within his knowledge. Feng Xiu, which path should we take? Prince Tung inquired urgently, as he observed the expectant gazes of the others. Feng Xiu found it amusing. During their escape, they had nearly wished to cast him aside, but now, in the face of adversity, they turned to him for guidance. Was he not simply a tool for them? Nevertheless, Feng Xiu did not mind, as he regarded them as tools as well. The female doctor was invincible against them, and to buy time, he could only utilize their lives as a bargaining chip. Without a word, Feng Xiu decisively chose the right path. Even though he was unaware which route was correct, he understood that he could not afford to waste time. Every moment counted, traded with lives. Seeing Feng Xiu move toward the right, the others followed suit without exception. At that moment, a series of ominous cracking sounds echoed. The group turned to see the female doctor, resembling a spider, suspended from the ceiling, her ghastly white eyes fixated on them. Her stark white coat stark against the dim corridor. Ah, run. Don't block the way. The crowd erupted into chaos, sprinting forward. However, human speed could not compete with that of the female doctor. 2 legs could not outrun 4. In an instant, her ghostly figure appeared above them, her long black hair cascading down toward the last person in the line. Chapter 18. Human Nature. The final individual was none other than Manager Wu Dahai. Among the group, he was the oldest and, simultaneously, the heaviest, having succumbed to the inevitable weight gain of middle age, which rendered his physical abilities rather lacking. However, whether by design or sheer happenstance, in his frantic escape, he seized the person in front of him and forcefully yanked them backward, propelling himself forward with the momentum. The individual he grasped stumbled, nearly losing their balance, thus securing their position as the last in line. In an instant, a flash of silver sliced through the air. The unfortunate soul, whom Wu Dahai had pulled, was decapitated before they could even utter a scream. Upon witnessing this gruesome scene, Feng Xiu halted, instinctively checking his thighs before resuming his forward sprint, entirely unconcerned about lagging behind. With his youth and regular training, he was in the prime of his life. Lacking knowledge on how to swiftly awaken his instincts, he could only engage in these seemingly futile attempts. The corridor to the right stretched long, and the group ran for a full minute before reaching its end, which opened into a spacious restaurant. The vast dining area was deserted, filled with antiquated tables and chairs, with a kitchen area in the corner housing several large black pots. Wang Zitong's spirits soared at the sight, as restaurants typically boasted exits to the outside world. The others, upon hearing this, were instantly invigorated, disregarding the restaurant's dilapidated condition as they scanned for any potential escape routes. Quickly spotting a door on the far left and dashing towards it, Feng Xiu, however, maintained his position as the second to last, running calmly while surveying his surroundings. Upon entering the door, they found themselves in a dim and cramped corridor, even darker than the previous one, as if the overhead lights might extinguish at any moment. No one cared about the environment. Their sole desire was to escape swiftly. The group soon reached the corridor's end, where Wang Zitong's face fell dramatically. There was no exit. It turned out the corridor led to a dead end. This defied logic. In Wang Zitong's understanding, a dining establishment, typically bustling with patrons, would surely contain escape routes or connections to the outside. How could it possibly lead to a dead end? Was the entire hospital entirely sealed off, intent on preventing anyone from leaving? "Look, a door!" exclaimed one colleague. Indeed, a narrow wooden door appeared on the right side of the corridor's end, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Its paint was peeling, revealing a small glass window. Without a moment to ponder, the group flung the door open and rushed inside, heedless of what lay beyond. After all, the outside was fraught with danger. Fortunately, the room within was not sinister. It was a cramped storage area filled with brooms, mops, and old furniture, making it difficult for the five of them to find a place to stand. Damn it, this is a storage room. There's no way out. Wang Zitong cursed in frustration. The others shared his despair. A dead end. They were cornered like turtles in a jar. Had they made the wrong choice? Fang Xiu thought calmly, realizing that next time he should opt for the left path. He was unperturbed, as this was merely a trial-and-error experience for him. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to backtrack and choose the left corridor. However, it was too late to turn back. 2 minutes had already elapsed, and only 1 minute remained before the female doctor would strike again. If they retraced their steps, it would only serve to deliver themselves right into her hands. Although they could choose to sacrifice one person to aid the other's escape, Fang Xiu deemed it a futile endeavor. With only 5 of them left, including himself, no one knew how far they had to run or how many lives it would cost along the way. Just as Fang Xiu prepared to exit and seek the female doctor to rewind time, Wang Zitong's furious voice rang out. It's all your fault, Fang Xiu. If you hadn't chosen the wrong path, we wouldn't be trapped here. Fang Xiu, if you were unsure which route to take, why didn't you discuss it with everyone? Why did you have to unilaterally decide on the right path? Wu Dehai chimed in angrily. Everyone else, apart from Zhao Hao, didn't openly voice their thoughts, yet their eyes betrayed feelings of blame. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Fang Xiu's mouth. He rarely smiled unless faced with extreme excitement. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an urge to laugh at that moment in front of Wang Zitong and the others. Zhao Hao stepped forward, vigorously countering. Fang Xiu didn't force you to come along. You chose to follow him. You asked for directions, and now that you've taken the wrong path, you blame him? If you're so capable, why didn't you choose for yourselves? We may lack ability, but at least we wouldn't act unilaterally like he did. If he didn't know the way, we could have discussed it together. We trusted him to make the choice, but who knew he would choose so poorly? He betrayed our trust and trapped us in a dead end. Wu Dehai, true to his managerial nature, effectively silenced the usually inarticulate Zhao Hao with his retort. Enough of this bickering, Wang Zitong shouted. The urgent matter at hand is to figure out how to survive. From my observations, this entity only attacks one person at a time, and after an attack, there's a 2 to 3 minute safety window. The only viable solution is to select one person to lure the entity away while the rest of us escape. Upon Wang Zitong's proclamation, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the group. It was evident to even the dullest among them that this was not an act of diversion, but a sacrificial offering, exchanging one life for the sake of others. Wang Zitong keenly noted the expressions of those around him, having already devised a plan. His earlier confrontation with Fang Xiu was merely a pretext for this moment. With everyone harboring grievances toward Fang Xiu, who else could be chosen to make the ultimate sacrifice? Wang Zitong understood the necessity of this maneuver. In times of panic, people are prone to herd mentality, often failing to think critically. Should someone else suggest that Wang Zitong, the privileged heir, ought to be the one to die first, the outcome could indeed be fatal. As the tension mounted, Wang Zitong unexpectedly thrust Fang Xiu forward, exclaiming, "If it weren't for Fang Xiu, we wouldn't be in this predicament. So it must be Fang Xiu who atones for our plight. Someone come help." The remaining individuals exchanged glances. Though they were unwilling to face death themselves, the thought of sacrificing another for their survival was too much to bear. "Let go of Fang Xiu," Zhao Hao bellowed, charging at Wang Zitong. Startled, Wang Zitong shouted, "Wu Dehai, why aren't you helping?" When seeking assistance from a group, it is most effective to call out a specific name, as it assigns responsibility and prompts action. Rather than saying, "Can someone help me?" it is far more effective to name an individual, ensuring clarity and urgency. Wang Zitong, despite his indulgent lifestyle, had a firm grasp of this psychological tactic, a remnant of his elite education. Chapter 19. I am here to save you. Upon receiving the signal, Wu Dehai immediately responded, having always regarded Wang Zitong as his guiding star. With a resounding crash, Wu Dehai hurled his corpulent frame against Zhao Hao, forcefully sending him sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, he and Wang Zitong united to shove Fang Xiu out of the room, slamming the door of the storage room shut with a fierce determination. Thus, The interior and exterior became akin to two disparate realms. Outside, Feng Xiu stood alone at the threshold, while within, his colleagues peered through the small window on the door, allowing Feng Xiu to clearly discern the expressions on each face. Zhao Hao appeared to have collided with the furniture during his fall and was writhing on the floor in agony. Meanwhile, Wang Zitong and Wu Dahai, their faces contorted in fury, braced themselves against the door. The last remaining individual, head bowed, dared not glance at the window. Inside, Wang Zitong shouted at Wu Dahai, "Hold the door shut with all your might. We cannot let Feng Xiu in. Rest assured, young Master Wang, while this rickety wooden door may not withstand the supernatural, it can certainly keep a person at bay," Wu Dahai replied in agreement. However, after a brief struggle, the two noticed an unsettling absence of force from the other side of the door. There were no sounds of banging or kicking. They exchanged bewildered glances and instinctively raised their heads to peer through the small window. To their horror, a smiling, pale face was pressed against it, calmly observing them. A chill coursed through their spines. I always believed I would no longer find interest in humanity, yet it seems at times people can be far more intriguing than the supernatural. Thank you for rekindling my curiosity about this world. Next time, I shall repay you in kind. Feng Xiu's voice drifted through the dilapidated wooden door, his peculiar words leaving the two baffled, yet the eerie undertone instilled in them a sense of foreboding. At that moment, the sound of cracking echoed ominously. The female physician had arrived. Her familiar presence struck fear into Wang Zitong and his companions, rendering them breathless, as they feared, drawing the attention of the supernatural. Even with knowledge of the physician's murderous patterns, the instinctual fear remained when the unnatural emerged. Feng Xiu, however, remained unfazed, continuing to smile at Wang Zitong and Wu Dahai as if committing their appearances to memory. In the next instant, a flash of silver glinted, and Feng Xiu's head thudded heavily to the ground. "Now is the time, run," Wang Zitong bellowed, bursting through the door and sprinting outside. As he fled, he instinctively glanced back at Feng Xiu's severed head, which still wore a smile, its tranquil eyes gazing back at him. Wang Zitong felt his heart nearly cease, and without a second thought, he fled the scene. The cold, slippery sensation coursed through Feng Xiu's palm as he beheld his long, pale legs. "I'm back," he murmured to himself, and in the next moment, a strange smile crept across his lips, so fleeting that even Zhao Hao beside him failed to notice. Having returned from death, Feng Xiu exhibited no unusual behavior. He replicated his previous actions as if the events were merely a rerun, touching his thigh, fleeing, descending the stairs. The staircase was dimly lit, and darkness hung in the air like palpable particles. Leading Zhao Hao down in a frantic rush, they descended one floor after another. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed ahead, followed by piercing screams. "The supernatural! It's chasing us!" Feng Xiu leaped down the staircase once more, landing on the next level, where he successfully reunited with Wang Zitong and the others. "It's Feng Xiu and Zhao Hao. You scared me to death. I thought the supernatural had caught up." One colleague gasped, panting heavily. Zhao Hao looked at them in surprise. "Why are you all so slow?" "Slow? We've descended at least 20 floors." Another replied. "And you too. How did you manage to run so fast?" Their conversation unfolded as before. "The supernatural is hitting the walls. It must be Wang Zitong," began to explain, but before he could finish, the door swung open with a bang, revealing Feng Xiu standing quietly at the entrance. Wang Zitong and the others were taken aback. What had happened to the supernatural hitting the walls? How had they suddenly found an exit? Nevertheless, they did not dwell on it, rushing towards the door in a frenzy. The group soon reached a fork in the path, halting their progress. "Feng Xiu, have you awakened your spiritual sensitivity?" Wang Zitong's expression was complex. Upon hearing this, the others focused their gazes on Feng Xiu. They had always heard Wang Zitong say that only spirit masters could combat the supernatural, and only those who had awakened their sensitivity could become spirit masters. Hearing Wang Zitong pose such a question to Feng Xiu naturally ignited hope for survival among them. It was no wonder Wang Zitong asked. After all, Feng Xiu's previous success in navigating the supernatural barriers had been through trial and error. whereas this time he had walked directly to the door and opened it. Thus, Wang Zitong mistakenly believed Fang Xiu had sensed the door's location through his spiritual sensitivity. Facing the expectant and complex gazes of his companions, Fang Xiu did not respond immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and glanced at the time. Raising his head, he announced, 1 minute remains. The supernatural will appear in 1 minute. Panic surged among the group. You even know the exact time of its appearance. It seems you truly have become a spirit master. Fang Xiu, if you can lead us out of this supernatural realm, I'll give you 5 million. I'm offering 5 million. Wang Zitong's tone was urgent. Fang Xiu, please help us escape. You must know which path to take if you guide us out. We will repay you. At this moment, Fang Xiu shook his head calmly, saying there's no rush. His nonchalance exacerbated the urgency of his companions. I still have one matter to attend to before leaving. Wu Dahai, nearly bursting with rage, exclaimed, what could possibly be more important than escaping a chilling, anguished scream reverberated throughout the space, interrupting Wu Dahai's words. All eyes turned to Fang Xiu, who had slowly drawn back his foot, and to Wang Zitong, still curled on the ground in agony. Wang Zitong's face was contorted in pain, his complexion flushed, veins bulging, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he emitted a series of horrific cries. The onlookers, in a daze, seemed to hear the sound of an egg cracking. Why you are? Wang Zitong could barely articulate a coherent thought. Wu Dahai, acting as the lackey, quickly reacted, angrily confronting Fang Xiu. Fang Xiu, what have you done? Why did you suddenly kick him? The other colleagues echoed his sentiments, bewildered. Yeah, why did you suddenly attack? None of them expected Fang Xiu to strike out, let alone with such ferocity. Even Wang Zitong himself could not comprehend why, after mentioning 5 million, he had received a kick. Did he think the amount was insufficient? If so, he should have said something. At this juncture, Fang Xiu offered an explanation. The speed of this supernatural entity far exceeds that of a human. Thus, once the minute is up, someone must inevitably perish. Now that Wang Zitong is incapacitated, he is the one who will die. Therefore, I am saving you all. Saving us. The group stood in shock, unable to fathom that this was Fang Xiu's rationale for his actions. Having spoken, Fang Xiu did not afford them a moment to react before he struck out once more. In the next moment, a piercing scream reverberated through the air. This time, it was Wu Dahai who collapsed to the ground. His posture mirrored that of Wang Zitong, clutching his groin and wailing in agony, the cries echoing incessantly. However, his threshold for pain was evidently inferior to that of Wang Zitong, as he fainted after merely 2 screams. It is well known that the groin is a man's most vulnerable area, and Fang Xiu had shown no mercy, delivering a solid kick that left no room for recovery. Consequently, both Wang Zitong and Wu Dahai were rendered incapable of movement for the foreseeable future. The crowd erupted in chaos, astonished that Fang Xiu had inexplicably struck twice, inflicting severe injury upon both Wang Zitong and Wu Dahai. Xiu, go what? What are you doing? Zhao Hao instinctively took a few steps back from Fang Xiu, his hand unconsciously covering his groin. The others regarded Fang Xiu with expressions laden with suspicion and wariness. Fang Xiu, what exactly are you planning? Attacking Wang Zitong was to save us, but what about Wu Dahai? One colleague demanded angrily. No one wished to associate with a person capable of such sudden and ruthless attacks, especially one that could lead to permanent damage. Unfazed by the scrutiny, Fang Xiu maintained his calm demeanor, responding with serene composure, to keep one as a backup. Chapter 20. The taste of revenge. The crowd gazed at Fang Xiu's tranquil visage, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves, for his actions were astonishingly ruthless and utterly unexpected, leaving them in a state of shock. Indeed, none wished for their own demise, and when faced with critical choices, one must make decisions. Yet, Fang Xiu afforded no room for discussion or choice. He struck directly, injuring one person and even preparing a backup. Such an unorthodox approach shattered their perceptions entirely. Consequently, they were now on high alert, fearing he might seize another victim. However, Fang Xiu refrained from further aggression. To the right lay a dead end. Those wishing to survive could only proceed to the left. The group eyed Feng Xiao with suspicion, their trust in him completely eroded. One individual dared to inquire, if the path to survival is to the left, why do you not go? I am waiting to touch a thigh. Touch a thigh? The remaining two, aside from Zhao Hao, believed they had misheard. In this eerie domain, whose thigh was one meant to touch? Just then, the sound of joints cracking broke the silence as the female doctor descended from the ceiling. The unsettling noise emanating from her limbs as she crawled. Her pale lips bore traces of crimson blood, which dripped rhythmically to the ground. Ah! The two screamed in terror, turning to flee, yet hesitated, fearing that Feng Xiao might be deceiving them. They rushed only a short distance into the left corridor, too afraid to venture deeper. In stark contrast, Feng Xiao did not flee. He advanced towards the female doctor, stopping merely a short distance from Prince Tung. Seeing Feng Xiao approach, Prince Tung's eyes were a tumult of hatred and fury. He reached out, seemingly desperate to grasp Feng Xiao's pant leg, intent on dragging him down into the abyss. Bang! Feng Xiao's foot came down hard, pinning Prince Tung's hand beneath it. Ah, you! The excruciating pain drove Prince Tung into a frenzy, his rage consuming the last remnants of his sanity. At that moment, Feng Xiao leaned down slightly, calmly asking, "Do you enjoy my repayment?" Before Prince Tung could respond, a flash of silver light cut through the air and silence enveloped the scene. Feng Xiao stood up slowly, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. He then approached the female doctor, beginning to touch her thigh. The others nearby were utterly dumbfounded, even as they witnessed the scene unfold. They could scarcely believe that Feng Xiao's earlier mention of touching a thigh was indeed a literal act upon the eerie entity. At that moment, Feng Xiao turned to Zhao Hao, asking, "Shall we proceed together?" Feng Xiao had not forgotten Zhao Hao's actions in the storeroom. While he felt no emotion akin to sentimentality, he still wished to assist Zhao Hao, sensing a gradual loss of his own humanity. His inner turmoil of hatred and madness was overwhelming. And while he did not reject this feeling, he simultaneously wished to retain the vestiges of his humanity. Zhao Hao hesitated before Feng Xiao's offer, for the latter's current appearance was frightfully grotesque. His calm demeanor was obscured by blood, the stark white of his skin contrasting sharply with the crimson stains, creating a bizarre beauty. The remnants of Prince Tung lay at his feet, standing alongside the eerie figure, blurring the lines between the two. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Hao ultimately chose to trust Feng Xiao, recognizing that he had few friends and perhaps only Feng Xiao, who shared a genuine bond with him. Coming from a modest background and bearing an unremarkable appearance, he had always been a peripheral figure at the sales office, with only Feng Xiao, an orphan, willing to befriend him. Thus, their camaraderie blossomed. Gradually, Zhao Hao approached Feng Xiao, and together they touched the thigh. As for the remaining two, they had long since fled. They were not frightened away by the eerie presence, but when Feng Xiao turned, the sight of him was enough to send them running. "Xiao Ge." Zhao Hao hesitated before finally asking, "Why did you suddenly attack Prince Tung and Wu Dahai?" "This uncanny speed far surpasses that of any human," Feng Xiao replied. "To survive, we must barter lives for time. Someone must inevitably be sacrificed. Given the status of Prince Tung and Wu Dahai, who do you think they would choose when the moment comes? Me, who has conflicts with them, or you, who has always been overlooked?" Zhao Hao's complexion paled uncomfortably. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Xiao continued, "Do you feel a chill seeping into your body?" Zhao Hao paused, then shook his head. Feng Xiao's heart quickened as he focused intently. It was no illusion. An eerie chill indeed flowed from the female doctor's thigh into his palm, spreading throughout his body. Was this the manifestation of uncanny power? Why had he not felt it before? No, perhaps he had, but the sensation had been too faint until now, reaching a critical threshold that intensified the feeling. If his intuition was correct, this could very well signify the awakening of his spiritual essence. Zhao Hao's lack of sensation stemmed from his inexperience with true life-and-death situations. His mindset was not yet prepared. They continued their actions for a while longer before Zhao Hao suggested, "Xiao Ge, it's nearly time. Shall we depart?" "Not yet. We still have Wu Dahai to consider. I feel I am on the verge of awakening my spiritual essence." Zhao Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Shioga? That's wonderful. We are saved. What does it feel like to awaken one's spiritual essence? I feel nothing at all. Though you have been in close contact with the uncanny, your mindset is lacking, and you have yet to truly experience life and death, hence your inability to feel anything. Zhao Hao hesitated, eager to inquire when he had undergone such experiences alongside Feng Xiu. After Feng Xiu spoke, he pulled Zhao Hao back, waiting for the female doctor to dismember Wu Dahai before continuing their endeavor. Wu Dahai was quite corpulent. Sustaining himself for 5 minutes would not pose a challenge. Feng Xiu resolved to continue for 2 more minutes, ensuring a 3-minute window for escape. Should they not awaken their spiritual essence within that time frame, they would have to abandon the effort. With that, he closed his eyes, his hand moving erratically as he earnestly sought to feel the changes within. Chapter 21. The most suitable ability in his perception, a growing chill gathered within his body. However, upon entering, this chill vanished without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. This piqued Feng Xiu's curiosity. Where did this strange essence go upon entering his body? Was it the heart? He subconsciously immersed his awareness, allowing it to flow with the chill towards an unknown realm, like a small boat drifting upon a river, ultimately merging into the vast ocean. In this realm, Feng Xiu sensed a gray, misty heart, gently pulsating, seemingly covered in a layer of dust, grimy and unclean. All the chill eventually burrowed into this heart. Is the mind the heart? No, that cannot be right. The mind cannot be equated with the heart. The mind is formless. Its manifestation as a heart is merely a subconscious reflection. This is my mind. I should be able to shape it at will. As he concentrated, the gray heart gradually transformed into a sword, then into a knife, and even into Feng Xiu himself. Clearly, Feng Xiu's intuition was correct. However, the shape of the mind was trivial. What truly mattered was to illuminate its essence. Thus, the mind resumed its heart-like form, as more and more chill permeated the heart and amp, oppos, as pulse grew increasingly vigorous, emitting a faint glow obscured by the dust on its surface. Feng Xiu patiently awaited a moment, and finally, a transformation occurred. There were no mystical breakthroughs as depicted in fantasy novels. Rather, it was a natural progression. Suddenly, a corner of the dust on the heart vanished, as if wiped away by some unseen force. From that corner emerged a dark light reminiscent of a black hole. This was the original radiance of Feng Xiu's mind. In the next instant, all the strange essences converged towards that revealed corner, forming a blood-red light akin to liquid crimson, which then invaded the mind and oppos as corner. The dark light and blood light intertwined. The blood light seemed intent on tainting the dark light with its hue, yet no matter how they mingled, the dark light remained resolute, until finally, the blood light fully merged into the dark light, and all returned to tranquility. At that moment, Feng Xiu felt a profound transformation within himself. In an instant, he seemed to be cleansed by the dark light, his senses heightened to an extraordinary degree. His perception, sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste, experienced a dramatic shift. If previously viewing the world was akin to peering through a veil, now that veil had vanished, revealing the most authentic reality before his eyes. Beyond the enhancement of his senses, he sensed an increase in his cognitive abilities and neural response speed. While his physical strength did not amplify significantly, his control over his body had dramatically improved, whereas an ordinary person could mobilize only 40% of their muscles. Feng Xiu could command over 80%. The movement of muscles is governed by the brain, which is directed by the mind. Typically, individuals can only fully engage their muscles in moments of extreme tension or life-threatening situations. Yet, this varies among people, as many cannot achieve this even in dire circumstances. An example being the renowned Han General Li Guang. During a patrol, mistook a stone in the grass for a crouching tiger and, with all his might, shot an arrow that penetrated the stone by 3 inches. Yet thereafter, no matter how he shot, he could never replicate that feat in contrast. Feng Xiu was now capable of unleashing such strength at will. His body remained the same, yet his control had transformed dramatically. Furthermore, as his physical condition continued to improve, The strength he could unleash would only grow. Gradually, Feng Xiu opened his eyes, his black and white irises flickering with a hint of dark light. Is this what it means to possess essence? At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of essence. The so-called essence is the product of the mind and oppose, inherent power distorted by strange forces. The mind possesses formidable strength, yet this strength cannot affect the real world. It exists solely in the realm of the imaginary, akin to each person being a deity within their own mental universe. In one and oppose, heart, one can envision boundless possibilities. Yet those visions remain ineffective in reality. The strange forces serve as the tools to bridge the gap between the imaginary and the real. A mind infused with these strange forces can influence the tangible world. However, this does not imply that once the essence is ignited, one becomes omnipotent in the realm of the mind and in reality alike. Firstly, the essence has merely illuminated a fraction. It has not fully manifested. Feng Xiu estimated that the illuminated portion constituted only about 1% of the entire mind, indicating that he had only sparked 1% of his essence. Secondly, even if the essence were to reach 100%, it is unlikely that one could attain the omnipotence imagined, for the mind does not equate to fantasy. It is a composite of imagination, emotion, memory, and mentality. The power of the mind is, in essence, the strength of the inner self, the stronger one's inner self. The more potent the essence will be, provided there is sufficient strange force to merge. Otherwise, it remains ineffective in reality. All powers manifest in their unique forms, and the power of the mind is no exception. Its manifestation is intertwined with what lies within each individual's heart. What one values most, desires most, and needs most will be reflected. Simultaneously, it is influenced by personality, imagination, environmental factors, and more. This explains why each spirit master possesses distinct abilities. A spirit master's power is the manifestation of their mind's strength. This is what is referred to as the reflection of the mind's power. What then is my ability? Feng Xiu pondered within. Or rather, what is it that my heart yearns for most? With this question in mind, Feng Xiu began to channel his pitch-black essence. In the next moment, he perceived a surge of information, leaving him momentarily stunned. For his ability was pain. So, is my inner self filled with anguish? Feng Xiu felt astonished, continuing to delve deeper into his perception, which yielded a more detailed description of his ability. Inflicting pain upon others would render the victim susceptible to suffering. Feng Xiu felt as though he had encountered a statement of the obvious. Is this truly an ability? Without this power, if I were to strike someone, they would still feel pain. However, when Feng Xiu began to harness this ability, he was astonished to find himself witnessing images of his own demise within the pitch-black essence. A familiar sensation of pain surged forth, an agony born of each encounter with death, encompassing not only physical torment, but also profound emotional suffering. The negative emotions that once plagued him seemed to be encapsulated within this dark essence. It was only at this moment that Feng Xiu fully comprehended the nature of his ability. It allowed him to transfer the pain he had endured onto his enemies, enabling them to experience his suffering. Ha 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 ha! Feng Xiu suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, startling Zhao Hao beside him. Brother Xiu, have you succeeded? Feng Xiu offered no reply, merely continuing his laughter. How splendid! This ability is simply marvelous. He thought ecstatically, overwhelmed with joy. Nothing, not even the power to manipulate time and space, could compare to the satisfaction this ability brought him. For this was the deepest yearning within his heart. Since arriving in this world, he had been slain by the strange forces countless times. Now, all that anguish had transformed into a power to retaliate against the strange, to enable the strange to experience his suffering. Could there possibly be a more exquisite fate? Chapter 22. The Scalpel Xiu Gu. It's been 2 minutes. Zhao Hao interrupted Feng Xiu's moment of ecstasy. Feng Xiu's expression instantly returned to calmness. You should step back. I am about to experiment with the power of spirit. Are you saying you have truly become the spirit master that Wang Zidong spoke of? Zhao Hao exclaimed with delight. Feng Xiu nodded, prompting Zhao Hao to discreetly retreat down the left corridor. Suddenly, Feng Xiu raised his right hand, spirit energy enveloping it. He glanced at the female doctor still engaged in her meal and murmured, "Let you be the first to experience pain." He felt a sense of satisfaction with the characteristics of this pain-inducing ability. Indeed, he surmised that its power was formidable. In the hands of another, it might be deemed weak, but in his grasp, it transformed into a divine skill, an instant kill. With this strike, he channeled the agony of his 21 deaths. Who could withstand such torment? Moreover, with each subsequent death, the pain would only intensify, indicating an ability capable of infinite enhancement. Boom! Feng Xiu delivered a punch to the female doctor's head. She, however, showed no reaction as she continued to eat. Thud! A dull sound resonated. Roar! The female doctor suddenly erupted with an excruciating scream, her body collapsing as her long arms clutched her head, trembling violently, causing the scalpel in her hand to clatter to the ground. Feng Xiu, having achieved preliminary success, furrowed his brows. This strike did not yield the results he had anticipated. Although the female doctor was in pain, it was evident that it did not compare to his own suffering. The transmission of spirit was evidently obstructed, and after this punch, his own spirit energy was depleted, rendering him incapable of a second strike. A mere 1% of spirit energy was still too weak, and the lack of a breach in defense hampered the effectiveness of his ability. The female doctor's head bore no significant external injuries. She had only sustained minor harm, preventing the pain from being fully conveyed. It seemed that next time, he would need to inflict real damage to the peculiar being. The power of a fist was ultimately limited. It would be best to employ a weapon. But could an ordinary weapon transmit spirit energy? Just then, Feng Xiu noticed the scalpel that had fallen to the ground. Without hesitation, he picked it up. The cold metal felt like ice against his skin. The moment he grasped it, an onslaught of intensely violent negative emotions began to assail his mind, filled with the resentment, anger, and hatred of countless souls. Such ferocious negativity could easily shatter the psyche of an ordinary person, who might succumb to a murderous frenzy upon mere contact. Yet, Feng Xiu was no ordinary individual. If these negative emotions were likened to ink, they would stain every soul pitch black. But what if the soul were already dark? Coating black paper in ink would still yield black. Hence, these negative emotions did not overwhelm Feng Xiu and Appo's spirit. Rather, they evoked a sense of kinship within him. Gradually, fragmented images flooded his mind. Half-human, half-peculiar entities bound to operating tables, mercilessly dissected by a razor-sharp scalpel. Suddenly, he understood. The female doctor had once wielded this very scalpel, conducting experiments on the peculiar beings in the psychiatric hospital. Thus, the knife had absorbed countless grievances. It was likely that some calamity befell the psychiatric hospital, and the female doctor, overwhelmed by the resentment infused in the scalpel, succumbed to madness, transforming into a peculiar entity herself. This implied that the true anomaly was the scalpel, while the female doctor was merely influenced by it. With this knife in hand, could he then slay the female doctor? Swish! A gleaming silver arc sliced through the air, aimed viciously at the female doctor and Appo's pale neck. Clang! The sharp metallic sound rang out, followed by a shower of sparks. The female doctor and Appo's neck remained unscathed. Feng Xiu was momentarily stunned. This was impossible. How could a scalpel that had sliced through countless peculiar beings fail to cut the female doctor? Unless it was the spirit energy. He quickly realized that the scalpel required spirit energy to be wielded effectively, and since he was now depleted of it, the scalpel could not unleash its true power. It seemed that vengeance would have to wait. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiu turned and fled, fearing that the female doctor might regain her composure and cease feasting on Wu Dehai's corpse to come after him. Zhao Hao, who had been waiting in the left corridor, saw Feng Xiu running towards him and immediately joined in the escape. As they dashed, Feng Xiu emerged from the corridor into a vast hall, where he once again spotted his two colleagues. They were hiding behind a large pillar in the middle of the hall. Although Feng Xiu would not have seen them due to the pillar's obstruction, his heightened senses, sharpened by spirit energy, easily detected their hurried breaths and anxious heartbeats. The hall had 4 doors facing the cardinal directions, and no one knew what lay behind them. Shoga, there are 4 doors. Which one should we take? Zhao Hao inquired. The 2 colleagues, hearing the voices, stepped out from behind the pillar. Great. You 2 are safe. Fang Xiu exclaimed. Fang Xiu, please lead the way. Zhao Hao urged. Fang Xiu remained calm, observing the 4 doors intently. It's simple. We will try them one at a time. Zhao Hao and the others were momentarily taken aback. In this race against time within a realm of the peculiar, who had the luxury to try each door one by one? Just as they were about to protest, Fang Xiu had already begun walking towards the westernmost door. The others had no choice but to follow. At that moment, a monstrous roar reverberated throughout the hall. Suddenly, the ceiling began to tremble as if something were racing above. Panic struck the group. The anomaly. It's closing in. How is this possible? Wang Zitong and Wu Dahai were 2 people. How could it reach us so swiftly? Fang Xiu quickly deduced that it was likely a consequence of his attack on the anomaly, or perhaps the theft of the scalpel, disrupting the female doctor's murderous pattern. Go! He barked, pushing open the western door and rushing inside, with the others trailing behind him. To their surprise, the western door led to a staircase ascending upward. The group began their frantic climb. Fang Xiu, despite his depleted spirit energy, still retained the enhancements from his earlier activation, allowing him to summon incredible strength from his muscles. Yet, no matter how fast he could not outrun the anomaly. The female doctor, lacking any exceptional abilities, had one notable advantage. Her long legs propelled her swiftly up the stairs. In mere moments, she reached the staircase, completely disregarding the others as she lunged directly at Fang Xiu. He had no time to evade and was immediately tackled to the ground. The female doctor's long limbs pinned his like iron clamps. Roar! She unleashed a furious scream, baring her bloodied maw, and lunged for Fang Xiu and Appo's neck. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. Fang Xiu was finished. Chapter 23. The safe passage. A chilling, slick sensation enveloped him. Fang Xiu relived his previous encounters, yet his choices remained unchanged. He would slay Prince Tung Wu Dahai, ignite his spirit, and seize the scalpel. The scalpel was indispensable, a tool capable of cutting through countless bizarre phenomena. Paired with the ability to inflict pain, it became a weapon of certain demise. The scalpel could bypass defenses, and the power of agony could bring death, an impeccable match. Even if it provoked the female physician and disrupted the rules of murder, he was unperturbed. This time, however, he chose to escape through the northern door. The north led to the elevator, which could still be activated, albeit at a painfully sluggish pace. As the doors threatened to close, a pale hand reached out from within. Fang Xiu met his end. To the south lay the operating room, a scene of utter chaos, where various medical instruments lay shattered, stained with darkened blood. It was a dead end. Fang Xiu met his demise once more. At last, only the eastern door remained. Should this door lead to no escape, he would be forced to relinquish the scalpel he so desperately sought. Fortunately, the east indeed offered a path to freedom. It was a lengthy corridor, one side lined with public restrooms, and further ahead branched into 3 paths: left, right, and center. Upon sighting the restroom, memories of his previous passage through the psychiatric hospital flooded his mind. This particular restroom was etched in his memory, for it was the only one he had encountered there. He had traversed it, heading left, where he saw a sign that read safe passage. Just as in shopping malls, schools, and hospitals, an emergency safe passageway was established, marked by a sign. Though he was uncertain of the safety of the psychiatric hospital's passage, he had no choice but to attempt it. He sprinted toward the safe passage with all his might, yet reached the public restroom only to be caught and killed by the female physician. Must he abandon the scalpel? The thought quickly dissipated. Despite the physician's superior speed, he could exploit his multiple deaths to predict her attack trajectory. If utilized correctly, these death resets could, in a way, allow him to foresee the future. On the 9th reset, he chose the eastern path. In the hall, Fang Xiu did not linger. He ushered Zhao Hao through the eastern door. The 2 colleagues hiding behind the stone pillar were not foolish either, quickly emerging to follow him. Upon entering the eastern door, inhuman howls echoed, and the ceiling trembled violently. Ah, ah, ah. Amidst their screams, the female physician appeared on the ceiling. The trio was paralyzed with terror, desperately shoving each other to run, fearful of being the last left behind. However, the physician leaped over them, targeting Feng Xiu directly, who was running headlong without a glance back. Zhao Hao gasped, "Xiu, quick!" But his words faltered as he witnessed a scene of astonishing skill. Feng Xiu seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He deftly sidestepped the physician's outstretched hand, which nearly grazed his scalp. With her first attack thwarted, the physician swiftly attempted a second strike, accompanied by a fierce gust. But Feng Xiu crouched low, evading once more. The third, fourth, and fifth strikes followed, with the physician and Appo's hands becoming mere blurs as she lunged at him. Yet he consistently evaded her assaults with calm precision. Finally, her fury erupted. Her entire form lunged down from the ceiling like a colossal, humanoid spider. Just before her descent, Feng Xiu stumbled, as if tripped by an unseen force, propelling him forward. Despite his unstable posture, his speed slightly increased, but he appeared on the verge of falling. Indeed, he did fall. Yet, even as he hit the ground, he rolled toward the left passage. Bang! The spot where he had fallen was struck, creating a deep crater made by the physician. She missed her target, her rage intensifying as she pursued him down the left passage. Zhao Hao and his companions stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the rapid sequence of events, barely able to follow Feng Xiu as he dodged attack after attack. Was this the prowess of a spirit master? Zhao Hao's heart swelled with admiration and yearning. Who wouldn't Appo's? He dream of the extraordinary. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was not the work of a spirit master. Feng Xiu had only achieved such feats after 9 deaths. In the left passage, Feng Xiu finally glimpsed the sign emanating a soft green glow, marking the safe passage. It was the first time since his 9 resets that he had encountered such a sign. How to evade further attacks, he did not know. He anticipated needing to die several more times. But then, an eerie scene unfolded. Upon entering the left passage, the female physician let out a bone-chilling scream upon seeing the sign. Fear and trepidation intertwined in her voice. After her cry, she abruptly turned and fled as if a ghost. Feng Xiu halted, brows furrowing. The physician's flight brought him no joy. Instead, it deepened his apprehension. Why would she flee upon seeing the sign? It could only imply the existence of something even she feared. He scrutinized the sign. Behind it lay a dimly lit corridor, illuminated solely by the sign itself. Yet, he could faintly discern an iron door at the corridor's end. Logically, that door should lead to safety. At that moment, Zhao Hao and the others caught up to him. "Xiu, are you all right? Why did that thing flee?" Zhao Hao asked, concern etched on his face. Feng Xiu shook his head, signaling he was fine. The other two wore expressions of delight. This is the safe passage. The way to safety must be here. Eager to proceed, they hesitated, sensing Feng Xiu and Appo's reluctance to move. "Xiu, why aren't Appo's? To you going? Is there something wrong with this path? Let an Appo's rest a moment before we continue." With that, Feng Xiu sat down abruptly, closing his eyes to recuperate. He was awaiting the restoration of his spirit. The physician had been frightened away, yet he, who could not defeat her, needed to wait until his spirit was restored before venturing further. Zhao Hao glanced at Feng Xiu, who was meditating, exchanging looks of uncertainty with the others. They felt helpless, but recognized the necessity of a break. It had only been a few dozen minutes since they had entered this eerie realm. Yet within that time, they had been running for their lives, hearts racing. As office workers, their stamina was severely depleted, and the sudden pause left them feeling faint and weak. Half an hour later, Feng Xiu suddenly opened his eyes and sat up with a start. His unexpected action startled the trio. Chapter 24. My dear wife, how could I possibly survive without you? Let us go. Feng Xiu uttered a single word and proceeded towards the emergency exit. His vitality, albeit a mere 1%, allowed for a swift recovery. With his restoration complete, hesitation was unwarranted. He walked slowly, frantically heightening his senses, vigilantly observing his surroundings to ensure he could react instantly to any unforeseen events. Before long, he passed the signpost, and nothing transpired. He pressed forward, the door drawing nearer, with Zhao Hao and the others closely trailing behind, unharmed. Yet, The more mundane their progress seemed, the more suspicious he became. After all, what could frighten the female doctor away if there were no dangers lurking? At long last, he reached the door, and still nothing happened. Could it be that the true peril lay beyond the door? Bang! He flung open the heavy door, revealing an abyss of darkness, void of any light, resembling a black hole. Shogu, is there really a path inside? Surely, there is no danger? We must proceed regardless of the danger. Feng Xiu replied, stepping boldly into the darkness, which enveloped him like the gaping maw of an abyss. Darkness, an impenetrable void where one could not see their own hand before their face. Within this realm, not a single object could be discerned. The most peculiar aspect was the utter silence, so profound it felt lifeless. The sound of his footsteps was absent, as were Zhao Hao and the others, leaving Feng Xiu uncertain whether they had followed him. He attempted to speak, his vocal cords vibrating, yet no sound emerged. Turning to look back, he found the door had vanished, leaving only darkness surrounding him. He waved his hands, but encountered nothing tangible, let alone Zhao Hao and the others. With no other choice, he pressed onward. 1 minute passed, then 2, until 10 minutes had elapsed, and the darkness persisted, seemingly an endless path. This solitude could drive a normal person to madness. It had no effect on Feng Xiu, for his heart was darker than this road. Just as he believed he would be trapped in the dark forever, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared before him. The illumination expanded, banishing the darkness in a frenzy. The surrounding scenery surged forth like a receding tide. Feng Xiu stood in astonishment. He had emerged. Indeed, he had left the psychiatric hospital. Once the darkness receded, he found himself standing in the middle of a road, flanked by rows of bright streetlights and elegantly designed greenery on either side. This was the shaded avenue he had traversed earlier, leading to Bailu Academy. Turning around, he was met with the astonished faces of Zhao Hao and the others, along with the nearby Bailu Academy. Really? We made it out? Zhao Hao exclaimed with uncontainable joy. We have escaped the eerie realm. The other two mirrored his elation, their expressions reflecting the exhilaration of having survived. Quick, let South leave this strange place. The two were eager to depart, showing no hesitation as they dashed away. Shogu, let us hurry. What if something ominous emerges from within? Zhao Hao suggested. However, Feng Xiu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Bailu Academy, and his furrowed brow deepened increasingly. Why was the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital nowhere to be seen? Previously obscured from view by their entry, he should have been able to see it now that he had exited. Yet, it was conspicuously absent, leaving only Bailu Academy in its wake. Furthermore, why had their departure been so seamless, devoid of any danger? The female doctor had merely glanced at the sign before fleeing. How was it that he and his companions encountered no peril? Could it be that the doctor was bound by some restriction, unable to leave the hospital, causing her to flee at the sight of the exit? Confounded, he ultimately left with Zhao Hao's persistent urging. Yet, as he walked, he stumbled upon another shocking revelation. The anomalies had vanished. The once eerie street, filled with bizarre phenomena, even the indescribable oddities in the sky, had completely disappeared. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Feng Xiu and Appo's mind unraveled. He could accept escaping without reason. The disappearance of the psychiatric hospital, those were palatable. But he could not fathom the vanishing of the peculiarities. The anomalies could not leave. They must perish. Thus, Feng Xiu sprinted homeward like a madman, leaving Zhao Hao in his dust, unable to keep pace. As he ran, he muttered frantically to himself, No, you cannot disappear. You must not vanish. At the very least, my wife must not disappear. Wife, you cannot vanish. You must await my return at home. After a considerable distance, he finally spotted a taxi and hurriedly boarded, urging the driver to take him straight to his rented apartment. After what felt like an eternity, the taxi halted at the entrance of his residential complex. Arrived. That LLB. Hey, don't run off. You Haven Tea paid, the driver shouted, but Feng Xiu had already leapt out like a cheetah, vanishing into the night. The driver was left in shock, witnessing Feng Xiu's astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He dared not pursue payment. not only due to Fang Xiu's inhuman velocity, but also the unsettling demeanor displayed while in his cab. Who in their right mind would have bloodshot eyes, tremble incessantly, and chant, "Wife, wife, you cannot leave, cannot leave"? Ah, perhaps his wife ran off with someone else. That poor soul, the driver mused before departing. Fang Xiu dashed through the complex, finding no trace of oddities, mirroring the exterior world, further unsettling his mental state. Bang! He flung open his front door and stormed inside, frantically calling, "Wife, where are you? Come out." He searched wildly, living room, bedroom, bathroom. Nothing. Still nothing. "Wife, I can see you. Please emerge," Fang Xiu shouted, his eyes ablaze with desperation. Yet, the beautiful and gentle wife never reappeared. No, Fang Xiu's mental state shattered, and he erupted in a cacophony of anguish. "You cannot vanish. Anyone else in this world can disappear, but not you. Not you. Wife, how could I possibly live without you? You have killed me 18 times over. With your absence, how can I atone for the rest of my days?" Chapter 25, The Capital Enigma, an hour later. Fang Xiu lay on his bed, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been lost. He had faced death dozens of times, had been driven to madness by the bizarre, and had experienced utter despair, yet he had always emerged alive. Madness and hatred had pulled his sanity back from the brink of hell. From that moment on, vengeance became his purpose, revenge against his wife, revenge against the world and oppos, as anomalies, inflicting suffering upon all that was strange. This was the essence of his existence, as his name suggested. Until death, he would find rest. Now that the anomalies had vanished, what would become of his deep-seated hatred? What was the meaning of his life? Thus, he remained, staring blankly at the ceiling throughout the night. The following day, Zhao Hao called, "Xiu Ge, you must see the news." His tone was frantic. Yet, Fang Xiu remained unresponsive. "Xiu Ge, the news reports a fire at Bailu Academy." Upon hearing the name, a flicker of vitality returned to Fang Xiu's eyes, prompting him to check the news on his phone. The first article that met his gaze left him stunned. It read, "At 1949 yesterday, a major fire broke out at the sales office of Bailu Academy in the Luoding Development Zone, with an area of approximately 1,000 square meters engulfed. Firefighters were dispatched immediately and extinguished the blaze by 2200 hours. The incident resulted in 11 fatalities. The list of deceased is as follows. A fire at Bailu Academy at 7:49 p.m. yesterday. How could this be?" Fang Xiu distinctly remembered that, at that very moment, they had been fleeing within the realm of anomalies, constantly checking the time on his phone. Moreover, when he left Bailu Academy around 9 p.m., he had seen no sign of a fire. He hurriedly glanced at the list of the deceased and was horrified to find his own name prominently featured. He also recognized a series of familiar names: Zhao Hao, Wang Zitong, Wu Dehai. On the line, Zhao Hao's voice trembled with urgency. "Xiu Ge, did you see it? Our names are on that list. Does this mean we are all dead?" Fang Xiu remained silent, yet the spark in his eyes rekindled at an observable pace. Xiu Ge, are you there?" Suddenly, Fang Xiu erupted into a fit of suppressed laughter. "Ha ha! Splendid. Truly splendid. I knew they hadn't vanished. They were merely playing hide and seek with me. Xiu Ge, what are you talking about? Don't scare me." With a decisive click, Fang Xiu ended the call. The shocking news of his own death exhilarated him. It signified that the bizarre events were far from over, that the anomalies had not dissipated. What could be more joyous than this? At that moment, a notification chimed. It was a message from the sales office group. Manager Wu Dehai had tagged Fang Xiu. "Fang Xiu, why haven't you come to work yet? Why haven't you come to work? Why haven't you come to work?" A barrage of messages flooded in. Observing this peculiar scene, Fang Xiu chuckled. The deceased Wu Dehai summoned him to work? How amusing. It was utterly delightful. Even in death, he demanded attendance at work. It appeared that Wu Dehai had transformed into a capital enigma. This was the first time in his life Fang Xiu felt such eagerness to return to work. However, he refrained from replying in the group chat, eager to see what further excitement Wu Dehai might bring him. As Fang Xiu remained silent for an extended period, the notifications grew increasingly frantic. Eventually, a line of blood-red text appeared. "Do you think I wouldn't know where you are if you don't speak?" The crimson words flooded the screen, eerie and morbid. Soon, Those bloodied characters began to morph and coalesce, as if a pool of blood had materialized on the phone screen. Gurgling sounds echoed as the blood began to bubble, resembling boiling water, and gradually an eyeball emerged from the liquid, entwined with countless veins extending from the screen. "I see you, Feng Xiao." The chilling voice of Wu Dahai emanated from the eye. The scene was surreal, enough to drive a normal person to madness. Yet, Feng Xiao remained unfazed. After a moment's contemplation, he calmly inquired, "When will my commission be dispersed?" The eye seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Feng Xiao's response. "It will be issued once you come to work," it replied. "All right." With that, Feng Xiao abruptly reached out, grasping the eye connected by veins, yanking off the phone screen as if pulling up a weed. "Apologies, but this is my only phone. Please do not occupy it." The eye emitted a tortured wail before vanishing into thin air like a bubble. Feng Xiao opened his hands, finding them empty. No eye, no blood. Was it merely an illusion? The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Thus, he decided to head to work. Once again, Feng Xiao set off for Bailu Academy. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find the entire sales office charred and blackened, bearing the marks of severe fire, with caution tape cordoning off the area. He boldly crossed the barrier and entered the sales office. The moment he stepped through the doorway, a miraculous transformation occurred. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to the former sales office, adorned with opulent decor, polished marble floors, and grand crystal chandeliers. Even Li Feifei, who had long since passed, appeared in her professional attire, chatting with colleagues. Upon seeing Feng Xiao, they greeted him warmly. "Look who is here, it's Xiao Feng. You're here quite early today," Li Feifei teased. Feng Xiao approached, playfully pinching her cheek, which felt warm and plump. "Is this real?" Li Feifei shrieked, swatting Feng Xiao's hand away in anger. He paid her no mind and proceeded to the second floor. Just as he reached the second floor, Zhao Hao rushed toward him. "Xiao Gu, were you also summoned to work?" "No, I enjoy working. Where's Wu Dahai?" Zhao Hao paused briefly, then replied, "In the office." Feng Xiao nodded and sought out Wu Dahai. As he traversed the office area, he noted that his deceased colleagues were at their desks, either working or idling. Just as before, just as he was about to enter Wu Dahai's office, Wu Dahai emerged first. Upon seeing Feng Xiao, he immediately began to berate him. "Feng Xiao, why are you only just arriving? I tag you in the group chat. Why didn't you respond? Do you even know? When will my commission be dispersed?" Feng Xiao interrupted calmly. Wu Dahai scoffed. "Commission? How dare you even mention that with your work ethic? Even in death, you remain insufferable. What did you say? Who is dead? Can you speak coherently? I'm perfectly alive. You're the one." Furious, Wu Dahai jabbed a finger at Feng Xiao, his voice booming and drawing the attention of their colleagues in the office. Suddenly, a glint of silver flashed through the air. The world fell silent. To everyone's astonishment, a gleaming surgical knife had embedded itself in Wu Dahai's thick neck, and a large hand was firmly gripping the handle. It was Feng Xiao. Meeting Wu Dahai's wide-eyed fury with calmness, Feng Xiao replied softly, "Aren't you dead now?" Chapter 26. You understand humanity well, but not silicone. With a swift motion, Feng Xiao withdrew the scalpel. A resounding thud echoed as Wu Dahai's corpulent form collapsed to the ground. At that moment, his colleagues stood frozen, resembling lifeless figures, their faces as pale as corpses, including Zhao Hao. In the next instant, they began to move, contorting grotesquely, their necks and spines bending into unnatural angles. Their muscles writhed and expanded like boiling water. "Are they about to transform?" Feng Xiao murmured. "Then I shall interrupt the spell." He would not be foolish enough to remain idle like the characters in a television drama, waiting for the transformation to occur. With a surge of determination, Feng Xiao unleashed his full power, moving with the agility of a leopard, darting towards the group. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The silver glint of the scalpel flickered through the air. By the time he halted, he had traversed the entire office area, leaving wounds on each of his colleagues' necks. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground reverberated continuously. Suddenly, a crackling noise emerged from behind Feng Xiao. A female doctor? She had been waiting for this moment. He turned to find her familiar figure suspended from the ceiling, her long, dark hair cascading down, drool pooling from her gaping maw. Her eyes devoid of pupils, fixated intently on him. In an instant, she lunged at him like a specter. Yet this time, Fang Xiu did not resist. Instead, he stood calmly, awaiting her attack. With a swift motion, her pale, ghostly hand lunged for his neck. However, to his astonishment, her hand passed through him as if he were merely a wisp of air. Have you had your fun? If so, come out. Fang Xiu calmly surveyed his surroundings. Instantly, the female doctor vanished. The corpses disappeared, and even the entire sales office shattered like a mirror. Behind the fragments lay the escape route of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, illuminated by the glaring safety signs adorning the walls. Nearby, Zhao Hao and the others lay sprawled on the ground, their faces contorted in twisted fear. Numerous wounds marring their bodies, their breaths extinguished. Fang Xiu slowly rose from the ground, his gaze drawn to a pair of crimson, eerie eyes staring intently at him from the darkness. These eyes seemed to lack a true form, enveloped in formless black smoke that writhed incessantly. A dream, perhaps? It appears this is your ability, Fang Xiu stated calmly. A raspy and unsettling voice emanated from the smoky eyes. How did you see through the dream? Your dream is remarkably vivid, and you understand humanity well, but regrettably, you do not comprehend silicone. Silicone? The eyes seemed perplexed. Why do you not feel fear? Oh, Fang Xiu mused. It seems you rely on fear to kill. In your dream, the more one fears, the quicker they perish. No wonder there exists a death list. And the deceased are resurrected to compel me to work. To be honest, I am quite pleased to encounter such a new anomaly. Yet I find your recent dream rather distasteful. How dare you create a realm devoid of anomalies? Is that not the duty of a true anomaly? The smoky eyes remained silent, fixated on Fang Xiu, seemingly attempting to memorize his features. In the next moment, they began to fade away, disappearing entirely. Fang Xiu glanced at the lifeless bodies of Zhao Hao and the others, piecing together the sequence of events. This was an entity capable of manipulating dreams, the same one that had frightened away the female doctor. If his assumptions were correct, she was likely the weakest anomaly within Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Her transformation into an anomaly differed fundamentally from others. While other anomalies seemed to emerge from experiments, she had merely been infected by a scalpel, resulting in a qualitative difference. The absence of special abilities and her rigid, simplistic killing patterns further indicated her weakness. Oh, and she does possess a slight peculiarity. Her legs are exceptionally long, over 2 meters. The differing factors in their transformations accounted for the vast disparity in their strengths. The female doctor had been terrified into fleeing upon encountering a genuine anomaly. This dream-manipulating entity must have escaped from the open ward. Taking advantage of their momentary rest, it had employed some method to lull them into slumber, stealthily entering their dreams to instill terror. The more you fear, the quicker you die in the dream. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Fang Xiu, a man who felt no fear upon seeing an anomaly. Rather, he feared their absence. To be precise, when Fang Xiu discovered the anomaly had vanished from his dream, it was not fear that overwhelmed him, but despair and collapse. Fortunately, the entity, in its attempts to frighten him, inadvertently reignited Fang Xiu's desire to live. Additionally, its ignorance of silicone had led to its exposure. Undoubtedly, the primary reason for the entity's failure lay in Fang Xiu's complete lack of fear. Fang Xiu approached Zhao Hao, who was now clutching his throat, his face a disturbing shade of purple. He reached out, feeling for a breath, confirming that Zhao Hao had indeed succumbed, having strangled himself. Such an act was impossible for an ordinary human, yet the existence of anomalies was inherently abnormal. Suddenly, Fang Xiu retrieved the scalpel, plunging it into his own neck, his consciousness gradually fading into darkness. By the safety route sign, 2 colleagues gazed in astonishment at the illuminated exit. Zhao Hao, too, wore a face of delight. This time, Fang Xiu chose not to rest to regain his strength, given that the entity's ability lay in dream manipulation. The most effective strategy was to remain awake. Previously, they had unknowingly succumbed to slumber. This time, They would not rest but walk directly onward. "Let's proceed," Fang Xiu calmly declared, leading the way toward the escape route, with Zhao Hao and the others following closely behind. With a forceful push, the door to the safety route swung open, and they entered in a single file. Once again, they were enveloped in impenetrable darkness, yet upon emerging, they found themselves back outside by Lu Academy. Fang Xiu surveyed the desolate street and the empty sky before drawing the scalpel once more, directing it toward his neck. Chapter 27. The Ghost Rider. After several attempts, Fang Xiu realized that even with a knife embedded in his thigh, he could still enter the dream realm. It became evident to him that overcoming this challenge depended solely on Zhao Hao. Only by conquering his fears could he survive. This is the safe passage. The path to life must lie here. At that moment, Fang Xiu turned to Zhao Hao and the others, saying, "Within the safe passage lurks an entity capable of inducing hallucinations. In this illusion, various terrifying sights will manifest, leading you to mistakenly believe you have escaped the eerie domain. But it is all an illusion. The only way to unravel this mirage is to conquer your fear. The more afraid you are within the illusion, the quicker you will perish." "What? There is an entity here too?" one colleague exclaimed in panic upon hearing this. From his expression, it seemed he did not need to experience the dream to be thoroughly terrified. "Listen, you must remember that everything you witness is false. Do not succumb to fear. Only by doing so can you survive," Fang Xiu urged. Zhao Hao, still shaken, nodded in acknowledgement, knowing that Fang Xiu would not deceive him. "By the way, if you see Li Fei in the illusion, you can pinch her. The sensation of the real and the unreal is different, revealing the flaw in the illusion." Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback, but I've never touched the real one. Fang Xiu ignored this and opened the door to enter the dream. He found himself once again in the familiar dreamscape he had previously tested, where Zhao Hao and the others were merely figments. Each person experienced a different dream. He could not assist Zhao Hao within this realm. Aware that it was a dream, Fang Xiu felt no fear whatsoever, allowing him to swiftly break free from the illusion. Upon awakening, he found no trace of the entity, but instead saw Zhao Hao and the others sprawled on the ground, still alive, though in a dire state. Their faces etched with terror, some even beginning to convulse. Zhao Hao was gripping his own neck with a ghastly complexion, on the brink of suffocation. Fang Xiu rushed over to pry his hands away, allowing him to breathe, yet his condition remained grave. "Zhao Hao, wake up," he urged, shaking him but to no avail. A series of sharp slaps across Zhao Hao and Appo's face failed to rouse him. In desperation, Fang Xiu drew a scalpel and stabbed it into Zhao Hao and Appo's thigh, even resorting to invoking a measure of pain-inflicting ability. Zhao Hao's expression grew more agonized, yet he remained unresponsive. Moments later, his head drooped, and he succumbed to death. Fang Xiu followed suit shortly after. Fang Xiu tried again, but regardless of his attempts to warn them, Zhao Hao and the others consistently perished within the dream, unable to conquer their fears. Silent, Fang Xiu wished to save Zhao Hao, yet felt powerless. He resolved to make one final attempt. If it failed, he would have to abandon hope. How could he assist Zhao Hao in overcoming his fear? An idea struck him: distraction. If they could not confront it, they must evade it, finding another potent emotion to overshadow the fear. Fear is an instinctual emotion. To combat it, one must rely on another instinctual emotion. Reflecting on Zhao Hao and Appo's traits, he recognized a lack of defining characteristics. He was unremarkable in appearance, introverted, timid, and somewhat of a dreamer. Perhaps his only notable trait was his unique taste. Unique taste? The primal instincts of appetite and desire. Fang Xiu believed he had discovered a breakthrough. "Zhao Hao, what's your favorite movie? Is it Private Lessons After School?" Zhao Hao's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know, Brother Xiu? Have you been snooping on my phone?" "Never mind how I know. Just open your phone immediately, crank the volume up to the max, and play that movie out loud." Zhao Hao hesitated, stammering, "Brother Xiu, you can't be serious. If you want to watch it, we can do so after we escape. Playing it out loud in public is akin to defecating on the street. I am not jesting. This is a matter of life and death for you. Do it now." Seeing Fang Xiu's seriousness, Zhao Hao reluctantly retrieved his cherished movie. As the background music began to play, The oppressive atmosphere in the eerie corridor seemed to dissipate somewhat. The two colleagues cast Zhao Hao odd looks, his face flushed with embarrassment as he realized the situation. Focus intently. You must immerse yourself in the role of the student from a movie. When you enter the illusion, shut your eyes and lose yourself completely. Only then can you conquer your fear. Zhao took a deep breath, nodded, and began to engage. You too as well. Find something that captivates your interest to divert your attention and conquer your fear. The other two, lacking Zhao Hao's distinctive taste, had no choice but to join him in watching. 5 minutes later, Feng Xiu glanced at Zhao Hao, feeling it was time to move on. The other two showed no signs of change. It became evident that not everyone could muster a reaction when confronted with fear. Yet, Feng Xiu had done all he could. He imparted a few more instructions before leading them through the door. As the dream enveloped them, Feng Xiu quickly broke free from it, observing Zhao Hao and the two colleagues on the ground. The colleagues exhibited the same horrifying expressions as before, seemingly tormented by some dreadful ordeal, with wounds inexplicably appearing on their bodies. In contrast, Zhao Hao, while still displaying fear, also exhibited a hint of lewdness. This brought Feng Xiu a sense of relief. Sometimes, uniqueness could indeed be advantageous. He recalled a conversation where Zhao Hao had once mentioned waking from a nap, unable to open his eyes or move, feeling as though he was being pressed down by a ghost. In his dazed state, he perceived a ghostly woman in white atop him, initially frightened by her pallid complexion. Yet his second reaction was to admire her beauty, feeling an inexplicable urge to kiss her, only to awaken just as he was about to. Zhao Hao had expressed regret over the incident. Feng Xiu had assumed it was merely a jest, but now it seemed plausible. Perhaps Zhao Hao had genuinely encountered a stunning apparition. At that moment, the dream appeared to reach a critical juncture as the two colleagues suddenly tilted their heads, blood gushing from their orifices as they died. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao's expression of fear intensified. Yet suddenly, in his slumber, he emitted a stifled gasp, occasionally pouting his lips. Chapter 28. My ability is to foresee the future. The scene was somewhat disconcerting. Even though Feng Xiu had encountered countless indescribable anomalies, he still found it difficult to meet Zhao Hao's gaze at that moment. However, Feng Xiu soon detected something unusual. Through his spiritual perception, he realized that Zhao Hao was emanating spiritual fluctuations as well. Was Zhao Hao about to ignite his spiritual essence? In the next instant, Zhao Hao abruptly sat up from the ground, his face flushed and breathing heavily. Once he comprehended his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, "Xiu Ge, have I?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to suddenly recall something and gazed at Feng Xiu with a wary expression. "Are you really Xiu Ge?" Noticing Zhao Hao's response, Feng Xiu felt a sense of growth in him. At least he was beginning to think critically, albeit slightly. To confirm that this was not a dream, Feng Xiu recited a few of Zhao Hao's favorite movies. Don't say any more. You really snooped through my phone? Xiu Ge. Zhao Hao, visibly embarrassed, quickly got to his feet and hurriedly interrupted Feng Xiu. All right, let us prepare to leave. Zhao Hao nodded. But upon seeing the horrific state of their two colleagues, his pupils constricted, and he sighed deeply. This time, they stood before a true gateway. Previously, their so-called opening of the door had merely been within a dream. Every time they approached the door, they had already entered a dream state. Feng Xiu placed his hand on the door and suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. Why had that anomaly not appeared this time? During his first awakening from a dream, when only he remained alive, the anomaly had manifested and questioned him about his lack of fear. In the subsequent awakenings, the anomaly had not shown itself, leading Feng Xiu to speculate that it was because Zhao Hao and the others were still alive, thus it remained confined within the dream. Yet now, in this final instance, when everyone's dream had concluded, the anomaly had not appeared, which was puzzling. For reasons unknown, Feng Xiu's thoughts drifted to Zhao Hao's actions just before awakening, as he had been interacting with the air in a peculiar manner. Could it be? He had a theory forming in his mind, but chose not to inquire immediately. Instead, he pushed the door open. What greeted them was an abyss of darkness. They entered, walking for approximately 10 minutes before finally encountering light. As the brightness dispelled the darkness, the outside world gradually came into view. They found themselves on a road. This time, Feng Xiu was certain it was not a dream, for he could see those indescribable anomalies in the dome above, and even a few scattered in the surrounding grove. Not far behind them was the sales office of Bailu Academy, while the Qingshan mental hospital had vanished. However, in Feng Xiu's perception, the Qingshan mental hospital had not truly disappeared. It was embedded within the sales office. This left Feng Xiu perplexed. Why had he been able to see the mental hospital before, but not now? Previously, the sales office had not obscured the hospital, yet now it seemed to have merged into it. Did the mental hospital integrate into reality, thus becoming concealed by the tangible scenery, whereas before it had existed in a state of illusion and was therefore visible? Wonderful, Xiuge, we made out. Zhao Hao's face was alight with the exuberance of survival. Feng Xiu did not respond immediately, but instead posed a question. Did you ignite your spiritual essence? Spiritual essence? Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback. I think I felt something strange in the illusion just now. After saying this, he closed his eyes to concentrate. A moment later, he opened them, his face radiant with joy. Xiuge, I feel as though I've become superhuman. Not only are my senses heightened, but my strength has also increased. If that long-legged anomaly were to appear before me again, I could take her down with a single punch. Feng Xiu nodded, finding this unsurprising. After all, Zhao Hao had frequently engaged in reckless behaviors, and having faced life and death in a dream, as well as having prolonged contact with the anomaly controlling the dream, he had satisfied the conditions for igniting his spiritual essence. The question lingered, however, what abilities would Zhao Hao awaken in this state? What abilities have you awakened? Abilities? Zhao Hao furrowed his brow, scratching his head. I seem unable to perceive any abilities. Unable to perceive? Feng Xiu was taken aback, but refrained from pressing further. Given his own limited understanding of spiritual essence, could it be that I am powerless? Didn't Ti Wang Zitong say that everyone who ignites their spiritual essence possesses abilities? The joy faded from Zhao Hao's face, replaced by a dejected demeanor. Xiuge, what is your ability? To foresee the future. What? Zhao Hao was engulfed in a state of sheer astonishment. Feng Xiu merely nodded calmly. It was not his intention to deceive Zhao Hao. Rather, he was considering future implications. With the ability to rewind through death, he would undoubtedly exhibit prophetic tendencies to some extent. It was more prudent to assert that he could foresee the future. Furthermore, the value of such an ability was immense. If an organization of spiritual practitioners truly existed, he could leverage this ability to gain considerable advantages. In a world where anomalies existed yet chaos was absent, and where news of anomalies was scarce, it implied the presence of a robust organization of spiritual practitioners maintaining societal order. They must possess methods to grow stronger and resources beneficial to practitioners. Feng Xiu harbored a profound desire for strength, necessitating an elevation of his own worth. As for the notion of discretion, of amassing wealth quietly, or feigning weakness to deceive others, had he not faced death at the hands of anomalies so many times before, he might have chosen to remain inconspicuous. Now, however, he was solely focused on rapidly gaining strength and seeking vengeance. Much like the talented disciples in fantasy novels who receive abundant resources from any sect they join, Feng Xiu's current objective was to masquerade as a genius. As for why he did not disclose his true abilities, it was simple. He was uncertain whether dual ability bearers existed in this world. If it were akin to the anime One Piece, where one could consume only one fruit and possess one ability, then revealing dual abilities would be akin to inviting danger. Sometimes, being slightly ahead is the mark of a genius. Being too far ahead risks being deemed insane. Xiuge, no wonder you knew which path to take in the anomaly realm and were aware of the dangers in the secure passage. Your ability to foresee the future is remarkable. Zhao Hao suddenly realized, reflecting on how his prior fear had blinded him to Feng Xiu's foresight, merely following his instructions instinctively. Now, recalling Feng Xiu's every decision, he recognized they had all been correct, including how to save himself. What else could it be but foresight? Initially, he felt elated for Feng Xiu's extraordinary ability, but soon, The realization that he himself possessed no abilities plunged him deeper into despair, even more so than before. The phrase afraid of my brother's suffering, yet fearful of him driving a luxury car, perfectly encapsulated Zhao Hao's conflicted emotions. Chapter 29. The Day Trickster Day. Do you see anything peculiar in the sky? Feng Xiu suddenly inquired. Zhao Hao was instantly startled. Peculiar? Where's the peculiarity? He hastily looked up, only to behold the bright moon and a sparse scattering of stars, enveloped by a dark sky akin to a velvet curtain. Brother Xiu, where is the peculiarity in the sky? Have you made a mistake? Perhaps I mistook a bat for something strange, Feng Xiu mused, his brow furrowing involuntarily. When others awaken their spiritual senses and become spirit masters, can they not perceive the peculiarities that abound? Is it because Zhao Hao has just become a spirit master and is too weak? Or do spirit masters simply lack the ability to see the peculiarities in the world? Feng Xiu fervently hoped it was the former, for it would imply he was not alone. There were others like him who could also perceive the strange. Let us return home and rest, he suggested. Return home to sleep? Zhao Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Xiu, our colleagues are dead, and we have encountered the strange. Yet you're considering going home to sleep? What? Do you intend to inform the authorities? I think so. Such matters should be addressed by a Taoist. No one needs to be sought. They will come to us. Since this world harbors both the strange and the spirit masters, there must exist organizations specifically tasked with dealing with the peculiarities. Otherwise, chaos would already reign. By the way, how did you break free from your dream? Zhao Hao's expression shifted to one of visible embarrassment. How else could I break free? I followed your method, Brother Xiu, ignored everything and desperately immersed myself in the film. Then why were you gesturing to the air? I was gesturing? Zhao Hao's face flushed crimson. Indeed, not only were you gesturing, but you were also making sounds. And furthermore, please do not continue. Brother Xiu, I beg you, spare me. If you do, I shall truly die of embarrassment. Then do share what you experienced in the dream. Of course, I'm not interested in the details of your dream. I merely wish to ascertain why you lacked the ability. Could it be that there was a mishap during your awakening? Feng Xiu said with a calm demeanor. Really? Brother Xiu? All right, but you must promise not to disclose this to anyone else. Understood. Actually, it was nothing extraordinary. Once I entered the illusion, I kept my eyes shut, my mind filled with the teacher's lecture. Then, terrifying voices began to echo in my ears, and even cold, corpse-like hands touched me. I panicked, and in an attempt to distract myself, I resorted to self-infliction. Feng Xiu pointedly interjected. Zhao Hao's face turned a deeper shade of red as he protested. That was merely a temporary measure to divert my attention. Feng Xiu nodded, expressing his full understanding of Zhao Hao's predicament. And then, the surrounding sounds transformed, becoming Li Feifei's voice, gentle and soothing. The touch of her hand became warm and smooth, so I opened your eyes? You are quite fond of Li Feifei, aren't you? Brother Xiu, did you not say that if one encounters Li Feifei, they should give her a pinch to discern reality from illusion? That is a flaw in the illusion. Did you ascertain the truth? I did not pinch either version. Zhao Hao said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. And then Li Feifei continuously tempted me. I indeed could not resist the allure, but it is not my fault. Who could withstand such a trial when she wore a JK uniform, adorned with a black ribbon bell around her neck and white frilly socks? What man could endure such temptation? Then she began to teach me. As the lesson went on, her eyes turned blood red, and her mouth began to split open, stretching all the way to her ears. At that moment, fear consumed me. Feng Xiu nodded, acknowledging that Zhao Hao had indeed appeared quite dispirited during that time, evidently terrified. And how did you muster your courage afterward? When Li Feifei opened her monstrous mouth to devour me, I realized I was doomed. But I thought to myself, I am still a novice. If I die like this, it would be a waste. If I were to perish, I must not do so in such a humiliating manner. Thus I steel my resolve. Disregarding whether she was a strange entity or not, I simply wanted to fulfill my wish before meeting my end. Feng Xiu, at that moment, he finally comprehended why. After the dream was dispelled, the strange entity had not appeared. Perhaps it was too embarrassed to face Zhao Hao, the day trickster. Seeing Feng Xiu's silence, Zhao Hao felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, prompting him to hastily add, "If I am to die, why should I concern myself with trivialities? Life is most precious when it is devoid of regrets. Would you not agree, Brother Xiao? I believe it is time for you to return home." Zhao Hao. Fang Xiao then provided Zhao Hao with a few succinct instructions, detailing how to respond should anyone come knocking at his door. Once they had aligned their accounts, they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. Upon returning home, Fang Xiao was greeted by his gentle wife. "Darling, you're back. Have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare something for you?" His wife wore a tender smile. Clad in a moon-white silk camisole, her fair, slender legs exposed to the air. Seeing his wife's familiar warmth, Fang Xiao felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. It felt splendid to see her again. He gazed at her exquisite features, marveling at her beauty, which was astonishingly breathtaking, so much so that one would hesitate to edit her image. "Yes, I'm back," he replied with a smile. In an instant, the gentle smile on his wife's face vanished, replaced by an expression of greed and madness. The speed of her transformation was astonishing, a true master of facial expressions. "You see," before his wife's words could finish, a flash of silver suddenly appeared. A surgical knife, infused with Fang Xiao's dark spiritual energy, hurtled towards his wife's delicate neck, its pain-inducing capabilities maximized. During his time away, his spiritual energy had fully restored, allowing him to wield the surgical knife. Just as the blade was about to pierce his wife's fair neck, darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into an abyss. When he awoke again, he found himself back at his doorstep. "Am I dead?" The location of the death rewind has also shifted. Fang Xiao murmured to himself, the dim light of the old corridor casting shadows across his face. "Is this the true extent of my wife's power? I never expected that after awakening my spiritual energy, the disparity would feel even more pronounced. This time, I did not even comprehend how I met my demise. Indeed, there exists a significant difference between the strange entities, perhaps even greater than that between individuals. It seems I made the right choice in not continuing my exploration of the psychiatric hospital." After the female doctor fled in terror, Fang Xiao had contemplated delving further into the Qingshan psychiatric hospital, but later dismissed the idea as futile. His power was too feeble, and his understanding of spiritual energy and all matters concerning spirit masters was woefully inadequate. The margin for error was far too great. The female doctor was merely the weakest of the peculiar entities within the hospital. If he could not contend with her, how could he face the others confined within their rooms? Let us not forget, several doors were ajar, one housing the dream-manipulating entity, while the others remained hidden. It was sheer fortune that he encountered a non-aggressive dream entity, allowing him to escape. Had he faced other entities at the door, even with the death rewind, he might have been eternally trapped within the Qingshan psychiatric hospital. In the face of absolute power, no amount of retries, be it 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, would prove beneficial. Thus, Fang Xiao intends to first familiarize himself with his own spirituality, comprehend the role of spiritual masters, engage with relevant organizations, and gather more information before formulating a plan. Chapter 30, Global Anomalous Events, Joint Investigation, Strategic Defense Attack, and Logistics Support Bureau Bang. He opened the door to his home. His wife stood at the entrance like a devoted matron. "Dear, you're back. Have you eaten? Shall I prepare something for you?" Fang Xiao disregarded his charming wife. Akin to a weary worker returning home late from a long shift, using exhaustion as an excuse to evade his domestic duties. After indulging in a hot shower, he collapsed onto the bed, ostensibly to sleep, yet in truth, he was immersed in the study of spirituality. He was fervently eager to gain strength. Only through strength could he uncover the secrets of the Qingshan mental hospital, comprehend the truths surrounding the anomalies, and ultimately seek vengeance on those who had wronged his wife, inflicting suffering upon the world of the bizarre. That night, he toiled through half the night, but his findings were meager, primarily due to his scant knowledge of spirituality. All the information he possessed was relayed through Wang Zitong, who had heard it from his cousin, resulting in only a few useful pieces of information. Reluctantly, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Green Vine City Investigation Bureau. This was an establishment known to scarcely any ordinary citizens. No one was aware of its purpose, nor its location. Yet, this low-key and clandestine bureau held significant renown within the realm of spiritual practitioners in Greenvine City. It was a specialized department tasked with guarding the anomalies, ensuring the safety of the entire city. The full name of the bureau was the Global Anomalous Events Joint Investigation Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, commonly referred to as the Investigation Bureau. Within the headquarters of the Greenvine City Investigation Bureau, in the conference center, a group of individuals sat gathered around a conference table. There were both men and women, some clad in formal attire, others in casual wear, and even a few in eccentric outfits. They each bore their unique characteristics. Yet the commonality among them was their relative youth, around their 20s or 30s. The eldest among them, seated at the head of the table, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a black suit, exuding an unspoken authority. An urgent meeting was convened. I trust everyone has heard the news. Just 5 hours ago, an anomalous zone appeared at the Bailu Academy in our development district. The current affected area is the sales office of the academy. With no signs of expansion thus far, the middle-aged man stated directly. Reactions varied among the others. The recent surge in anomalous events is becoming increasingly alarming, one remarked solemnly. Isn't it a good thing? For us spiritual practitioners, the more anomalies, the quicker our strength grows, another retorted with a grin. Such arrogance. Be wary of meeting your demise at the hands of the bizarre. Do you wish to fight? I fear you not. The middle-aged man surveyed the chaotic assembly with an impassive expression, evidently accustomed to their tumultuous dynamics. His name was Wang Dihai, the director of the Greenvine City Investigation Bureau. Yet he was an ordinary human, not a spiritual practitioner. Despite this, he was tasked with overseeing a cadre of practitioners. Most city investigation bureaus operated under this configuration due to the high mortality rate among practitioners. They occupied combat roles rather than management positions, and no one wished to burden them with trivial administrative matters, wasting precious resources. Moreover, practitioners, often tainted by the corrupting influence of anomalous forces, tended to exhibit peculiar and sometimes violent personalities, rendering them unsuitable for leadership roles. However, team leaders among the practitioners assisted the director in management. Enough. Wang Dihai slammed the table, his voice booming with authority. If anyone disregards meeting protocol again, the spiritual materials for practitioners will be halved next month. His words silenced the room, as all practitioners were acutely aware of the importance of spiritual materials. As practitioners, they possessed extraordinary physical attributes and various supernatural abilities, making it easy for them to earn a living. Thus, their need for money was minimal. However, spiritual materials were a necessity, directly linked to their very existence. This was also crucial for the Bureau to garner the allegiance of numerous practitioners. After all, few were willing to risk their lives without sufficient incentives. With the room now quiet, Wang Dihai regained his composure. Shaolin, pull up the surveillance footage from near the Bailu Academy. Understood, Director Wang, replied a young woman, impeccably dressed and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, as she swiftly began operating the computer to project the surveillance onto the conference room screen. The assembly turned their gaze to the screen, which displayed the footage surrounding the Bailu Academy, lacking any internal surveillance. To be precise, the internal cameras seemed to have been compromised by some anomalous force, rendering them entirely inoperative. The footage began to flicker, revealing the main road leading to the academy, devoid of any activity, save for the trees swaying in the wind. Fast forward, the secretary instructed, initiating the playback. Stop. The image froze, beginning to play. In the next moment, the footage revealed a sudden distortion in the air along the main road, where two figures materialized out of thin air. They were Fang Xiao and Zhao Hao, the two survivors who had emerged from the Bailu Academy's anomalous zone. The more attractive of the pair was Fang Xiao, while the less appealing was Zhao Hao. Both were staff members of the Academy sales office. Shaolin, read their profiles, the director ordered. Shaolin promptly opened her folder and began to recite. Fang Xiao, age 20 male, local to Greenvine City, an orphan, graduated from. Zhao Hao, upon investigation, It was found that their life histories bore no remarkable distinctions. Before entering the anomalous zone, they appeared to be ordinary individuals. What are your thoughts? Wang Dihai inquired, addressing the assembly. A young man clad in a studded leather jacket scoffed. If even ordinary people can survive an anomalous zone, its danger level is likely only D rank. Such a zone could be dealt with by sending anyone. I disagree. Observe the calm demeanor of that Fang Xiao in the footage. He appears far too composed for someone who has just escaped an anomalous zone. There is no relief, no fear of the bizarre. His tranquility is unsettling. If he was an ordinary person before, he is likely a practitioner now, rebutted a man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses. The leather-clad youth remained dismissive. A newly awakened practitioner who can survive such an anomalous zone suggests its danger level is probably C rank. A seasoned practitioner could handle it easily. Never underestimate an unfamiliar anomalous zone. It may possess a far greater danger than anticipated. These two may have merely been fortunate to survive, a voice cautioned. Enough of your drivel. Wang Dihai interjected, his frustration boiling over as he directed his ire at the leather-clad man. He felt a headache coming on, questioning his own sanity for convening with such a group. He decisively declared, Shan Lingxue, Li Wenhao, you two will investigate Fang Xiao and Zhao Hao, assess whether they have become practitioners, evaluate their abilities and level of mental contamination, determine if they should be absorbed into the Bureau, and ascertain the danger level of the Bailu Academy's anomalous zone. Understood, Director Wang, they replied in unison. Chapter 31. Zhao Hao's abilities the following morning. Fang Xiao was abruptly awakened by the ringing of Zhao Hao's phone. Xiao, I have discovered what my ability is. Zhao Hao's excited voice resonated from the other end of the line. What ability? Fang Xiao replied with calm demeanor. You will be astonished when I reveal it. The reason I couldn't sense my ability yesterday was that it only activates after 11 p.m. and lasts until 1 a.m. After returning home, I was restless, and as soon as the clock struck 11, my ability manifested. Well then, what is this ability? Xiao, please don't be envious. Although your ability is formidable, mine is one that all men desire. You have no idea. I experimented for half the night, and it was simply beep, beep, beep. Fang Xiao hung up the phone. Moments later, Zhao Hao called again. Xiao, if you continue with this pointless chatter, do not disturb my rest. From the other end, Zhao Hao's voice sounded aggrieved. My ability is to become more handsome after 11, and my physical condition improves, resulting in a muscular physique. Is that it? I'm hanging up. Just as Fang Xiao was about to end the call, Zhao Hao urgently shouted, Wait, I haven't finished. You think my ability is that simple? The best part is yet to come. The enhancement of my physical condition is merely an accessory. What it truly enhances is my prowess in that particular aspect. Xiao, you cannot fathom how powerful I am in that regard. I tested it yesterday, and it was simply beep, beep, beep. Fang Xiao decisively hung up the phone. Though he never expected Zhao Hao to awaken any significant abilities, he certainly did not anticipate such frivolous ones. Becoming handsome, acquiring a muscular body, enhancing prowess in that aspect. Wasn't this akin to the escapades of an adult film star? I should have anticipated this. Someone who overcomes fear through such films is unlikely to awaken any serious abilities. The powers of a spirit master are deeply intertwined with the psyche. They reflect one's innermost desires. As for why his ability only activates after 11, Fang Xiao could easily understand, for after that hour, Zhao Hao is simply lying in bed asleep. Thus, what fantasies occupy Zhao Hao's mind at 11 each night to awaken such an ability? The specifics remain a mystery, perhaps known only to Zhao Hao himself. Honey, it's time for breakfast, his gentle wife said as she entered the bedroom. Fang Xiao's expression remained unfazed as he rose and prepared breakfast for himself. His wife called for breakfast every day, but had never once made it herself. Damn that wretched woman. She deserves to swallow 1,000 needles. At that moment, downstairs in Fang Xiao's residential complex, a black business vehicle stood quietly parked. Inside sat a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a black suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and exuding an air of competence. The woman possessed exquisite features, her petite and beautiful face framed by a tailored black uniform skirt, complemented by finely woven black stockings and elegantly carved high heels. This ensemble, paired with her tall stature and aloof demeanor, radiated an aura of sophistication rather than the commonplace vulgarity associated with black stockings. The pair were Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao from the Investigation Bureau. At that moment, Li Wenhao was wearing black headphones connected to a surveillance device. After a brief interval, he removed the headphones. "Did you intercept their conversation?" Shun Lingxue inquired calmly. Li Wenhao nodded. From their dialogue, we can preliminarily determine that both were ordinary individuals who illuminated their spiritual potential within the realm of Bailu Academy and became spirit masters. As for their abilities, Fang Xiu did not mention his abilities over the phone, but from Zhao Hao's tone, it should not be lacking. Let us hope it truly is not lacking. The Investigation Bureau is in urgent need of manpower. If Fang Xiu's abilities are commendable and can pass the psychological contamination test, we might consider recruiting him. And Zhao Hao? Mentioning Zhao Hao, Li Wenhao's expression displayed hesitation, evidently struggling to articulate his thoughts. Shen Lingxue frowned slightly. "What is it? Speak up." "Yes," Li Wenhao quickly replied, tinged with deference. It was evident that Shun Lingxue held a significantly higher status than him. This was understandable, as she was a spirit master, while Li Wenhao was merely an ordinary person. The Investigation Bureau, concerned about the mental state of spirit masters, typically assigned a regular person as a supervisor to prevent any potential psychological breakdowns or misconduct. The intention was commendable, but in practice, the spirit masters often dominated, wielding power, while the supervisors, if unable to persuade, could only report to their superiors, who would then impose corresponding penalties. Generally, the pairing of spirit masters with supervisors was gender-balanced. Male spirit masters with female investigators and female spirit masters with male investigators, to reduce the likelihood of conflict. Li Wenhao hesitantly remarked. According to Zhao Hao himself, his ability activates nightly from 11 to 1, during which he becomes more handsome, develops a muscular physique, and primarily enhances his prowess in that aspect. Upon hearing the words pertaining to prowess, a clear look of disdain appeared on Shun Lingxue's otherwise composed face. His ability is quite suitable for working at a club. With a cold snort, she continued, such a morally corrupt and repugnant ability does not warrant consideration for recruitment into the Investigation Bureau. Furthermore, Zhao Hao must be closely monitored. Otherwise, he might exploit his abilities for unsavory deeds. Understood, Li Wenhao nodded, inwardly sighing. Shun Lingxue and Appo's attitude towards Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao was starkly contrasting. One deemed worthy of recruitment, while the other not only was excluded but also required stringent oversight. This was not merely favoritism towards Fang Xiu. Zhao Hao's abilities were simply too disreputable. "Let's go. We shall first meet Fang Xiu." Chapter 32, The Investigation Bureau knocks knock, knock knock. The door to Fang Xiu's home was rapped upon. In his perception, he distinctly heard the sound of two individuals knocking, and even caught the faint echo of their footsteps ascending the stairs. Peering through the peephole, he observed a man and a woman clad in uniforms. Without a trace of hesitation, he opened the door, harboring no concerns about their intentions. After all, the uncanny cannot influence reality unless perceived, which implies they cannot knock on one's door. Moreover, at this hour, it was highly probable that those in uniform were members of a specialized department. Upon opening the door, Li Wenhao produced his credentials from the Investigation Bureau and stated, "You must be Fang Xiu. We are personnel from the Global Anomalous Events Joint Investigation Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics Bureau. Here are our credentials." Fang Xiu calmly examined their identification, noting their names. There was no sense of surprise. Surveillance cameras were ubiquitous, and it was impossible for personnel from specialized departments to not know of his existence. The only unexpected element was the length of the department's name. One lacking sufficient breath would struggle to utter it in a single breath. "Please come in." Fang Xiu ushered them inside, during which time Shun Lingxue and her companion scrutinized him. Fang Xiu, in turn, assessed them, specifically seeking to ascertain whether they could perceive his wife. At that moment, His wife appeared exceedingly cheerful, likely due to the presence of guests, elegantly standing to the side and gently stating, "Darling, we have friends visiting." Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao's gazes remained fixated on Feng Xiu, seemingly unable to see his wife. Could they truly not see her? Or had they, like him, learned to disregard the uncanny? Feng Xiu pondered. As members of a specialized department, they certainly possessed greater strength than a novice spirit master like himself, and were privy to extensive knowledge regarding the uncanny. If even they could not perceive his wife, it would indicate that he was indeed special. The ability to see the uncanny might not be contingent upon being a spirit master. However, Feng Xiu refrained from drawing any conclusions just yet, needing to probe further. While Feng Xiu mused, Shen Lingxue and her companion were also contemplating him. Their impressions of Feng Xiu were quite peculiar. His tranquility was striking. It was far too composed for someone who had survived an anomalous event. They had encountered numerous individuals who had lived through such experiences, and most exhibited signs of significant distress. Even those who became spirit masters often displayed unstable mental states. Typically, when faced with personnel from the Investigation Bureau, some would flee, while others would frantically inquire about the truths behind the anomalies. Yet, none remained as composed as Feng Xiu. Once the three settled in the living room, Shen Lingxue scrutinized him, stating, "You seem entirely unfazed by our arrival. Were you aware of the Investigation Bureau prior to this?" Feng Xiu shook his head. "I was unaware. However, given the existence of the uncanny in this world, yet the absence of widespread chaos, it is reasonable to deduce that some force is maintaining social order. This is not a difficult conclusion to reach. Indeed, it is not hard to deduce," Shen Lingxue replied, a hint of admiration in her voice. "However, ordinary individuals do not reflect upon their experiences with the uncanny as calmly as you do. You are correct in your assumption. Our Bureau specializes in addressing anomalies. It is the official organization for spirit masters. We are here for two purposes. Firstly, to investigate information pertaining to the anomalous domain of Bailu Academy, and secondly, to assess your eligibility for joining the Investigation Bureau. While there are several independent spirit masters, only our Bureau possesses absolute information governing power and the resources essential for spirit masters. Thus, this represents an opportunity for you. Let us proceed with the first item. Please share what you know regarding the anomalous domain of Bailu Academy. Before I address your inquiries, I have a few questions of my own that require your answers," Feng Xiu stated calmly. Shen Lingxue's brow furrowed slightly. "I am the one posing questions here." At that moment, Li Wenhao interjected, "Investigator Shen, Feng Xiu has just experienced an anomalous event. He undoubtedly has numerous questions. We should first address his inquiries to help him organize his thoughts, making it easier for him to respond to our questions later. Wouldn't you agree?" Shen Lingxue nodded slightly in agreement. Li Wenhao turned to Feng Xiu with a smile. "Feng Xiu, feel free to ask any questions you may have. After all, you are now a spirit master, and certain fundamentals will eventually become known to you. As long as they do not pertain to confidential matters, you may inquire freely." Feng Xiu cast a discerning glance at the two, already forming a judgment in his mind. Shen Lingxue was likely a spirit master, whereas Li Wenhao was not. The eyes of those who had emerged from anomalous events bore a distinctive gaze, imparting a different aura. This was a perception born of one's own spiritual essence. It appeared that the configuration of the Investigation Bureau consisted of one spirit master paired with one ordinary individual. The hearts of spirit masters, tainted by the uncanny, often displayed peculiar and extreme personalities, thus necessitating oversight by an ordinary person to ensure some level of supervision. To what extent Shen Lingxue's spirit had been warped remained unknown, but her current demeanor was one of arrogance and assertiveness. Whether this stemmed from her nature or the influence of the uncanny was uncertain. However, these matters were of little concern to Feng Xiu. His sole desire was to uncover the truth behind the uncanny. First question, what is the nature of the uncanny? Feng Xiu inquired. Li Wenhao smiled slightly. Your question is one that many who have survived the anomalous domain ponder. Regrettably, I must inform you that the Investigation Bureau has yet to provide a clear definition of the uncanny, from whence it arises, what it truly is, and its purpose. At present, No one possesses definitive answers, at least not at my level. What I can tell you is that the emergence of the uncanny is erratic, typically manifesting suddenly. Its current exhibited purpose seems to be to consume humans, or more accurately, to devour the essence of their spirits. You may also interpret this as their spiritual power. The preliminary definition of the uncanny likens it to a twisted, sentient entity that harbors pollution. Its manifestations vary. Some possess flesh and blood, others resemble spiritual entities, and some even embody concepts. The one commonality is that all forms of the uncanny exhibit profound malice towards humanity. They appear to strengthen themselves by devouring human spirits, and each entity serves as a source of pollution, continuously emitting toxic radiation akin to radioactive materials. This radiation can corrupt the human spirit, inciting negative emotions and distorting one's essence. Your ascension to a spirit master signifies that you are a product of this corruption. The second question: how is the power of spirit masters categorized? Chapter 33. Have you seen my wife? Oh, Li Wenhao remarked with mild surprise. It seems, Mr. Fong, you possess some knowledge regarding spirit masters. He did not inquire how Fong Xiu had acquired this information, but continued to elucidate, since you are aware of spirit masters. You must also understand the concept of spirituality, so I shall not elaborate further. The power of a spirit master is categorized based on the degree of spirituality they illuminate. For instance, as a newly initiated spirit master like yourself, you typically illuminate about 1% of your spirituality, which we refer to as a first-stage spirit master. Illuminating between 1 to 20% of spirituality still falls under the first stage, manifested as the initial emergence of abilities, which are newly acquired and will enhance with the increase of spirituality. Illuminating between 21 to 40% qualifies one as a second-stage spirit master, characterized by a significant strengthening of abilities, resulting in a qualitative transformation. From 41 to 60%, one becomes a third-stage spirit master, the specifics of which remain confidential and beyond my current knowledge. This pattern continues with fourth and fifth stages. What happens when one reaches 100% spirituality? Li Wenhao shook his head. I do not know. To my knowledge, there are currently no individuals in the world who have illuminated 100% of their spirituality. The difficulty of illuminating spirituality increases as one progresses. For a spirit master to illuminate more spirituality, they must continuously seek powerful anomalies, repeatedly facing life and death, and breaking through in the midst of peril. However, as the anomalies grow stronger, the mortality rate escalates, and no anomalies have yet emerged that would allow one to illuminate their spirituality to the maximum. Spirit masters and anomalies are innately antagonistic, yet complementary. The stronger the anomaly, the stronger the spirit master can become. However, the current strength of anomalies is insufficient to give rise to exceptionally powerful spirit masters. Thus, not only are there no spirit masters with 100% spirituality, but even fifth-stage spirit masters exist only in theory. As for fourth-stage spirit masters, rumors abound in various countries, yet no one knows their veracity, rendering them legendary entities whose existence is uncertain. In any case, the most formidable individuals currently visible worldwide are third-stage spirit masters. As for the third question, Fong Xiu intended to pose another inquiry, but was interrupted by Shan Lingxiu, who impatiently declared, I lack the time to entertain your multitude of questions. Li Wenhao, provide him with the URL for the Global Anomaly Forum so he may conduct his own research. Reluctantly, Li Wenhao handed Fong Xiu a link and cautioned, this is a dark website, regarded as the largest anomaly forum globally. It contains various fundamental information, but if you seek confidential details, you will need to pay. Additionally, I must warn you that as it operates on a global scale, it is not under the supervision of our investigation bureau. So be wary of trusting emails from strangers while browsing. Fong Xiu nodded in acknowledgement. It is now our turn to inquire. Speak of your experiences within the anomaly domain of Bailu Academy, revealing every detail. Should you dare fabricate any information resulting in immeasurable losses, you shall bear all consequences. Shan Lingxiu stated with an air of warning. Ignoring her threats, Fong Xiu calmly replied, I have one final question. Shun Lingshue's brow furrowed, her expression darkening. Are you finished yet? Fang Xiu disregarded her glare and pointed to his side. Can you see my wife? At this proclamation, Shun Lingxue, who was prepared to explode in rage, became momentarily stunned. She glanced at the empty space beside Fang Xiu, then around the room, finding no sign of the so-called wife. Li Wenhao was equally perplexed. What are you talking about, Fang Xiu? The records indicate you have no wife, not even a girlfriend. Can't see her? Or are you pretending not to? Fang Xiu gazed at them with an expression of tranquility, murmuring continuously. The atmosphere in the room turned bizarre. Li Wenhao's heart suddenly sank. He suspected Fang Xiu's mental state was unstable. It must be so. How could an ordinary person remain so calm after experiencing an anomaly? Especially after being corrupted by its power, he had become a spirit master, rendering his state inherently unstable. Under such dual pressures, Fang Xiu's calm demeanor was indeed abnormal. Do you not realize you're a single man without a wife? Fang Xiu not only exhibited a questionable mental state, but seemed to be suffering more severely than the average spirit master, having developed hallucinations. Fang Xiu, are you mocking us? Shun Lingxue suddenly exclaimed in anger. Fang Xiu glanced at the irate Shun Lingxue, sensing her fury was genuine, yet it mattered little. He had his own preparations. He turned to face his wife, their eyes meeting. Wife, I see you. You can see me. A voice filled with suppressed joy and excitement rang out. Suddenly, Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao sprang to their feet, staring in disbelief at the previously empty space beside Fang Xiu. To their astonishment, a beautiful woman clad in a moon-white silk nightgown materialized. Yet, her porcelain-like skin began to shatter like fragile pottery, forming countless fine cracks. In an instant, her entire body was covered in dense black fissures, resembling shattered porcelain. From these dark crevices, the sound of flowing water could be heard, and crimson blood, writhing like worms, oozed forth. The woman's long, silky hair began to writhe, as if it were a mass of twisted black serpents dancing in the air. At this moment, her cherry lips stretched unnaturally to her ears, her pristine teeth becoming jagged, and within her mouth, another mouth seemed to be embedded, as if a second mouth had grown within her throat. Bizarre. Shun Lingxue exclaimed in horror. Damn it. Fang Xiu, who are you? Your wife is an anomaly. Fang Xiu frowned slightly. Now you can see her? It seems my vision of my wife triggered some medium, allowing the originally illusory figure to enter reality. Which is why you too can see her now. Just like at the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, where initially only I could see it, but later it merged into reality, and all my colleagues could see it as well. This implied that the ability to perceive anomalies had nothing to do with being a spirit master. Ordinary people and spirit masters alike could not see the anomalies lurking in plain sight. If Xiao Hao could not see them due to his weakness, it made no sense that Shun Lingxue, with her background from the Investigation Bureau, could not either. Perhaps only I can see them in this world. This realization weighed heavily on Fang Xiu. He did not desire such uniqueness. No one relishes the feeling of being surrounded by anomalies, knowing that discovery could lead to death. It was akin to walking through a forest of blades, where one must remain perpetually alert, for a moment's lapse could result in dismemberment by errant knives. Giggle. Humans. The woman cackled with a sound that sent chills down the spine. Seeing this, Shun Lingxue acted decisively. She spread her delicate, pale hands, and the air around her warped suddenly, two explosive flames materializing in her grasp. The temperature in the room soared, and even the nearby curtains and sofa spontaneously ignited, a testament to the flame's intensity. With a flick of her wrist, the two explosive flames were hurled toward the woman. Chapter 34. Is this what could be seen without spending money? Boom. The explosive flames erupted upon the wife, yet they seemed to extinguish as if doused with cold water, leaving her unscathed. What? Shun Lingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Utterly unharmed? We must flee. She realized that the bizarre situation before her was beyond her capacity to confront, and she turned to escape. At that moment, the wife's pale, delicate hand waved gently through the air. It seemed as if the very atmosphere was stirred, and Shun Lingxue's head abruptly slipped from her neck, the severed edge smooth as glass. Whoosh! Fang Xiu wasted no time. lunging toward the lifeless bodies of Shun Lingxue and her companion, swiftly searching for any valuable information. "Darling, what are you looking for?" The wife's gentle voice echoed in Fang Xiu's ear. Ignoring her, he continued to scour for anything useful. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his consciousness began to blur. In the night, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Fang Xiu stood at his doorstep, having just escaped from Qingshan Mental Hospital and returned home. Oh, has the death reset point remained unchanged? It seems that emerging from Qingshan Mental Hospital marks an event point. Upon returning home and testing my wife's murder with a scalpel, I must have entered the next node. The node should not change until new bizarre occurrences transpire. Thus, at 8:40 in the morning, the Investigation Bureau will arrive, and it is time to reveal my precognitive abilities to the world. Fang Xiu intended to commence his plan. Now that he was aware of the Investigation Bureau's existence, it would be illogical not to exploit it. After all, it is nearly impossible for one person to inflict suffering upon the entirety of the world's bizarre phenomena. External assistance is essential. Bang! He opened the door and returned home, ignoring his wife as he strode into the bedroom and powered on his computer to browse the Global Bizarre Forum. This was provided to him by Shan Lingxue and Li Wenhao during their last encounter. Although the two had yet to reappear, Fang Xiu had already memorized the website. Upon opening the site, a skull nearly filled the screen, which gradually faded to reveal a dark crimson interface. It was divided into various sections: Europe and America, Asia, Japan and South Korea, domestic. Each section contained numerous categories: bizarre phenomena, spiritual manipulators, bizarre artifacts, and bounties. Fang Xiu swiftly perused the titles of various threads, an immense curiosity igniting within him, for these posts potentially concealed the truths of this world, the truths of the bizarre. While not comprehensive, they promised to expedite his understanding compared to solitary exploration. However, upon clicking on a thread regarding the origins of the bizarre, a prompt appeared, stating insufficient balance, please recharge. His gaze drifted to the bottom of the post, where a string of zeros greeted him. After a rough calculation, he realized that accessing this thread would cost approximately 1 million. This left him momentarily speechless, as his bank account held merely a few hundred. He then glanced at other threads, and invariably, the cheaper ones ranged from 20 to 30,000, while those touching on confidential matters soared into the hundreds of thousands, with some even reaching millions. Is this the world of spiritual manipulators, the affluent? Fang Xiu mused, confronted with the reality of his poverty. Fang Xiu's resolve to feign precognitive abilities solidified. He intended to leverage this supposed talent to reap maximum benefits. Otherwise, he would not even be able to afford browsing a forum. Reluctantly, he opened the basic section of the domestic area, where the threads primarily consisted of trivial knowledge, dubious rumors, and individuals boasting of their exploits. He examined the top-ranking hot thread, titled, "I awoke the ability to control time." Control time, you say? A slight heaviness settled in Fang Xiu's heart. If time manipulators had emerged, the value of his precognitive ability would diminish significantly. He clicked to read more, encountering a narrative that began. It was a night darkened by storm and thunder, with a blood moon rising in the east. After enduring 1,000 words of flowery descriptions, the post concluded, "Thus, I awakened the ability to control time, distinct from cinematic portrayals of time, pausing or reversing. I aptly named my ability wasting time, just like how you, having read this post, have successfully wasted 5 minutes." Countless comments flooded beneath the post. Damn it, I refuse to be the only one deceived. This post must be upvoted. Clapping his hands, Fang Xiu silently closed the thread. He noted the username of the poster, Cosmic Invincible Beautiful Girl Warrior. Is this what can be seen without spending money? After regaining his composure, he continued to explore. After an hour, he finally found several posts published by the official organization of the Investigation Bureau. Being officially certified, the information contained therein was predominantly substantive. There were simple arguments regarding the origins of the bizarre, basic knowledge of spiritual manipulators, and introductions to bizarre artifacts. Fang Xiu casually clicked on one, immersing himself in the content. Thus, he spent the entire night engrossed. He gained a preliminary understanding of the bizarre and some fundamental knowledge of spiritual manipulators. It was not that there was an abundance of knowledge. Rather, the plethora of low-quality posts and sensationalist titles wasted a significant amount of Feng Xiu's time. After a night of study, he shut down the computer, his mind now possessing a rudimentary framework. The levels of bizarre phenomena were categorized according to their degree of harm, ranging from S, A, B, C, to D. Some bizarre entities may possess low strength but pose great danger, resulting in a higher rating. For instance, a bizarre entity codenamed Plague possesses minimal strength. Once its essence is identified and proper antiviral measures are taken, even a first-tier spiritual manipulator could eliminate it. Nevertheless, this entity can disseminate a plague extensively, resulting in the deaths of millions, thus earning an A rating. If left unchecked, an A-level bizarre entity has the capacity to wipe out the population of a large city in a short time. In contrast, S-level entities are cataclysmic, possessing the power to obliterate a nation within the same time frame. Typically, the higher the threat level of the bizarre, the greater its strength. Entities akin to the plague are rare. The origins of the bizarre phenomena remain unproven, seemingly rooted in ancient legends that have long been whispered. Some speculate that the extraordinary individuals of antiquity may have been spiritual manipulators. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, these extraordinary beings and legends of the bizarre faded from existence for a time. Until modernity, when tales of the bizarre resurfaced, a near-century-long gap remains unexplained. At least, the free sections yield no answers. Most bizarre entities appeared spontaneously, without warning, lacking any discernible pattern. Initially, the occurrences of the bizarre were infrequent and scattered globally. But over time, their frequency has markedly increased. Chapter 35. Feng Xiu's ability is to foresee the future after an entire night of reading posts. Feng Xiu found no one had mentioned the bizarre occurrences that filled the streets. It seemed that only he possessed the ability to perceive them. He fell into deep contemplation, recalling the discussions on the forum that claimed these anomalies appeared out of thin air, devoid of any. Yet, he understood that these phenomena had always existed around him. The notion of them manifesting spontaneously was merely a result of certain conditions being met, allowing them to enter reality. To outsiders, this was indeed an appearance from nowhere. The free posts offered little substantial information. His subsequent goal was to amass wealth and enhance his strength. He began to mentally revisit the fundamental techniques for manipulating spiritual essence that he had just encountered. They were rudimentary skills, teaching how to swiftly harness spiritual essence and engage in daily exercises. While somewhat useful, their benefits were minimal. However, Feng Xiu's greatest gain was the knowledge he acquired regarding enigmatic artifacts. These artifacts, imbued with peculiar powers, could take various forms. Some were weapons like swords, while others were common items such as mirrors and bracelets. Regardless of their appearance, these artifacts harbored extraordinary capabilities. Each one was of considerable value, with some powerful artifacts fetching astronomical prices. Yet, the use of such artifacts came at a price. The more potent the artifact, the greater its capacity for mental pollution, akin to radiation. Frequent usage could inevitably taint the mind, leading to a complete distortion into a monstrous entity reminiscent of the very anomalies themselves. Upon discovering the details about these artifacts, Feng Xiu immediately thought of his surgical knife. Undoubtedly, it was an enigmatic artifact, having severed countless anomalies, thus becoming tainted by their powers. He harbored no concerns regarding the mental corruption from the artifact. After all, his mind had already been twisted beyond recognition. This meant he could wield the artifact without hesitation, fearing no transformation. The posts not only introduced the artifacts, but also briefly outlined methods for controlling them. The most basic form of control involved infusing spiritual essence to activate the artifact's power. However, to wield the artifact with mastery, one needed to penetrate its core with spiritual essence to establish a connection, thereby maximizing its potential, akin to recognizing a magical artifact in fantasy literature. However, the risks of such an endeavor were substantial. Once a bond was formed between the spiritual essence and the artifact, one relinquished all defenses. and each use of the artifact would directly saturate the mind with its corruptive properties, significantly heightening the risk of distortion. At that moment, Feng Xiu glanced at the clock. It was already 5 o'clock, and he had over 3 hours before the investigation team would arrive. There was ample time. With that thought, he retrieved his surgical knife, channeling his spiritual essence to delve deeper into its interior. Gradually, his consciousness seemed to enter a void, surrounded by countless howls of anomalies that fiercely assaulted his awareness. Waves of brutal, murderous, and despairing negative emotions surged within him, attempting to distort his psyche into that of a monster. Yet, Feng Xiu's mind resembled an unfathomable abyss, absorbing these negative emotions while he remained composed. The surgical knife aimed to distort his mind, but what if his mind was already warped? It was akin to attempting to kill someone who was already dead. How could one achieve that? Is this all the despair you can muster? Feng Xiu mused calmly. In the next moment, he infused his spiritual essence, leaving behind a mark within the surgical knife, and the connection was instantaneously established. Upon withdrawing his essence, he was astonished to find it had augmented. It had lit up by 1%. This indicated that the power of the surgical knife had assisted in enhancing a portion of his spiritual essence, deepening Feng Xiu's satisfaction with the artifact. In addition to the augmentation of his essence, he uncovered the surgical knife's true capabilities. It possessed 2 primary abilities. One was its fundamental function, cutting. As more spiritual essence was infused, this cutting ability would persistently increase. The other ability involved harnessing the anomalous power contained within, thereby amplifying oneself. However, due to the chaotic nature of the power within the knife, enhancing oneself would often result in a loss of rationality, imposing a significant burden on the body. Prolonged exposure to this state could lead to direct distortion. Fortunately, Feng Xiu was not concerned about losing his sanity. His primary worry was whether his body could withstand the strain. He glanced at the time again. It was now past 7, and breakfast was in order. Exiting his room, he prepared to make a meal. His wife approached him, her face adorned with a gentle smile. "Darling, it's time for breakfast." Feng Xiu passed right through her, heading to the kitchen to prepare his meal. A fried egg, 2 slices of bread, and a glass of milk. As he was eating, a call from Zhao Hao interrupted him. Xiao Ge, I've discovered what my ability is." Zhao Hao's excited voice echoed from the phone. A surname ability." Feng Xiu replied calmly, chewing on his bread. You might be shocked when I tell you." How did you know?" Zhao Hao was taken aback. Feng Xiu remained silent, continuing to eat his bread, unwilling to respond to such a trivial inquiry. Moments later, Zhao Hao regained his composure. "Xiao Ge, did you foresee it?" Sai, how dull. Truly dull. I wanted to show off, and you already knew in advance." "Xiao Ge, I believe I have uncovered the flaw in your ability to foresee the future. From now on, there will be no surprises in life." "All right, if there's nothing else. I'll hang up. I have 2 guests arriving soon." "Hey, wait, click." Feng Xiu hung up the phone and resumed his breakfast. Outside the community, in a black commercial vehicle, Li Wenhao was in a state of shock, having dropped his listening device to the ground with a sharp clatter. Beside him, Shun Lingxue frowned. "What are you doing?" Li Wenhao snapped back to reality, neglecting to retrieve the fallen device, and exclaimed, "I just heard about Feng Xiu and Zhao Hao's abilities." "Oh." Shun Lingxue's interest peaked slightly. What ability could cause such a reaction from you? "Start with Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao's ability is a surname ability." Shun Lingxue's expression darkened visibly. "That is indeed quite shocking." "No, Zhao Hao's ability isn't the main concern. It's Feng Xiu." Li Wenhao insisted eagerly. "What ability does Feng Xiu possess?" Shun Lingxue's demeanor shifted, understanding that although Li Wenhao was an ordinary person, he had undergone professional training and had encountered numerous spiritualists and anomalies. Trivial matters would not rattle him. He can foresee the future, Li Wenhao declared gravely. Chapter 36. My eyes can see the future, what? Shun Lingxue gasped in astonishment. "Are you certain you're not mistaken? Feng Xiu possesses the ability to foresee the future?" Li Wenhao nodded affirmatively. "Our surveillance equipment is professional grade. Feng Xiu and Zhao Hao were merely ordinary individuals before. The likelihood of them realizing they were being monitored is virtually non-existent. Thus, we can eliminate the possibility that they were merely acting during their phone conversation. He paused, taking a deep breath. Moreover, Fang Xiao just mentioned that 2 guests would be arriving shortly. What? 2 guests? Could he possibly be referring to? The two exchanged a glance, both mirroring the shock evident in their eyes. Li Wenhao continued slowly. Fang Xiao's social circle is quite limited, and being an orphan with no relatives visiting, it is highly probable that the guests he mentioned are you and me. Shenling Xue fell silent. After a moment, her lips moved. Is there truly such a thing as the ability to foresee the future? Even if it exists, it shouldn't manifest in a first-tier spirit master. Indeed, Li Wenhao nodded. The more powerful the ability, the more restrictions it entails. Take the space manipulator we interviewed previously. Although he could teleport as a first-tier spirit master, he could only move 10 centimeters at a time. After that, his spiritual energy would be depleted, requiring an hour to recharge for another teleportation. 10 centimeters in an hour. Such teleportation is scarcely faster than a tortoise. He mused, for someone like him to effectively utilize their abilities in combat, they would need to advance to at least the 2nd tier. If Fang Xiao truly possesses the ability to foresee the future as a first-tier spirit master, his capabilities could hardly surpass that of the space manipulator. Perhaps he can only foresee events occurring within the next second. Yet he has foreseen that you and I are coming to visit him. How long has it been since he made that prediction? Let's not jump to conclusions. Shenling Xue said gravely. It may simply be a coincidence, or perhaps someone within the investigation bureau has leaked our whereabouts. Investigator Shen, tell me, what would happen if we chose not to visit Fang Xiao today? Wouldn't that render his prophecy void? Li Wenhao suddenly proposed. Shenling Xue shot him a look of incredulity. Our mission is to investigate Fang Xiao and Zhao Hao. You're suggesting we abandon that just because of a single phone call? How would you explain that to Director Wang? What if this is all part of Fang Xiao's scheme? It would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, if Fang Xiao can indeed foresee the future, imagine the magnitude of his contributions to the Investigation Bureau once he joins. You must realize that. Li Wenhao chuckled awkwardly. I merely spoke offhandedly, curious to ascertain the accuracy of his foresight. Of course, we must go. Let us proceed. Shenling Xue opened the car door, a gentle breeze tousling her hair against her fair cheeks. I am eager to discover the truth behind this ability to foresee the future. The two alighted from the vehicle and strode directly toward Fang Xiao's residence. Upon reaching the 5th floor and preparing to knock, they discovered the door ajar, swinging open with a gentle push. They exchanged glances, uncertain whether Fang Xiao had sensed their approach or simply left the door unlatched. Upon entering, they were greeted by a strikingly handsome man with a composed demeanor who was preparing tea. Fang Xiao himself. The coffee table was adorned with 3 teacups, one in front of Fang Xiao and 2 beside it, billowing with wisps of steam, indicating the water had just reached a boil. Seeing the teacups, both Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao felt a jolt of surprise. Is this genuine foresight? Or is there surveillance outside the community? Just then, Fang Xiao spoke. Miss Shen, Mr. Li, please take a seat. With those words, their astonishment deepened. They were certain this was their first encounter with Fang Xiao. Prior to this meeting, they had no acquaintance with him. Moreover, as members of the Investigation Bureau, their identities were confidential, inaccessible to Fang Xiao. Shenling Xue, bold and audacious, was the first to settle onto the sofa, scrutinizing Fang Xiao intently. How do you know our surnames? And how do you know we were coming? Fang Xiao, undeterred by her scrutiny and skepticism, replied calmly, My eyes can see the future. Upon hearing Fang Xiao's admission, waves of disbelief crashed over them. However, while Shenling Xue was taken aback, her doubts remained unshaken. You can see the future? How can you prove it? You two are members of the Investigation Bureau, and your visit today has 2 purposes: to investigate the eerie domain of Bailu Academy and to evaluate whether Zhao Hao and I possess the qualifications to join the Bureau. Fang Xiao stated matter-of-factly. Mr. Fang, that does not substantiate your claim of foresight. We could easily deduce our purpose for being here. Assuming you had prior knowledge of the Investigation Bureau, Li Wenhao interjected, shaking his head. Fang Xiao's gaze shifted to Li Wenhao, continuing calmly. You have long harbored feelings for Shenling Xue and have penned a love letter, which you placed in your left breast pocket. The letter reads, Ling Xue, by the time you read this letter, I may have already passed away. There has been something I have longed to tell you. Stop. Li Wenhao abruptly stood. His face flushed as he halted Fang Xiu's words. Shen Ling Xue cast a bewildered glance at him. Li Wenhao hastily explained, Investigator Shen, you know me. Fang Xiu is undoubtedly spouting nonsense. I never wrote a love letter. Enough, Shen Ling Xue interjected, signaling him to remain composed. Throughout my life, I have received numerous love letters. It does not surprise me that you would do such a thing. However, if you intended to reveal it only after your demise, that is somewhat unexpected. Yet, a relationship between us is impossible. Li Wenhao's face grew even redder. I understand. I'm merely... So you truly did write a love letter? Let me see it. Shen Ling Xue extended her hand. What do you mean I? I simply wish to ascertain whether its content aligns with what Fang Xiu has stated. Li Wenhao, exasperated, reluctantly retrieved an envelope from his left breast pocket. Shen Ling Xue accepted the envelope and swiftly scanned the initial lines, her astonishment intensifying. The words matched Fang Xiu's description precisely. She tossed the love letter back to Li Wenhao, staring intently at Fang Xiu. Given Li Wenhao's character, if he intended to inform me posthumously, he would never have shown this letter to anyone. However, knowing the contents of the letter does not imply you can foresee the future, for love letters are written in the past, not the future. Chapter 37. This is not foresight, but rather a piercing gaze. In the face of skepticism, Fang Xiu continued, Miss Shen, your ability lies in manipulating flames, and your measurements are 85, 63, 80. Shen Ling Xue's expression darkened immediately. My abilities are no secret. Those who have dabbled in the spirit master community might have heard whispers. As for my measurements, a casual glance can provide a rough estimate, though most people lack your precision. Miss Shen, you harbor a secret that remains unknown to others. Do you wish for me to disclose it? Fang Xiu inquired. Li Wenhao's interest was piqued instantly. Speak. I have no unspeakable secrets, Shen Ling Xue retorted defiantly. Miss Shen, you possess an extreme penchant for the color pink. Your undergarments are all pink, and you even have a pink tattoo. Boom. A fierce blaze erupted from Shen Ling Xue's fair hand, a wave of heat sweeping through the room. She glared at Fang Xiu. You are not a seer of the future. You clearly possess the ability to see through. You and Zhao Hao are cut from the same cloth. Neither of you are virtuous. In the face of her scorching flames, Fang Xiu calmly replied, Firstly, let me clarify that the ability to foresee the future is not as you might imagine, where one can know every forthcoming event at will. At times, I merely glimpse fragmented images. For instance, last night, I perceived the sight of both of you coming here, which prompted me to expend my spirit energy to foresee your arrival. I subsequently gleaned some information about you, too. I witnessed Mr. Li reading a love letter late at night, and I saw Miss Shen tidying her undergarments at home. Shen Ling Xue gradually quelled the flames, yet the hostility in her eyes remained. She felt certain that Fang Xiu had seen more than just that. After all, the tattoo was inked on. What you are saying cannot be substantiated. This does not constitute true foresight. What do you consider true foresight? Shen Ling Xue pondered. The winning lottery numbers for tonight. Fang Xiu nodded and promptly took paper and pen, writing a series of numbers, which he then handed to Shen Ling Xue. She scrutinized the digits with suspicion. Miss Shen, allow me to remind you that the future is not immutable. Every action taken now can alter what is to come. For example, if you were to leverage the authority of the Investigation Bureau to change the winning numbers for today, then the numbers I've written would not win. Therefore, if you wish to verify their accuracy, refrain from taking any actions that might influence the future, and do not purchase a ticket. Fang Xiu spoke with an air of tranquility that instilled a profound sense of certainty, as though he genuinely possessed foresight. In truth, he was merely fabricating. His true intent was to review the results after the draw and then reset time. Seeing Fang Xiu's confidence, Shen Ling Xue found herself half convinced, though she continued to challenge him. Fang Xiu, I hope what you say is true. If I discover that the numbers do not win, it would mean you have deceived me. Fang Xiu interjected. If they do not win, I will forfeit my life. Shenling Xue was taken aback, astonished by Fang Xiu's unwavering confidence. At that moment, Li Wenhao leaned in to examine the numbers, scrutinizing them closely before exclaiming, "Wait, shouldn't lottery numbers consist of 7 digits? Why do you only have 6? 7 digits? Are you certain?" Shenling Xue asked, perplexed. "I am certain. I have purchased many tickets before." "Fang Xiu, you are indeed deceiving me." Shenling Xue's anger flared. The lottery required 7 digits, and he had only written 6. How could that possibly win? Unexpectedly, Fang Xiu approached calmly, took the pen, and casually added a 1 at the end of the 6 digits. He set the pen down and addressed the astonished duo. "My apologies. I neglected to write a number. Now it is correct. The winning number for tonight is indeed this." Observing Fang Xiu's confidence and nonchalance, Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao felt as if their intelligence had been insulted. In truth, it was not Fang Xiu's fault. He had bought so few lottery tickets in his lifetime that he could hardly recall how many digits were required. "If you can see the future, how could you overlook that?" Shenling Xue questioned, clearly skeptical. "What you must do now is wait, not question. When the truth is revealed, all doubts will dissipate," Fang Xiu reassured confidently. At that moment, Shenling Xue remarked, "If you truly possess the ability to foresee the future, why wait for the lottery results? You could easily predict my next move." Fang Xiu calmly shot her a glance. "Do you believe that, as a first-tier spirit master, I can foresee the future multiple times? Moreover, why should I feel compelled to prove myself to you? Are you high-ranking officials of the Investigation Bureau? If I prove myself to you now, must I then prove it to the higher-ups of the Bureau? I apologize. I can foresee the future, but I am not omniscient." "You." Shenling Xue's brows furrowed in frustration. Li Wenhao quickly intervened. "Miss Shen, please remain calm. We will know the truth when the lottery is drawn tonight. Mr. Fang, let us discuss your previous experiences in the eerie domain of Bailu Academy." Fang Xiu nodded. "The eerie domain is called Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital." "Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital?" Li Wenhao appeared baffled. Shenling Xue scoffed. "Naming the eerie domain is the responsibility of the Investigation Bureau." Fang Xiu ignored her and continued. The Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital appeared abruptly, overlapping with the sales office of Bailu Academy. By the time we realized it, everyone had already entered the confines of the psychiatric hospital. "Mr. Fang, how can you be certain it was a psychiatric hospital?" "Because this eerie domain is indeed a hospital, and I saw the sign, Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital." Fang Xiu then briefly recounted the events that transpired within the eerie domain, withholding excessive details. For as a first-tier spirit master, he could not casually disclose everything, even with the ability to foresee the future. Notably, he omitted the details concerning the surgical knife, a valuable eerie object that could potentially incite unnecessary complications if revealed. After a lengthy pause, Shenling Xue and Li Wenhao fell into deep contemplation upon hearing the tale. "Mr. Fang, are you implying that within the eerie domain of Bailu Academy, aside from the bizarre female doctor and the one who manipulates dreams, there could be other anomalies? Did you foresee these?" Shenling Xue, ever obstinate, insisted on referring to the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital as the eerie domain of Bailu Academy. Fang Xiu was not surprised. Spirit masters are inherently individuals with twisted minds. Some merely exhibit more severe symptoms than others. Shenling Xue was relatively mild in comparison, displaying no tendencies towards slaughter or brutality, merely exhibiting traits of arrogance, aggression, irritability, obstinacy, pettiness, and a lack of consideration for others, along with a heavy sense of suspicion. Just a few minor flaws. Chapter 38. Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is I did not foresee that, with my limited spiritual insight, I could only predict once. That was when I sensed the correct path while faced with 2 divergent routes. At that moment, I envisioned 2 distinct scenes. One depicted the proper path, revealing a safe passage and the bizarre control of dreams, through which Zhao Hao and I successfully escaped. The other illustrated the erroneous path, filled with numerous closed hospital rooms, each emanating an exceedingly terrifying and eerie aura. Some doors were ajar, and in this future, Zhao Hao and I were pursued and killed by a female physician. Thus, I concluded that within the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, there existed at least dozens of anomalies. Dozens of anomalies? Li Wenhao's voice immediately rose in pitch. Mr. Fong, are you certain? Fong Xiu nodded. My intuition is seldom mistaken. However, Shen Lingxue scoffed. Fong Xiu, do you truly comprehend what you are saying? There have been numerous bizarre occurrences globally, yet there has never been a precedent for dozens of anomalies coexisting within a single anomalous domain. Typically, an anomalous domain harbors only one anomaly. It is born from that singularity. There may be instances of other anomalies inadvertently entering or merging with it, but for you to claim dozens congregating is utterly implausible. Anomalies do not gather like humans. They struggle to coexist peacefully. Hence, if your observation holds true, those are not anomalies at all, but rather anomaly subordinates. Powerful anomalies often control numerous subordinates, typically human or animal beings that have perished and been forcefully dominated by the anomaly. Although plentiful, they are generally not formidable. You may have been frightened out of your wits, compounded by your ignorance of anomalies, leading you to misidentify subordinates as anomalies. Fong Xiu chose not to elaborate further, calmly stating, at your level, it is difficult for you to grasp my words. You need only report faithfully. Having perused the Global Anomaly Forum, he was well aware of what anomaly subordinates were. Thus, he was confident that the rooms contained genuine anomalies. He had no intention of explaining further, as excessive clarification could expose his predictive abilities, and he believed that stubborn women were impervious to reason. He trusted that a truthful report would lead to a sound judgment from those in authority. At my level, Shen Lingxue chuckled coldly. You, a newly minted anomaly controller, have only encountered a few anomalous events? Just because you say they are anomalies, does that make it so? You probably haven't even seen an anomaly subordinate. Fong Xiu took a sip of tea and replied slowly. Indeed, weakness and ignorance are not barriers to survival. Arrogance is. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Li Wenhao hastily interjected. Mr. Fong, if my estimations are correct, you were merely an ordinary person until yesterday, yet your discourse on anomalous domains and controllers is quite familiar. How did you acquire such knowledge about anomalies and controllers? Was it through foresight? The Global Anomaly Forum, Fong Xiu calmly replied. All right, that forum you gifted me in the future, Li Wenhao said, somewhat incredulous. Without dwelling on his astonishment, he continued, Mr. Fong, the ability to foresee the future is crucial for the Investigation Bureau, so I must ask you to accompany us back to the Bureau today. Very well. Fong Xiu set down his teacup and rose to follow. An hour later, Fong Xiu was brought to the Green Vine City Investigation Bureau. The bureau was located in a subterranean structure, quite concealed. Yet, even here, numerous anomalies lingered. Ethereal manifestations roamed the bureau unknowingly, unnoticed by anyone. Observing this scene, Fong Xiu became increasingly convinced that even controllers could not perceive the multitude of anomalies in the streets. Only he could see them. Otherwise, a bureau dedicated to handling anomalous events would not have so many anomalies wandering freely. Soon, he was assigned to a waiting room, while Shen Lingxue and Li Wenhao went to report to the director. In the director's office, Wang Dihai sat upright in his chair, sipping tea as he listened to their report. However, as the report progressed, his teacup was set down, and his previously calm demeanor shifted to one of increasing astonishment. Are you certain he foresaw the future? Wang Dihai asked incredulously. Li Wenhao nodded gravely. Fong Xiu indeed anticipated our visit, even knowing our names and certain details. Shen Lingxue also nodded in agreement. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the matters of love letters and romantic obsessions. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dihai inquired, who else knows of this foresight besides you? Also Zhao Hao, who emerged from the anomalous domain with Fong Xiu. Very well, regardless of its veracity. This matter shall be treated as confidential for now. Ensure secrecy regarding Zhao Hao. The implications of foresight are significant. Once confirmed, we must not allow any information to leak. Understood? Understood. And the lottery numbers? Here. Li Wenhao quickly handed over a note with the winning lottery numbers. Wang Dihai scrutinized the paper for a moment before stating, accurately predicting lottery numbers does not necessarily equate to foresight. Perhaps Fang Xiu had already arranged for someone at the lottery office to manipulate the results. Li Wenhao, you must quickly arrange for 2 trustworthy individuals to oversee tonight's draw. It must be entirely random. Yes, Director Wang. Li Wenhao promptly departed to organize the lottery arrangements. At this moment, Wang Dihai turned his gaze to Shun Lingxue. Xiao Shun, you are also a seasoned anomaly controller, based on your experience. Do you believe Fang Xiu is lying? Although Shun Lingxue was dissatisfied with Fang Xiu's attitude, she responded truthfully, I cannot say for certain. While Fang Xiu initially omitted a number, he appeared exceedingly calm, devoid of any panic. If he were a fraud, he would have to possess an exceptionally strong psychological constitution. Furthermore, he has no reason to deceive us. The ability to foresee the future is unlike others, as it is easily debunked. If one can deceive once, can they truly deceive a second time? However, personally, I sense that Fang Xiu is lying. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Women's intuition. Wang Dihai paused for a moment, taking a sip of tea before saying, truth cannot be concealed, nor can falsehoods become reality. Everything shall be revealed tonight during the drawing. It is a pity he is merely a newly minted anomaly controller. His spiritual prowess is too weak. Otherwise, we could conduct further tests. By the way, he also mentioned that there are dozens of anomalies within the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Chapter 39. Is Fang Xiu equivalent to greatness and righteousness? Upon mentioning this, Shun Lingxue's lips curled into a mocking smile. Director Wang, you can't possibly believe what he said, can you? Across the globe, there is not a single eerie domain where dozens of anomalies can coexist. Fang Xiu is merely a novice. Even if he truly possesses the ability to foresee the future and has seen dozens of anomalies, it would only indicate that he has witnessed anomalies controlling their thralls. In a state of extreme fear, even the slightest rustle can be magnified infinitely. In my assessment, there should only be 2 anomalies within the eerie domain of Bailu Academy. If there were indeed dozens, not only would Fang Xiu be unable to foresee them, but even an omniscient being could not survive. One is an anomaly in the form of a female physician, suggested to be codenamed Eerie Physician. Its pattern of killing involves targeting victims in close proximity, and it only strikes once at a time, withholding further attacks until it has consumed its previous victim. Based on the description, the Eerie Physician should be classified as a D-grade anomaly. The other anomaly manipulates dreams, suggested to be codenamed Nightmare. Its method of killing occurs within dreams, compelling nearby individuals into slumber, where they are confronted with terrifying visions that ignite their fears, leading to death once they succumb to terror. Conversely, as long as one remains unafraid, the Nightmare poses less threat than the Eerie Physician, as it seemingly lacks physical means of attack. Considering its unique characteristics and the degree of danger it poses to ordinary individuals, I recommend a classification of C-grade anomaly. After all, the Eerie Physician lacks the means to kill on a large scale, while the Nightmare can ensnare multiple victims simultaneously. In summary, taking into account that Bailu Academy is a fixed Eerie domain located in a sparsely populated area, I suggest a hazard rating of C-grade. How terrifying is the Nightmare's dream? Wang Dihai pondered. Shun Lingxue casually adjusted her freshly manicured nails, responding somewhat indifferently. How terrifying can it be? It merely frightens ordinary people. Fang Xiu possesses a commendable psychological fortitude, and knowing in advance the capabilities of a Nightmare, he understands that everything is merely an illusion. Thus he would not succumb to fear. As for Zhao Hao, he is timid and lecherous, relying on watching films to alleviate his fear, and he has managed to survive. This indicates that even such a novice can remain unafraid of the Nightmare. Seasoned spirit practitioners who have endured numerous eerie events would fare even better. The Nightmare's abilities are suited for sudden assaults. Once one is aware that everything is an illusion, its threat may be less than that of the Eerie Physician. Wang Dihai nodded, placing his trust in Shun Lingxue's judgment, as she is an experienced spirit practitioner who has faced numerous eerie incidents. Let's agree on the code names and establish profiles for the Eerie Physician and the Nightmare. As for the Eerie domain of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, we will make arrangements after tonight's lottery results. If there is no winning ticket, it would indicate that Fang Xiu is problematic, and his words will be deemed unreliable. Possessing such extensive information without the ability to foresee the future suggests the existence of a vast organization behind him, possibly a conspiracy against the Investigation Bureau. Next, bring Fang Xiu here. I wish to meet him. Shunling Xue expressed mild surprise. Director Wang, you wish to meet Fang Xiu in person? This may not be in accordance with regulations. His true abilities remain unknown. And if he is backed by a certain underground organization with the intent of falsely claiming he can foresee the future to infiltrate the Investigation Bureau, that would pose a risk. Furthermore, he has not undergone a mental contamination test, so we cannot ascertain the risk of him going out of control. For safety's sake, it will be prudent for the team leader to meet him instead. However, Wang Dihai shook his head. Captain Yang is currently out of the Bureau, pursuing the whereabouts of the head anomaly. What about Deputy Captain? Wang Dihai smiled. He is also out. Shunling Xue was taken aback. They are actually working together? Do you think these two could collaborate? They are in competition with each other, both acting independently to see who can resolve the head anomaly incident first. Shunling Xue found herself at a loss for words. Is this the insatiable competitive spirit among men? One is a captain, the other a deputy captain. It is rather childish to treat eerie events as a competition. All right, go summon Fang Xiu. If he harbors ill intentions within the Investigation Bureau, he won't be able to cause much commotion. Seeing Wang Dihai's insistence, Shunling Xue complied, adding, I will first have him undergo the mental contamination test. If he passes, I shall bring him over. With that, Shunling Xue took charge and departed. Wang Dihai was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. He understood that this was Shunling Xue's way of protecting herself. Yet as a leader, the inability to execute his orders smoothly left him somewhat unsettled. However, he had long since grown accustomed to the challenges of managing spirit practitioners. In the lounge, Shunling Xue placed a professional spiritual lie detector before Fang Xiu. In her fair hand, she held a test questionnaire. I am about to conduct a mental contamination test on you. This is a spiritual lie detector, distinct from ordinary lie detectors, as it measures spiritual fluctuations. Ordinary lie detectors can be deceived by trained agents, but no one can fool a spiritual lie detector. Spirituality reflects the mind. As long as your heart and words do not align, it will react. Therefore, you must answer truthfully without deceit. This is a test that every newly appointed spirit practitioner must undergo. The Investigation Bureau will not allow a severely mentally contaminated spirit practitioner to roam freely in society. Understood. Fang Xiu nodded. The first question, if a powerful anomaly is rampaging through the city, what would you choose? 1. Fight the anomaly. 2. Flee alone. 3. Save as many people as possible, taking as many as you can with you. I choose 1. To fight the anomaly, Fang Xiu replied calmly. Shunling Xue cast a skeptical glance at him, then looked at the spiritual lie detector, which indicated that he was not lying. She was momentarily taken aback, never having imagined that Fang Xiu would be someone willing to sacrifice himself for others. On this question, Fang Xiu indeed spoke the truth. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for all anomalies. Even if he cannot defeat them, he would still attempt to gather more information, searching for their weaknesses. If he cannot succeed in one attempt, he would try again, and if that fails, he would try yet again. The second question, if future anomalous events increase and humanity is clearly outmatched, and an intelligent anomaly invites you to join its ranks, promising you immense power and unimaginable authority, would you accept? No, really not. If the anomaly offers you great power and ensures the safety of your family, friends, and loved ones, would you join? No. Fang Xiu's responses remained succinct. The lie detector showed no fluctuations. Shunling Xue felt a twinge of disbelief, sensing that Fang Xiu was not the type to be wholly devoted to humanity. What if your family sided with the anomaly and invited you to join? I have no family. What about friends? I understand that you have a good relationship with Zhao Hao, and he is your only friend. If he were to urge you to betray humanity and join the anomaly, would you agree? I would not mind being without friends. Shunling Xue was momentarily speechless. The third question, what do you wish to accomplish most after becoming a spirit practitioner? Or what is your ideal? To eradicate all anomalies in the world. The room fell into silence as Shunling Xue stared incredulously at the unresponsive lie detector, finding it hard to believe. Is this for real? When did the ranks of spirit practitioners produce such a paragon of virtue? I have witnessed numerous spirit practitioners undergo testing, yet none have been as selfless as Feng Xiao. Some even provided shockingly selfish and perverse answers. After all, they're individuals whose minds have been tainted with the darker aspects of humanity magnified. For instance, in the first question, when faced with a powerful anomaly wreaking havoc in the city, some had chosen to flee alone, while those with even marginally better conscience opted to save as many as they could. Those with a high degree of mental contamination were even more outrageous. What? Is the anomaly wreaking havoc? Then I shall join in the fray and see who can slay the quickest. As for the second question, whether to align with the anomaly, the majority of spirit masters respond with a pragmatic approach. If one cannot prevail, one should join the stronger side, aligning with those who demonstrate favor. The eccentric spirit master exclaims, I am most enamored with the anomalies. The third question is even more straightforward. Was survival, achievement, wealth, or taking 100 wives? The peculiar spirit master declares, flesh is frail and weak. Anomalies ascend. My aspiration is to become a worthy anomaly. Indeed, there are those who, like Feng Xiao, provide similar answers. However, their responses often trigger the lie detector. Yet, Feng Xiao's reply elicited no such response, indicating that his words were entirely truthful. Chapter 40. I have traversed between the future and the past countless times. Shen Lingxue could not help but re-evaluate Feng Xiao. Could it be that he truly embodied the legendary persona of a cold exterior yet warm heart? Beneath his iceberg-like countenance lay a genuine heart that radiated warmth for humanity. After a moment of silence, Shen Lingxue posed several additional questions, to which Feng Xiao responded candidly. Then, Shen Lingxue found herself utterly astonished. Was this an angel who empathizes with the suffering of mankind that had fallen to earth? If the spiritual lie detector was functioning correctly, then Feng Xiao was indeed a little angel among humans. Within the entire Spirit Master team, one could scarcely find another as upright and kind-hearted as he. With one last question lingering in her mind, she inquired, Can you truly foresee the future? Feng Xiao met her gaze with calmness and replied, I have traversed between the future and the past countless times, witnessing death and rebirth, experiencing infinite possibilities. To me, the future is merely a puppet that can be observed and altered at will. Shen Lingxue glanced at the unresponsive spiritual lie detector and, in her heart, had already begun to believe Feng Xiao's words. Yet, she could not suppress her urge to critique, remarking, If you can't foresee the future, why not just say so? Must you put on an act? After her critique, Shen Lingxue retracted the lie detector and stood up, her demeanor seemingly shifting. If her previous attitude had been one of indifference, now it felt more like distance. It seemed she was reluctant to stand beside Feng Xiao. Such is human nature. When one discovers another who is more selfless and kind, it often breeds feelings of insincerity and pretense. However, upon realizing that he was genuine, one instinctively withdraws from a person radiating such brilliance, for their light exposes one's own hidden darkness. This was the sentiment Shen Lingxue now grappled with. Initially displeased with Feng Xiao's perceived arrogance, she now found herself unable to reconcile her disdain for such a virtuous individual, as it would reflect poorly upon her own character. Her pride prevented her from displaying any form of deference, leading her to instinctively recoil. You have passed the test. Come with me to meet Chief Wang, Shen Lingxue declared, turning on her heel to depart. Before long, they arrived at Wang Dihai's office. Shen Lingxue placed the test report before him. He has passed the test. Wang Dihai took the report, scrutinizing Feng Xiao with a keen eye before smiling. Feng Xiao, is it? Please introduce yourself. I'm Wang Dihai, currently the director of the Green Vine City Investigation Bureau. Please take a seat. As he spoke, he began to peruse the report, engaging in tentative small talk. However, the moment Wang Dihai uttered a single word, he appeared to falter. You. His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized the document in his hand. He even donned his glasses to read it again, still struggling to accept its implications. The report was flawless, so impeccable that not even a pure-hearted individual could respond with such perfection, let alone a spirit master. He instinctively glanced at Shun Lingxiu, seeking confirmation with his gaze. Shun Lingxiu, maintaining an impassive expression, nodded slightly. Wang Dihai suppressed his astonishment, inhaling deeply before saying, "Mr. Fong, based solely on this report, even if your ability is not foresight, I would still like to invite you to join the investigation bureau. Let's not rush. We will discuss it after the results are announced." Fong Xiu replied calmly. He had no intention of joining the bureau at that moment, as it would serve no purpose. He wished to join as one who possessed the ability of foresight, thus securing a fitting compensation. At this juncture, Shun Lingxue interjected, "Chief Wang, I just inquired using the spiritual lie detector whether Fong Xiu's ability is foresight." Wang Dihai's expression became serious. What was the outcome? He passed the test. Upon hearing this affirmative response, Wang Dihai's pupils constricted, yet he refrained from immediate acceptance, knowing that the spiritual lie detector was not infallible. It could indeed discern lies. If a person's inner thoughts contradicted their spoken words, the device would alert. However, if someone were hypnotized and genuinely believed they could foresee the future, the lie detector would deem it a truth. This was the source of Wang Dihai's skepticism. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation. Although the report was flawless, Wang Dihai, as the director of the investigation bureau, possessed his own methods of assessing character. Fong Xiu found this small talk distasteful, viewing it as a waste of time. His sole desire was to grow stronger and make all the anomalies of the world suffer. Fortunately, their idle chatter was soon interrupted when the office door burst open with a loud bang, and a young man in work attire rushed in, visibly frantic. Wang Dihai furrowed his brow. "How many times must I remind you not to be so hasty?" "You cannot." Before he could finish, the young man interrupted, "Chief Wang, we have a grave situation. The deputy captain, he is dead." "What?" Wang Dihai sprang from his chair, his face a mask of shock. How could he be dead? Bai Qi was not only the highest combatant within the bureau, but also the top spirit master in Green Vine City. Impossible. Quickly, tell me what happened. Upon hearing of Deputy Captain Bai Qi's demise, Wang Dihai was thrown into disarray. Bai Qi was his ace in the hole. If he fell, chaos would ensue in Green Vine City. Previously, Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Bai had been investigating the whereabouts of a sinister entity, operating separately. Ultimately, it was Deputy Captain Bai who located the entity in an unfinished building on the outskirts of Qingbei Town. Upon discovery, Deputy Captain Bai did not inform Captain Yang, but chose to confront the entity alone. Given Deputy Bai's strength, he should have been more than capable of handling the situation. However, no one anticipated that another anomaly lurked within the abandoned building, launching a surprise attack on Deputy Captain Bai, leading to... At this point, the young man's complexion grew pale. What? There was another anomaly? Wang Dihai erupted in fury, hurling a folder from his desk. What is your intelligence division doing? How could you not know there was another anomaly hidden in Qingbei Town? The young man, nearly in tears, stammered, "Chief Wang, during the citywide sweep conducted by the intelligence department, we did investigate Qingbei Town, but we truly found no sign of that anomaly. It seemed to appear out of thin air." Wang Dihai took a deep breath, forcing down his simmering anger. Where is Yang Ming? As the director of the investigation bureau, he understood that he could not allow his fury to cloud his judgment. Though the two anomalies had launched a surprise attack, their ability to slay Bai Qi indicated they were formidable. If left unchecked, the entire Qingbei Town could face annihilation, and Green Vine City would likely suffer the same fate. Captain Yang is currently en route to Qingbei Town. Prepare the vehicles. Gather all investigators who are not on assignment and send them to Qingbei Town. Furthermore, contact the leaders of various civilian spirit master organizations and request their assistance in Qingbei Town. The Investigation Bureau is willing to offer 3,000 spirit coins and 10 spirit incense as a reward for resolving this anomaly crisis. Wang Dihai bellowed, nearly in a roar. Chapter 41. I can die countless times, but you can only die once. Upon hearing about the spirit coins and spirit incense, Fong Xiu's heart stirred. He had only seen images of these items on a bazaar forum, never the actual objects. Spirit coins serve as the primary currency among spirit masters, yet few would regard them merely as money. To be precise, spirit coins are a type of spiritual material, a unique steel known as the steel of the mind. This steel, developed by the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, possesses the remarkable ability to conduct spiritual energy. Such steel is exceedingly precious for its capability to channel spiritual essence, meaning spirit masters can utilize spirit coins to forge weapons, armor, and more. Ordinary weapons and armor are utterly ineffective against the bizarre, while equipment crafted from steel of the mind can counteract these anomalies if infused with spiritual energy. One must never underestimate the significance of weaponry. It is intertwined with humanity's ascendancy over the animal kingdom. When conventional arms falter against the bizarre, the importance of steel of the mind becomes paramount. As for spirit incense, is another invaluable resource developed by the Investigation Bureau. Spirit incense can alleviate the mental instability that spirit masters face. This mental instability is a formidable challenge for every spirit master, as their increasing power intensifies the pollution of their minds, leading to potential loss of control. Spirit incense serves to suppress this mental contamination, making it a life-saving elixir for every spirit master. Wang Dihai incessantly dialed numbers, mobilizing vast human and material resources. The latent power of the Investigation Bureau was evidently on display. He commandeered various departments at will. After finishing his calls, he noticed Fang Xiu nearby and addressed the young man, Xiao Wang. Take Mr. Fang to the lounge for a rest. Xiao Shun is convening an emergency meeting. With that, Wang Dihai departed with Shun Lingxue, leaving the young man, referred to as Xiao Wang, to escort Fang Xiu to the lounge. In the lounge, while Fang Xiu sipped tea with an air of tranquility, his mind was in turmoil. The foremost spirit master of Ulftang City had perished so easily, killed by two bizarre entities. These two anomalies must possess considerable power, yet this also highlights humanity's fragility. Despite possessing spiritual essence, the human body is inherently at a disadvantage when confronted by the bizarre. A prime example is the female doctor from Qingshan Mental Hospital. She may not be an overwhelmingly powerful anomaly, yet her skin is akin to steel, impervious to conventional firearms. In contrast, even spirit masters who can channel their spiritual energy and unleash extraordinary strength remain vulnerable to bullets, which can still inflict injury or even death. This disparity is stark. Ultimately, the low margin for error among spirit masters is a significant issue. Even with formidable abilities, the flesh remains vulnerable. A minor mistake can lead to a fatal encounter with the bizarre, as exemplified by Bai Qi, who fell victim to a surprise attack. The bizarre, conversely, also possess formidable powers and a high tolerance for error, making it exceedingly difficult for spirit masters to eliminate them in a single strike. It's akin to my ability to err countless times, while yours permits but a single mistake. How can one prevail under such circumstances? Nevertheless, Fang Xiu remained indifferent to the inherent disadvantages spirit masters faced against the bizarre. For the weakness lay with the spirit masters, not with him. His confrontation with the bizarre was distinct. He was resolute. I can die countless times, but you can only die once. Thus, Fang Xiu sat quietly in the lounge, gazing out the window at the bustling staff clad in uniforms. Clearly, Bai Qi's death was a significant matter, one capable of shaking the very foundations of Ulftang City. Soon, afternoon arrived. Fang Xiu surmised that the situation had reached an initial resolution. It was time for him to take action. He had no intention of remaining idle all day. He glanced at the young man beside him, who appeared pale, seemingly unable to recover from the morning's events. Whether he mourned Bai Qi's demise or feared repercussions for his intelligence work, Fang Xiu could not tell. Gradually, he rose and approached the young man, who finally seemed to notice him. "You," he began to utter when Fang Xiu swiftly struck a knife-hand blow to the back of his neck. The young man instantly lost consciousness and collapsed. After incapacitating the young man, Fang Xiu quickly stripped off his uniform and donned it himself before exiting the lounge. He intended to disguise himself as a staff member to gather intelligence. Under normal circumstances, such a ruse would be futile. But given the chaos ensuing in the Investigation Bureau due to Bai Qi's death, it was the perfect opportunity. Clutching documents, he emulated the hurried demeanor of those around him. moving freely through the investigation bureau. His spiritual essence activated, amplifying his senses. The sounds of conversations and phone calls permeated his ears. Although Deputy Captain Bai usually exuded a frosty demeanor, his strength was beyond question, making the unexpected demise of such a powerful spirit master all the more shocking. Indeed, who could have foreseen this? In my view, Bai Chi's death could have been averted. One could blame the rivalry between Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Bai, who constantly quarreled. Had they acted together, how could Deputy Captain Bai have fallen prey to an ambush? Li Gu, I haven't been at the investigation bureau long. Could you elaborate on the discord between Captain Yang and Deputy Captain Bai? What discord could there be? It's merely a clash of pride. Deputy Captain Bai is widely recognized as the strongest. Yet when the captaincy was contested, Yang Ming emerged victorious, leaving Deputy Captain Bai feeling resentful. Wait, if Deputy Captain Bai is indeed the strongest in Liftang City, how did he lose to Captain Yang? Naturally, it was due to Captain Yang's abilities. Do you know what his power entails? I've heard it's some form of luck. Precisely, Captain Yang's ability is luck, a passive ability useful for granting others good fortune, yet of little practical value. Consequently, he has been dubbed the weakest captain by spirit masters from other cities. Then how did Captain Yang win the captaincy? How else could he win? He simply relied on luck. On the day of their confrontation, who knows what unsavory food Deputy Captain Bai consumed the day before. When the battle commenced, he was struck with stomach troubles and had to dash to the restroom. During their clash, he couldn't exert himself for fear of an embarrassing accident, leading to his defeat. Although Captain Yang may lack strength, he is still a second-tier spirit master, easily triumphing over an opponent afraid to unleash their full power. But if he needed to use the restroom, why not pause the match? Are you foolish? You don't know what sort of person Deputy Captain Bai is? A quintessentially aloof and pretentious man. Asking him to halt the fight for a restroom break would be more intolerable than death itself. Thus, he was compelled to maintain a facade of nonchalance while battling. The poor Deputy Captain Bai assumed no one would notice his predicament, yet numerous spirit masters were present, all with keen senses, and they quickly caught a whiff of the unfortunate situation. Chapter 42. Captain Yang Ming, upon hearing this, Fang Xiu in the corridor ceased to listen further, as the ensuing conversation between the two devolved into idle gossip. Clearly, they were clerks, enjoying a leisurely moment to indulge in trivial chatter. Continuing his exploration of the investigation bureau, he diligently absorbed snippets of information. Hurry, we must head to the conference room. Director Wang is convening an emergency meeting. Upon receiving the news, Fang Xiu swiftly melded into the crowd, following them towards the meeting room. Inside the conference room, a long rectangular table was filled with attendees, both male and female, predominantly youthful. Notably, very few donned black uniforms. Instead, an array of eccentric attire showcased their vibrant personalities. Flanking the table stood over a dozen staff members in standard uniforms. Fang Xiu blended among the staff, discreetly observing the individuals seated around the table. Evidently, these individuals were all spirit masters, whose esteemed status, being the primary line of defense against the uncanny, afforded them the privilege of participating in this meeting. At the head of the table sat Wang Dihai, his expression grave. Curiously, there were 2 vacant seats beside him, unoccupied by anyone. 2 vacant seats? Fang Xiu speculated that these must belong to Captain Yang Ming and Vice Captain Bai Chi. With Bai Chi now deceased, his absence was understandable. But what of Yang Ming? Was he still pursuing the investigation into the bizarre occurrences? At that moment, a sharp scent of smoke wafted through the air. Smoking during an emergency meeting? Fang Xiu followed the trail of smoke to a despondent man crouched in the corner behind Wang Dihai, smoking. This man appeared to be in his late 20s. With thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square face, while not conventionally handsome, he exuded a certain vigor and integrity. However, his current demeanor betrayed a lack of vitality. His gaze vacant, stubble adorning his chin, staring blankly into the air before him. If not for the occasional puff from a cigarette, he could easily be mistaken for a statue. The other attendees chose to selectively ignore this man, allowing him to remain in his smoking reverie. Witnessing this, Fang Xiu began to form a hypothesis. Despite their flamboyant attire, the spirit masters adhered to basic decorum during meetings, dutifully seated in their places. The man's nonchalance, however, went unchallenged, even by Wang Dihai, indicating his elevated status. Coupled with the empty seats, it was easy to deduce that this smoking individual was indeed Captain Yangming. As the meeting commenced, Wang Dihai wasted no time on pleasantries, diving directly into the matter at hand. Following the investigators' on-site assessment, it has been confirmed that Vice Captain Bai has perished. His somber tone echoed through the room, met with a silence that enveloped the attendees, some expressionless, others indifferent, and some visibly grieving. The man who resembled Yang Ming maintained his vacant stare, although his hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. After a brief pause, Wang Dihai's deep voice resonated once more. Vice Captain Bai fell victim to an entity that manipulates shadows. As he spoke, a blurred image appeared on the large screen in the room, depicting a shadow, a humanoid silhouette. Unlike an ordinary shadow, it possessed a three-dimensional quality, resembling an individual clad in a black bodysuit, with even the eyes and mouth obscured. This shadow, entirely black, seemed almost animated, taking on a corporeal form. Designated as Shadow Phantom, this entity demonstrated the ability to conceal itself within shadows. During Vice Captain Bai's confrontation with a head-targeting entity, the Shadow Phantom emerged from his own shadow, launching a surprise attack that left Bai gravely wounded, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of the head-targeting entity. The attendees were intently focused on the image of the Shadow Phantom, their expressions grave. The sudden emergence from shadows rendered such attacks nearly unavoidable. Even the formidable Bai Qi had suffered a crippling blow, and the other spirit masters did not presume themselves superior. Currently, the whereabouts of the Shadow Phantom remained unknown. Yet the head-targeting entity had been dealt with by Yang Ming. Therefore, our immediate task is to mount an exhaustive search for the Shadow Phantom and eradicate this bizarre threat. Furthermore, Wang Dihai inhaled deeply, his tone slow and heavy. We must avenge Bai Qi. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming palpably tense. Perhaps sensing the oppressive mood, Wang Dihai forced a hint of a smile, announcing, "In light of this unfortunate incident, I have some good news to share." Good news? The crowd appeared momentarily stunned. Bai Qi had just died, yet there was good news? Our captain, Yang Ming, having resolved the head-targeting incident, has successfully ascended to a third-level spirit master, joining the ranks of elite spirit masters. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the room, all eyes converging on the corner where the smoking man sat. Yet, Yang Ming seemed oblivious, his expression unchanged, merely discarding his cigarette but in reaching for a cigarette case, intent on lighting another. The ground beneath him was littered with numerous charred stubs. Upon opening the case, he discovered it empty. With a casual motion, he crumpled it and tossed it aside, lifting his listless gaze towards the assembled crowd. "Hey, does anyone have a cigarette?" His voice was hoarse and tinged with fatigue. Silence enveloped the room. No one responded. Wang Dihai, witnessing this, felt a pang of compassion, yet scolded. "Yang Ming, pull yourself together. You are now a third-level spirit master. The safety of Green Vine City relies on you. And don't you wish to avenge Bai Qi?" In response to Wang Dihai's admonition, Yang Ming's expression remained unyielding, his demeanor lethargic. Gradually, he rose from the corner, hands stuffed in his pockets, mumbling, "Then I'll just go buy a pack myself." With that, he turned to leave the meeting room, muttering, "Avenge? Will avenging bring Xiao Bai back to life?" "Stop right there," Wang Dihai bellowed in frustration, but Yang Ming continued on, seemingly deaf to his words. Exasperated, Wang Dihai reached into his pocket, producing a pack of cigarettes, exclaiming, "I have some." Yang Ming halted, his expression one of discontent. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Dihai tossed the cigarettes to Yang Ming and turned back to resume the meeting, clearly unwilling to engage further. Yang Ming returned to his corner, lighting a cigarette and quipping, "What a family Wang has, smoking all day long." Wang Dihai's face darkened, suppressing his irritation as he continued the meeting. Just then, the door to the conference room burst open with a loud bang. Wang Dihai's fury erupted. "Maintain discipline. Discipline? How many times must I repeat myself?" The incoming staff member, however, was too flustered to let him finish, exclaiming, "Director Wong, it's bad. The person you just sent to the lounge is missing. He knocked me out and ran away." "What? You mean Feng Xiu escaped?" Wang Dihai's expression shifted to one of alarm and rage. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu quietly sighed. His technique was evidently lacking, having underestimated the duration of his incapacitation. Although he had become a spirit master, capable of far greater strength than an ordinary person, he had never before attempted to knock someone out and was unaware of the necessary force. "Feng Xiu, how would you be here?" A voice rang out from the assembly. It was Shun Lingxue. Surprised, she sprang from her seat, pointing at Feng Xiu in astonishment. In an instant, all eyes in the arena were fixed upon Feng Xiu, with the exception of Yang Ming, who continued to gaze into the air while smoking. Chapter 43. Can I return to the past and reverse the future? The staff surrounding Feng Xiu immediately reacted, drawing their weapons and aiming at him, as if any slightest movement would provoke them to fire. The spirit masters seated at the conference table watched him intently, their eyes betraying a mix of curiosity and vigilance. A faint, almost imperceptible pressure of spiritual energy descended upon him. "Feng Xiu, are you aware of the consequences of assaulting agents of the Investigation Bureau? What exactly do you intend to do? Or who exactly are you?" Wang Dihai's face darkened as he spoke. Unfazed by Wang Dihai's inquiry and the collective pressure from the spirit masters, Feng Xiu remained composed, his gaze shifting towards Yang Ming, who was smoking in the corner. Suddenly, he spoke calmly. "Do you wish for Bai Qi to be resurrected?" At those words, Yang Ming halted his smoking, his previously vacant eyes now filled with a fierce intensity, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, fixated on Feng Xiu. He slowly rose to his feet, his expression grave, an invisible force brewing around him, reminiscent of the oppressive stillness before storm. With a flick of his wrist, he discarded his cigarette onto the floor, crushing it underfoot. After this gesture, he approached Feng Xiu with steady steps, coming to a halt before him. Meeting Feng Xiu's serene demeanor, he enunciated each word carefully. "Regardless of who you are or where you come from, do not make light of the dead, or else there will be fatalities." An immense pressure, akin to a tidal wave, enveloped Feng Xiu, emanating solely from Yang Ming, surpassing that of all the spirit masters present. The other spirit masters could not help but feel a shift in their expressions. Is this the prowess of a third-tier spirit master? Yet, in the face of this overwhelming pressure, Feng Xiu's countenance remained unchanged. He had endured the bizarre trials above the firmament, and this pressure was trivial to him. He met Yang Ming's gaze with calmness, stating, "You need only answer whether you wish or do not wish." His tranquil words seemed imbued with an undeniable force. Witnessing this scene, those present were taken aback. How could one speak so confidently before a third-tier spirit master? Who exactly is this Feng Xiu? Yang Ming scrutinized Feng Xiu's tranquil eyes, attempting to discern something, but all he could perceive was an unfathomable calm. "Feng Xiu, what nonsense are you spouting? Seize him." Wang Dihai, now thoroughly distrustful of Feng Xiu, harbored suspicions of a clandestine organization manipulating events behind the scenes. However, just as the staff was about to act, Yang Ming raised his hand to halt them. "Can you truly resurrect Xiao Bai?" he asked, the absurdity of his own question dawning on him. The notion that the dead could return was an unbreakable law. Even if this man possessed the power of resurrection, Bai Qi's corpse had been devoured by the bizarre, making revival impossible. He could not fathom why he had posed such a foolish question, yet gazing into Feng Xiu's calm eyes, a lingering intuition whispered that perhaps there was truth in his words. A slight smile graced Feng Xiu's lips. "I cannot bring the dead back to life, but I can return to the past and reverse the future." This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. It sounded like a fantastical tale. The concept of returning to the past to reverse the future was even more far-fetched than resurrecting the dead. Not a single person present believed Feng Xiu's claim. Yet Yang Ming stubbornly inquired, "What must be done?" Feng Xiu did not respond directly, but posed a question of his own. "Where were you when Bai Qi died?" Yang Ming pondered for a moment before replying, "At that time, I was pursuing leads on the head creature in the mountains near Qingbei town. However, due to a deviation in the clues, I did not enter Qingbei town. As he spoke, he instinctively clenched his fists, guilt written all over his face. If I had discovered it sooner and entered Qingbei town earlier, perhaps he would not have died. Very well, that suffices. Now, please provide me with your phone number. Phone number? Yang Ming paused, bewildered by Fang Xiu's abrupt shift in focus. Here they were discussing resurrection, and suddenly, a phone number was required? Indeed. You only need to give me your phone number and then share a secret with me. What secret? Yang Ming became increasingly confused. A secret that will convince you of my credibility, Fang Xiu stated calmly. I will return to the past and call you before the incident occurs, instructing you to save him. Therefore, I need a secret that will make you believe in me. At this, Yang Ming's eyes widened involuntarily, overwhelmed by disbelief, as if Fang Xiu were spinning tales from a fantasy novel. Call me from the past? Is such a perverse ability even real? Even if it were? Surely only a fifth-tier spirit master could wield it. How could this possibly be? Despite Yang Ming's desperate wish to resurrect Bai Qi, he struggled to convince himself of Fang Xiu's words. Not only he, but the other spirit masters present shared the same skepticism. How could one so exceptional exist among them? To reverse the future and return to the past, were they still spirit masters, or were they god masters instead? Yet, one individual felt a tempest brewing within her heart, Shun Lingxue. She suddenly recalled Fang Xiu's words during the mental pollution test. I have traversed countless times between the future and the past, witnessing death and rebirth, experiencing infinite possibilities. To me, the future is merely a puppet that I can observe and alter at will. She began to understand why Fang Xiu had not directly answered whether he could foresee the future, but had instead shared such an elaborate statement. It was entirely possible he was not boasting, but instead expressing his abilities, returning to the past and reversing the future. Observing Yang Ming's skeptical expression, Fang Xiu smiled slightly. Trying it poses no loss. Yang Ming was swayed. Indeed, what harm could come from a mere attempt? He didn't believe Fang Xiu could threaten him with just a phone number and an inconsequential secret. Taking a deep breath, he slowly recited 138. He repeated it only once, and Fang Xiu retained it firmly in his mind. Subsequently, after a moment of contemplation, Yang Ming finally said, Then I shall reveal a secret known only to me. A secret about Xiao Bai. I never intended to disclose it in my lifetime, fearing that Xiao Bai would retaliate upon learning of it. However, since he is gone, it matters not. The secret was this. Actually, before the captain selection competition, it was not Xiao Bai who fell ill from spoiled food, causing him to have an upset stomach during the contest. Rather, I had secretly administered a laxative to him. My ability is luck, which is why no one has ever doubted me. Silence. An eerie quiet enveloped the room. Everyone present stared at Yang Ming, as if they were seeing him for the first time. They could hardly fathom that the typically boisterous Yang Ming had committed such a nefarious act. This was utterly shocking. Chapter 44. Perhaps we do not exist. Yang Ming felt a mix of embarrassment and anger as he was scrutinized by the crowd. Can you blame me? If it weren't for that scoundrel Xiao Bai. Forget it. The person is already dead, so there's no point in dwelling on it. He sighed again, his expression falling into despondency. Well, this secret will suffice. Fang Xiu suddenly interjected. By the way, you don't have a habit of turning off your phone, do you? Yang Ming nodded. If you truly could call me from the past, I would certainly answer, for I am directionally challenged. When Xiao Bai encountered his misfortune, I was driving in the mountainous region near Qingbei town with my phone connected to Bluetooth for navigation, so I would definitely receive the call. Fang Xiu nodded, then prepared to answer the call. He fell silent thereafter, and the atmosphere grew quiet along with his stillness. Everyone silently observed him as time ticked away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, Fang Xiu spoke. What are you all staring at? Continue with the meeting. The crowd was taken aback. Yang Ming could no longer contain himself and asked, Aren't you supposed to be going back to the past? We're all waiting for you to act. Fang Xiu looked at him as if he were a fool. When did I say I would return to the past right now? And do you all really think I would vanish like in the movies? The crowd. To be honest, they indeed harbored such thoughts. Then when do you intend to start? No rush. The draw will take place at 8 o'clock tonight. Yang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Draw? What prize are we talking about? Enough questions, Yang Ming. Take this rambling lunatic to the confinement room immediately. I will follow shortly. His mind is clearly not sound, and he is likely on the brink of a mental breakdown. Wang Dihai suddenly interjected. Yang Ming hesitated to comply, but caught a knowing glance from Wang Dihai. Thus, he turned to Fang Xiao and said, "Come with me." Fang Xiao nodded and followed Yang Ming to the confinement room without any further ado. After all, given his current strength, causing chaos at the investigation bureau would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Wang Dihai's intentions. Regardless of whether his assertions were true or false, this matter should not be exposed to the public eye. If it were true, the ability to reverse the future would be sensational, potentially causing an uproar if leaked. If false, it would simply be the greatest joke the Bureau had seen this year, and it was best that few knew. Upon arriving at the confinement room, Fang Xiao inquired about various details regarding the Headless Spectre and Shadow Spectre, as well as information about Bai Qi. It turned out that Bai Qi possessed extraordinary speed, far exceeding that of his peers, granting him a distinct advantage in both attack and evasion. He had previously achieved the feat of defeating a second-tier spirit master in mere seconds and had successfully escaped from formidable and bizarre pursuers. This was precisely why he was permitted to act independently with Yang Ming. If Bai Qi could not win, he could always flee. As for Yang Ming, with his luck-based ability, it was exceedingly unlikely that he would meet an untimely demise. Unfortunately, this time, Bai Qi was constrained by intelligence and failed to detect the Shadow Spectre's presence, leading to a surprise attack. Ordinary specters would find it difficult to ambush Bai Qi due to his remarkable speed and reflexes. Yet the Shadow Spectre was different. It concealed itself within Bai Qi's shadow, making it impossible for him to shake it off, regardless of his speed. In the midst of a high-speed battle with the Headless Spectre, the shadow that followed Bai Qi struck decisively at a crucial moment. The two engaged in idle chatter for quite some time, but Fang Xiao did not extract much useful information. Yang Ming, though appearing rugged and carefree, was tight-lipped and would not divulge anything that was not meant to be shared, as he still could not ascertain whether Fang Xiao possessed the ability to reverse the future. About an hour later, Wang Dihai arrived at the confinement room with Shunling Xue. "Fang Xiao, what are your intentions? What do you wish to use Yang Ming for?" Wang Dihai asked directly upon entering. 3 hours remain. After the draw, everything will become clear, Fang Xiao replied calmly. The draw? Did you not claim that your ability was to foresee the future? Why has it now transformed into reversing the future? Is there a distinction? After predicting the future, I can make corresponding changes. To some extent, this is akin to altering the future. For instance, if I foresee that I will be struck by a car today, then as long as I refrain from leaving the house, I shall not die. Observing Fang Xiao's unwavering conviction, Shunling Xue could not help but interject, "But now, Deputy Captain Bai is already dead. This incident will undoubtedly become an unchangeable past. How can you alter the past from the present?" "Oh." Fang Xiao cast her a detached glance and retorted, "On what basis do you determine that this is the present? Is it not possible that you, Yang Ming, and everyone else, including myself, do not exist? That all that is occurring now is merely the future I perceive from the past?" Upon hearing this, Shunling Xue and the others fell silent, overwhelmed by an absurd sense of disbelief. "We do not exist?" Yang Ming remarked incredulously. "Do you really want to hear what you are saying?" Fang Xiao closed his eyes, lapsing into silence once more. A strange atmosphere enveloped the three of them. Fang Xiao's words seemed ludicrous, yet inexplicably, as they pondered, a chilling sensation crept over them. "Do we truly not exist?" After a while, the group departed the confinement room, leaving only Fang Xiao behind. After all, as members of the investigation bureau with pressing duties, they could not afford to languish there for 3 hours. Time flowed like water, and soon 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Bang! The door of the confinement room was flung open with force. Wang Dihai, Shunling Xue, and Yang Ming strode in, their expressions grim as they fixed their piercing gazes upon the meditative Fang Xiao. Suddenly, Fang Xiao opened his eyes and met their stares with calmness. Slap! Shunling Xue slammed the paper containing the lottery numbers written by Fang Xiao onto the table. Her voice icy, "Fang Xiao, The numbers you wrote did not win at all. Not a single digit matched. Look here, I just wrote down the winning numbers for this draw. Fang Xiao, you can now explain who you are and who sent you. Wang Dihai demanded gravely. Yang Ming remained silent, yet his gaze held a hint of hostility toward Fang Xiao. However, Fang Xiao merely smiled faintly. My foresight does not fail. You think you can trick me with any random string of erroneous numbers? Shun Lingxue, exasperated, felt her breath catch, her chest heaving. She pulled out her phone, opened the draw results, and presented it before Fang Xiao. Take a look for yourself. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Fang Xiao glanced casually at the results, the smirk on his lips growing increasingly mocking. You think you can manipulate the draw and then turn around to question me? At these words, the three of them instantly turned cold. Chapter 45. True foreknowledge of the future. Shen Lingxue let out a cold laugh. Fang Xiao. We indeed sent someone to the lottery center, but that was only because we feared you had preemptively prepared your own team to manipulate the results. This lottery is entirely random. What is it? Now that you see the winning numbers differ, does it mean your scheme has failed? Fang Xiao glanced at the reactions of the three and deduced that they likely had not tampered with anything, allowing him to face death with a sense of assurance. At that moment, Shun Lingxue sneered again. Did you not say that if you guessed wrong, you would pay with your life? Huh. It seems you are not in a position to fulfill that promise. More like trying to wriggle out of it. Rest assured, I always keep my word. Fang Xiao smiled slightly, and in the next instant, a gleaming surgical knife appeared in his hand. Shun Lingxue and Yang Ming immediately shielded Wang Dihai behind them, fearing he might reveal his true intentions. However, to their astonishment, after drawing the knife, Fang Xiao did not attack, but instead plunged it into his own forehead. The three were momentarily stunned, staring at Fang Xiao with the knife embedded in his forehead. They felt that such a man of his word was indeed rare. He truly meant what he said. At the Green Vine City Investigation Bureau, the resurrected Fang Xiao was led inside by Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao. This time, he meticulously repeated his previous actions to avoid triggering a butterfly effect. As he entered the Investigation Bureau for the second time, Fang Xiao smiled faintly. It was time to unveil his true gift of foresight. As the three walked in, Fang Xiao abruptly halted. Shun Lingxue furrowed her brow. What's wrong? There will be two staff members colliding at the corridor's corner ahead. What? Li Wenhao momentarily failed to respond, instinctively asking. The next second, a woman in a professional secretary outfit rushed around the corner, clutching a stack of documents, just as a male staff member exited the corner. Ouch! With a startled exclamation, the two collided, scattering documents everywhere. Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao were instantly shocked, gazing at Fang Xiao in disbelief. How is this possible? Fang Xiao remained calm, walking forward and stepping over the scattered papers. Shun Lingxue and the others followed closely, not even hearing the greetings of the fallen staff member. Fang Xiao navigated the Investigation Bureau with the familiarity of someone who had been there before, arriving in an office area where several clerks were seated at their computers. He then remarked, "The woman in the third seat from the left will get up to fetch coffee." As soon as he finished speaking, that woman seemed to have received a command, picking up a cup from her desk and rising to head to the coffee machine. Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao were further astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. The man in the middle of the second-to-last row will knock over some documents. Immediately after his words, the man, appearing somewhat fatigued, stretched his arms, inadvertently knocking documents off his desk with a loud thud. The man in the first seat will receive a phone call lasting 3 seconds. Almost simultaneously, Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao glanced at their watches. The next moment, the phone rang. "Hello, who is this? I'm not buying a house or applying for a loan, so please stop calling me." After the call ended, they looked up and exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Exactly 3 seconds, they gazed at Fang Xiao, who appeared serene, as if he were a deity casually manipulating the fates of mortals. Fang Xiao calmly glanced at the two and said, "Let us go. The lounge is this way." With that, he took the still-stunned Shun Lingxue and Li Wenhao to the lounge, as if you're the host. Upon reaching the lounge, he skillfully retrieved tea from his second drawer on the left side of the counter and coffee from the third drawer. He poured a cup of coffee for Shun Lingxue and green tea for Li Wenhao, thoughtfully adding exactly 5 sugar cubes to Shen Lingshua's coffee. Shen Lingxue. Li Wenhao. Fang Xiu poured himself a glass of water, took a small sip, and then calmly stated, "There's no need for such astonishment. I told you, my eyes can see the future." Shen Lingxue. Li Wenhao. The two were so astonished that they struggled to find their voices. After a prolonged silence, Shen Lingxue finally asked, "Did you foresee all of that just now? Including the location of the lounge, and that I wanted 5 sugar cubes in my coffee?" Fang Xiu lifted his cup, gently blowing away the steam, before taking a sip and replying, "What else could it be?" Once again, they fell into a deep silence. If there had been any lingering doubts before, they had now been nearly dispelled. While it was conceivable that some information could have been gathered in advance, the precise foresight of the Investigation Bureau staff's next actions was beyond mere investigation. "You two should go report to Wang Dihai. He is currently available." Feeling somewhat numb, the two were at a loss for words, a typical reaction when confronted with phenomena beyond one's comprehension. They exchanged a glance and silently rose to find Wang Dihai. Once they left, Fang Xiu took out his phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, far away in the mountainous area near Qingbei town, Yang Ming was driving while humming a tune. Suddenly, the music cut off and the phone rang. Seeing an unknown number, Yang Ming picked up without hesitation. "Hello, who is this?" His casual tone was laced with a hint of irreverence, a stark contrast to his demeanor after Bai Qi's demise. A calm, deep voice came from the other end. "In half an hour, Bai Qi will die." With a screech, Yang Ming slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement, leaving 2 long marks. His nonchalant expression vanished, replaced by a serious and unfamiliar demeanor. "Who are you?" "My name is Fang Xiu, a man capable of foreseeing the future. I am currently a guest at the Investigation Bureau. If all goes as planned, we will become colleagues. I foresee that in half an hour, Bai Qi will be killed by a strange entity. You still have time to save him." Yang Ming laughed in disbelief. "I don't care who you are. Do you realize that making such jokes can be fatal? When selecting a team leader, you fought Bai Qi, and the night before, you slipped him laxatives. However, due to your ability being luck-based, no one suspected you." Yang Ming's expression shifted to one of shock as he exclaimed, "How did you know that?" "I've never told anyone. Remember my words. I will only say this once. Right now, Bai Qi is at an unfinished building on the outskirts of Qingbei town. He will encounter a headless entity there and engage in battle. But there is not just one strange being, another, a shadow entity, lurks within his shadow and will strike at a crucial moment, leading to Bai Qi's demise." With that, Fang Xiu hung up the phone. Chapter 46. How can it not be considered? Yang Ming sat in the car, enveloped in a profound silence, his expression a tempest of emotions. After a moment, he abruptly turned the car around, accelerating furiously towards Qingbei town. Although he harbored doubts about Fang Xiu's assertions, he believed it prudent to err on the side of caution, especially given the precise revelation of his secret concerning the laxative. In the lounge, Fang Xiu finished his cup of hot water and waited patiently for a considerable time until Shen Lingxue arrived. This time, their reporting session evidently extended longer than the previous one, as Fang Xiu's earlier display of foresight had left them astonished, prompting a more extensive discussion. "Fang Xiu, I am to conduct a psychological pollution test on you," Shen Lingxue announced, her expression a mixture of complexity. Fang Xiu nodded and, without hesitation, donned the spiritual lie detector with a practiced ease that left Shen Lingxue momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she regained her composure and began, "The first question is if I choose one, to battle the anomalies." Fang Xiu interjected decisively. Shen Lingxue. Ignoring her astonished silence, Fang Xiu continued, "For the second question, I will not align myself with the anomalies, even if they grant me immense power and promise to protect my loved ones. My family will not seek refuge with the anomalies, for I have no family. Should Zhao Hao choose to betray us by joining the anomalies, I would personally ensure his demise. For the third question, my foremost desire upon becoming a spirit master is to eradicate all anomalies from this world." Without waiting for Shen Lingxue to pose any further inquiries, Fang Xiu promptly articulated his answers, the spiritual lie detector remaining silent throughout. Having concluded, Fang Xiu stood and calmly addressed the still speechless Shun Lingxue. The test has been passed. Let us proceed to meet Wang Dihai. He exited the lounge, leaving Shun Lingxue in a daze, lost in thought, momentarily unsure who was truly assessing whom. Wang Dihai's office. Upon meeting Wang Dihai, Fang Xiu refrained from the customary self-introduction and instead found himself scrutinized by Wang Dihai's penetrating gaze. Mr. Fang, since you have already divined my name, I presume no introduction is necessary. Please take a seat. As Fang Xiu settled in, Wang Dihai continued, to be frank, Mr. Fang, even after hearing the reports from the two of them, I still find it difficult to believe in your ability to foresee the future. Such a skill surpasses that of other spirit masters. Are you able to comprehend my meaning? Typically, a first-tier spirit master possesses abilities limited to fire, strength, speed, and so forth. Yet your abilities are evidently superior. You wish to imply that I am not on the same level as them, correct? Fang Xiu interjected. Wang Dihai nodded. Indeed, if you were a third-tier spirit master endowed with precise foresight, I would not be overly astonished. However, as a newly initiated spirit master, one would expect your foresight to be limited to mere seconds ahead. Yet you foresaw the arrival of Xiao Shun and the Investigation Bureau, even predicting tonight's lottery numbers. This is quite extraordinary. Wang Bureau Chief, have you considered that perhaps I'm simply on a different level? There exist individuals in this world who are simply beyond the realm of conventional understanding. Indeed, some are born geniuses. There are certainly many gifted spirit masters. But Mr. Fang, if you were to encounter a newborn who speaks or solves mathematical problems, would you not deem him a genius? Fang Xiu smiled slightly. How can one not consider that? Wang Dihai. He inhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable urge to lash out at the audacity of Fang Xiu's words. Since you hold such beliefs, I have little more to say. By the way, Xiao Shun, what of Mr. Fang's psychological pollution test report? Shun Lingxue seemed momentarily disoriented, oblivious to Wang Dihai's inquiry. Lost in her own thoughts, Wang Dihai furrowed his brow and called out again, Xiao Shun. Ah, Shun Lingxue snapped back to reality. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, What is it, Bureau Chief Wang? The report. The report on Mr. Fang's psychological pollution test. Instinctively, Shun Lingxue reached for the report, only to freeze in realization that she had not written one. In fact, she had not even posed the questions. Fang Xiu had answered them all before she could inquire, leaving her too astonished to take notes. I did not write the report. Did not write it? Wang Dihai felt his blood pressure rising. Xiao Shun, as an experienced investigator, have you grown so negligent? No, Bureau Chief, it's not that I failed to write the report. Rather, I did not ask the psychological pollution test questions. What? Wang Dihai's voice escalated, sensing Shun Lingxue was deliberately opposing him. Not only had she failed to write the report, but she had not even asked the questions. Shun Lingxue quickly recognized the ambiguity in her words and hastily clarified. That was not my intention. I planned to ask the questions, but Fang Xiu anticipated them all, responding with perfect accuracy before I could even inquire. And the spiritual lie detector did not register a single sound. Wang Dihai stared at Fang Xiu, utterly stunned into silence. After a moment, he finally asked, Mr. Fang, even if you truly possess the ability to predict the future, does it not entail cost? Can you freely foresee? Fang Xiu shook his head. The cost of foresight is not high, but it does come with significant consequences. Consequences? Wang Dihai inquired, curiosity piqued. Spiritual instability. At the utterance of those 4 words, both Wang Dihai and Shun Lingxue's expressions shifted slightly. For every spirit master, the specter of spiritual instability was an ever-present threat, one that had previously inflicted catastrophic losses upon the Investigation Bureau. Mr. Fang, are you implying that each instance of foresight heightens the risk of spiritual instability? Wang Dihai asked gravely. Chapter 47. The Price of Power. Fang Xiu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the greater the power, the steeper the price. Each time I glimpse the future, a torrent of chaotic information floods my mind, delivering a profound impact upon my spirit, thereby amplifying the risk of spiritual instability. Moreover, my foresight is severely limited. I can only perceive events a few seconds to a few days ahead. Anything beyond that eludes me. Wang Dihai, sensing the seriousness in his tone, adopted a more solemn demeanor. The duration of your foresight likely correlates with your own spiritual development. As a newly initiated spiritual master, it is quite normal for your foresight to be brief. Once you advance to the second tier, your abilities should experience a significant enhancement. However, Mr. Fong, I find myself perplexed. If foreseeing the future exacerbates spiritual instability, why do you engage in it so frequently? Because of the spiritual incense, Fong Xiu replied. You wish to investigate the spiritual incense within the Bureau? Indeed, he continued. My frequent displays of ability are intended to draw the Bureau's attention, thereby securing a position that grants me access to the spiritual incense, which will aid in stabilizing my spirit. Upon hearing this, Wang Dihai's mind formed a logical loop that elucidated Fong Xiu's actions and intentions. So, his objective is to acquire the spiritual incense? Though precious, Wang Dihai was not one to hesitate. Before a master capable of foreseeing the future, no price would be too great to secure his allegiance. Mr. Fong, should I extend an invitation for you to join the Bureau, what salary would you require? I demand the remuneration befitting a second-tier spiritual master, along with a monthly allocation of spiritual incense. Furthermore, I require a degree of flexibility in my working hours, allowing me to decline certain unreasonable demands. Additionally, should my abilities be needed for any events, appropriate compensation must be rendered afterward. Essentially, there must be a financial incentive. As he laid out these conditions, Wang Dihai was yet to respond when Shen Lingxue could no longer contain herself. Fong Xiu, are you jesting? Are you suggesting that you will not work daily, while the Bureau must sustain you as a second-tier spiritual master with spiritual incense, and if you are called upon, we must pay you additionally? Fong Xiu nodded. Your comprehension is commendable. You. Shen Lingxue glared furiously, then turned to Wang Dihai, insisting, Director Wang, you cannot acquiesce to his demands. This is against protocol. He is merely a novice spiritual master. If we concede to his terms, his compensation would rival that of the team leader, and we cannot yet ascertain his true capabilities. Wang Dihai, ignoring Shen Lingxue's protests, pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Fong, should it be confirmed that you can indeed foresee the future, I can agree to your salary and the monthly spiritual incense. However, I must express that the additional compensation for utilizing your abilities may. Director Wang, it seems you have yet to grasp the value of my abilities. Though you shall soon comprehend it, Fong Xiu interjected. What do you mean by that, Mr. Fong? Wang Dihai asked, his brow furrowing slightly. I have brought a significant gift to the Bureau, and upon your viewing of it, I trust you will agree to my terms. What gift? Wang Dihai, perhaps influenced by cinematic tropes, instinctively felt that the term gift was ominous. Fong Xiu smiled slightly. A life. Wang Dihai's expression turned grave. Whose life? The life of Bai Qi. Fong Xiu, what exactly are you implying? Are you threatening me with Bai Qi's life? This is not a threat. It is a gift. If you doubt me, feel free to call Bai Qi now. Fong Xiu's demeanor and choice of words invited misinterpretation, reminiscent of a cinematic villain poised to leverage a life against a protagonist. Wang Dihai did not immediately dial, instead exchanging a glance with Shen Lingxue, who promptly rose and approached Fong Xiu, clearly prepared to act should the situation warrant it. Fong Xiu remained unfazed. His intent was to save, not to kill. Before long, Wang Dihai retrieved his phone and began dialing Bai Qi's number. Beep, beep, beep. Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. Wang Dihai's countenance darkened immediately as he fixed a piercing gaze on Fong Xiu. Bai Qi possesses a Bureau-issued encrypted phone, which is operational at all times. Yet now it is off. Mr. Fong, should I interpret this as your gift? Boom! A bright, searing flame appeared in Shen Lingxue's delicate hand, her expression betraying her threat. Speak. What have you done to Vice Captain Bai? Fong Xiu frowned slightly. Did Yang Ming fail? Just then, an insistent ringtone shattered the tense atmosphere. Wang Dihai glanced at his phone screen. The caller ID displayed Yang Ming. Without hesitation, he answered. Hello. Before he could finish his greeting, Yang Ming's voice erupted from the other end. Director Wang, is there a person named Fong Xiu in the Bureau? Sensing Yang Ming's frantic agitation, Wang Dihai instinctively anticipated the worst. How do you know about Feng Xiao? What about Bai Qi? Wasn't he with you pursuing the head case? What happened to him? Bai Qi. He has been severely injured. Where's Feng Xiao? What? Wang Dihai interrupted in shock, leaping to his feet. His gaze locked onto the composed Feng Xiao. In that moment, myriad thoughts raced through his mind. Feng Xiao had managed to injure the foremost spiritual master of LV Tung City, a feat that hinted at unimaginable backing. Who could possess such strength and audacity to harm another and then come to the bureau to issue a challenge? Shun Lingxue also lost her composure, the flames in her hand flaring larger as she demanded, Feng Xiao, who are you? Who sent you? Which organization dares to harm Bai Qi? Faced with their mounting pressure, Feng Xiao merely responded calmly, I suggest you allow Yang Ming to finish speaking. Wang Dihai narrowed his eyes, refraining from issuing a command to act. For anyone capable of injuring Bai Qi and appearing so unperturbed must have some formidable backing. Yang Ming, what transpired? Tell me everything, clearly and without reservation. Is Feng Xiao with you? Yang Ming inquired. Indeed, Wang Dihai confirmed gravely. He is currently in my office, having just mentioned a significant gift he brought me. Now I receive your call about Bai Qi's severe injuries. This truly is a noteworthy gift. Chapter 48. Captain Yang. You wouldn't want Bai Qi to discover your little secret, would you? Indeed, it was quite a significant gift. Thanks to Feng Xiao's timely phone call, I was able to rush to Bai Qi's aid. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly met his demise this time. What? Wang Dihai's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. Are you implying that Feng Xiao informed you in advance to rescue Bai Qi? Precisely. I received a call from someone claiming to be Feng Xiao, who warned me that during a battle with a malevolent entity, a strange shadow would emerge to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Qi. Upon receiving the call, I immediately went to join Bai Qi, and everything unfolded just as Feng Xiao had foretold. Had I not arrived in time, Bai Qi would have truly perished. Wang Dihai gazed at Feng Xiao in disbelief, momentarily lost for words. Conversely, Feng Xiao remarked casually, Director Wang, are you satisfied with my generous gift? And you, Miss Shun, please relinquish your powers. With a resounding thud, the flames in Shun Lingshue's hands extinguished. She gazed at Feng Xiao, her astonishment rendering her speechless. She had never anticipated that a single phone call from Feng Xiao could save Bai Qi's life, the life of the foremost spiritual master in Iltang City. Feng Xiao is at the bureau, right? Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Yang Ming's anxious voice came through the phone before he hastily ended the call. After a moment of silence, Wang Dihai replied, Mr. Feng, you are correct. If it is determined that Bai Qi's situation was not a deliberate act, then your abilities indeed possess considerable strategic value. I can acquiesce to your request, but let us discuss this further after the results are revealed. He still harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Feng Xiao's capabilities, even after the latter had saved Bai Qi. As the director of the investigative bureau, he could not easily place his trust in a stranger, regardless of how flawless their demeanor might appear. There remained a minuscule chance of deception. What if Bai Qi's incident had been meticulously orchestrated? It was not beyond reason that Feng Xiao could have alerted Yang Ming with ulterior motives. Everything would have to wait until the results were disclosed for a definitive conclusion. Feng Xiao nodded, understanding Wang Dihai's concerns as the director. Yet he felt no anxiety since he was already privy to the winning numbers for the evening. He was certain of their accuracy. Subsequently, the two exchanged a few casual remarks before Feng Xiao was escorted to the lounge to rest. As the head of the investigative bureau, Wang Dihai was typically overwhelmed with work and could not afford to spend an entire day conversing with Feng Xiao at his office. In the lounge, Feng Xiao and Shun Lingxue sat facing each other, sipping water. Due to the necessity of keeping Feng Xiao's abilities confidential, the task of companionship and supervision fell to the informed Shun Lingxue. However, she was quite displeased with this role, particularly since Feng Xiao had revealed his quirks and even personal tattoos, leaving her feeling entirely exposed and devoid of secrets in his presence. In truth, Feng Xiao was also dissatisfied, as the sight of beautiful women often reminded him of his wife, prompting an involuntary desire to wield a scalpel against their fair necks. Just as the two sat in silence, The door to the lounge swung open with a loud bang. A tall man with a square face, broad nose, and a stubbled visage stormed in. It was Yang Ming. Upon entering, Yang Ming's gaze immediately fixed upon Feng Xiao. "You are Feng Xiao?" Feng Xiao nodded. "Ling Xue, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Feng Xiao privately." Though curious, Shun Ling Xue had long wished to leave this place and promptly agreed. Exiting the room, once Shun Ling Xue departed, Yang Ming hurriedly took a seat and urgently addressed Feng Xiao. "Feng Xiao, you haven't disclosed my administering of the drug to anyone else, have you?" Feng Xiao. He found Yang Ming's focus quite peculiar. One would expect that in such circumstances, the foremost concern would be the foreknowledge of the future or expressing gratitude for the timely warning that saved Bai Qi. Yet, Yang Ming's primary concern was whether anyone else was aware of the drugging incident. After contemplating, Feng Xiao replied, "Currently, no one aside from myself knows. But that may change in the future." Yang Ming, upon hearing the first part of the statement, felt a wave of relief wash over him. But the latter part instantly darkened his expression. "What do you mean by that?" "My meaning is clear. It will require additional compensation." Instantly, Yang Ming's face soured as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. He forced a smile and said, "Feng Xiao, surely you intend to join the investigative bureau? Are you aware of the weight that the position of captain carries? The waters of the bureau run deep. As a newcomer, there are many matters you may not grasp. However, if I, as captain, were to support you then..." Feng Xiao interjected directly. "Captain Yang, you and want Bai Qi to uncover your little secret. Would you?" Chapter 49. Rating S. Codename Oracle Yang Ming. "Xiao Feng, are you aware that your remarks are perilously reckless?" 100 spirit coins. "You." Yang Ming, visibly agitated, retorted with a stern expression. "Feng Xiao, you have not yet joined the investigation bureau. Do you believe that with a mere word, I could?" 200. "What the hell? Enough already. My monthly salary is only 10 spirit coins. Do you expect me to part with 20 months' worth?" "Speak then. I would rather face death at the hands of Xiao Bai than sacrifice 20 months' salary. That would be more painful than death itself." "Fine." Feng Xiao rose abruptly, swinging open the lounge door, inhaling deeply before shouting, "Yang. Hold on. I was just joking, brother, just joking." Yang Ming's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly pulled Feng Xiao back and closed the lounge door. With a grin that reeked of mischief, he pleaded, "Brother, can we negotiate? Let us stick to the original price, 100 spirit coins." Feng Xiao took another deep breath. Yang Ming, 200. I'll give you 200. Ultimately, Yang Ming, with great reluctance, extracted 200 spirit coins from his private vault as a hush money for Feng Xiao. After handing it over, he sank into a state of despair, akin to the desolation he felt upon hearing the news of Bai Qi's demise, crouching in a corner and smoking. At 7:50 in the evening, in a small conference room of the Investigation Bureau, Feng Xiao, Wang Dihai, and Shun Ling Xue were casually engaging in conversation at the meeting table, while Yang Ming sat in a corner, wearing a sorrowful expression. "Captain Yang, could you extinguish your cigarette?" Shun Ling Xue covered her delicate nose with her small hand. From the corner, Yang Ming lifted his head and replied, "Ling Xue, could you lend me some spirit coins?" Shun Ling Xue, instantly irked, retorted, "As a first-tier senior spirit master, I earn only 5 spirit coins a month. You, as captain, earn 20 spirit coins monthly, and you come to me for a loan? Not a chance." Upon hearing that the captain earned 20 spirit coins a month, Feng Xiao realized his earlier rashness. He would have to extort Yang Ming again next time. "Enough. Stop the noise. The call is coming in." Wang Dihai suddenly interjected. He then picked up his phone and switched it to speaker mode. "Director Wang, today's winning numbers are 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. As the numbers were announced one by one, everyone's gaze gravitated toward the note on the table. The numbers inscribed were precisely 1, 12, 17, 18, 26, 27, 05. Not a single digit was amiss. "We-VE-1. The atmosphere became palpably tense as even Yang Ming, who had been smoking in the corner, approached without anyone noticing. Moments later, Wang Dihai ended the call. Yang Ming, filled with exhilaration, rushed over and threw his arm around Fang Xiu's shoulder. Brother Xiu, from this day forth, you are my true brother. Help me predict the next set of numbers. Shen Lingxue, meanwhile, pulled out her phone to check the current numbers. Fang Xiu brushed Yang Ming's hand away, disliking those with no sense of boundaries. Enough, Yang Ming. Stop fooling around. Fang Xiu's precognitive abilities could exacerbate spirit control issues. We must never apply them to trivial matters. Wang Dihai admonished. Yang Ming reluctantly released his grip, muttering, how can this be deemed trivial? I would rather lose control than live in poverty. After chastising Yang Ming, Wang Dihai turned to Fang Xiu with a warm smile. Fang Xiu, your precognitive abilities have now been largely validated. I formally invite you to join the Investigation Bureau, and the conditions you previously proposed will be honored. Fang Xiu nodded, feeling satisfied with the outcome. His sacrifice had not been in vain. He believed that with the Bureau's resources, his path to vengeance would become clearer. Fang Xiu's abilities must remain a closely guarded secret. Henceforth, we shall publicly claim that his talent lies in perception. Xiao Shun, as one of the informed parties and given Fang Xiu's recent arrival at the Bureau, you will be responsible for guiding him through the onboarding process. Though Shen Lingxue felt somewhat reluctant, she ultimately complied with Wang Dihai's directive. Let's go, she said, leading Fang Xiu to complete his employment paperwork. Once the two had departed, Wang Dihai suddenly inquired, Yang Ming, what is your assessment of Fang Xiu? Yang Ming slowly extinguished a cigarette and replied earnestly, this individual is not ordinary. He exudes an unsettling calmness. Despite being only in his 20s and having experienced but a single bizarre incident, he gives the impression of being an unfathomable abyss, as if nothing in this world could rouse any emotional response within him. Furthermore, I sense a peculiar aura about him. What peculiar aura? Wang Dihai frowned. A disregard for life and death, Yang Ming replied gravely. Disregard for life and death. Indeed, I have observed a similar demeanor in certain mercenaries and assassins. It bears resemblance, yet is distinct from Fang Xiu's essence. In what way is it different? Yang Ming shook his head. I cannot articulate it. I merely feel that Fang Xiu seems to have experienced countless brushes with death. If assassins are unafraid of death, Fang Xiu gives the impression of being accustomed to it. Accustomed to death? Wang Dihai was taken aback. Are you certain your perceptions are accurate? Unexpectedly, Yang Ming burst into laughter, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. I am no delicate flower. My perceptions are not so precise. But you, Director Wang, how do you intend to report Fang Xiu to the higher-ups? Wang Dihai pondered for a moment. Fang Xiu's information will be classified as top secret. I will submit a report to the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, recommending that he be included in the Global Spirit Master Talent Archive, rated S, codename Oracle. Oh, Yang Ming appeared somewhat astonished. Have you thought this through? Regardless of Fang Xiu's character, his abilities hold immense value. If you report him, he may be requisitioned by higher authorities. Moreover, why should I not be included in the Global Spirit Master Talent Archive, while he is? And at an S rating? This reeks of favoritism. Wang Dihai selectively dismissed Yang Ming's latter comments. It is precisely because Fang Xiu's abilities possess strategic significance that he should develop on a higher platform. Given the surge of bizarre incidents worldwide, I have a foreboding sense that a storm is brewing. In such circumstances, Fang Xiu's capabilities would be far more impactful if he were at headquarters rather than remaining in Liltang City. You're so self-righteous, so exceptional, Yang Ming scoffed. However, he considered that if Fang Xiu were indeed transferred to headquarters, it might be a blessing in disguise, as it would spare him from Yang Ming's threats and extortion in the future. There's one more thing. There's another individual who survived alongside Fang Xiu, named Zhao Hao. The records indicate that these two are good friends and have shared life and death experiences. I believe we should also include Zhao Hao in the Investigation Bureau. Yang Ming's expression grew slightly peculiar. I've heard that Zhao Hao's abilities are somewhat dubious. Do we really want such a candidate in our ranks? Wang Dihai, however, smiled slightly. You don't understand. This is called a bond. Whether Fang Xiu remains in Liltang City or moves to headquarters, having Zhao Hao within the Bureau will strengthen the connection between us and Fang Xiu. You've noticed Fang Xiu's cold demeanor. He joined the Bureau for the sake of spiritual fragrance. What if one day another organization offers a higher price? Furthermore, if Fang Xiu were to relocate to headquarters, what if the Lutang City Bureau required his assistance? At that time, we could easily dispatch Zhao Hao to negotiate. Thus, allowing Zhao Hao to join is beneficial without any detriments. It merely involves an additional salary for one person. What do you think? Have you been binge-watching Mountain Bandit King again? Yang Ming remarked, bemused. Wang Dihai, his face flushed with embarrassment, cleared his throat twice and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, what progress has been made in the investigation of the shadow deception? Was Bai Qi's incident truly an accident, or is there a possibility of foul play? Upon hearing the term shadow deception, a rare expression of grim determination appeared on Yang Ming's face. Although lacking concrete evidence, I have a strong inclination that it may indeed be a result of human intervention. Chapter 50. Ace of Spades, share your judgment. I once encountered that shadow anomaly. It left a distinct impression on me. Although cloaked entirely in shadows and resembling something eerie, the sensation of battling it felt akin to engaging with a human. Wang Dihai's expression abruptly stiffened. Are you suggesting that this shadow anomaly is likely not a mere aberration, but rather a spirit master endowed with shadow abilities? Yang Ming nodded gravely, stating the shadow anomaly is formidable, and with the head anomaly by its side. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to eliminate the head anomaly first and break through to the third tier on the spot, I would have likely been at a disadvantage. To be honest, even after my breakthrough to the third tier, I do not possess absolute confidence in subduing the shadow anomaly. However, it exhibited peculiar behavior upon my advancement. It immediately vanished into the shadows. The battle was also odd. It seemed to be holding back, displaying considerable strength, yet primarily relying on the head anomaly to entangle us while it occasionally launched surprise attacks. I have a strange feeling that it was waiting for me to ascend to the third tier, which is why it retreated immediately after my advancement. Yet, this is merely my conjecture. It seems implausible that a villain would toy with the protagonist, as in novels, waiting for their breakthrough before striking. By the way, I found this at the scene. Yang Ming produced a dark golden metal playing card from his pocket. The card was slightly damaged, yet it was still discernible that it bore the inscription, Ace of Spades. The Ace of Spades? This is a playing card forged from steel of the mind. Wang Dihai pondered over the card, his thoughts racing, and after a lengthy silence, he remarked, if this playing card belongs to the shadow anomaly, then we are in serious trouble. This could indicate that the shadow anomaly is not an aberration, but a spirit master, and furthermore, one affiliated with a vast organization. Is it possible that Fang Xiu is also a member of this organization? Yang Ming suddenly questioned. Wang Dihai shook his head. No. The ability to foresee the future is an exceedingly rare asset in any organization. It is improbable that anyone would allow Fang Xiu to serve as an undercover agent. Such a talent is best retained in the rear to predict future events. Regardless of the force behind the shadow anomaly, they're undeniably foes of the Investigation Bureau. As enemies, it would not be in their interest to have Fang Xiu alert you, as the death of Bai Qi aligns with their objectives. Yang Ming, your primary task henceforth is to investigate the shadow anomaly. If there truly exists a hidden organization aiming to ensnare the Investigation Bureau, their threat may far exceed that of the aberrations. Understood. I will not rest until this matter is resolved, especially since Xiao Bai nearly lost her life. Whoever is behind this, I will pursue them relentlessly. A fierce glint flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. By the way, what about Fang Xiu? Should we dispatch someone for his protection, given the critical nature of his abilities? Wang Dihai contemplated for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No need. As of now, Fang Xiu's information has not been leaked. The outside world will merely perceive him as a newly emerged spirit master with perception abilities and will not pay much heed. However, should we assign dedicated protection, he would likely fall within the enemy's sights, thus becoming more vulnerable. Most importantly, the shadow anomaly's power is formidable if it chooses to act. Who in the entire Investigation Bureau of Lutang City, besides you and Bai Qi, could withstand it? You and Bai Qi cannot remain by Fang Xiu's side 24 hours a day. Otherwise, who will address the aberrant incidents occurring in Lutang City? Therefore, everything must proceed as usual, Treat Feng Xiu as a novice spirit master, and do not dispatch anyone. This is the greatest protection we can offer him. Darling, I miss you dearly. His wife flitted around Feng Xiu like a butterfly among flowers. Yet, Feng Xiu merely sat quietly on the sofa, scrutinizing the investigator's credentials in his hand, along with the newly issued work uniform and encrypted phone. He then picked up a nearby black briefcase, opening it to reveal an array of dark golden coins. Not too many, not too few, exactly 200. These coins, displaying a dark golden hue, were intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, exuding both quality and heft, though they were no larger than ordinary coins. These are spirit coins forged from the steel of the mind, a precious metal capable of conducting spiritual energy. One spirit coin can fetch tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in the black market, and they're often hard to come by. This does not imply that the value of spirit coins is inherently so high. Rather, few individuals are willing to sell them. Most spirit masters accumulate spirit coins to forge their own spiritual weapons. After all, no amount of money can buy life in the face of aberrations. But spiritual weapons can enhance combat effectiveness and increase survival chances, something no amount of currency can achieve. Moreover, the forging of spirit coins is regulated by the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, typically prioritizing internal consumption, with only surplus flowing to the outside world, which explains the skyrocketing prices of spirit coins in the black market. This illustrates the immense value of these 200 spirit coins, as it is only Yang Ming, in his capacity as captain, who can procure such a substantial amount at once. For a typical spirit master, it would be difficult to amass even this much without significant sacrifice. Yang Ming's salary amounts to 20 spirit coins per month, the highest within the entire Luftang City Investigation Bureau. However, the Bureau also provides additional rewards for resolving aberrant incidents, which constitute the bulk of the earnings. Stronger individuals receive more spirit coins. Nonetheless, even so, 200 spirit coins is not a trivial sum for Yang Ming. In truth, Feng Xiu is acutely aware that although Yang Ming appears to engage in a love-hate relationship with Bai Qi, it is not difficult to deduce that their rapport is quite amicable. The reason Yang Ming acquiesced to his extortion could partly stem from a desire to conceal the drugging incident from Bai Qi, but perhaps more significantly, it serves as an expression of gratitude for the timely warning that averted Bai Qi's demise. Gazing at the spirit coins before him, Feng Xiu fell into contemplation, pondering how best to utilize them. Should he forge armor? He dismissed this option, as his ability to rewind death grants him a high margin for error, reducing his need for protective gear, and 200 spirit coins are insufficient to craft full-body armor. Thus, only two choices remain: forge a weapon or sell the coins. Selling the spirit coins for currency would allow him to recharge his account on the Global Aberration Forum, enabling him to acquire more information and unravel the truths of the aberrations in the world. Regarding weapon crafting, he carries a scalpel, and his need for weaponry is minimal. However, considering that the scalpel is an aberrant tool and not easily displayed, possessing an alternative weapon remains necessary. 200 spirit coins may sound substantial, but it is hardly enough to forge a weapon akin to a sword or blade. Fortunately, Feng Xiu has no intention of crafting a sword. He finds the scalpel quite manageable, and due to the nature of his pain abilities, he does not require a weapon with excessive lethality. Rather, something small, sharp, and capable of breaching defenses, like a scalpel, suffices. Ultimately, after thorough consideration, Feng Xiu resolves to invest the 200 spirit coins in crafting a scalpel, one that suits him and can serve as a cover for the existence of an aberrant tool. Should there be any surplus, he will convert it into currency to purchase information. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Chapter 51. Do you not realize that your actions make me appear rather foolish? Feng Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering who it could be. The Investigation Bureau? Or Zhao Hao? It was the dead of night, and with communication so convenient, why not make a phone call? He rose and slowly approached the door, opting not to open it immediately, but to peer through the peephole instead. To his horror, he beheld a bloodshot human eye glaring back at him through the peephole. The eye was wide open, with no visible eyelids, as if someone had forcibly extracted the entire eyeball and pressed it against the other side. The scara was a ghastly crimson, while the pupil was an abyssal black, resembling a canvas of red veins overwhelming the white of the eye. Just as Feng Xiao was about to take action, a peculiar wave of spiritual energy emanated from that bloodshot eye. In the next instant, his vision darkened, consciousness slipping away, as if someone had struck him fiercely at the back of the head. Time lost meaning. When Feng Xiao finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a dilapidated warehouse. He was bound to a cold, iron chair, frigid chains binding him tightly. The warehouse was expansive, with a rough concrete floor scattered with dark red, dried bloodstains. There were no windows, and the only source of light came from a few incandescent bulbs overhead, casting eerie shadows throughout the dimly lit space. The air was thick with a putrid stench, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Not far from Feng Xiao, a row of torture instruments lay strewn about, each stained with dark, dried blood. It was evident that many had met their fate here. Perhaps it was the oppressive atmosphere that conjured an abundance of sinister entities within the warehouse. Several grotesque apparitions lurked nearby, drooling incessantly, yet they could not approach him until they caught sight of him. At the very center of the warehouse stood a rusted meat grinder, its design unique, with a funnel-shaped opening facing Feng Xiao, lined with sharp metallic blades. Strangely, the machine was also smeared with dark, dried blood. Beside the grinder stood a man clad in black, wearing a black cap, seemingly engaged in maintenance of the machine. Suddenly, he appeared to sense something, halting his movements and abruptly turning around. A pair of bloodshot eyes, nearly devoid of whites, met Feng Xiao's gaze. The owner of these eyes was a pallid, emaciated young man, resembling a mere skeleton. Feng Xiao observed the man with an air of calm, fully aware that this was the very individual who had attacked him through the peephole. The method of the assault was undoubtedly connected to those eerie eyes. A spirit master, perhaps? Was his ability tied to his vision? He seemed quite alert for someone who had recently awakened. "You must be Feng Xiao," the man rasped, his voice carrying a hint of a sickly madness. "It appears you, like me, belong to the realm of the gifted. How delightful. I take immense pleasure in slaughtering geniuses." The man spoke to himself, an unhinged smile creeping across his face. In the face of this macabre scene, Feng Xiao revealed no sign of fear, instead responding calmly. "Have you completed the repairs?" The man paused momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. "Apologies, it's been quite some time since I last killed someone, and the machine has fallen into disrepair. Please bear with me a little longer. It will be ready soon." "Do hurry. I detest wasting time," Feng Xiao replied, his demeanor unflinching. The man stared at him in astonishment, only to be seized by an uncontrollable tremor, his facial muscles twitching sporadically. "Ha ha ha!" He erupted into a fit of manic laughter. "Feng Xiao, you truly are fascinating and quite to my liking. Alas, my cousin has perished, which means you must also die." "Oh, so you are Wang Ziding's cousin?" Feng Xiao replied, maintaining his composure. The man nodded. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Xiang, the so-called genius cousin of my incompetent relative." "You seem to be quite ill," Feng Xiao remarked. Lin Xiang laughed maniacally. "I am not sick. I am more lucid than ever. At least I understand that avenging my cousin is paramount." "No?" As Lin Xiang's delirious words echoed in Feng Xiao's mind, he recalled the descriptions of spiritual instability from a global forum. It was clear that Lin Xiang teetered on the brink of losing his sanity, consumed by madness. "You must be curious why I seek revenge on you. After all, you merely escaped together with him from that realm of horrors. Yet here I am, targeting you, someone with no direct connection to his demise." At this point, Lin Xiang's expression morphed into a vicious snarl, his gaze fixated on Feng Xiao. "Because you deserve to die. Why were you spared while my cousin perished? If he is dead, why did you survive? Does this not imply that my cousin was inferior to others? I, Lin Xiang, shall not be outdone, even by my own kin. You too. There was another named Zhao Hao, correct? Rest assured you, my Tyson was slain by my haunt." Feng Xiao interjected, cutting off Lin Xiang's frenzied tirade. Taken aback, Lin Xiang paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "What did you say? In truth, your cousin's death is intricately linked to me. To be precise, I am the one responsible for his demise. He could have lived, but I ambushed him, rendering him incapacitated, forcing him to watch as the anomaly approached, ultimately devouring him. I stood by, quietly reveling in the exquisite despair that enveloped him. Oh, and how amusing it is that in his final moments, he attempted to drag me down with him, grasping at my pant leg with his bloodied hands. Do you wish to know my response? I stepped on his hand with force, grinding it until I heard the satisfying snap of bones. His screams were truly a delightful symphony. Lin Xiang was left speechless, staring blankly at Feng Xiao, his mind reeling in a frenzy of rage. You should die. You truly deserve to perish. Do you not understand that you make me seem utterly foolish? Chapter 52. The Words of Death. Which method would you prefer? Feng Xiao regarded him with an expression of serene indifference, akin to that of an audience watching a jester. Do not gaze at me with such eyes. Lin Xiang bellowed in a fit of rage. I shall torment you to death, then throw your remains into a meat grinder, ultimately feeding the scraps to stray cats and dogs. As he spoke, Lin Xiang produced a crumpled certificate from his pocket, a vibrant red document emblazoned with the words compassionate person. Do you see this? I have become a compassionate person even while killing and feeding dogs. Are you afraid? I ask you, are you afraid? The blood vessels in Lin Xiang's eyes grew increasingly pronounced, as if they might burst. Feng Xiao remained unfazed, calmly replying, You are but a waste. Your mind tainted by strange forces. Who would have thought such trivial power could turn you into a rabid dog? What sort of worthless individual could achieve that? You bastard! Lin Xiang snapped, agitated. He had executed many within this warehouse, yet none had demonstrated such utter disregard for fear as Feng Xiao. The others typically trembled, drenched in cold sweat, pleading for mercy. Please spare me. As long as you do not kill me, I can do anything. Their voices, laden with terror and desperation, intoxicated him. Lin Xiang, teetering on the brink of spiritual collapse, had become exceedingly cruel and frenzied. To him, nothing was more exquisite than savoring the fear of others. Yet now, he found no fear to relish, only mockery, which threatened to ignite his fury. I will torment you to death. I want to see if you remain so sharp-tongued when you lie battered and breathless. In a frenzy, Lin Xiang rushed to the torture table, selecting instruments of torment. He picked up a steel needle, but deemed it too small, then a branding iron, still inadequate. He sought the most brutal tool to teach Feng Xiao a lesson. Truly a waste. It takes you so long to choose a tool? Feng Xiao's voice echoed calmly in the empty warehouse. Damn it! Lin Xiang shouted, slamming his hands down on the steel table, deforming it and scattering the instruments. Feng Xiao's tranquility had thoroughly infuriated him. Grabbing a pair of pliers from the ground, he approached Feng Xiao with a grotesque expression. You sharp-tongued brat. I will pluck every single one of your teeth. The upper ones will be thrown onto the roof, and the lower ones buried in the ground. He grinned maliciously, waving the pliers before Feng Xiao, seemingly eager to witness terror on his face to satisfy his twisted desires. Yet he was destined for disappointment. Feng Xiao's visage remained as calm as a still pond. As Lin Xiang neared the brink of madness, Feng Xiao finally spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. The words of death. Which method would you prefer? Would you like to be crushed bone by a hammer? Or be beaten into a pulp? Or perhaps slow slicing? Speak. How do you wish to die? I shall do my utmost to accommodate you. In that moment, Feng Xiao appeared as serene as a meditative monk, his words chilling to the core. Feng Xiao's remarks gradually dispelled Lin Xiang's manic smile. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Feng Xiao, an unspoken dread enveloping him. Is it difficult to choose? Feng Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. His tone as calm as if he were helping an old friend decide on dinner plans. Very well, considering you're related to Wang Zidong. I shall grant you one last act of mercy. Allow me to choose for you. Let's go with slow slicing. I happen to possess a scalpel, and I will gradually carve your flesh away. However, I am not a professional, so you may die after dozens or even hundreds of cuts. I hope you can forgive me. Lin Xiang's gaze shifted as he regarded Feng Xiao with uncertainty, struggling to comprehend why, though bound like meat on a board. Feng Xiao remained unflappably calm, even exuding a subtle confidence. It was as if he were the one in control. This notion vexed Lin Xiang immensely. Lin Xiang screamed in frustration, clutching his hair in a frenzy, ruining his once neat hairstyle and even tearing out clumps stained with his own blood. You madman! You are the real lunatic. Who is truly losing control here? Do you not see the situation clearly? The one who holds life and death is I. How dare you ask me how I wish to die? If I desire, you will immediately become dog food, earning me another compassionate person certificate. Lin Xiang glared at Feng Xiao, desperate to catch a hint of fear on his face. Yet, he was met with disillusionment. Feng Xiao exhibited no sign of that pathetic fear, only an unwavering calm that suggested mastery over the situation. You are mistaken. Your life has always rested in my hands. What? Do you even comprehend your own words? You need to grasp the situation before speaking. Feng Xiao ignored the increasingly deranged Lin Xiang, tilting his head to gaze upon the peculiar entity nearby, which had long been drooling. It was a humanoid creature, entirely green with a triangular head, its black claws having gestured menacingly countless times. As he turned, his gaze locked with the strange being. I see you have been longing for a taste of flesh. Lin Xiang was taken aback. Who are you speaking to? To the strange being, of course. Can't you see it? Right beside me, a creature entirely green, dripping with fluid. Lin Xiang stared blankly at the empty air beside Feng Xiao, now utterly confused, unsure whether he had lost his sanity or if Feng Xiao had. You are insane. You truly are. Before he could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. The air beside Feng Xiao suddenly warped, and a green, clawed creature with a triangular head appeared abruptly. What? Lin Xiang's face blanched in terror. Where did that creature come from? Feng Xiao smiled slightly. Not just one. Oh no. He then surveyed the warehouse, locking eyes with all the strange entities present. Come forth. As his words fell, a sight emerged that would petrify Lin Xiang to his very core. The once empty warehouse was now filled with 5 or 6 grotesque, terrifying entities, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty excitement, emitting inhuman howls. Chapter 53. Finally awakened. Later than I expected. No. What on earth is happening here? This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Hurry, you must send them home. Lin Xiang was on the brink of collapse. However, Feng Xiao merely smiled slightly and said, "We can begin now." In the next moment, the strange beings slowly advanced towards the two of them. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Feng Xiao calmly gazed at the door being rapped upon. The scene of Lin Xiang being dismembered by the strange beings still resonating in his mind. Not too shabby. Add another layer of pain. It was time for Lin Xiang to experience suffering. He rose slowly, his footsteps echoing softly as he approached the door. Soon he stood before it. At that moment, a mere door separated him from Lin Xiang. With Feng Xiao inside and Lin Xiang pressed against the door, a bloodshot eye peering through the peephole. Lin Xiang felt a surge of excitement. He heard Feng Xiao's footsteps and merely needed to wait for him to look through the peephole. Just one glance would suffice. Feng Xiao tilted his head slightly, as if intending to peer through the peephole. Just as he leaned forward, suddenly his sleeve twitched and a glint of silver flashed. A scalpel materialized in Feng Xiao's hand. In an instant, whoosh, the scalpel shot forth like a silver streak, piercing through the peephole. A piercing scream erupted. The scalpel penetrated the peephole effortlessly, plunging directly into Lin Xiang's eye. In an instant, Lin Xiang was blinded in one eye. However, given his prowess, losing one eye was not enough to incapacitate him completely. But let us not forget Feng Xiao's ability. The pain ability activated, and dark spiritual energy coursed through the scalpel into Lin Xiang's body. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable agony surged throughout Lin Xiang. It felt as though he was being killed dozens of times, crushed into a pulp, devoured alive, beheaded. The torment of dozens of deaths erupted within him. Lin Xiang could not withstand even a second. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Bang! Feng Xiao withdrew the scalpel and opened the door. He looked down at Lin Xiang, who lay on the ground, bloodied, and calmly grasped his ankle, dragging him into the room like a lifeless dog. Bang! The door slammed shut, plunging the corridor into silence once more. Moments later, the motion sensor light extinguished, shrouding the bloodstains in darkness. Inside the room, Fang Xiao began to search Lin Xiang's person. He favored hidden cards, as they could be used for a dramatic turnaround, yet he despised others possessing hidden cards. As a newly minted spirit master, he was still oblivious to many of the techniques employed by spirit masters. So it was prudent to search Lin Xiang to prevent any unexpected turns while tormenting him. Fang Xiao did not kill Lin Xiang. In truth, with his pain ability, he could have easily taken Lin Xiang's life the moment the scalpel struck. However, he refrained from doing so, for he had promised Lin Xiang that he would help him face his fate with dignity. One must always honor their word. Before long, Fang Xiao found 5 spirit coins, some change, a mobile phone, a car key, and a bizarrely shaped bronze candlestick, along with a certificate for caring individuals. He first picked up the bronze candlestick and, upon touching it, felt a chilling aura invade his being. An artifact? Sensing this familiar feeling, Fang Xiao was convinced he had not misjudged. This bronze candlestick was indeed an artifact. Clearly, Lin Xiang's standing must be significant to possess such a thing. While this artifact felt noticeably inferior to the scalpel, it was still an artifact nonetheless. Fang Xiao speculated that Lin Xiang's strength was at least close to that of a second-tier spirit master, possibly even a seasoned first-tier spirit master. The latter seemed more plausible, although he was unaware of the precise strength of a second-tier spirit master. It was unlikely one could be easily defeated in a single strike. After a moment of contemplation, he set down the bronze candlestick and picked up Lin Xiang's mobile phone. To his surprise, the phone was devoid of a password. There were 2 possibilities. Either Lin Xiang was very confident in his abilities, or he often lost control of his spirit and feared forgetting the password. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Fang Xiao. The absence of a password saved him the trouble of deciphering it. He began to browse through the phone. 5 minutes later, he unearthed the desired information. Lin Xiang was a member of the Radiance Club. The specifics of the Radiance Club remained unknown, but it appeared to be an organization formed by civilian spirit masters. How ironic that those besieged by strange forces would name themselves Radiance. Additionally, Fang Xiao discovered numerous videos on Lin Xiang's phone, mostly depicting him brutally slaughtering others. He also found some basic information regarding the purchase of spirit incense on the black market. This explained Lin Xiang's meager supply of spirit coins. He likely spent them all on spirit incense. It appeared that spirit incense could not completely suppress the loss of control over one's spirit. It merely alleviated it. Subsequently, Fang Xiao smashed the phone to smithereens to prevent any tracking. He then wrapped Lin Xiang in a bedsheet and hoisted him up to leave, under the cover of night. And given that this was an old, dilapidated district, Fang Xiao easily located Lin Xiang's car, tossing him inside before heading straight for the warehouse. The address of the warehouse was also procured from Lin Xiang's phone, as the lad had once ordered takeout there when he was hungry. How did Fang Xiao know this? Quite simply, Lin Xiang recorded a video of himself angrily murdering the delivery man after receiving his order. Now, Fang Xiao began to comprehend why it was said that spirit masters who lost control could sometimes be more terrifying than the very strange forces they faced. Lin Xiang slowly regained consciousness, still unclear about what had transpired, when a piercing pain shot through his left eye. He could not suppress his anguished screams. His remaining eye instinctively scanned the surroundings. The more he looked, the more familiar it appeared. This was his warehouse. Wait, why am I bound? Lin Xiang's heart sank. He discovered he was tied to an iron chair in the center of the warehouse. Not far away, a young man was repairing a meat grinder. Finally awake, albeit later than I anticipated, the young man said calmly, his back turned to Lin Xiang. The meat grinder roared to life, its blades whirring violently, producing a deafening sound. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Xiang shouted in terror, his gaze fixed on the meat grinder, clearly realizing something. Oh, you come to my home in the dead of night, and yet do not know who I am? Lin Xiang's pupils dilated. You are Fang Xiao. In an instant, he recalled that he was just about to ambush Fang Xiao through the peephole when a blade had plunged directly into his eye, and then he found himself here. Chapter 54. Now the roles are reversed. I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. Correct. As a reward, I shall subject you to a slow and torturous death. Fang Xiao spoke with a faint smile. He turned, a cloak-like hood obscuring his face, rendering him a shadowy figure. This was a precaution against Lin Xiang's ocular abilities. He had refrained from blinding Lin's remaining eye, for he wished the latter to witness his own demise in vivid detail. He approached Lin Xiang with deliberate slowness, positioning himself silently behind him, denying any opportunity for Lin to activate his powers. Feng Xiao, let me go. I am a member of the Radiant Club, and our leader is a second-tier spirit master. I am his most trusted associate. If you dare to harm me, you will meet your end. Chill. Feng Xiao leaned in closer, whispering chillingly into Lin's ear, I have already informed you that your life rests in my hands. His calm words bore an unsettling coldness. Lin Xiang struggled violently, the chains binding him rattling madly, yet he found himself utterly incapable of escape. This was a trap of his own design. He had previously slain spirit masters here, ensuring the bindings were unyieldingly robust, leaving no room for escape. Now, he would deliver Lin to his fate. What do you want from me? I have no enmity with you. I merely heard you were a newly appointed spirit master and sought to recruit you for the Radiant Club. Oh, you are mistaken. We indeed harbor a grievance. A grievance? Lin Xiang faltered. This is our first meeting. How could there be animosity? Perhaps you have forgotten your inept cousin. It was I who ended his life. Lin Xiang was taken aback, but quickly composed himself. My cousin was no good. His death means little to me. That cannot be. A family must remain whole. Since I have slain your cousin, it is only fitting that I take your life as well. Madman, you are utterly insane. Lin Xiang had thought himself to be the epitome of madness, only to find Feng Xiao's insanity far more profound. He attempted to voice his thoughts, but Feng Xiao granted him no opportunity. Instead, he placed his hands firmly on Lin's shoulders and gave a heavy pat. Now that the roles have reversed, I shall impart to you the true essence of cruelty. With a swift motion, a glint of silver flashed. Ah, damn it! Lin Xiang let out a harrowing scream. A mere incision marred his chest, a short, shallow wound of approximately 3 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter deep. Yet, this minor injury sent him spiraling into a haze of pain. He glanced down, expecting a grievous wound, only to find the cut unexpectedly trivial. Curse you! What is on that blade? Why does it hurt so much? Damn it! The agony Lin experienced stemmed from Feng Xiao's subtle manipulation of pain, a mere whisper of his power inducing excruciating suffering at a level of 12. Another slash. Lin continued to wail. After over 100 cuts, his voice became hoarse, and the madness in his eyes faded, leaving only an abyss of fear. Please, in my suffering, kill me. Feng Xiao regarded him with an unwavering gaze, his expression devoid of any empathy. Who claims that spiritual instability is beyond remedy? Is this not a cure? I ask. You answer. What is the purpose of the bronze candlestick? By now, Lin Xiang was driven to the brink of insanity by torment, hastily responding. It is used to ward off strange attacks. One merely needs to infuse it with blood imbued with spirit to ignite it. Once lit, it offers protection against the bizarre. However, the stronger the threat, the faster the blood burns. Spirit-infused blood? Is it the blood of a spirit master? Survival through blood sacrifice is indeed a clever contraption. How much of your spirit has been ignited? 20%. I am but a fraction away from ascending to second-tier spirit master. Why does your spirit falter? The more one ignites, the deeper the contamination of the mind. Then why continue to ignite? Because contamination is uncontrollable, akin to a drop of ink in a clear pond. The ink spreads until the water is entirely black. To avoid complete corruption, one must continually increase the volume of clear water, or in this case, ignite more spirit to unleash greater mental power. However, igniting spirit also means introducing more ink. Thus, the act of igniting is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Once you ignite your spirit, if you cease, one day the ink will catch up to the water, resulting in total corruption. Only through breakthrough and continual advancement can one survive. My inability to break through to second tier is why my spirit has spiraled out of control. This bronze candlestick was lent to me by our leader to ensure I could make a decisive leap amid the bizarre occurrences. Lin Xiang bore the pain, speaking rapidly, desperate to be free from agony. Reveal the identities of the Radiant Club members, including their abilities and the extent of their spiritual ignitions. Very well, I will tell you. But our club is relatively free, and many individuals intentionally conceal their powers, so I cannot guarantee complete accuracy. Half an hour later, Fang Xiu had extracted every piece of information Lin Xiang possessed. I have told you all I know, please. In my life, Lin Xiang gasped, barely clinging to consciousness. Take your time. We have only just begun. Surely, we must exceed 1,000 cuts? You are a liar. You wretched scoundrel. Do not be mistaken. I never promised you a swift end for your compliance. I will kill you. I will kill you. After several more cuts, Lin Xiang's condition deteriorated alarmingly. He emitted primal roars, seemingly losing consciousness, while blood-red light flickered within his right eye. However, Fang Xiu remained oblivious, keeping his back turned to Lin to guard against a potential strike. After a few more slices, Fang Xiu sensed something amiss. Lin and Appo's screams fell silent. His body trembled violently, collapsing onto the chair like a deflated balloon as the crimson light in his eye reached its zenith. A violent and bizarre spiritual fluctuation emanated from Lin Xiang. Is this the complete loss of control over one's spirit? Is it about to distort? Fang Xiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was his first encounter with the process of a spirit master's distortion, and he believed it would enhance his understanding of this realm. Yet to be safe, Fang Xiu swiftly severed Lin Xiang's hands and feet. As a result, Lin's once proud head drooped lifelessly, utterly motionless, devoid of sound. Chapter 55. More eerie than eerie dead? Fang Xiu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether the distortion could not be interrupted or if he had simply struck too hard. Just as a sense of discomfort washed over him, he suddenly perceived a faint sound, akin to something rolling. In his line of sight, Lin Xiang's remaining eye inexplicably rolled out of its socket with a soft thud, landing on the ground. Startled, Fang Xiu turned toward the sound, and his brow knitted in concern as he retreated 10 meters back from Lin Xiang. His speed was quick, yet it could not match the velocity of the blood-red eyeball as it rolled. The eye, entirely shrouded in crimson save for its black pupil, began to levitate, buoyed by some invisible force. The dark pupil fixated on Fang Xiu, locking onto its target in a fraction of a second. It lunged forward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards Fang Xiu. Concurrently, Fang Xiu swung the scalpel in his hand, attempting to sever the already distorted eyeball in two. However, the eyeball deftly altered its course mid-air, narrowly skimming past the blade before landing upon him. Unfazed, Fang Xiu swiftly switched his grip, reaching for the eyeball. Yet, it behaved like a living creature, evading his grasp as it scuttled across his body, climbing higher until it reached his neck. At that moment, Fang Xiu discerned its intent. It aimed for his eye. Thus, rather than attempting to capture it from his neck, he preemptively reached for his own eye. He succeeded. A chilling, slippery sensation enveloped his hand as his gaze focused on the eerie eyeball, now firmly grasped in his grasp. Yet in the next instant, the eyeball emitted a strange tremor. Darkness swallowed his vision, consciousness blurred, and his hand involuntarily released its hold. Seizing the opportunity, the eyeball plunged into his right eye. A sharp pain surged through him, jolting Fang Xiu awake. He could distinctly feel his right eye merging with the bizarre eyeball. Fang Xiu's expression remained placid. Such uncanny scenarios were trivial to him. In the next moment, he extended 2 fingers towards his right eye, poised to pierce it. However, just as he was about to make contact, his fingers halted abruptly. He discovered that he could see again through his right eye, previously rendered blind. He now regained sight following the intrusion of the eerie eyeball. He decided to wait a moment longer. Soon, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. His right eye began to swivel uncontrollably. It is hard for an ordinary person to fathom. One eye remained still while the other darted about rapidly, scanning its surroundings, even rolling upwards until the black pupil vanished beneath the upper eyelid. In his mind's eye, 2 images materialized. One, the dimly lit warehouse scene by his left eye. The other, a landscape of blood red and a web of veins, even revealing the interior of his skull. Simultaneously, Lin Xiang's voice echoed in his mind. Ha ha! It turns out the King of Spades did not deceive me. Flesh is weak, the bizarre sense. I have succeeded. Lin Xiang's voice was utterly deranged. no longer resembling human speech, but rather a strange cacophony. Fang Xiu, your body is now mine. Fear not, I shall not extinguish your consciousness. I shall forever imprison you within this body, allowing you to endure eternal suffering. Ha ha ha. In the face of such a bizarre scene, Fang Xiu's demeanor displayed no alteration. Only upon hearing the word suffering did he smile. Let me feel suffering? A smirk crept upon his lips, revealing a set of stark white teeth that appeared unnervingly menacing in the dim light. My suffering far surpasses yours. Oomph. Soon you shall see how resilient I am. Once I seize control of your body, I shall consume all that you hold dear, leaving you in utter despair. In the next moment, an eerie spiritual wave emanated from the eyeball, penetrating deep into his brain and striking at his very soul. It acted as a source of pollution, relentlessly contaminating Fang Xiu and Appo's spirit. Lin Xiang and Appo's consciousness commandeered this source of corruption, burrowing deep into Fang Xiu and Appo's psyche. His aim was to distort Fang Xiu and Appo's spirit, infecting and assimilating it with his bizarre power, ultimately seizing control of the body. However, upon fully invading Fang Xiu's psyche, he was taken aback. Where am I? Lin Xiang found himself engulfed in an infinite darkness, a twisted abyss that seemed to devour all. Within this realm, he was bombarded by an endless barrage of negative emotions. Kill, 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 vengeance. I shall have my revenge. This grudge will end only in death. My wife, as long as I live, you must die. No one can survive after being killed 18 times. No one. All that is bizarre must perish. I shall make the world feel pain. A tempest of hatred and fury surged within Lin Xiang, crashing against him like a raging sea. Countless horrifying images of death flooded his mind, even in his spiraling madness. Having been completely transformed into something uncanny, the distortion within Fang Xiu's spirit still sent chills down his spine. Is this truly a human soul? At this moment, Lin Xiang was enveloped by a cacophony of indescribable whispers, incomprehensible and inescapable, akin to a haunting melody that drove him to the brink of agony. This was the baptism from bizarre beings above. Lin Xiang felt as though he were trapped in hell. He could bear it no longer, fear consuming him. He yearned to escape this place. It was not a human soul. Fang Xiu was anything but human. He was more bizarre than the bizarre itself. Chapter 56 Cackling. It is no wonder that Lin Xiang harbored such thoughts. Although he was left with but one eye, this eye had undergone a peculiar transformation, becoming a distorted version of itself. He had intended to use his eerie powers to corrupt Fang Xiu and Appo's psyche, thereby controlling his body. Yet, who could have anticipated that the one who would be contaminated was he himself? The bizarre essence, which was meant to taint the human soul, turned back upon him. In that moment, Lin Xiang suddenly felt that, compared to Fang Xiu, he was the true embodiment of humanity. Just as he contemplated retreat, a terrifying realization struck him. Escape was not an option. He was akin to a small vessel adrift in a tempestuous sea, besieged by countless waves of negative emotions, threatening to capsize him. At that moment, Fang Xiu and Appo's voice echoed within his mind. It had transformed, no longer tranquil as still water, but rather grotesquely terrifying. Like a hellish cacophony, it seemed as if everything in the external world was but a fade, while the true essence lay within the depths of the soul. Was this merely a degree of suffering? How feeble! Allow me to impart the true essence of pain upon you. Cackling, accompanied by a chilling, sinister laugh. Boundless darkness surged toward Lin Xiang. This was Fang Xiu and Appo's pitch-black spirit, imbued with all the torment he had endured. No! Lin Xiang released a final, anguished cry, before being submerged in an abyss of unending agony. In the external realm, Fang Xiu, who had previously been in a state of closed-eyed meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was restored to its former clarity. However, his right eye was an ominous crimson, with a dark pupil embedded within, resembling an unfathomable abyss. In the next instant, as his thoughts stirred, the blood-red hue of his right eye gradually faded, replaced by a starkly contrasting black and white eye. Blood eye? Is this Lin Xiang's power? Fang Xiu murmured to himself. Following Lin Xiang's demise amidst relentless suffering, he naturally became the master of the Blood Eye, acquiring an intrinsic understanding of its capabilities. The power of the Blood Eye was straightforward. It delivered a spiritual shock akin to a mental assault. In simpler terms, whoever was gazed upon would meet their demise. A mere glance from the Blood Eye could shatter the spirit of an ordinary person, while an unprepared spirit master would either faint or be rendered momentarily dazed, an effective tool for ambush. This was the inherent ability of the Blood Eye. But after experiencing a distortion of spiritual control, its powers had mutated. It had acquired the additional ability to create illusions through direct eye contact. Fang Xiu speculated that during the distortion, Lin Xiang's spirit must have surpassed its limits, allowing this singular eye to ascend into the domain of a second-tier spirit master. The first-tier spirit master manifests their abilities, while the second tier enhances them. Clearly, the capabilities of the Blood Eye had been amplified, granting it the power to conjure illusions. This realization filled Fang Xiu with a long-forgotten joy. Currently, only two matters stirred his emotions: the annihilation of the bizarre and the enhancement of his own strength. Naturally, the augmentation of his power served to facilitate the better eradication of the bizarre. In addition to acquiring the Blood Eye and the bronze candlestick, his own spiritual essence had surged to a level of 5%. Fang Xiu surmised that this must be linked to the consumption of Lin Xiang's spirit. Even though Lin Xiang had perished, his entire spiritual essence had spiraled out of control, flooding into the mutated Blood Eye, leading to the complete absorption of his spirit upon his demise within Fang Xiu's psyche. Lin Xiang's death subtly provided Fang Xiu with a notion, a path toward empowerment through absorption. Other spirit masters would shun the consumption of another's essence, fearing the deepening of spiritual corruption and the consequent loss of control. Yet Fang Xiu harbored no such trepidation. He could resolutely tread the path of absorption. However, a dilemma remained. Fang Xiu was unaware of how to consume spiritual essence. Lin Xiang had seized the opportunity by willingly relinquishing his corporeal form to enter the depths of his own mind. Such an opportunity may not arise again. Perhaps the King of Spades held the answer. Fang Xiu had kept Lin Xiang's words close to his heart. According to him, the King of Spades played a significant role in his transformation. Otherwise, even if a spirit master lost control, it was unlikely they could coalesce their entire essence within the Blood Eye, allowing for such a profound mutation. Who exactly was the King of Spades? Fang Xiu could not ascertain, yet he was thoroughly content with the actions taken by this enigmatic figure. Fang Xiu began to clean up the aftermath, discarding Lin Xiang's corpse into a meat grinder to transform it into dog food. With the dog food in tow, he departed in his vehicle. After feeding the stray dogs, he casually abandoned the car in a random location and left. Lin Xiang's vehicle was indeed impressive, a luxury worth millions, but Fang Xiu would not retain it, as it could draw the attention of the Radiant Club. Let us not forget the bronze candlestick, a peculiar artifact belonging to the club's president, which had been lent to Lin Xiang. Fang Xiu could easily envision the consequences. Once the Radiant Club caught wind of the news, they would undoubtedly send someone to exact vengeance and reclaim the candlestick. To eliminate future threats, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to eradicate the Radiant Club. This is the troublesome nature of human relationships. To kill one necessitates the annihilation of the entire family. There is a saying that Fang Xiu wholeheartedly agrees with. The world is not merely about violence, but also about the intricacies of human relations. Hence, all must be eradicated to sever these connections. Yet, the time was not ripe. The president of the Radiant Club was a second-tier spirit master, and he commanded a considerable number of subordinates, ranking among the foremost organizations in the civilian sector of Green Vine City. Such power was beyond Fang Xiu's current capabilities. The Black Rose Bar. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary establishment with a modest clientele and mediocre business. Yet, only those within the spirit master community understood the true magnitude of its reputation. The Black Rose Bar served as the underground marketplace of Green Vine City, a vital hub for the exchange of spiritual materials and information among most civilian spirit masters. Here, as long as one possessed currency, they could procure a multitude of precious materials, such as spiritual coins, spiritual incense, and even peculiar artifacts. Beyond mere transactions, the bar also facilitated various informational exchanges, including intelligence on the bazaar, personal information about spirit masters, and even assassination contracts. Feng Xiu pushed open the door to the Black Rose Bar and stepped inside. His arrival did not draw the attention of the patrons, yet he sensed an undercurrent of scrutiny enveloping him. At that moment, Feng Xiu was cloaked beneath a voluminous black hood, his head bowed, casting his features into shadow, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. He approached the counter, where a young man dressed as a server was meticulously polishing a wine glass. "Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. What can I get for you, dear guest?" The server inquired with a smile. Chapter 57. Have you killed? The Black Rose with 24 petals, a calm voice, emerged from beneath a black hood belonging to Feng Xiu. The attendant immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, hesitating slightly before responding. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but we do not serve such a beverage here." Feng Xiu shook his head. "What I seek is not liquor, but flowers." The attendant's attitude transformed into one of respect. "Please follow me, esteemed guest." With that, the attendant led Feng Xiu to a room behind the bar, where a password-protected door waited. After the attendant pressed his fingerprint, the door swung open with a resounding thud, revealing a long corridor. The corridor was dimly lit, allowing for a faint glimpse of the path beneath their feet. "Please proceed inside. Someone will attend to you shortly," the attendant instructed, and Feng Xiu nodded before stepping through, the password door closing behind him. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he turned a corner and encountered an elevator, flanked by two robustly built men clad in black. Their waistbands bulged, clearly concealing weapons. "Esteemed guest, please present your membership card." Feng Xiu produced the membership card belonging to Lin Xiang without hesitation. This card was anonymous, granting him confidence in its use. The Black Rose Bar placed great emphasis on confidentiality regarding its patrons, issuing membership cards only to qualified individuals without enforcing mandatory registration. According to Lin Xiang, the forces behind the Black Rose Bar were formidable, likely not of local origin, with branches in numerous cities. After verifying the membership card, the two men stated, "Esteemed guest, entry into the trading market requires a routine inspection. Conflicts are strictly prohibited within. We appreciate your understanding." Feng Xiu nodded and allowed them to conduct their checks. They only scanned for firearms and explosives, refraining from probing items belonging to spiritual practitioners. Once the inspection was complete, Feng Xiu successfully entered the elevator, which descended. Clearly, the underground trading market, like the investigation bureau, was situated beneath the surface. When the elevator doors opened, Feng Xiu stepped into the trading hall, which, despite housing only a handful of individuals, was vast, comparable to a football field. This was merely the hall, excluding other private rooms. Among the scattered few, most were in disguise to varying degrees, with some donning masks reminiscent of a great sage. Feng Xiu was not taken aback. The number of spiritual practitioners was inherently limited, likely fewer than 100 in the entire Greenvine city. The presence of a dozen individuals in the trading market attested to its strength. After taking a few steps, a young woman approached, her beauty accentuated by a sleek black professional outfit. With a respectful yet charming smile, she inquired, "Hello, esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" "I wish to kill," Feng Xiu replied calmly. The woman showed no sign of surprise, maintaining her smile as she replied, "Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me." She led Feng Xiu to a discreet meeting room, where she prepared tea before departing. Soon after, a man clad in a sharply tailored suit and an exquisitely crafted silver filigree mask entered. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am a manager of the business department. You may call me Xiao Cheng. May I inquire who you wish to eliminate? How much is the president of the Light Club worth?" Upon hearing this, Manager Cheng's expression shifted slightly, yet his professional demeanor remained intact. The president of the Light Club is a second-tier spiritual practitioner and a prominent figure among them. Therefore, if you intend to make a move, you will need to engage the services of at least one second-tier practitioner. However, to assassinate the president of a Light Club means declaring war on the entire organization, necessitating a larger force to handle his subordinates. The resources required for such an endeavor would be substantial. It is likely that local assassins cannot fulfill this task. If you genuinely wish to proceed, we would need to summon individuals from elsewhere, but the cost will be considerable. How much? Feng Xiu pressed. For a figure of this caliber, we do not accept cash, but rather spirit currency or equivalent spiritual materials. A rough estimate would be around 5,000 spirit coins. Feng Xiu was not taken aback. After all, the leader of a spiritual practitioner faction would not come cheaply. What about the assassination of Tan Guangyuan from the Light Club? Though Tan Guangyuan was not a second-tier practitioner, he was a core member of the club and not weak. Eliminating him would require at least 1,000 spirit coins. Feng Xiu fell silent, realizing that poverty was indeed the greatest sin. And Li Jiwei? That would be cheaper, around 200 spirit coins. Oh, Feng Xiu expressed mild surprise. Why is he so inexpensive? Esteemed guest, your question delves into some valuable information. Unless you are certain of wanting to eliminate Li Jiwei and pay a deposit of 100 spirit coins, or separately purchase the intel, I cannot disclose further details. With a swift motion, Feng Xiu produced a black briefcase, slamming it onto the table. The clinking of coins echoed from within. Manager Cheng opened the briefcase, revealing precisely 100 spirit coins. His face lit up with a broad smile. Since you have placed your order, this information will be a complimentary addition. Though Li Jiwei is also a core member, his abilities lie in perception. Thus his combat strength is relatively weak, resulting in a lower price. Additionally, I must remind you that Li Jiwei is the cousin of the president of the Light Club. Another cousin? Feng Xiu sighed. Very well, I shall kill the cousin. When shall we proceed? Feng Xiu inquired. This is considered industry confidentiality. I cannot divulge that information. However, you should receive a response within a week. You may download the Have You Killed app, a small program we developed internally, allowing you to monitor the assassin status and track your order. Alternatively, you can personally seek information from the outside. Li Jiwei is a notable figure. His demise should not be difficult to ascertain. You will have 1 month to gather information post-assassination. Should the attempt succeed, you must pay the remaining balance within that month, Manager Chung explained with a smile. And if the assassination fails? If the attempt is unsuccessful, we have 2 options. One is a refund, but only half of the task amount will be returned. The other is to pay more to hire a stronger assassin for the job. Feng Xiu nodded. Let us sign a contract. Manager Chung quickly drafted a contract. You may sign with your real name or pseudonym. Feng Xiu was slightly taken aback. I can sign with a pseudonym? Manager Chung nodded. As a spiritual practitioner, you may sense the nature of this contract. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiu picked up the contract and detected a faint, peculiar energy emanating from it. A suspicion arose in his mind. This contract bore the essence of a mystical artifact. Chapter 58. You have a new assassination order. Please check. A flicker of surprise crossed Manager Cheng's eyes. His ability to discern the presence of a supernatural artifact indicated that the guest before him likely possessed one as well, or at the very least had previously encountered such an object. It was improbable to make such an accurate judgment without first-hand experience. The guest, with discerning insight, recognized that indeed the contract bore the influence of the artifact. However, he assured the guest that this power bore no malevolence. It merely served to ensure the contract's validity. Should the assassination succeed, and the final payment remain unsettled within a month, the contract would ignite, transforming into an eerie essence that would envelop the guest, facilitating the retrieval of the outstanding payment. Feng Xiu nodded, poised to sign the document, when suddenly, Manager Cheng's phone emitted a notification sound. He glanced at his device, and the system's voice echoed. You have a new assassination order. Please check. Manager Cheng briefly reviewed it, then offered an apologetic smile to Feng Xiu. I'm sorry. Esteemed guest, a new order has come in. Please continue. Feng Xiu cast a glance at Manager Cheng before inscribing the number 6 on the contract. After completing his task, he uttered not a word and turned to leave. Manager Cheng rose respectfully, slightly bowing as he said, Please take care, esteemed guest. We welcome your next visit. Upon exiting the Black Rose Bar, Feng Xiu circled the vicinity several times, employing his blood to ensure no one was trailing him before finally returning home. The expenditure of 200 spirit coins did not weigh heavily on him, considering the funds were essentially free. He could easily procure more from Yang Ming in the future. As long as he could eliminate Li Jiwei, it would be worth it. Li Jiwei, endowed with perceptive abilities, served as the eyes of the Radiance Club. Eliminating those eyes could grant him a measure of safety for a time. Fang Xiu was never one to adopt a passive stance. Since he had already offended the Radiance Club, he resolved to strike first rather than wait for retaliation. Thus, he bypassed intermediary steps and opted for direct vengeance. The rationale behind hiring an assassin stemmed simply from his reflections on the novels of his past life. He had often pondered why only villains resorted to hiring assassins to eliminate the virtuous. Why could the good not employ similar tactics? It was with this thought in mind that Fang Xiu, upon learning of the black market's existence, promptly sought to hire an assassin, intending to eliminate members of the Radiance Club first. Had he possessed sufficient funds, he would have undoubtedly sought the life of the club's president that very day. Only in such a manner could he hope to permanently secure the bronze candlestick. As for the success of the assassination, it mattered little. Even failure could sow discord for the Radiance Club and buy him time. The following day, Fang Xiu reported to the Investigation Bureau. As a novice spirit master, he was required to undergo a series of training sessions before being permitted to undertake any assignments. Notably, Xiao Hao was also present, having successfully joined the Bureau under Wang Dihai's guidance. The two commenced their training together. The morning consisted of theoretical classes, where specialized instructors elucidated the various characteristics of the supernatural and the 108 methods for dealing with it, along with techniques for better controlling one's spiritual essence. The afternoon was devoted to practical lessons in firearms, melee weapons, and hand-to-hand combat. Although firearms proved less effective against supernatural entities, their study was deemed essential. For the Bureau's adversaries could be human as well as supernatural. Thus, Fang Xiu and Xiao Hao trained diligently for an entire week. During this time, Fang Xiu also learned through the Bureau's channels of Li Jiwei's demise, subsequently settling the outstanding payment. On this day, within the office of the Bureau Chief, Wang Dihai and Yang Ming were engaged in conversation. The headquarters has chosen not to transfer Fang Xiu, but rather to have him cultivated here in Green Vine City. Yang Ming inquired, perplexed. Indeed, the headquarters believes that, as Fang Xiu is currently only at the first tier, his foresight abilities cannot yet be fully realized. They prefer to wait until he reaches the second tier. Wang Dihai replied gravely. Yang Ming seemed taken aback by this. Isn't this a good thing? Keeping Fang Xiu here could yield significant benefits for us. Why the long face? Wang Dihai sighed. Do you truly believe the headquarters' decision stems from Fang Xiu's current limitations? The case of Baiqi is a glaring example. Were it not for Fang Xiu, the Green Vine City Investigation Bureau would have lost a top-tier combatant. How can one claim he is of little use? Yang Ming appeared to grasp the underlying implication, his expression turning serious. Director Wang, are you suggesting that the headquarters' decision to keep Fang Xiu here is due to concerns for his safety? That it may be more secure for him in Green Vine City than at headquarters? Wang Dihai nodded. Precisely. The national situation has deteriorated significantly. The headquarters is beset by internal and external pressures, creating an unstable environment that may not be safe even within. Yang Ming's face suddenly flared with anger. It is true that supernatural incidents are escalating and the headquarters bears the brunt of the pressure. However, it is also the strongest bastion of power, housing the nation's finest spirit masters. It should be the safest place. How can it be dangerous? Wang Dihai regarded Yang Ming intently. Sometimes, threats do not solely arise from external sources. In this tumultuous climate, certain individuals may harbor ulterior motives. Some corporations and even families have secretly nurtured their own cadre of spirit masters, and there are even those who have conspired with foreign spirit master factions. With a sharp clap of his hand on the table, Yang Ming erupted in indignation. The invasion of the supernatural is a global catastrophe. How dare anyone engage in such treachery amid such calamity? Power struggles and greed have remained unchanged throughout history, Wang Dihai lamented. Now, what we must focus on is strengthening ourselves and nurturing Fang Xiu. How is the investigation into the Ace of Spades progressing? Yang Ming calmed himself. We have made preliminary progress. The Ace of Spades is indeed concealing a vast organization known as the Playing Cards. This organization operates in secrecy and is likely not a force of Greenvine City. Its roots may extend to the headquarters. Wang Dihai pondered for a moment. Continue to follow up on the Playing Cards organization. By the way, how is Bai Chi's injury recovering? He has basically regained mobility, but is currently unable to engage in combat. It seems his injuries were indeed severe. I had intended to wait for his recovery to send him to address the supernatural domain of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, but it appears I must dispatch someone else instead. Yang Ming expressed mild surprise. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital is merely a Class C supernatural domain, with no signs of expansion. Why the urgency? Wang Dihai scoffed. Bailu Academy is a wealthy district in Greenvine City, home to the elite and affluent. The developers behind it are also well-known magnates. Naturally, these individuals do not wish for their investments to suffer, so they are applying pressure for the Investigation Bureau to resolve the situation swiftly. These scoundrels, while ignoring far more dangerous supernatural incidents, they fixate on the relatively minor threat posed by Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. I swear I shall deal with them one day. Chapter 59. Blackwater Village. Enough with the complaints. These wealthy merchants have found someone influential to pressure me, and besides, the peculiar incidents at Qingshan Mental Hospital must be addressed sooner or later. I intend to send Yang Kuanpeng's team. Yang Kuanpeng is a seasoned spirit master. Leading a sea-level anomaly should pose no significant challenge. But what about Fang Xiao? He has previously visited Qingshan Mental Hospital. Should we not allow him to accompany us? Wang Dihai shook his head. Fang Xiao is far too important, and being a novice spirit master, his focus should be on gaining experience from D-level anomalies. Once he has accumulated sufficient experience and his abilities have matured, we can consider C-level tasks. Yang Ming scoffed slightly. Your protective measures seem excessive. What is the distinction between C and D? Wang Dihai's expression darkened. You fool. For someone of your third-tier capabilities, the difference between C and D may seem trivial. But given your luck-based abilities, you are inherently safe from danger. It is of no concern to you. If either you or Bai Chi were leading, Fang Xiao could join us at Qingshan Mental Hospital or even more perilous anomalies. However, since neither of you can be dispatched, prudence must prevail. A man ought to endure trials of blood and fire, not remain a sheltered flower. Now go fetch Fang Xiao. Wang Dihai roared, dismissing Yang Ming. With a resigned sigh, Yang Ming cleared his ears and proceeded to summon Fang Xiao. In the urban district of Wolftang City, atop a skyscraper, several elegantly dressed men and women, clearly of elite status, gathered. The leading man, in his 20s, tall and handsome, donned a custom-tailored white suit. Clutching an exquisite wine glass while dark clouds loomed over his visage as he sipped his drink. The others bore similarly grim expressions, ensconced in silence. Suddenly, the man in the white suit shattered the silence. Lin Xiang has vanished, the bronze candlestick is missing, and my cousin has been assassinated. Who the hell is responsible for this? He forcefully flung his expensive wine glass to the ground, glass shards and red wine scattering across the floor. The others, witnessing the fury of the man in the white suit, displayed discomfort, some even betraying flickers of fear. This is undoubtedly a targeted attack against me. Against the Illuminati Club. Investigate. I want a thorough inquiry. At that moment, a charming woman clad in a burgundy gown approached, giggling. Calm down. You still know how to come over? Aren't you off with your boyfriends? Don't speak so harshly. My encounters with them are merely superficial. My heart belongs only to you. The man in the white suit appeared genuinely enraged, rising abruptly, exuding an imposing aura, his gaze fierce like a descending tiger. Seeing his true anger, the woman quickly backtracked. Darling, let me handle this task. I assure you, within a week, you will be satisfied. With that, she turned and dashed towards the door, pausing to glance back and blow him a kiss, hastily escaping as he readied to explode again. At the Investigation Bureau, Fang Xiao entered Wang Dihai's office, where a grave expression adorned Wang Dihai's face. Fang Xiao, the reason for summoning you is to assign you a formidable task. I will not accept anything unrelated to anomalies. Feng Xiu stated calmly. Rest assured, our primary duty at the Bureau is to confront anomalies. The task I am entrusting you with is to investigate and resolve the anomalous occurrences in Blackwater Village. This task is of utmost importance and carries inherent dangers. You must remain exceedingly vigilant. The preliminary classification of the Blackwater Village anomaly is sea level, which suggests it might escalate even higher. Wang Dihai spoke gravely, secretly adding in his mind that it could also be downgraded. Initially, the anomaly was rated sea level, but subsequent investigations revealed only one villager had died, leading to its reassessment as D level. Wang Dihai was concerned that Feng Xiu, being young and fearless, might be overly eager to engage with high-level anomalies, especially given the troubling report of his mental contamination. Blackwater Village? Feng Xiu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice, as he had not heard of this village before. It is quite normal for you not to know Blackwater Village. It is a remote hamlet in the mountainous regions of Ltang City. Due to difficult access, few are aware of it. Blackwater Village is named after the Blackwater River, which has claimed the lives of numerous villagers in recent years. Initially thought to be ordinary drowning incidents, villagers allege that a water spirit lurks within the river, pulling swimmers down. Even stranger tales have emerged, such as a villager who awoke from sleep to find himself at the river's edge, half submerged, narrowly escaping death. Numerous similar legends abound, and considering the fatalities in Blackwater Village, the Bureau has preliminarily identified it as an anomalous site, codenamed Water Spirit. Your mission is to investigate and resolve the Water Spirit incident. Given that this is your first assignment and your abilities are classified, I will appoint the informed Shun Lingxue to lead the team, which will include you, Zhao Hao, and another recently inducted Spirit Master. Understood. Feng Xiu nodded, eager to undertake this mission, having not encountered any anomalies for a week. He longed to experience the thrill of plunging a scalpel into the heart of the unknown. Additionally, with the initial classification as C level, possibly escalating to B level, his anticipation grew. Chapter 60. Not bad at acting, but don't perform again with Feng Xiu's current prowess. Having illuminated 5% of his spirit, wielding a surgical knife and two peculiar artifacts, a bronze candlestick, along with the abilities of Blood Eye and Pain, ordinary D-class tasks could hardly satiate his ambitions. Furthermore, due to his involvement in contracted killings, he was in dire need of funds. The Investigation Bureau offered additional rewards for resolving bizarre incidents. A D-class anomaly would yield a reward of 10 spirit coins. A C-class anomaly would grant 100 spirit coins, and a B-class anomaly would reward 1,000 spirit coins, escalating accordingly. Feng Xiu's situation was somewhat exceptional. Having previously requested it, Wang Dihai had consented to double his rewards. Thus, if he successfully tackled the upcoming C-class anomaly, he would earn 200 spirit coins. This would allow him to purchase a life at the Guangming Club. He firmly believed that if he persevered in earning money, the day would come when he could buy the life of the club's president. Of course, by the time he amassed 5,000 spirit coins, he might have already surpassed the club president in strength. Before embarking on his task, the Bureau assigned him a partner to assist with various trivial matters, akin to Li Wenhao, who was Shun Lingxue's partner. Within the Investigation Bureau, every official Spirit Master was paired with a regular person as a partner. Wang Dihai suddenly remarked. A partner? Feng Xiu did not decline. Indeed, having someone to handle mundane tasks could save him considerable effort. Observing Feng Xiu's lack of objection, Wang Dihai picked up the phone and dialed. Kuxin, come to my office. On the other end, there were sounds of chairs scraping, as if someone had abruptly risen to answer the call. Oh, okay, Director Wang, I'll be right there, a soft, melodious female voice responded, accompanied by a sound of discomfort. After hanging up, Wang Dihai appeared slightly embarrassed, stating, this girl, Kuxin, though somewhat scatterbrained at times, is quite diligent about her work. She graduated from a prestigious university and excelled in the Bureau's comprehensive assessments. Wang Dihai, akin to a matchmaker, wished to continue his introduction, but was interrupted by Feng Xiu. As long as she doesn't hinder my progress, that's sufficient. Moments later, Feng Xiu's ears perked up at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. However, as the footsteps neared the office, they abruptly slowed. Following this was the sound of someone adjusting their clothing, accompanied by faint, encouraging murmurs. Come on, Kuxian, you can do it. Even if spirit masters are hard to approach, as long as you put in the effort, you'll surely be recognized. Keep it up. After a deep breath, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. Creaking open, the office door revealed a petite, fair-skinned girl with delicate features, clad in an oversized professional outfit that accentuated her diminutive stature. Standing at approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters, her large, expressive eyes were fixed ahead. Her lips curled into a somewhat tense and awkward smile, desperately trying to project an air of professionalism. Yet, the naive clarity reflected in her eyes was unmistakable. In summary, she was a girl whose entire being, from her small face to her little mouth, radiated a sense of innocence. Hello, Director Wong, the soft-voiced girl greeted respectfully, though her peripheral vision was discreetly evaluating Feng Xiao. Wang Dihai nodded and introduced, Kuxian, this is Feng Xiao. You will be working with him from now on. The girl immediately turned to face Feng Xiao, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, her nervousness evident as she introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Feng. My name is Su Kuxian, code number 1327. Before she could finish, Feng Xiao rose and calmly fixed his gaze upon her, saying, There is no need for superfluous formalities. Please send me your phone number shortly. Unless I contact you, refrain from calling me unless it is of utmost importance. Huh? Su Kuxian lifted her head, surprise and dismay evident in her wide eyes. Feng Xiao dismissed her reaction, striding towards the door. As he passed by her, he muttered, Not bad at acting. Just don't perform again. Without waiting for her astonished expression to settle, he exited. Once Feng Xiao departed, Su Kuxian held back her disappointment, murmuring, Director Wong, do you think he dislikes me? Wang Dihai reassured her, Kuxian, don't take it to heart. You must understand that spirit masters can be rather difficult to engage with. You need to learn to adapt. Regaining her composure, Su Kuxian clenched her small fist, determination etched on her face. I will definitely work hard. Not long after Feng Xiao left, he received a text message from Su Kuxian containing her phone number, name, and a brief note. Mr. Feng, perhaps you have some misunderstandings about me, but that and Oppos is all right. One day, I will earn your recognition through my professional skills. I look forward to working with you. After noting her number, Feng Xiao chose to ignore the rest. Though Su Kuxian appeared to embody the archetype of a naive and sweet girl, he perceived her differently. First and foremost, as a graduate of a prestigious university with training from the Investigation Bureau, she was undoubtedly an elite talent. Her nervousness in partnering with a spirit master was unwarranted. Secondly, as a partner, she must have had some understanding of spirit master's heightened senses. Yet she still opted to encourage herself outside the door, almost as if it were intended for someone else to hear. Of course, it was possible that Su Kuxian's personality was inherently like this, but that was of little concern to Feng Xiao. His sole requirement of a partner was to avoid making unilateral decisions that would impede his progress. The following day, a black SUV departed from the Investigation Bureau, heading straight for the mountainous region of Heishui Village. The driver was Shen Lingxue, while Feng Xiao, Zhao Hao, and a portly man occupied the vehicle. Today, Shen Lingxue was not in her work attire, but donned a white tracksuit that accentuated her tall and striking figure, were it not for her overly indifferent demeanor. She could easily pass for a youthful sportswoman. Feng Xiao and the others were also dressed casually. On the way, the stout man began to introduce himself, adopting a senior's tone as he addressed Feng Xiao and Zhao Hao. So, you're Feng Xiao and Zhao Hao, correct? Nice to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Shuai. I am somewhat of a veteran at the Investigation Bureau, so you could just call me Shuai Ge. Chapter 61. Teleportation of 10 centimeters. Zhao Hao glanced at Liu Shuai's imposing weight of 300 pounds, making it quite difficult to utter the words handsome guy. However, a moment later, Liu Shuai declared, by the way, since we are embarking on this mission together, let us introduce our abilities to one another. I'll go first. I possess spatial abilities. The mere mention of spatial abilities caused Zhao Hao to gasp in astonishment. It is well known that any ability related to space is exceptionally formidable. Handsome guy, you truly possess spatial abilities? Zhao Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Shuai beamed with pride. Absolutely, I am a spatial manipulator, and my ability is teleportation. This revelation sparked a wave of envy from Zhao Hao. Teleportation. That is incredibly powerful. I thought my ability was strong enough, but yours surpasses mine. What is your ability? Lu Shuai inquired with curiosity. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao hesitated, casting a shy glance at Shen Lingxue, who was driving, feeling somewhat embarrassed to reveal his own ability. Shen Lingxue caught sight of this exchange through the rearview mirror and scoffed. Since you have awakened such an ability, there is no need to feel bashful about it. As the team leader, I shall briefly introduce everyone to facilitate mutual understanding. Fang Xiu possesses perception abilities, Zhao Hao has a surname-related ability, and as for me, my ability is fire. Upon hearing the term surname-related ability from Shen Lingxue, Zhao Hao and Damp, Oppo's face flushed crimson. Lu Shuai, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Hao as if he had seen a ghost, utterly astonished. Brother, you are incredible. How did you come up with a surname-related ability? How does that even deal with the bazaar? Are you planning to confront it directly? At the mention of confronting the bazaar, Zhao Hao and Oppo's face grew even redder. Just then, Shen Lingxue doused them with a cold splash of reality. Enough laughing. You are distracting me from listening to music. And how dare you mock others' abilities? Your teleportation can only cover 10 centimeters in an hour. What is there to brag about? Lu Shuai's laughter came to an abrupt halt, his expression a mix of frustration and indignation, though he dared not voice his anger. Out of nowhere, Zhao Hao interjected with a chuckle. 10 centimeters of teleportation? That distance is less than the length of my stride. Lu Shuai's frustration deepened. He could not provoke Shen Lingxue, and now he faced a newcomer as well. 10 centimeters was in the past. I have improved. Now I can teleport 20 centimeters in half an hour. Zhao Hao couldn't help but retort, 20 centimeters in half an hour? I must ask why you don't just walk. You know nothing. Lu Shuai began, but was abruptly silenced by Shen Lingxue's furious shout. From now on, if either of you dares to utter another word, I will toss you out and let you run to Heishui village by yourselves. The two fell silent, recognizing the gravity of Shen Lingxue's temper and strength. During their time at the Investigation Bureau, they had come to understand Shen Lingxue's prowess and temperament. Her temper aside, she was a first-tier advanced spirit manipulator, with her spiritual energy illuminated by over 10%. This level of strength allowed her to effortlessly dominate novice spirit manipulators. Coupled with her attack-oriented fire abilities, her power was not to be underestimated among first-tier practitioners. As Shen Lingxue's anger settled, the vehicle fell into a serene quiet, with only the soft melodies of music accompanying them. Meanwhile, Fang Xiu remained silent, his eyes closed in contemplation, though he harbored a subtle doubt. For a sea-level anomaly case, was it truly adequate to deploy a single first-tier advanced spirit manipulator accompanied by 3 novices? Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai possessed nearly no combat effectiveness, and according to the Investigation Bureau's assessment, he himself was deemed similarly lacking in combat capabilities. Did this not equate to a seasoned spirit manipulator leading 3 deadweights? Was this truly the configuration for executing a sea-level mission? Did it not evoke a sense of high-level players leading a raid? Or was it that the personnel of the Investigation Bureau had become so strained? All of this remained a mystery to Fang Xiu, perhaps only to be unraveled upon their arrival in Heishui village. Hours later, the off-road vehicle traversed the mountainous terrain, finally arriving at Heishui village. This village lay ensconced within a mountain range, its perilous geography marked by a long river flowing through it. This river was the Heishui River. Due to geological factors, the water appeared deep and murky, casting an impression that it was black from a distance. As dusk descended, the dim sunlight enveloped Heishui village, enhancing the river's shadowy depths, which from afar resembled a massive black python coiling around the mountains. Upon nearing the village, Shen Lingxue opted to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot, for the mountain path had grown increasingly steep, rendering the vehicle unable to continue. The group gathered their belongings and cameras and set off. The reason for the cameras was Shen Lingxue's ruse prior to their arrival. She had coordinated with the investigation bureau to disguise them as television reporters and had contacted the village chief of Heishui village to produce a news segment. After about an hour of walking, they finally entered the boundaries of Heishui village, where darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Shen Lingxue placed a call to the village chief. Before long, a young man appeared, supporting an elderly figure, both carrying lanterns that cast a dim glow. The flickering light illuminated their faces intermittently, adding an eerie quality to the darkened village. "Are you Miss Shun from the television station?" The elder quavered. Seemingly unperturbed by the darkness, Shun Lingxue stepped forward confidently. "Indeed. You must be Village Chief Wang." As the elder approached, the lantern's glow enveloped them, allowing the group to finally discern their features. The old village chief had dark skin, a stooped stature, and a face etched with the lines of time, his eyes cloudy yet devoid of white hair. His hair was glossy and dark as if oiled. The young man assisting him bore a resemblance to the village chief, sharing the same dark complexion and glossy hair, yet his face was smooth and devoid of wrinkles. He wore an honest, bashful smile, and upon seeing Shun Lingxue's beauty, he appeared even more flustered. Had it not been for the darkness and his own complexion, he might have blushed profusely. Shun Lingxue's striking beauty made her presence in Heishui village feel like a stark contrast, a radiant star amidst the backdrop of a dilapidated, impoverished mountain village. "I am Wang Yugue, and this is my grandson, Wang Fugue. Fugue, greet our guests." The village chief boomed with a hearty laugh. The young man, now called Wang Fugue, scratched his head awkwardly and stammered, "Hello, Miss Shun." Chapter 62. D&D. Shun Lingxue nodded and remarked, "Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce our television station staff. This is Feng Xiu, Zhao Hao, and Lu Shuai. I trust that you, village chief, are already aware of our purpose for visiting." Village Chief Wang nodded and smiled. Indeed. The city wishes to develop tourist attractions. So you have come to capture the scenery of Heishui village for promotional coverage. This is beneficial for our village, and we shall trouble you in the coming days. Not a bother at all. This is our duty, and we hope for your cooperation, village chief, replied Feng Xiu. Certainly. However, it has grown dark now. Let us resume filming tomorrow. Unfortunately, our village lacks accommodations, so I must invite you to stay at my home. It is a mountain village, and I wonder if you city folk will find it comfortable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the group followed village chief Wang to his residence. True to his status, Wang's home was significantly better than those of the other villagers. It consisted of several single-story houses forming a small courtyard, reminiscent of a modest Sihuan. "Gue Fong, the reporters from the city have arrived. Quickly prepare some food." With village chief Wang's call, a robust middle-aged woman emerged from the house. She appeared flustered upon seeing so many city dwellers, unsure of where to place her hands. "This is my daughter-in-law, Wang Guifeng. My son has gone to work in the city, and currently we three live here together, so please rest assured there is ample room. Guifeng, hurry and catch a chicken, and stir-fry some mushrooms and wild vegetables to entertain our guests." Wang Guifeng seemed eager to escape and hurried off to prepare the meal. Zhao Hao, wishing to avoid causing them any trouble, quickly interjected, "Village chief, there's no need to go to such lengths. We have already eaten on the way here and are not hungry." Shen Lingxue concurred. "Indeed, village chief, we can forego dinner for now. After a long day of travel, we are quite fatigued and wish to rest early." "Oh, my oversight. Guifeng, do not prepare the meal. Instead, boil some hot water. Fugue, please escort Miss Shun and the others to their rooms." "Understood, Grandpa." After a bit of commotion, Feng Xiu and the others settled into village chief Wang's spacious home, which, with only 3 inhabitants, had plenty of vacant rooms to accommodate them. As night fell and village chief Wang and his family retired, Feng Xiu and the others gathered in one room. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Shen Lingxue inquired of the group. Lu Shuai shook his head, indicating he had not noticed anything amiss. Zhao Hao, however, expressed a poignant realization. "When I worked before, I thought I had it tough, but now, seeing the village chief's situation, my struggles seem trivial in comparison." Despite his modest means, the village chief is preparing chicken for us. I have heard that chickens hold significant value for them, as they can lay eggs, so they would not easily slaughter them unless they were too old. Lu Shuai then had a moment of clarity. So that is why you falsely claimed to have eaten in the car. You didn't want them to incur expenses on our behalf. Zhao Hao nodded. If possible, once our task is complete, I would like to donate some money to Heishui village. At this, Shun Lingxue crossed her arms and calmly replied, You may not have it easy, yet you cannot bear to witness the suffering of others. Zhao Hao felt a hint of awkwardness, but retorted, Aren't you the same? You opposed the chicken dish just now. My opposition stemmed from the uncertainty of our mission and the potential dangers posed by the otherworldly presence. We must exercise caution and avoid consuming food from strangers. While the chicken is precious to them, it is not as if their entire family depends solely on one chicken for eggs. Although Heishui village is remote, it is not devoid of resources. The villagers rely on the mountains and waters to sustain themselves. As for the chickens, countless wild mountain chickens roam the hills, with nearly every household raising them, and even selling them in the city under a dedicated brand specializing in wild mountain chicken. The price of a single wild mountain chicken is several times that of ordinary chickens. Zhao Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to a pauper attempting to donate to a millionaire. Lu Shuai interjected in surprise. The pricey wild mountain chicken sold in supermarkets comes from this village? Shun Lingxue nodded. Zhao Hao's discomfort deepened. Since we have not detected any irregularities, let us rest. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for Heishui River. According to the data, the anomalies are likely associated with the river. Furthermore, you three are newcomers. It would be prudent to share a room and take turns keeping watch. Remember, in the face of the uncanny, the absence of anomalies is the most significant anomaly. What about you? Will you not join us? Zhao Hao asked Shun Lingxue. With a cold laugh, Shun Lingxue glanced at Zhao Hao. Every individual who becomes a spirit master is inevitably influenced by the otherworldly forces to varying degrees, developing some negative emotions beyond those of ordinary individuals. It is evident you have already been affected, and it is no surprise, given that your awakening is of a peculiar nature. Zhao Hao hastily countered, What are you saying? I have no intention of sharing a bed with you. I merely believe that given the presence of anomalies in Heishui village, it is safer for everyone to remain together. Do you even believe what you are saying? Shun Lingxue scoffed before turning to leave. In truth, under normal circumstances, Shun Lingxue would not choose to stay alone in a room while on a mission. She might even forego sleep altogether, as a moment's carelessness could lead to peril in the face of the uncanny. However, this time was different. She was aware of the underlying truths. The current anomaly was not merely a C-level task, but rather a D-level one, possibly even D&D. Wang Dihai was keenly aware of Fang Xiu's potential and did not wish to expose him to undue risk, yet to foster his abilities. He had no choice but to assign him to a mission. Thus, this peculiar event was meticulously selected by Wang Dihai, specifically designed for Fang Xiu to gain experience. As for Shun Lingxue, she was merely there as a caretaker. Given her current capabilities, undertaking a D-level mission would not enhance her strength in the slightest. Hence, her presence was solely to protect Fang Xiu and his companions. Fang Xiu harbored immense potential that must not be squandered. Although Lu Shuai could only teleport a mere 20 centimeters, the organization predicted that should he advance to the second tier, his combat prowess would be formidable. As for Zhao Hao, he was merely there to accompany Fang Xiu. This situation left Shun Lingxue feeling decidedly displeased. Chapter 63. A peculiar absence after Shun Lingxue departed. Zhao Hao immediately sank into despondency, his face etched with regret. I was merely being kind. Why can't she believe me? Ever since Zhao Hao discovered Lu Shuai's inadequacies, he had ceased to refer to him as handsome, instead opting for fatty. Next time, wipe your drool before speaking, and refrain from calling me fatty. I was the first to join the investigation bureau. Address me as handsome or senior. You impertinent fool. Clarify who is drooling. Zhao Hao retorted furiously. Do you think everyone is as vile as you? While you spoke just now, your gaze was fixated on her collarbone. Do you think we were blind? You're something else. She was wrapped up so tightly, with only a hint of her collarbone visible. And you acted as if you were straining your eyes to see more. If we were to sleep together at night, Would you not seize the opportunity to explore her collarbone? You're talking nonsense. How would you know what I was looking at if you weren't looking yourself? Feng Xiu observed the squabbling pair with a stoic expression, fully grasping the essence of the term inept teammate. He chose to ignore them and turned away, retreating to his room for rest. Hey, Xiuge, where are you going? Aren't you sleeping with us? Don't we need to take turns keeping watch? Feng Xiu paid no heed and continued on his path. Compared to keeping watch, he was more concerned that the peculiarities would not manifest due to their congregation. Moreover, today he had noticed an oddity: the hair. The villagers, particularly Wang village head, exhibited an astonishingly healthy mane. Wang Guifeng and Wang Fugue were youthful, so their hair was unsurprising, but Wang village head, who appeared nearly 80, had not a single strand of white hair. Feng Xiu had considered that they might have secretly treated their hair, but the likelihood was slim. In this relatively underdeveloped mountain village, there was no need for such treatments. Everyone was familiar with one another, and especially for an elderly man like Wang village head, it would be impractical. Additionally, hair dye was difficult to procure, requiring a long trek to the town. The crucial point that aroused Feng Xiu's suspicion was that since his arrival in Heishui village, he had encountered not a single peculiarity. He could not be certain that there were no anomalies in Heishui village, as he had yet to traverse the entire village, and the encroaching darkness obscured his vision. However, it was sufficient to evoke his curiosity. In the city, peculiarities were ubiquitous, and even on the road to Heishui village, though rare, there had been some. Yet now, having arrived in Heishui village, he had seen none at all. This was a scenario he had only experienced once before, within the eerie domain of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Entering that domain meant detaching from reality. His perception could no longer detect the illusory peculiarities, only the tangible ones. But now, in Heishui village, how could he not perceive any anomalies? Was it possible that Heishui village was another eerie domain? Yet, why did his phone have signal? Previously, at Qingshan Mental Hospital, there had been no reception. This was also why Feng Xiu was suspicious of the hair. He alone understood that Heishui village was not normal. Holding on to this cautious mindset, he magnified every slight irregularity. With these thoughts, Feng Xiu soon succumbed to a deep slumber, cocooned under 2 layers of blankets. For the nights in the mountain village were frigid. Despite being a spirit master, he remained fundamentally human, not superhuman. In the dead of night, at 3 in the morning, the sound of flowing water reached Feng Xiu's ears, and in his sleep, he suddenly felt a dampness, accompanied by an unsettling chill in the air. With a start, he opened his eyes wide. Had it appeared? He murmured to himself, then abruptly sat up, scanning his surroundings, which were engulfed in darkness. Most peculiarly, he sensed that the bed was moving. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He retrieved his phone and switched on a flashlight. The bright beam pierced through the night, illuminating the scene beneath the bed. What lay beneath was no longer a hard-lime floor, but water, river water. The bed was indeed floating atop the Heishui River. The sound of flowing water he had heard earlier was the sound of the river's current. Around Feng Xiu, several dark figures were present. He pointed the flashlight towards them, and to his astonishment, he recognized Shun Lingxue, Zhao Hao, and others, all sound asleep. Their beds, too, had floated onto the river's surface. Chapter 64. The enigmatic black water river. As the light flooded in, the most perceptive among them, Shun Lingxue, was abruptly awakened, sitting upright in bed as the covers slipped away. Fortunately, she had fallen asleep fully clothed, so there was no unfortunate exposure, perhaps due to her slumber. The collar of her attire appeared more disheveled and slightly more revealing, exposing a delicate portion of her fair collarbone. Regrettably, Zhao Hao, who was sleeping nearby, missed the sight of the very collarbone he so ardently admired. "Who is there?" Shun Lingxue squinted against the beam of the flashlight that obscured Feng Xiu's features. "It's me," Feng Xiu replied calmly. "When did you enter my room?" Shun Lingxue's countenance darkened. "Look around before you speak," Feng Xiu said, shaking the flashlight to illuminate the surrounding inky waters. Upon realizing their surroundings, Shun Lingxue's expression changed dramatically. "Is this the Blackwater River? What on earth has happened? Has something sinister emerged?" Her anxious tone roused Zhao Hao and the chubby man, who were sharing a bed. They awoke startled. nearly tumbling into the water upon comprehending their surroundings. Where are we? Why were we asleep in bed? And suddenly we're in a river. This is utterly absurd. The chubby man's face turned pale as he clung desperately to Zhao Hao, as if grasping onto a lifeline. Stop squirming, Zhao Hao exclaimed, equally frightened. Your weight is going to tip the bed. Ignoring the two entangled in panic, Feng Xiu calmly surveyed the scene, quickly noting that the bed was slowly drifting. Alarmingly, it was moving towards the heart of the Blackwater River. He directed the flashlight to the center, revealing a deep, dark vortex, reminiscent of a gaping abyss eager to engulf them. Upon spotting the vortex, the others' faces paled, their minds racing with ominous possibilities. That vortex is going to swallow us. We must flee. Flee? Where to? I can't swim, the chubby man cried. Don't worry. I can, Zhao Hao asserted. Your swimming skills are useless. There could be something sinister lurking beneath the surface. If you jump in, you won't resurface. Shun Lingxue interjected, feeling her head spin as they bickered. Silence. Nobody enter the water. Use your hands to paddle, she commanded. Immediately, Zhao Hao and the others began to paddle, but Feng Xiu remained still, quietly observing. To him, paddling seemed a foolish endeavor. If a malevolent force had silently transported them here, they would not escape merely by using their hands. He pondered whether they had truly been moved without a trace, or if their previous location had never been Blackwater Village, but rather the Blackwater River itself. In a short while, the chubby man's frantic voice broke through the tension. It's not working. We've been paddling for ages. Yet we aren't team moving. It's as if something beneath the water is pulling the bed. His words sent a chill through the group. Glancing at the dark water below, a wave of inexplicable dread surging, akin to a fear of the deep sea. In the depths, there was no light, only an endless expanse of black water. Not only were they not moving, but they were also accelerating towards the vortex at the river's center. Shen Lingxue stated gravely, We cannot approach the vortex. Otherwise, our bed will be swallowed, and once submerged, our combat capabilities will drastically diminish. This malevolent force possesses control over the water. In its domain, we would be at a severe disadvantage. As the foremost combatant of our group, my abilities are fire-based. Once in the water, my powers will be severely limited, leaving me to fend for myself, unable to protect you. Her analysis sent a wave of terror through Zhao Hao and the chubby man. Zhao Hao instinctively turned to Feng Xiu. What should we do? After all, it was Feng Xiu's guidance that had led them to survive the Qingshan Asylum and become spirit masters. Feng Xiu methodically scanned the increasingly distant shore and finally focused on a sturdy tree nearby. He opened his backpack, revealing a collection of tools he had prepared in advance, including rope, a shovel, and a handgun. He connected the rope to the shovel and threw it with force. The shovel, trailing the rope, arched gracefully and landed perfectly atop a branch. As a spirit master, Feng Xiu had honed his precision to an extraordinary level, accomplishing feats that would require extensive training for ordinary individuals. Everyone grab on my bed, Feng Xiu commanded, and the group, filled with hope, quickly moved towards him. Aided by the rope, they soon huddled together. Feng Xiu then exerted force, pulling the rope, and under the counterforce, they began to inch closer to the shore. Shun Lingxue observed Feng Xiu's back as he pulled the rope, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. She realized that not everyone in her team was as helpless as Zhao Hao and the chubby man, who only contributed to the noise. Feng Xiu's calm demeanor was unexpected. Not everyone could maintain composure and make sound judgments in perilous situations. Most would panic. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. They were distancing themselves from the vortex at the river's center. But just then, something bizarre occurred. The vortex began to slowly dissipate. Shun Lingxue, ever vigilant, immediately noticed this change. The vortex has vanished. Vanished? Feng Xiu's mind raced. If the vortex had been conjured by a sinister force, its disappearance likely indicated that the malevolence was no longer at that location, but had approached them instead. Just as this realization struck, they felt themselves sinking. More accurately, the bed was sinking. Shun Lingxue's face paled. The malevolence is pulling the bed. She hastily directed the flashlight into the water. But the dark river seemed to swallow the light, obscuring any discernible details. All she could make out were strands of hair, darker than the water itself, moving beneath the surface. Shun Lingshue's delicate hand flipped, conjuring a brilliant, searing flame. With a fierce motion, she hurled the flame into the river. The water erupted in a violent boil, steam rising as the temperature soared. Yet, the bed continued to sink, now submerged halfway, on the brink of being entirely engulfed. Shun Lingshue's expression was one of utmost gravity. She realized that her flames could not harm the malevolence while they remained on the water surface. If they were to enter the water, would they even survive? Was this to be their end? Refusing to succumb to despair, she continued to manifest flame after flame, relentlessly bombarding the water. However, the sinister entity appeared remarkably agile, moving effortlessly in the cover of darkness, unfazed by her attacks. The effort only drained her spirit without yielding any results. Ultimately, the bed sank completely, plunging everyone into the icy depths. As they hit the water, a bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Had they been ordinary individuals, they likely would have been instantly paralyzed. "Help! I can't swim," the chubby man gasped, flailing in the water, gulping down mouthfuls of the frigid river, feeling as if his insides were freezing. Zhao Hao, quick-witted, rushed to save him. Yet, rescuing someone from drowning without proper training was perilous, especially when the person in distress was the chubby man. In the midst of chaos, the corpulent man clutched Zhao Hao tightly, his formidable strength rendering Zhao Hao incapable of maintaining buoyancy. Both of them plunged deep into the water, struggling against the relentless waves. At that moment, with a resounding thud, Fang Xiu delivered a precise chop to the man's neck, rendering him unconscious, allowing Zhao Hao to finally emerge above the surface. "Damn it! This wretched fat man nearly cost me my life." Zhao Hao gasped for air, clutching the unconscious figure with one hand. Although the man weighed 300 pounds, his substantial size provided a degree of buoyancy that made it relatively easy for Zhao Hao to manage him. Something felt amiss. The anomaly had yet to make a move. Shun Lingxue sensed the peculiarity. They had already submerged in the water, yet the creature remained inactive. Fang Xiu elucidated her uncertainty. "It is waiting." Waiting? Chapter 65, Indifference. "I shall take action as you succumb to weakness. Your recent erratic assaults, though seemingly futile, have at least served as a deterrent. The entity of water and fire is evidently reluctant to engage you directly, thus opting to bide its time. The chilling waters of the Blackwater River are bone-numbing. Even a spirit master finds it arduous to remain submerged for extended periods, as the cold siphons away vitality and severely depletes stamina. Once you are utterly exhausted and incapable of combat, that shall be the moment the entity strikes." Damn it! Shun Lingxue clenched her silver teeth. Being a woman, she was naturally less tolerant of the cold. Now, fully immersed in the frigid waters, compounded by her previous expenditure of spiritual energy in an attempt to attack the river, she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. Her once fair visage had turned pallid, and her lips were gradually losing their color. She never anticipated that as a seasoned spirit master, she would falter in a D-grade anomalous event. At this moment, she sensed an unsettling anomaly. Could the entity capable of manipulating lakes truly be classified as merely D-grade? Was it a matter of unique abilities or of formidable strength? Shun Lingxue. "Ignite the flames," Fang Xiu suddenly suggested. Shun Lingxue paused, taken aback. "While my flames possess a temperature far exceeding that of ordinary fire, it is unrealistic to expect me to boil rivers or scorch seas. Do not dry up the river. Simply raise your hand to conjure flames. This can provide some warmth. The icy waters will sap your strength considerably, and given the uncertainty of our situation, conserving energy is paramount." Upon hearing this, Shun Lingxue hesitated momentarily, pondering if this was merely a human torch or a personal heater. Nevertheless, she complied. She lifted a hand, pale from the cold, and with a burst of brilliant, searing flame erupted, dispelling a modicum of the chill. "Ah, how warm! It feels like soaking in a hot spring," Zhao Hao interjected with an ill-timed jest. Shun Lingxue shot him a cold glare. Generally, feeling warmth in extreme cold signals impending frostbite. "Ah, Zhao Hao, startled, quickly drew the unconscious hefty man closer, hoping to absorb some warmth. As Shun Lingxue maintained the flames, a hint of color returned to her cheeks, but her expression grew increasingly grave. With my spiritual energy, I can sustain this flame for perhaps 10 minutes. Beyond that, my energy will be depleted. This approach is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, exchanging spiritual energy for stamina. What will happen once my energy runs out and the entity reveals itself? Fang Xiu regarded her calmly and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. I shall take action." "You will take action?" Shun Lingxue looked at Fang Xiu skeptically, for in her view, his ability was merely foresight, a power undeniably potent, yet lacking in direct combat capability. However, Zhao Hao held unwavering faith in Fang Xiu's words. Even in the psychiatric hospital, Fang Xiu maintained an air of calmness, as if assured of victory despite facing perilous entities. "Brother Xiu, have you glimpsed a glimmer of hope?" Zhao Hao intended to ask if Fang Xiu had seen the future, but, recalling his confidentiality agreement, chose a more subdued inquiry. Fang Xiu offered no explanation, but simply nodded. "Wonderful. We're counting on you, Brother Xiu." Zhao Hao's demeanor transformed, as if he had already escaped danger upon witnessing Fang Xiu's affirmation. In reality, Fang Xiu had not glimpsed the future. He had not even seen the entities form thus far. Yet, that was of little consequence. His true intent in urging Shun Lingxue to conjure flames was ostensibly for warmth. But in truth, he aimed to deplete her spiritual energy. He surmised that the entity's reluctance to reveal itself was rooted in its apprehension of their collective strength. Thus, whom did the water entity fear? It could only be Shun Lingxue, the seasoned spirit master of the fire element. As time passed, the flames in Shun Lingxue's palm flickered and waned, nearing extinction. She contemplated extinguishing them to preserve a sliver of combat capability, but Fang Xiu halted her, commanding, "Continue to burn." Shun Lingxue glanced at Fang Xiu's calm visage and ultimately chose to trust his words. Influenced by the extraordinary abilities he had displayed previously at the Investigation Bureau, faced with someone capable of foresight, people instinctively chose to believe. At last, Shun Lingxue reached her limit. "I can no longer sustain it. My spiritual energy is depleted." No sooner had she spoken than the flames extinguished, plunging them into darkness. The only sound was that of the flowing river, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. "Something seems to be lurking in the water," Zhao Hao suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with dread. Fang Xiu and the others swiftly turned to follow Zhao Hao's gaze, only to observe shadowy forms slithering through the inky waters, resembling serpentine shapes. "What do we do now?" Shun Lingxue anxiously glanced at Fang Xiu, her lack of spiritual energy rendering her vulnerable, her hopes for survival resting entirely upon him. It could have been a mere illusion, but Shun Lingxue felt as though a flicker of suppressed ecstasy danced in Fang Xiu's eyes. This was not an illusion. Fang Xiu was indeed exhilarated. Having been deprived of encounters with anomalies for over a week, he felt akin to a long-restrained predator finally presented with prey. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the water. Shun Lingxue and the others gasped in shock, astonished by Fang Xiu's audacity. Underwater, Fang Xiu was enveloped in darkness, barely able to discern the serpentine forms swiftly approaching him. "Blood Eye, activate!" He opened his blood eye, and in an instant a flood of crimson filled his right eye, obscuring the whites and leaving only a deep obsidian pupil. Through the lens of the blood eye, Fang Xiu finally discerned the nature of the shadowy serpents. They were strands of jet black, glossy hair. This hair resembled that which he had previously observed on the village chief and others, equally thick and lustrous. These strands appeared intent on ensnaring Fang Xiu and dragging him under. Yet, he would not grant them the opportunity. A flash of silver light revealed a surgical knife emanating a chilling, eerie aura. With swift, decisive motions, he severed the hair strands, slicing through them effortlessly. Chapter 66. The corpse beneath the water. The resilience of the hair remained a mystery, yet no degree of resilience could withstand the surgical knife, an instrument of the uncanny. Once severed, those few strands of hair recoiled with astonishing speed, vanishing into the depths of the river, leaving no trace. A flicker of anger ignited within Feng Xiu. He harbored an intense disdain for such bizarre phenomena that toyed with the supernatural. Frustrated by the entity's retreat after a single failed strike, he felt robbed of the thrill of annihilating the eerie presence. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiu dove into the river, his spirit ignited, moving with the agility of a fish. Guided by the vision granted by his blood-red eyes, he pursued the direction in which the hare had retreated. At last, upon reaching the lake's bottom, he encountered the source of the strangeness, a female corpse, clad in white. Her skin had taken on a pallid hue, rendering her features unrecognizable, as her face had long since succumbed to swelling and decay. Even her eyeballs had rotted away, leaving behind two hollow, dark voids. The corpse boasted a luxuriant mane of glossy black hair, cascading and swirling in the water, resembling a dense nest of serpents from a distance. Feng Xiu's excitement intensified, the eerie glow of his blood-red eyes flickering ominously. He lunged toward the corpse, perhaps provoked by his audacity. The corpse suddenly opened its lipless mouth wide and emitted a deep, thunderous roar. Its hair, akin to thousands of water snakes, surged toward Feng Xiu. Confronted with this overwhelming assault, Feng Xiu found his movements restricted in the water, aware that he could not rely solely on his surgical knife to sever every strand. Yet, he remained unperturbed, a strange crimson light emanating from his right eye. Under the eerie radiance, the corpse appeared as if struck by an invisible mallet, letting out a piercing scream. The once advancing hare recoiled in fear, retreating as if it were an octopus retracting its tentacles. Seizing the opportunity presented by the corpse's moment of agony, Feng Xiu surged forward with renewed fervor, directly approaching the corpse. Though he felt the onset of oxygen deprivation and a slight dizziness clouding his mind, he pressed on, compelled to make the entity experience suffering. Sensing the impending danger, the corpse extended its grotesquely swollen hand, its expression a snarl, reaching for Feng Xiu. Yet, Feng Xiu remained indifferent, the exhilaration in his eyes palpable. His previously calm demeanor replaced by an involuntary, twisted grin. In the next instant, the corpse grasped Feng Xiu's neck with a grip as unyielding as iron, frigid and hard. The searing pain and the sensation of suffocation washed over him. However, instead of halting his actions, this only served to intensify the ferocity of his expression. With a swift motion, Feng Xiu brandished his surgical knife, the blade slicing down from the corpse and oppose, as forehead as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. The incision traversed her forehead, brow, nasal bridge, and mouth, creating a wound several centimeters deep. Feng Xiu even glimpsed the decayed brain and exposed bones within the gash. With this singular strike, augmented by his power of agony, the corpse could not even muster a scream, her body convulsing violently as though jolted by electricity. The hands that had gripped his neck instinctively released their hold. Witnessing the corpse's suffering only fueled Feng Xiu's excitement further. He denied her any respite, delivering another strike. This cut was horizontal, forming a cross upon the corpse's visage. Anyone familiar with cutting a watermelon would recognize that after a horizontal and vertical slice, the fruit blossoms open. The corpse's head mirrored this phenomenon. In a bid to preserve the corpse's life, Feng Xiu deliberately refrained from exerting too much agony, wishing instead for her to gradually comprehend her torment. Regrettably, with the second cut, the corpse's previously convulsing body stilled, seemingly transformed into a lifeless shell. Dead? Could such an entity capable of manipulating river water be so fragile? Before Feng Xiu could process this, the corpse's hair seemed to come alive, detaching from her head and swirling away like a floating black orb, vanishing at an astonishing speed. Realizing this, Feng Xiu's eyes glinted with cold realization. The corpse was not the true entity, but rather the hair was. He yearned to pursue, yet he had reached his limit, the sensation of suffocation becoming increasingly unbearable, the dizziness in his mind amplifying. Helpless, he resurfaced. With a splash, Feng Xiu broke the surface of the water. Shun Lingxue and the others looked on anxiously, their breath easing upon seeing him, though concern washed over their faces as they noted the deep crimson handprint on his neck. "Shogo, are you all right? What about the entity?" Zhao Hao inquired hastily. Fang Xiu did not respond immediately, instead gasping for air, gradually regaining his composure before stating, "It escaped. The true form of that entity seems to be the hair." "The hair?" Shun Lingxue urged, "Forget the details for now. While the entity is fleeing, we must quickly attempt to reach the shore." The group nodded in agreement and swam towards the bank. This time, the shore did not recede as before, but remained still and steadfast. Soon, they managed to drag the lifeless Lu Shuai onto the shore. Once on land, they did not pause, but rather retreated a considerable distance, only stopping to catch their breath after reaching safety. "First, save him," Shun Lingxue commanded, promptly beginning chest compressions on Lu Shuai until he coughed up several mouthfuls of icy river water, at which point she ceased her efforts. Yet, Lu Shuai remained unresponsive, his complexion pale. Lu Shuai requires artificial respiration. Who will do it? Shun Lingxue's gaze shifted between Fang Xiu and Zhao Hao. Fang Xiu's expression remained impassive, while Zhao Hao appeared horrified, glancing at the plump lips of Lu Shuai, feeling as though he would rather endure anything than that. "Why don't you do it?" Zhao Hao retorted defiantly. Shun Lingxue smirked coldly. "Are you unaware of the propriety between men and women? Why should I be the one to do it with two grown men here? Isn't it fine between men?" Zhao Hao vehemently shook his head, every fiber of his being radiating resistance. At that moment, however, Fang Xiu approached Lu Shuai. Shun Lingxue's eyes flickered with intrigue, while Zhao Hao's face paled in shock. Wanting to protest, but fearing Fang Xiu would impose the same on him, ultimately silencing his words. Just when everyone anticipated Fang Xiu would administer artificial respiration, to their astonishment, smack, Fang Xiu delivered a resounding slap to Lu Shuai's face. The latter yelped in anguish, springing upright from the ground. "Ouch! Who hit me? Is that all it took to wake you?" Zhao Hao stared, dumbfounded. Shun Lingxue's expression darkened as she fixed a dangerously keen gaze on Lu Shuai, asking, "Were you feigning unconsciousness just now?" Lu Shuai immediately cried out in protest. "Feigning? What are you talking about? I truly passed out." Chapter 67. Utilizing modern technology to combat the uncanny truly faint? Shun Lingxue was utterly unconvinced. You experienced hypoxic unconsciousness, and without any artificial respiration. A mere slap could rouse you? Zhao Hao, amused by the spectacle, chimed in, "Oh, you rotund fellow, are you attempting to deceive me regarding my first kiss?" The portly individual felt wronged, unable to convince anyone of his plight. In truth, only Fang Xiu was aware that the fat man was not feigning unconsciousness. He had genuinely lost consciousness. The reason he awoke with a single slap was due to Fang Xiu employing a fragment of pain energy, the intense agony jolting him back to awareness, akin to using electrical stimulation for cardiac resuscitation. After a brief commotion, Shun Lingxue could no longer endure the noise and called for silence. "Enough, let it be, my chubby friend. We'll settle the matter later. Our immediate concern is to devise a strategy to confront the water specter in the Blackwater River." "Fang Xiu, what transpired when you entered the water? Why did you claim the essence of the anomaly was hair?" "I encountered a female corpse beneath the surface. The hair that attempted to assail us belonged to that very corpse. After I dealt with her, her hair fled as though it possessed a life of its own. Thus, I surmise that the hair is the true entity of the anomaly, while the corpse is merely a vessel under its control." Shun Lingxue pondered, eliminating the corpse? Even if it is not the true embodiment of the anomaly, it has indeed been manipulated by it. This water specter possesses the terrifying ability to control the Blackwater River. "How did you manage to neutralize the corpse?" "I have my methods," Fang Xiu replied nonchalantly, offering no further explanation. Shun Lingxue regarded him with suspicion, contemplating that perhaps the water specter was merely unique in its abilities, lacking strength in direct confrontation. Yet, upon further reflection, she sensed an underlying discord. "We should return for now. Tomorrow, when my spirit is restored and daylight breaks, we shall return to the Blackwater River to confront the specter." Fang Xiu remained still, posing a query. "What are your plans for tomorrow as confrontation?" Shun Lingxue frowned and mused, Given that even a novice spirit master like you could repel it, it is evident that the water specter lacks formidable combat capabilities. However, it benefits greatly from its advantageous terrain within the Blackwater River, rendering my fire abilities ineffective. Therefore, the optimal strategy is to lure the specter ashore. Once it is drawn out, I can easily eliminate it with my flames. Upon hearing this, Shun Lingxue noticed Fang Xiu staring at her, as though she were a fool. Angered, she retorted, "What are you implying with that look? Do you have some profound insight? Your assertion makes it difficult for me to believe you are a seasoned spirit master." Fang Xiu replied calmly, his tone devoid of mockery, yet laced with subtle derision. He then produced an encrypted phone issued by the Investigation Bureau and began dialing. "Who are you calling? Are you seeking assistance from the Bureau? Summoning other spirit masters to help?" Shun Lingxue questioned, a hint of sarcasm lacing her words. "I advise you to set down the phone. The Bureau's spirit masters are perpetually in short supply. Given that the water specter has not exhibited overtly dangerous behavior, they are unlikely to dispatch aid." Fang Xiu, however, paid her no heed. The call soon connected. A drowsy, soft voice came through. "Is this Mr. Fang? Why are you calling so late?" Interrupting her, Fang Xiu commanded, "Immediately inform your superiors to dispatch a special operations team to Blackwater Village, equipped with the most powerful water pumps available. The more, the better." The special operations team, composed of rigorously trained soldiers, though ordinary individuals, were elite in their capabilities. Typically, they assisted spirit masters in executing tasks, maintaining order, reconnaissance, and rescue operations. Su Kersin seemed still drowsy, momentarily at a loss. "Mr. Fang, what did you say? Water pumps? Weren't you on a mission? You need not know the reason. Immediately follow my instructions. If there are any questions, consult Wang Dihai and tell him I sent you." With that, Fang Xiu terminated the call. When he turned back to Shun Lingxue and the others, he found them staring at him, wide-eyed in astonishment. "You plan to drain the Blackwater River, don't you?" Zhao Hao exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Fang Xiu nodded from prior observations. "It is clear that this specter is cunning, employing stratagems rather than engaging us directly. To lure it out, it would require someone to act as bait, which is perilous. Thus, the most effective solution is to drain the river, leaving the specter nowhere to hide. Given our access to the Investigation Bureau and APO's resources, we should exploit this advantage rather than resort to the most dangerous tactics of entering the water ourselves. The river, while lengthy, is only deep at its center. We merely need to block the upstream and downstream flows and extract the central water." At this moment, Shun Lingxue felt a tinge of embarrassment at Fang Xiu's calm demeanor. Her gaze, inadvertently shifting elsewhere, rendered speechless. She had anticipated Fang Xiu would call for spirit masters for assistance. Yet he proposed to resolve the situation with modern technological means, an approach she had never contemplated. However, she could not deny its validity. Mobilizing a special operations team along with water pumps, though resource-intensive, was far superior to risking the lives of spirit masters, which were far more valuable than such resources. In truth, Shun Lingxue had fallen prey to conventional thinking. As a spirit master, though unspoken, she and most spirit masters tended to subconsciously regard themselves as superior to ordinary people. They steadfastly believed that only spirit masters could combat anomalies, leading to the instinctive reaction of employing spirit master methods in confronting such threats rather than utilizing ordinary individuals. Fang Xiu, however, was devoid of such pretensions. He cared little for the nobility of being a spirit master. His sole concern lay with the anomaly. As long as he could inflict pain upon it, he would resort to any means necessary. Furthermore, we cannot return to the village chief's home tonight. "Why not?" the portly man asked, shaking with cold as the group, thoroughly drenched, felt the chill of the mountain night. Fang Xiu elucidated, "Did you not notice anything amiss with the hair of the village chief and the others? The chief appears to be between 70 and 80 years old, yet his hair is shinier and darker than that of youth. The same applies to his grandson and daughter-in-law. Is it possible the village chief dyed his hair?" the fat man queried, having begun to refer to Fang Xiu as brother since learning of his solo venture into the river to repel the anomaly. Fang Xiu regarded him with calm eyes. The hair of the village chief and his family bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the female corpse I encountered beneath the river. Should you wish to meet your demise, feel free to return. Upon hearing this, the portly man shuddered, whether from fear or cold, he could not tell, and he stammered. Then, perhaps it's best to forego that idea. Camping could be quite pleasant. In light of Fang Xiu's directives, the group unanimously chose to comply. Even Shen Lingxiu, the team leader, remained silent, allowing Fang Xiu to take the reins of command. The mantle of leadership had subtly shifted. Thus, they selected a spot far from the Blackwater River, ignited a fire, and encircled it to spend the night. Chapter 68. Special Operations Team. The following morning, Fang Xiu received a phone call informing him that the action team had arrived in the mountainous region near Heishui village. Due to the treacherous mountain paths, they were unable to drive and were proceeding on foot, expected to reach the village in about an hour. Fang Xiu had arranged to meet the team at the center of the Heishui River before leading his companions into the village. Notably, he donned the sunglasses he had prepared in advance. He intended to verify his hypothesis. He had not encountered any villagers the previous evening, and today he planned to observe the hair of the other villagers. As they entered Heishui village, their group immediately drew the attention of countless villagers. Many of the villagers were already engaged in their daily tasks, with some farming and others herding livestock. The attire of Fang Xiu and his companions starkly contrasted with that of the villagers, marking them as visitors from a bustling metropolis, which piqued the curiosity of the locals. However, the villagers' gazes were predominantly inquisitive rather than hostile. Perhaps the village chief had already informed them of the journalist's arrival. While the villagers scrutinized Fang Xiu and his group, they too were observing the villagers. The more they looked, the more astonished they became, for without exception, every villager possessed lustrous, jet-black hair. Brother Xiu, what on earth is going on? Have these villagers all grown up eating black sesame? Zhao Hao stammered. Where can one find such potent black sesame? I just saw several elderly individuals, and their hair was equally dark and shiny, not a single strand of white, the stout man chimed in. As they examined the villagers' hair, Fang Xiu and Appo's gaze drifted to the surroundings. There were no anomalies, not a single strange entity in sight. At that moment, Fang Xiu was resolute in his conviction. Heishui village harbored no bizarre phenomena whatsoever. What would be the reason for this? If it were due to their entrance into a realm of the uncanny, rendering them invisible to the phantoms that permeated the streets, then why was there still signal reception in this so-called uncanny domain? Was it merely because they were using encrypted phones issued by the Investigation Bureau? Yet, when Fang Xiu took out his ordinary cell phone, he discovered that it too had signal, albeit weaker in the mountains. Fang Xiu was perplexed. The secrets of the uncanny were too numerous, and at present, he could only grasp the tip of the iceberg, with many peculiarities remaining inexplicable. At that moment, he approached an elderly man basking in the sun, who appeared even older than the village chief. The wrinkles on his face resembled deep ravines, and he held an old pipe, leisurely smoking in the warmth. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire how you maintain your hair? At your age, how is it that your hair is even shinier than that of the youth?" The old man looked at Fang Xiu with surprise. "What, you city lad? Are you jesting with an old man like me? My hair has been white for a decade. How could it possibly be shiny?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Shen Lingxiu and the others were taken aback, staring intently at the old man's thick, glossy hair, a shiver running down their spines. Fang Xiu remained undeterred, calmly replying, "My apologies, it seems I misjudged." With that, he turned and walked away with Shen Lingxiu and the others. Once they were a distance away, Zhao Hao could no longer contain himself. Was that old man in Appo's hair black or white? Am I colorblind? It looked black to me. I thought it looked black too. The stout man agreed. These villagers are suspicious. They're likely influenced by the uncanny, Shen Lingxiu asserted. Those affected by the uncanny often exhibit peculiar traits, typically manifesting as physical frailty, emotional abnormalities, or mental deterioration, though other influences cannot be ruled out. Fang Xiu regarded her quietly and replied, "How can you be certain that it is the villagers who are affected, rather than ourselves?" The group was momentarily taken aback, with Zhao Hao and the stout man paling visibly. Just then, a voice called out from a distance. Miss Shun, so this is where you are? It was the village chief and amp, Appo's grandson, Wang Fuge, who hurried over, panting. Miss Shun, you all woke up quite early. I was just about to call you for breakfast, but found no one in your room. The group exchanged glances at Wang Fugue and amp, Appo's glossy hair, their expressions noticeably awkward, especially Zhao Hao and the stout man. Given the suspicion surrounding the villagers, they found it challenging to maintain their previous cordial demeanor. Fortunately, Shun Lingxue, being an experienced spirit master, remained composed and replied, Yes, we are accustomed to early rising, especially with work to attend to. Are you guiding us to some scenic spots? Today, we plan to explore on our own. We will call you later if needed, Wang Fugue said, clearly disappointed. But the mountains can be dangerous, with wild boars possibly lurking. It would be inconvenient without a guide. Don and Appo's, worry, we have plenty of outdoor survival experience and have ventured to even more remote places. You need not concern yourself. We will explore ourselves for now and let you guide us later in the afternoon. Wang Fugue, evidently awkward and lacking in conversational skills, could only nod in agreement. All right then, but please do not venture to the center of the Heishui River. Shun Lingxue, intrigued, inquired, Oh, why shouldn't we go to the center of the Heishui River? Wang Fugue's expression shifted to one of fear, as if recalling some terrifying notion. In any case, don't ask. My grandfather forbids any discussion of superstitions, but more than one person in the village has mentioned that place is haunted, so please stay away. Seeing that she could not extract any further information, Shun Lingxue nodded in understanding. Wang Fugue then departed. Shortly after, Fang Xiu's phone rang. Investigator Fang, the 10th Special Operations Team, is in position. All right, we'll be there shortly. Fang Xiu hung up and addressed his companions. Let us not concern ourselves with the villagers for now. We must first confront the uncanny phenomena in the Heishui River. Chapter 69. A sudden change in the heart of the Blackwater River. Fang Xiu and his companions hastened towards a peculiar sight. A squad of robust individuals clad in black tactical gear, wielding submachine guns. Their imposing stature and rigid posture signified their professional training. However, before the Special Operations Unit stood a man and a woman, both dressed in hiking attire, complete with trekking boots and backpacks, as if they were on a casual excursion. The couple appeared to be engaged in a heated dispute with the tactical team. Who are you to chase us away? This place is not your property. We simply wish to enjoy the scenery, the man protested. Indeed, this is not a tourist attraction, and even if it were, we could purchase tickets, the woman added defiantly. We are executing a special operation. No unauthorized personnel may approach. Please vacate the area immediately. A member of the tactical squad replied sternly. At that moment, Fang Xiu and his group arrived. The tactical member promptly jogged over and saluted, stating, Investigator Fang, the 10th Special Operations Team reports to you. Fang Xiu nodded, preparing to speak, when the man and woman approached them. The man was tall and robust, with a resolute appearance, while the woman was slender, with sun-kissed skin, exuding an aura of someone accustomed to outdoor activities. Are you their leader? On what grounds do you? The woman began, her tone brimming with audacity. Without allowing her to finish, Fang Xiu commanded, remove them. Understood. The Special Operations Team swiftly sprang into action, two members seizing the couple and ushering them away. The man attempted to resist, but, upon realizing the overwhelming numbers and armed presence, hesitated to fight back. Conversely, the woman vocally protested, just wait. I will file a complaint against you. Do you know who I am? My father is friends with the leaders of the Security Bureau, and you. As the couple gradually disappeared from view, Zhao Hao remarked, It truly takes all kinds. I always thought those videos online were exaggerated. I never imagined such audacity existed in reality. Indeed, these two are remarkable, daring to confront so many armed uniformed personnel executing a task, another member added. Investigator Fang, they claim to be travelers who prefer secluded, unfrequented areas. They arrived shortly after we did, a team member explained. Fang Xiu nodded. Did Wang Dihai send you? The member affirmed, producing identification from the Investigation Bureau. Director Wang instructed us to assist you. Fang Xiu was not surprised. This was one of the advantages of his foresight ability. Other novice spirit masters would not have received such treatment, without prior communication and reports. For him, a mere phone call sufficed. "Is everything ready?" Fang Xiao inquired. "All set," came the response. "Let's commence." With a directive from Fang Xiao, the special operations team sprang into action with remarkable speed and professionalism. Some wielded shovels to dig trenches, while others transported bundles of plastic piping, set up pumps and generators, with designated personnel on lookout to prevent any interference from outsiders. They had evidently conducted precise calculations to redirect the river water into nearby, low-lying areas. Moments later, the rumbling of machinery filled the air. Under the operation of dozens of pumps, the river water receded at an astonishing rate. Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai stood in awe. Is this the work of professionals? It's impressive. Indeed, if not for the limited effect of firearms against the supernatural, spirit masters would likely be rendered obsolete, came the reply. Hours passed, and the riverbed became visible, revealing mud and scattered puddles, along with fish and turtles flopping about in the muck. Throughout the process, Fang Xiao remained vigilant, wary of any sudden supernatural threats. However, as the water level dropped, no such entities emerged. "There's a female corpse," Zhao Hao exclaimed, pointing to a patch of mud. Amidst the muck lay a headless female body, partially buried. Who could be so brutal as to mutilate someone's face? Fang Xiao remained silent, activating his blood eye. Seizing upon the distraction caused by the corpse, he searched the mud beneath the guise of his sunglasses. After a moment, his vision fixed upon a small puddle at the river's center. He swiftly deactivated the blood eye and pointed to the puddle. "Shun Lingxue, ignite that puddle." Without hesitation, Shun Lingxue complied, aware of Fang Xiao and Appo's as foresight. She believed he had sensed something ominous beneath. Extending her palm, a brilliant, searing flame erupted, instantly raising the ambient temperature. She hurled the flame toward the indicated puddle. Boom! The explosion of fire was immediate, sending waves of heat throughout the area. The water within the puddle boiled and evaporated, causing the damp mud to crack. Suddenly, a piercing scream emanated from the depths of the puddle. Then, a mass of fiery, charred hair emerged from the ground, writhing ominously. "A supernatural entity has appeared," Zhao Hao gasped, instinctively retreating behind Fang Xiao. The hair floated menacingly, thrashing wildly, strands infused with flames whipping through the air like a lizard's severed tail. The hair seemed enraged, spreading like a web, extending 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, as if intent on enveloping everyone present. At that moment, Shun Lingxue struck back, seeking vengeance for her earlier ordeal in the icy lake. Boom! She conjured wave after wave of intense flames, launching them at the hair. Just then, Fang Xiao heard the sound of bullets being chambered. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the special operations team. A sense of unease washed over him. Despite their professional training, these soldiers knew firearms were ineffective against the supernatural and yet were preparing to fire without orders. Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai urged, "Just watch." Shun Lingxue's abilities counter this entity perfectly. But in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded as the special operations team, seemingly deaf to the warnings, aimed their weapons at Fang Xiao and the others. "Hey, what are you doing? We are on the same side," Zhao Hao shouted in alarm. "Hurry, get away. Our bodies are out of our control," a member of the special operations team exclaimed rigidly. Chapter 70. The Murderous Test. What? Shun Lingxue gasped in horror, her thoughts consumed by the imminent threat of her fiery hair. She pivoted, ready to unleash flames upon the special operations team. Yet, she ultimately hesitated. In that fleeting moment of indecision, a member of the special operations team had already pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets, illuminated by flames, surged forth towards Fang Xiao and his companions. If it had been a single assailant wielding a handgun, perhaps Fang Xiao could have attempted to evade the onslaught. However, faced with a group armed with submachine guns, surrendering to fate seemed inevitable. He refrained from employing his blood pupil technique, as it was limited to single-target attacks. In mere seconds, Fang Xiao and his companions were riddled with bullets, collapsing into a pool of crimson. Fang Xiao opened his eyes to find himself in Heishui village, surrounded by bustling villagers. At that moment, he heard Zhao Hao's voice. "Xiao Ge, what on earth is happening?" Are these villagers truly raised on black sesame? Zhao Hao quivered. Where could one possibly find such potent black sesame? I just saw several elderly individuals. Their hair is dark and glossy as night, not a strand of white in sight. The portly companion chimed in. Fang Xiao confirmed the temporal context, realizing he was indeed wandering Heishui village. He pondered deeply. Soon, the special operations team would arrive, and he, along with his companions, would drain the river. Confronting the hair specter, leading to Shun Lingshua's demise at the hands of the special operations team. Could the hair specter manipulate others? He recalled the female corpse previously possessed by the hair specter. To his astonishment, it could control so many simultaneously, even the entire special operations team. If it possessed such power, why not simply control them? Was it because of their spiritual defenses that it could not exert its influence over them? A sense of unease began to gnaw at Fang Xiao. Was the appearance of that couple merely a coincidence? Who in their right mind would choose to vacation in such a remote area? After much contemplation, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. As time progressed, the plot advanced to the center of the Heishui River. There, the special operations team had taken their positions, accompanied by a man and a woman clad in tactical jackets. By what right do you drive us away? This place is not your home. We are merely tourists here to appreciate the scenery, protested one. Indeed, this is not a tourist attraction. Even if it were, we could purchase tickets, another added. We are executing a special mission. Unauthorized personnel must vacate the premises immediately. A member of the special operations team declared coldly. Observing the familiar scene, Fang Xiao led his companions forward. A member of the special operations team quickly approached, saluting. Investigator Fang, the 10th Special Operations Team reports to you. Fang Xiao nodded, remaining silent. At that moment, the man and woman approached. Just as before, the woman began with an imperious inquiry. Are you their leader? On what grounds? Fang Xiao scrutinized the pair, perceiving them as ordinary individuals without any apparent peculiarities. However, his principle had always been to act if he sensed nothing unusual. Swish! A silver flash sliced through the air, and the woman's voice was abruptly silenced. The world seemed to pause. Shun Lingxue and the members of the Special Operations Team stood in stunned silence, gazing at Fang Xiao and the woman. A surgical knife was embedded in the pale neck of the woman, held firmly by Fang Xiao. No one anticipated Fang Xiao's sudden act of violence. It was utterly unforeseen and bewildering. Even if the woman had been unreasonable, she had merely approached to question him, and before she could finish her sentence, he had taken her life. Ignoring the bewildered stares, Fang Xiao focused intently on the woman's every micro-expression, seeking any sign of vulnerability. Yet, her face revealed no weakness. She embodied the perfect actress, vividly portraying disbelief, confusion, and fear. With a swift motion, Fang Xiao withdrew the surgical knife, and blood gushed from her neck like an arrow. This was not his first experience with such an act, and his technique was proficient, targeting the carotid artery to ensure a swift demise. As the knife was extracted, the woman emitted an unintelligible whimper, her eyes glazing over before she collapsed to the ground. Fang Xiao frowned slightly. Had he acted too quickly, leaving her no time to react? Or had he misjudged? Was she truly just an ordinary person? Fang Xiao, what are you doing? Shun Lingshua's furious voice shattered the stillness. They posed a threat. Fang Xiao offered a vague explanation. You killed someone. The accompanying man finally grasped the situation, screaming in terror as he turned to flee. Swish! Another silver flash cut through the air. The man too fell, a gaping wound now marking his neck. At this moment, Shun Lingxue had distanced herself from Fang Xiao, her demeanor tense. Fang Xiao, I am gravely suspicious that you have lost control of your faculties. You had better provide an explanation. I said they were a threat, and they certainly were, Fang Xiao replied assuredly. Zhao Hao, seemingly coming to a realization, hesitated. Xiao Ge, did you sense something? Fang Xiao nodded affirmatively. Shun Lingxue remained skeptical, but she refrained from questioning him further in the presence of so many. As Fang Xiao's abilities were confidential, Fang Xiao was unfazed by the doubt cast upon him, for he knew he would soon meet his end and reset. The act of slaying this couple was merely to eliminate their potential threat, as he had always felt their appearance to be too fortuitous. It was not undeniable that the Hair Spectre could control the Special Operations Team, but he believed it was not solely the work of the Hair Spectre. Indeed, there were alternative methods to investigate the situation, yet murder was undoubtedly the quickest. Regardless of whether the couple was responsible, eliminating them would reveal whether the Special Operations Team would remain under control. Subsequently, Fang Xiu commanded the Special Operations Team, disarm immediately. The team leader hesitated but ultimately complied. Once they had disarmed, Fang Xiu instructed them to commence water extraction. Chapter 71. The best method to face abnormalities hours later. The central part of the Blackwater River revealed its depths once more. Shun Lingxue, attack that puddle, Fang Xiu commanded. Shun Lingxue cast a doubtful glance at Fang Xiu before commencing her task, her hands igniting with a brilliant flame, which she directed forcefully towards the waterlogged area. Just as before, the hair abnormality was once again expelled. However, this time, Fang Xiu's gaze remained fixed not on the hair abnormality, but rather on the Special Operations Team. As Shun Lingxue engaged in battle with the hair abnormality, the Special Operations Team sprang into action. Their limbs moved in a disjointed manner, reminiscent of marionettes. For a brief moment, their movements were stiff, but soon became synchronized. They lunged towards Fang Xiu and his companions with the ferocity of predatory cheetahs. Be careful. Our bodies are out of control. The Special Operations Team moved swiftly, but Fang Xiu was quicker, having anticipated their actions. Confronting a group of unarmed members, he found it an effortless task. The surgical knife, exuding an eerie chill, danced in his hands like a butterfly. His figure flitted through the ranks of the Special Operations Team like a specter, each appearance marked by the fall of several team members. In mere moments, a flurry of silver flashed as numerous bloodlines appeared on the legs of the Special Operations Team members. Initially faint and nearly imperceptible, the lines deepened and turned crimson until blood gushed forth. One by one, those afflicted collapsed. Strangely, even as they lost their ability to move, they seemed devoid of pain, crawling towards Fang Xiu with murderous intent. Shun Lingxue, eliminate the hair abnormality immediately. They are all under control. I will restrain them. Fang Xiu's calm voice resonated amidst the chaos as he navigated through the throng, each manifestation of his presence resulting in the collapse of several Special Operations Team members. Shun Lingxue's eyes flared with anger as she glanced at the hair abnormality. The temperature of the flames in her hands appeared to rise in tandem with her fury. She formed two blazing fireballs, raising them high above her head, where they fused into a singular, colossal sphere of flame. Perish! With a fierce cry, she hurled a fireball at the hair abnormality. The explosion was deafening as the hair abnormality was engulfed in flames, incinerated to ashes. Done! A glimmer of joy flickered in Shun Lingxue's eyes. Yet, Fang Xiu doused her enthusiasm with a cold reality. Their control has not been lifted. It seems the hair abnormality was not the source of the control, or perhaps it has not truly perished. What? Shun Lingxue exclaimed in disbelief. Witnessing the Special Operations Team continuing their assault, Fang Xiu was single-handedly fending off almost all of them, while Zhao Hao and the Fatty were respectively pursued by individual assailants. Although both had ignited their spiritual powers, granting them extraordinary strength, their hesitation to harm their comrades and their lack of combat experience rendered them at a disadvantage against the fully armed soldiers. Soon, Shun Lingxue joined the fray, opting to subdue the attackers with her fists rather than flames. Minutes later, all members of the Special Operations Team were either defeated or rendered unconscious. Fang Xiu observed the unconscious individuals, deep in thought. They are neither travelers nor hair abnormalities. What has caused the Special Operations Team to be controlled? Solving the anomalies has only unveiled further mysteries. While Fang Xiu pondered, only Shun Lingxue regarded him with a look of suspicion. She recalled Fang Xiu's earlier command for the Special Operations Team to disarm. Had he foreseen this? Such foresight was terrifying without it. Facing a fully armed Special Operations Team at such close quarters could have resulted in catastrophe. Fang Xiu, what shall we do next? Shun Lingxue asked suddenly, realizing who truly had the capacity for sound judgment. First, We shall bind them all and await their awakening." Following his directive, they proceeded to tie the members up, aided by the ropes they had on hand. After securing them, another half-hour passed before several team members began to stir. What happened? Why are we bound?" One inquired, bewildered. "Do you recall the events that just transpired?" Fang Xiu stepped forward to question them. The members shook their heads in confusion. "No recollection? It appears the control has been lifted. Was it the death of the hair abnormality? Or does the true puppet master only maintain control temporarily? There is insufficient information to ascertain." After waiting another half-hour, most of the team had awakened, none recalling what had occurred. Fang Xiu instructed them to tend to their wounds before departing, rationalizing that these individuals were temporarily unreliable, as their loyalty was uncertain. Meanwhile, Shenling Xue made a call to report the incident and requested a specialized team to conduct thorough examinations of the special operations team members involved. Once everything was settled, Fang Xiu stated, "Let us return to Blackwater Village." "What? We're going back? Isn't the anomaly resolved?" the fatty exclaimed, astonished. "Not quite," Fang Xiu replied calmly, leading them back to the village. In Blackwater Village, Fang Xiu contemplated the villagers with their glossy black hair, lost in thought. Shenling Xue, however, expressed her concern. By all accounts, if these villagers' hair is a result of the anomaly, they should revert to normal now that it has been dealt with. "Stop. The more I see these villagers, the more I fear," Zhao Hao whimpered, cowering behind the fatty. "Hey, don't hide behind me. I'm scared too." Shenling Xue cast a disdainful glance at the pair, perplexed by their cowardice in contrast to Fang Xiu's composure. "You two should form a duo and call yourselves the Cowardly Pair." At that moment, Fang Xiu interjected, "In the past, what strategies has your investigation bureau employed to confront such anomalies?" Shenling Xue pondered briefly before responding, "We could explore the entirety of Blackwater Village for clues. Then contact the bureau to send professionals equipped with advanced tools to examine the villagers for the cause of the anomaly." Fang Xiu shook his head. "That's too slow. This procedure would take at least several days. Moreover, modern instruments may not detect the anomalies. I shall employ my method." With that, he approached an elderly villager who was lounging in a makeshift rocking chair, basking in the sun, a worn pipe in hand, smoking languidly. Indeed, this was the very elder Fang Xiu had inquired about earlier. Standing before him, Fang Xiu blocked the sunlight, casting a shadow over the old man. The elder, who had previously been dozing, opened his dull eyes and gazed at the young man in confusion. "Young man, what do you want?" "Elderly gentleman, I wish to pose a question to you. I implore you not to deceive me. What inquiry do you have? I assure you, I am not one to mislead." Chapter 72. Have you never died? "May I inquire, is your hair black or white?" Fang Xiu asked, calmly gazing at the elder's head adorned with black hair. The elder appeared taken aback, replying, "My hair has been white for a decade now." Suddenly, Fang Xiu chuckled, and a subtle smile graced his fair, tranquil face, revealing his pearly white teeth as he enunciated, "Have you never died?" The elder was momentarily stunned, then retorted angrily, "What nonsense! You stop." A shrill cry emerged from the distance, belonging to Shenling Xue. In a flash, a silver glimmer sliced through the air. A sharp scalpel cleaved through the atmosphere, simultaneously severing the elder's throat. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Both Zhao Hao and the portly man stood in a daze, having witnessed Fang Xiu ruthlessly slaying not only the previous couple, but now the elder as well, making him appear as a merciless harbinger of death, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Shenling Xue dashed forward, her face contorted with anger as she glared at Fang Xiu. "What in the world do you intend to do? How can you harm ordinary people?" Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Xiu interrupted, "He is not an ordinary person." Fang Xiu pointed at the elder's neck, and upon looking, Shenling Xue froze in shock. To her astonishment, not a single drop of blood flowed from the elder's neck. The wound revealed not flesh and blood, but rather strands of severed hair, glossy black hair. Hair! At that moment, the air thickened with an oppressive silence, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of unspoken terror. It was as though the world had been paused, rendering everything utterly still. The villagers who had been traversing the streets suddenly froze in place, immobile like puppets. Everyone, be cautious. Shun Lingxue swiftly realized the gravity of the situation and urged the crowd to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, the elder, whose throat had been cut by Feng Xiu, lifted his head, his eyes vacant, emitting inhuman howls as the severed hair on his neck began to regenerate. In an instant, Feng Xiu struck again, delivering another blow to the elder's neck, denying him the chance to heal or transform. This time, he severed the head entirely, revealing a dense mass of black stubble. Yet this time the hair ceased to grow, for Feng Xiu had invoked the power of pain, causing the hair not only to stop growing, but to wither and lose vitality. However, Feng Xiu felt no elation within, for the sheer number of villagers was overwhelming. Blackwater Village housed at least 100 villagers, and now they were converging upon him like a tide. Their faces no longer bore any semblance of innocence. Instead, they were cloaked in malevolence, and their glossy black hair began to grow wildly, writhing like a multitude of tiny serpents. Faced with such a multitude, even the seasoned spirit master Shen Lingxue could not suppress the despair etched upon her face. Damn it! These villagers are all cursed thralls. The intelligence was erroneous. To command such a multitude of thralls, this anomaly is far beyond a D level. It and Oppos, S at least C, perhaps even B. In her desperation, Shun Lingxue uttered the truth. Yet, Feng Xiu remained unfazed, for he finally grasped a crucial realization. There was not a single phantom anomaly present in the entirety of Blackwater Village, because there were no living souls left in the village. Those phantom anomalies, regardless of their form, had but one purpose: to devour the living. Hence, they could only exist where life thrived. Blackwater Village, being remote and sparsely populated, had transformed its entire populace into cursed thralls, resulting in a radius of several kilometers devoid of any living being. Over time, the absence of life naturally led to the absence of anomalies. This was the reason Blackwater Village lacked an anomaly domain and yet remained devoid of any anomalies. Roar! A cacophony of inhuman shrieks erupted from the villagers, who surged forward like a horde of zombies. Shun Lingxue's expression darkened, and with gritted teeth, she declared, "We cannot confront them head-on. I will create a path with flames. Follow closely behind me to break through." Feng Xiu, if I am not mistaken, that scalpel you wield is an anomaly artifact, is it not? This blade is remarkably sharp and can sever hair. The strength of these hairs is tremendous. Even my flames would require several seconds to reduce them to ashes. Thus, we are the only ones capable of inflicting harm upon these thralls. I will clear the way. You handle the scattered thralls. Lu Shuai Zhaohao, stay close to Feng Xiu and move. With Shun Lingxue's command, 2 blazing fireballs were hurled into the throng. Boom! The villagers blocking their path were instantly propelled backward, some igniting into living torches engulfed in flames. A brief gap appeared in the encirclement, prompting the group to rush toward it. However, before they could make significant headway, the villagers closed in once more. Boom! Shun Lingxue relentlessly bombarded the approaching villagers with flames. Though her attacks bore immense power, she could only incinerate 3 or 5 villagers at a time, and the strain of such intense exertion rapidly drained her spiritual energy. Zhao Hao and the portly man, though gripped by fear, drew their handguns and fired at the villagers. Alas, the firearms proved ineffective against the thralls. Even when a bullet pierced through, countless strands of hair would swiftly seal the wound, rendering them entirely unharmed, merely delaying the inevitable. Despite their attempts, they had barely traversed a few dozen meters before being encircled once more by an ever-growing throng of villagers. What was even more terrifying was that Shun Lingxue's spiritual energy was nearing depletion. The fireballs in her hands visibly shrank, and her complexion grew increasingly pale, despair flickering in her beautiful eyes. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. It was Zhao Hao. He was ensnared by several strands of hair that defied gravity, wrapping tightly around his neck. SSSS. The black strands constricted, choking him with such force that he was yanked to the ground and dragged relentlessly toward the crowd. Zhao Hao clutched at the hair around his neck desperately, his eyes bulging and face reddening. Fong! Brother, save! Swish! A flash of silver cut through the air, severing the hair around Zhao Hao's neck. Phew! Zhao Hao gasped for breath, still reeling from the near-death experience. However, the danger had not yet passed. In the next moment, countless villagers' hairs defied gravity, shooting toward Zhao Hao like arrows. The densely packed strands formed an overwhelming net, consuming him in an instant. Fong Xiu swung his scalpel repeatedly, but the blade was too small, and the sheer number of hairs was insurmountable. Even as he severed one strand after another, he realized that even a professional hairdresser would take days to tame the hair of 100 villagers. Thus, Zhao Hao met his demise. Chapter 73. As long as I commit suicide quickly enough, no anomaly can kill me at that moment. A chilling scream pierced the air. It was the rotund man. His feet were ensnared by tendrils of hair, and he was violently dragged to the ground, his sturdy fingers clawing at the earth, leaving behind trails of crimson. I don't want to die. Help! His voice was abruptly silenced as he was pulled into a throng of villagers, who instantly enveloped him in a mass of dark strands, some even infiltrating his mouth, nose, and ears. On the other side, Shunling Xue was also faltering. Her spiritual energy had been completely depleted, leaving her with no option but to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, devoid of her spiritual prowess, she was like a martial artist stripped of their inner strength, unable to fend off even the most insignificant adversaries. After a brief struggle, she too was dragged into the crowd of villagers, following the fate of the rotund man and Zhao Hao. Countless strands of black hair ensnared her, slithering into her mouth, nose, and every conceivable orifice. Thus, only Fong Xiu remained. It was not that he was the most powerful. In terms of destructive capability, Shunling Xue undoubtedly surpassed him. However, her fiery abilities, though potent, were evidently too taxing and lacked endurance, leading to her depletion after vanquishing several villagers. In contrast, Fong Xiu, despite employing single-target attacks, wielded his scalpel with deftness, utilizing the agonizing power he possessed to dispatch a foe with minimal effort. Nevertheless, Fong Xiu's defeat was merely a matter of time. Without the support of allies, even he could not withstand attacks from all directions, and while the cost of his pain-inflicting power was low, he had only ignited 5% of his spiritual energy, rendering him less enduring than Shunling Xue. Of course, he had a trump card, but it was not yet time to employ it, as the true mastermind had yet to reveal itself. Using his trump card now would not resolve this peculiar incident. In the face of such dire circumstances, Fong Xiu remained composed, acutely aware of his dwindling spiritual energy. He raised his scalpel to his forehead, prepared to plunge it in. As long as I commit suicide quickly enough, no anomaly can kill me, was Fong Xiu's unwavering principle. The recent deaths of Shunling Xue and the others were difficult to accept. After all, humans possess more orifices than just eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. As the scalpel pierced his forehead, an excruciating pain surged through him, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. Brother Xiu, what on earth is happening? Did these villagers grow up on black sesame? Where can one find such potent black sesame? I saw several elderly individuals earlier. Their hair was equally lustrous, devoid of a single white strand. The voices of the deceased, Zhao Hao and the rotund man, echoed once more. Fong Xiu regained his senses, his gaze deep and tranquil, akin to an unfathomable abyss. He surveyed the unaltered villagers around him and began to form a hypothesis. It appeared that these villagers led ordinary lives until their true identities were unveiled. For now, he refrained from taking action against them, for it would be futile. All these villagers were anomalies in disguise. Even if he were to eliminate them all, it would not resolve the peculiar incident at hand. To find a conclusive solution, one must uncover the true embodiment of the anomaly. Clearly, the creature lurking beneath the lake was not the true source. It was likely another anomaly like the villagers, manipulated by the hair. Yet, if this creature commanded such a multitude of anomalies, why not eliminate Fong Xiu and his companions directly? Why lead them to the Blackwater River, allowing that corpse of the female anomaly to strike? Could it be that this anomaly was deliberately diverting their attention, causing them to believe that the female corpse was the source? Thus, Once they dispatched the corpse, they would think they had completed their mission and could return without consequence. However, if that were the case, it posed another conundrum. What was the situation with the Special Operations Team? During their first encounter, all had fallen victim to the team's gunfire. If the anomaly's aim was to eliminate them, it could have easily done so with its hundreds of anomalies during their stay at the village chief and Oppo's residence, without the need for such elaborate schemes. Moreover, the methods employed by this anomaly to control the villagers and the Special Operations Team were evidently different. The villagers were manipulated through hair, as each bore strands within them, while the Special Operations Team did not. The two incidents began to contradict each other, and Feng Xiu sensed that there lay some crucial key within. Yet the scan information left him unable to draw conclusions. Following the threads of logic, perhaps he should investigate the female corpse. Who was she? How did she die? Why? Despite being submerged in water, did the underlying anomaly still exert control over her? By clarifying these questions and unraveling the layers, he could uncover the source of the anomaly. However, Feng Xiu did not intend to proceed conventionally. Unraveling the truth was the detective and Oppo's role. As for the anomaly, his only concern was to kill it, not to bury it. He retrieved an encrypted phone from the investigation bureau and began a dial. Sukursen, instruct the Special Operations Team to immediately turn back and head to the nearby gas station. Purchase all available gasoline and diesel and bring it here. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Shun Lingxue and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Brother Xiu, what do you need gasoline for? Zhao Hao inquired curiously. I have my reasons. Feng Xiu replied calmly. After making the arrangements, Feng Xiu repeated the previous procedure, but this time, instead of killing a man and a woman, he drove them away. As for the Special Operations Team, he instructed them to prepare the water pumps and dig ditches before hastily departing, ensuring no opportunity for control remained. After observing a few times, he gained a rough understanding of how to drain the Blackwater River and could operate himself. After a flurry of activity, they successfully drained the river, and the hair anomaly re-emerged, engaging in battle with Shun Lingxue. Meanwhile, Feng Xiu began inspecting the gasoline and diesel. The Special Operations Team executed their orders with diligence, bringing nearly 100 barrels. At that moment, Shun Lingxue had concluded her battle, successfully reducing the mass of hair to ashes. The task was complete, and they could prepare to return. Not yet, Feng Xiu shook his head. It was merely a manifestation of the anomaly. The true anomaly still lurks within Blackwater Village. Shun Lingxue paused, then cautiously asked, Did you sense something? Indeed, not only that, the entire village of Blackwater is comprised of those anomalies. There are no living souls left. The only course of action is to locate the source of this malevolence to truly resolve this incident. Feng Xiu spoke chillingly, revealing the grim reality. Chapter 74. Do you think I am someone who does not value life? What? Shun Lingxue and the others were instantly taken aback. Are you certain you didn't misperceive? My perception is infallible. Feng Xiu replied. If what you say is true, then this bizarre entity is likely of B rank, far beyond our capacity to confront. The best course of action now is to report to the Investigation Bureau and await assistance. Shun Lingxue spoke in a solemn tone. Feng Xiu cast her a glance. How many spirit masters does the Bureau have? A dozen or 20? And how many of them are novices? With such a meager force responsible for the entire Greenvine City, how long do you think it will take for help to arrive? Even if they cannot send support immediately, the best course of action is to retreat. I cannot allow you to take unnecessary risks. At this, the oblivious chubby man eyed the two with a mischievous glint, whispering to Zhao Hao, Hey, why do I feel like they're in Oppo's? Has something going on between them? Shun Lingxue clearly shows an unusual concern for Feng Xiu. Zhao Hao, privy to the truth, simply rolled his eyes in silence. Feng Xiu, however, would not heed Shun Lingxue's advice. Though the bizarre entity in Blackwater Village was formidable, he felt he could manage it. In the face of such anomalies, he would only choose to retreat if faced with an insurmountable power disparity, like that of his wife. Otherwise, he would persist until the end, refusing to relent. Having already died twice in Blackwater Village, he was determined to exact revenge. Daetion, take the chubby guy further away. I need to speak with Shen Lingxue privately. Understood. Rest, brother, Zhao Hao replied, pulling the chubby man aside. The chubby man wore a knowing expression, as if to say, I knew it. Once they were alone, Fang Xiu spoke calmly. There is no need to report to the higher-ups. I have foreseen the outcome. Shen Lingxue looked at him in surprise. What is the outcome? Naturally, a resounding victory and the successful resolution of the Blackwater Village incident. Are you certain? Shen Lingxue expressed her skepticism, recalling Fang Xiu's demeanor during the mental pollution testing. Fang Xiu was the type willing to disregard his own life to eliminate anomalies. Has my foresight ever been incorrect thus far? Well, it hasn't been wrong, but there's no but about it. Life is singular. If I lack absolute certainty, do you think I am the sort to disregard my own existence? These words struck a chord with Shen Lingxue. Indeed, in her eyes, Fang Xiu was the epitome of calmness in crises, never impulsive, always calculating. At times, even she, a seasoned spirit master, had to concede that her mental fortitude was inferior to his. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a barrel filled with gasoline out of the corner of her eye. A sudden realization dawned on her, and she blurted out, You didn't buy gasoline to set the village ablaze, did you? Fang Xiu nodded, speaking with serene conviction. Indeed, there is no longer any need for Blackwater Village to exist. Not allowing Shen Lingxue a moment to deliberate, he turned and walked away. Hey you. Shen Lingxue opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking, largely due to Fang Xiu's propensity for unpredictability. This was her first encounter with a spirit master resolving a bizarre incident in such a manner. Extract the water from the river where the anomaly lurks, and set fire to the village filled with anomaly servants. His methods were indeed astonishing. Meanwhile, in a concealed grove near Blackwater Village, the previously encountered travelers, clad in tactical jackets, knelt on the ground, their expressions blank and eyes devoid of life. If they had seemed human before, they now resembled puppets under manipulation. In front of them stood a captivating woman clad in a mink coat, her wine-red gown flowing elegantly. The gown was long, with a daring slit revealing a slender, fair leg. She regarded the kneeling figures with contemplation. It took considerable effort to plant the seeds of control within those two puppets of the Special Operations Team. I had hoped to manipulate them to ambush Shen Lingxue and her companions, but unexpectedly, that fellow named Fang Xiu sent the Special Operations Team back. Was it unintentional or a sign of awareness? Regardless, Fang Xiu was no ordinary individual. The presence of the bronze candlestick on him implied that Lin Xiang had likely been vanquished by him. Possessing the strength to slay Lin Xiang while being merely a novice spirit master suggested he harbored secrets. As she pondered, the woman in the wine-red gown sighed, Alas, my fate is so cruel. I thought I could resolve this swiftly, but now I must seek another opportunity. How much longer must I linger in these remote mountains? She turned to the kneeling figures, asking, Why can't Fang Xiu and his companions just comply and perish? But the two remained motionless, like wooden dolls, offering no response. My temper is flaring. You two come here and help me cool it down. Yes, master, they replied stiffly, rising as the woman approached the wine-red gown. Thud! The woman knelt before her, supporting herself with hands and knees, her back parallel to the ground, resembling a human chair. The woman in the wine-red gown elegantly adjusted her skirt to cling to her curves before gracefully sitting down. Once settled, she parted her legs, revealing a long, smooth leg through the gown slit. At that moment, the man who had been kneeling finally moved, raising his head and crawling toward the woman, as if attempting to squeeze through a narrow gap. As night fell, the hour approached 9. Fang Xiu and the others took advantage of the darkness to conceal themselves around the outskirts of Blackwater Village. He had opted against acting during the day, as that would be too easily detected. Instead, he waited for nightfall when the villagers had returned to their homes to sleep. Split up and douse the entire village in gasoline, Fang Xiu commanded. Understood, rest brother, Zhao Hao and the others replied, each carrying 2 barrels of gasoline as they commenced their task under the cover of night. Fang Xiu also busied himself, scattering gasoline around. This anomaly enjoys theatrics, does it not? Allow me to present it with a grand pyrotechnic display. An hour later, at 10 o'clock, every dwelling in Blackwater Village had been soaked in gasoline. Fortunately, the cool mountain air prevented the gasoline from evaporating too rapidly. Shun Lingxue ignited. Chapter 75. The odds are in my favor. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Lingxue ultimately decided to place her trust in Fang Xiao. She extended a slender, alabaster finger, and with a soft puff, a small flame ignited at her fingertip. With a flick of her finger, the tiny flame landed upon the gasoline. And in an instant, boom, the gasoline erupted into flames. A magnificent display of fire lighting up the surroundings. Trees, houses, chicken coops, and piles of firewood were all mercilessly consumed by the inferno. Under the radiance of the roaring flames, the entire Blackwater village illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Feeling the waves of heat wash over them, Fang Xiao and his companions instinctively took a step back. Brother Xiao, are the villagers of Blackwater Village truly those strange slaves? If your perception is mistaken, we would be committing an unspeakable crime. Lu Shuai asked anxiously. Fang Xiao ignored him, calmly observing the burning village, the flames flickering in his dark pupils. Do you not find it eerily quiet? Zhao Hao seemed to sense something. Logically, if the villagers were normal, why was there no sound of screams amidst such a great fire? Not even a single soul emerged from their homes. At that moment, Blackwater Village had succumbed entirely to the flames. Suddenly, a low, suppressed howl echoed from within the inferno. A sound so piercing it caused Fang Xiao and the others to wince in pain despite the distance. You shall pay dearly. In an instant, a sharp female voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Boom! A house in the northwest corner of Blackwater Village exploded, sending countless sparks flying. So, she finally shows herself? A glint of excitement flickered in Fang Xiao's right eye. Amidst the blazing inferno, a young woman emerged slowly from the ruins. She was slender with rough skin, a large dark birthmark on her left cheek, and donned a red floral top that made her resemble a country girl. Yet her long silver hair cascaded down to her waist, creating a striking contrast. With her arrival, a chilling, eerie aura began to spread, one that seemed to suppress the roaring flames, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. Fang Xiao was not taken aback by the appearance of this unfamiliar silver-haired woman. He would have been surprised had the mastermind been the village chief or Wang Fugui. After all, if the puppet master chose to remain concealed, the wisest course of action would be to avoid exposure, thus preventing any vulnerabilities from surfacing. Unlike the plots of television dramas where the culprit lurks in plain sight, this was merely an opportunity for the protagonist to uncover the anomaly. I had no intention of killing you, but you dared to destroy my home. Therefore, you must die. The words of the silver-haired woman acted like a signal. In the next moment, figures began to emerge from the engulfed houses. Villagers, their bodies covered in flames. Skin charred to reveal blackened hair that burned and regrew in a perpetual cycle. They emitted silent howls, akin to souls struggling in the depths of hell. Fang Xiao was not surprised by this sight. He had anticipated it. Ordinary fire could not extinguish these strange slaves. It could merely inflict superficial harm. Though their hair appeared delicate, each strand possessed the strength of steel. The strange slaves encircled the silver-haired woman like loyal guardians surrounding their queen. At that moment, the silver-haired woman waved her hand toward the direction of the Blackwater River, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. The sound of crashing waves echoed from that direction. In the next instant, a shocking scene unfolded as a gigantic wave, over 10 meters high, surged from the river, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, crashing toward Blackwater Village. Crash! The colossal wave descended like a giant hand, instantly extinguishing the raging fire. The flames on the strange slaves were extinguished as well, yet they had lost all semblance of humanity, now resembling nothing but figures shrouded in hair. Akin to mummies wrapped not in bandages, but in strands of hair. Witnessing this scene, Shun Lingxue was taken aback, for she had just sensed the formidable spiritual energy radiating from the silver-haired woman. She is not a mere anomaly. She is a spirit master, a second-class spirit master. That control over water was her ability, Shun Lingxue exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the crimson glimmer in Fang Xiao's right eye extinguished instantly. akin to a furnace doused with cold water. She's a spirit master? But what about those hair-bound strange slaves? Zhao Hao asked in astonishment. She is indeed a spirit master, but her hair is the anomaly. If I am not mistaken, this hair anomaly is a type of possession, having attached itself to her. Shun Lingxue elucidated. Fang Xiu absorbed this information, and the crimson light within his right eye reignited. He was beginning to comprehend everything. The first night had been the silver-haired woman luring them toward the Blackwater River, utilizing her water control abilities to manipulate the river, then employing the hair anomaly to command the corpses. Kill them. At the silver-haired woman's command, the hundreds of strange slaves surged forward, howling toward the group. Oh my, help! Brother Xiu, there are too many of them. Should we retreat? Fang Xiu, did you not say we were sure to win? Where are the odds? Shun Lingxue asked anxiously. Despite her confidence in her abilities, facing a second-class spirit master along with hundreds of strange slaves was no longer a matter of self-assurance, but of survival. Such a formidable lineup could only be met by the likes of Captain Yang Ming and Vice Captain Bai Qi within the entire investigation bureau. Yet, as the strange slaves charged, Fang Xiu showed no hint of panic. Instead, he smiled ominously, declaring, "The odds are in my favor." Shun Lingxue was momentarily stunned. Fang Xiu, this is not the time for jest. You all need only to hold these strange slaves at bay long enough for me to approach the silver-haired woman. Fang Xiu instructed. The most prudent course of action at that moment would have been to sacrifice oneself, thereby allowing for a death reset. With the identity of the anomaly now known, they could gradually formulate a plan, seeking an opportunity for a covert decapitation strategy. Perhaps by summoning heavy weaponry to strike without the silver-haired woman's knowledge. Anomalies were difficult to eliminate with heavy weaponry, but she was still human. This indeed would have been the optimal solution. However, Fang Xiu was not inclined to pursue it, for such a method seemed exceedingly tedious. His adversary was never merely one anomaly, but all anomalies in existence. Countless powerful anomalies existed. If he consistently opted for the easy way out, how could he hone his spirit between life and death? How could he swiftly amplify his power? Now was the silver-haired woman's moment of peak strength. A second-class spirit master accompanied by hundreds of strange slaves and a B-class hair anomaly. Yet so what? If he had chosen to fight, he would face her at her strongest, strike when she is at her most formidable. If he could not achieve this level of challenge, how could he inflict suffering upon all anomalies worldwide? Chapter 76. Damned wretch, do you think I don't exist? Last time, surrounded by the deceitful minions, Fang Xiu had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation, as the main adversary had yet to appear. No matter how hard he fought, he could not inflict even the slightest harm. However, the situation had changed. The true foe had finally made an appearance, and he was ready to unleash his pent-up frustrations. As the deceitful minions drew ever closer, Fang Xiu unsheathed his surgical knife and swiftly struck Lu Shuai. "What are you doing?" Lu Shuai cried out, clutching his bloodied palm in alarm. Without hesitation, Fang Xiu tossed a bronze candlestick to him. Lu Shuai instinctively caught it, puzzled. "What is this?" At that moment, Shun Lingxue's pupils dilated in shock. "This is a cursed artifact. It uses blood infused with spiritual essence as fuel, igniting to defend against the supernatural. You have an abundance of blood, so it falls to you to wield it. Is this your reason for suddenly stabbing me?" Lu Shuai was taken aback, expressing his disbelief. He grumbled, but obediently grasped the bronze candlestick with his bloodied left hand. The moment his blood touched the bronze, it seemed to come alive. The intricate bronze patterns began to writhe, twisting and coalescing into a menacing maw that voraciously absorbed the blood from Lu Shuai's hand, startling him. As the blood continued to drain, the bronze candlestick spontaneously ignited, a ghostly green flame flickering to life, casting an eerie glow that enveloped them all. The candlelight was chilling, imbued with an almost bone-deep coldness. At that moment, hundreds of deceitful minions surged toward them. Zhao Hao, terrified, quickly ducked behind Lu Shuai. "I'm counting on you, buddy." Lu Shuai trembled, his face pale with fear, unable to utter a word, only tightening his grip on the candlestick until the veins in his hand bulged. In the next instant, The minions charged into the realm of the ghostly green flame. A cacophony of sizzling sounds erupted. The ethereal candlelight acted like acid, rapidly corroding the minions' bodies, their hair twisting and billowing with black smoke. Furthermore, as they ventured deeper into the candlelight's domain, their movements slowed, clearly suffering significant damage and hindrance. Shun Lingxue and the others rejoiced, astonished by the candlestick's effectiveness. However, Lu Shuai could not share their joy. The color was visibly draining from his face, even his plump lips losing their hue. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. With a swift motion, Fang Xiu severed the head of a minion. Shun Lingxue joined the fray, conjuring searing flames in her hands, relentlessly attacking the minions. This time, their battle was remarkably effortless. As within the protective sphere of the bronze candlestick, the minions not only moved sluggishly, but their hair's resilience had also diminished, rendering them mere targets. The minions attempted to unleash their skills, manipulating their hair to launch a sweeping assault, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Yet, under the influence of the bronze candlestick, the hair, defying gravity, began to corrode the moment it left the minions' bodies, failing to mount any effective offensive. Thus, armed with the bronze candlestick, they steadily advanced toward the silver-haired woman. However, this ease could not last, as Lu Shuai's blood was depleting at an alarming rate. The candlestick's attribute dictated that the stronger the supernatural force, the greater the consumption. While the individual strength of these minions was not particularly formidable, their overwhelming numbers proved to be a significant challenge. Lu Shuai felt as though he had bled thrice within an hour, his mind spinning with the dizzying effects of such loss. At this moment, Zhao Hao cut his palm and seized the bronze candlestick. You rest for a bit. I'll take over. Fang Xiu, noticing their dire straits, instructed Shun Lingxue, clear the way. Recognizing the urgency, Shun Lingxue understood her role was to follow Fang Xiu's orders to create opportunities for him. Though uncertain of his intentions, she had no choice but to trust him. She thrust her hands outward, flames seemingly igniting within her eyes, causing the temperature around her to rise sharply, creating an illusion of being in a furnace. In the next moment, two intensely blazing flames manifested in her hands, rising like twin rivers of fire, converging above her head. Ultimately, a massive fireball, resembling a miniature sun, formed above her. Illuminated by the blazing light, her hair danced, her fair and exquisite features radiated in the darkness, giving her the appearance of a fire goddess. Holding the miniature sun aloft, she solemnly addressed Fang Xiu. This is all I can do. Whatever you plan next, you must succeed. With a fierce shout, she prepared to hurl the fiery orb. You damned aberrations. Take this. Suddenly, a deluge of cold water cascaded from above, extinguishing her miniature sun and drenching her to the bone. Caught off guard, Shun Lingxue was forcefully slammed to the ground. Her once flaring hair now lay limp. Her pristine athletic wear muddied, and her carefully applied makeup ruined. The most unfortunate aspect was that she fell face first into the dirt. The wet earth mixed with mud coated her face, akin to a layer of seaweed facial mask. At that moment, the silver-haired woman's sinister voice echoed. Damn you, wretch. Do you think I don't exist? Perhaps due to her own grotesque appearance, she held a particular animosity toward Shun Lingxue. Water and fire are said to be natural enemies. Yet whether water conquers fire or vice versa depends on which is stronger. Clearly, the silver-haired woman, as a second-tier spirit master, held the advantage over Shun Lingxue. Furthermore, being a spirit master, she could bypass the defenses of the bronze candlestick. You vile harlot, how dare you? Shun Lingxue was furious, never having felt so humiliated. Struggling, she attempted to rise from the muddy ground. Once again, a torrent of water crashed down upon her, pinning her to the earth, creating a scene that was almost comical. I must kill. Chapter 77. The witching hour cackling eerily. The silver-haired woman reveled in the disarray of the beautiful figure before her, taking delight in the chaos. Perhaps it was indeed true what they said. Those who believe themselves above the fray are destined to be dragged down into the dust. As the two women engaged in their fervent exchange, Fang Xiu remained focused relentlessly dispatching the encroaching phantoms around them. In no time, he had felled a dozen of these eerie foes, yet he had barely advanced a few meters. The situation was dire. The green light emanating from the bronze candlestick enveloped them like a vast glass dome, forcing them to move forward beneath its shroud. However, with Shen Lingxue incapacitated, the onslaught of phantoms had drastically increased, leaving them completely surrounded. Zhao Hao's vitality was nearly depleted, his form wavering as he leaned heavily on Lu Shuai for support. Fang Xiao observed the unfolding chaos with a calm demeanor, acutely aware that their team was nearing its limits. Shen Lingxue had been overwhelmed, and Zhao Hao and Lu Shuai were losing blood rapidly. After dispatching a few more phantoms, his own vitality had also dwindled significantly. At this juncture, Fang Xiao could no longer afford to expend his remaining strength recklessly. He needed to conserve it for his critical blood eye technique. His original plan had been for Zhao Hao and the others to utilize the bronze candlestick and Shen Lingxue and Appo's S-Flames to carve a path, allowing him to draw closer to the silver-haired woman and execute his decapitation strategy. Yet, she remained several dozen meters away, a distance far too great for the blood eye to take effect. The blood eye was a manifestation of spiritual impact, but if the distance was too vast, its energy could not propagate effectively. While it might sound trivial, the potency of the blood eye was undeniable. It was a product of Lin Xiang's mutation, having ascended to the second tier. Thus, once within close range, the blood eye could inflict significant harm upon the silver-haired woman. In that moment of vulnerability, Fang Xiao could deliver the fatal blow. With the power of pain, even a second-tier spirit master could achieve a one-hit kill. Upon eliminating the silver-haired woman, he could then indulge in the exhilarating pleasure of annihilating the remaining phantoms. Yet, alas, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen changes. From the moment the hidden puppet master emerged, the scale of victory began to tip. Initially, everyone assumed the puppet master was merely a phantom, but it turned out to be a hybrid of both phantoms and spirit masters. This combination yielded an effect that was indeed greater than the sum of its parts. As Fang Xiao contemplated whether to embrace death and restart or to unleash his trump card with a surgical strike, a confident, sunny voice resonated behind him. "Brother Xiao, could you please make some room?" Fang Xiao furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the presence of a stranger at his back. Turning to investigate, he beheld a man standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch, with striking features, fair skin, and slick back hair, exuding the aura of a model. The man's smile, though subtle, radiated confidence and warmth, dispelling the surrounding gloom and terror with an almost palpable force. He was the quintessential sunny, upbeat young man. It is often said that the pinnacle of hairstyles is the slicked-back look. This statement holds true. A well-groomed, slicked-back style enhances the charm of handsome men, while it can only exacerbate the flaws of those less fortunate in appearance. The individual before Fang Xiao belonged to the former category. On him, the slick-back style accentuated his allure rather than detracted from it. Fang Xiao's eyes flickered with curiosity as he regarded this sunny young man. There was an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Hao, as if he were an elevated version of him. Moreover, he had just referred to him as Brother Xiao. Suddenly, Fang Xiao recalled Zhao Hao's abilities. After 11 o'clock each day, he would grow taller, become more handsome, and develop muscle, with his overall physical prowess slightly enhanced, particularly in his capabilities. This realization compelled Fang Xiao to glance downward at the sunny young man, noting that he appeared significantly more robust than the Zhao Hao of yore. In that fleeting moment, Fang Xiao concluded that this individual was indeed Zhao Hao. The latter's remarkable physical abilities had always been conspicuous, leaving others to overlook his prefix. Seeing Zhao Hao's transformation now confirmed that he had not been exaggerating. He truly was a prime specimen. Zhao Hao's abilities were better termed Duck King transformation rather than simply physical enhancement. "Is it you?" Zhao Hao's lips curled into an engaging smile. "Brother Xiao, I know you're surprised, but please hold your astonishment, for there is more to come." With that, Zhao Hao casually handed the bronze candlestick to Lu Shuai. He then stepped past Fang Xiao, his gait steady and his demeanor self-assured, striding boldly toward the phantoms as though he were single-handedly confronting an army. Despite being surrounded, he exuded the aura of a lone warrior, ready to face the throng. Soon, Zhao Hao ventured beyond the protective glow of the candlestick, and the phantoms, sensing his presence, surged toward him like sharks drawn to blood. At that moment, Zhao Hao withdrew his hand from his pockets, crossing his arms and cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing sharply. With a confident grin, he declared, "The witching hour has arrived." Before the words even faded, Zhao Hao vanished from sight, akin to a specter, plunging into the mass of phantoms like a tiger pouncing from a mountain. His arms opened wide, ensnaring the phantoms on either side with a grip akin to iron, scattering them like leaves in an autumn breeze. With a single charge, he toppled over 20 phantoms. It is crucial to note that each phantom possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary humans, their hair strands resembling steel wire. Under such intensity, only a spirit master specializing in enhancements could achieve such feats. Yet Zhao Hao, against all odds, accomplished it. This collision propelled him to the epicenter of the phantom horde, where he became a formidable tank, rampaging through the chaos with wild abandon. A powerful punch exploded a phantom's head, sending black strands of hair swirling through the air. A swift kick sent numerous phantoms flying, akin to bowling pins struck down in a perfect game. At this moment, Zhao Hao's combat prowess was off the charts. Fang Xiu's mind echoed with memories of the phone call he received when Zhao Hao initially awakened his abilities. "My power is that after 11 o'clock, I become more handsome, and my physical attributes improve with muscles everywhere, but the enhancement is merely a side effect. The true strength lies in my capabilities. Unyielding, I can support 100 pounds. So this was the so-called side effect? No matter how one might favor the color yellow, upon awakening such an ability, one would undoubtedly first regard the capabilities as the primary focus. Such a skewed perception of one's own abilities seemed rather misguided. Chapter 78. Help me, Brother Xiu. It is often said that the more one lacks something, the more one cares about it. Thus, Fang Xiu suddenly began to comprehend Zhao Hao's psychology. If Zhao Hao's physical prowess was merely an accessory, it could only indicate that his innate abilities were far superior. Perhaps the tales of him withstanding a 100-pound weight were not mere boasts. As for Zhao Hao's mention of the arrival of the midnight hour, it was quite understandable, for that was when his powers activated, between 11 and 1 o'clock, coinciding with the time he lay in bed indulging in fantasies. This led Fang Xiu to question whether Zhao Hao's collection of films truly encompassed all genres. Could an individual awaken such abilities merely from watching films about private tutoring, plumbing, or shoplifting? He harbored serious doubts that Zhao Hao did not have hidden treasures among his collection, possibly featuring epic battles like Superman versus Catwoman or Batman interrogating Harley Quinn. Nearby, Lu Shuai gazed in a daze at the formidable Zhao Hao. He watched in astonishment as Zhao Hao effortlessly lifted a grotesque creature above his head and tore it in half with a swift motion. Lu Shuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhao Hao's abilities were astonishing. Lu Shuai murmured in a trance. "Did you witness the entire transformation process?" Fang Xiu suddenly inquired. Lu Shuai swallowed hard and nodded. Just moments ago, he was weak and terrified, leaning on me for support. But as soon as the clock struck 11, a radiant light enveloped him, and he transformed into a figure brimming with confidence. Fang Xiu interrupted him. "I seek only one clarification. Zhao Hao's newfound height and handsomeness can be attributed to his powers, but who can elucidate the mystery of his slicked-back hair? Can his abilities conjure hair gel out of thin air? Actually, that wasn't tea hair gel, it was saliva. I saw him spit on his hands and then slick back his hair after transforming." Fang Xiu was left speechless. Not far away, Zhao Hao, engaged in combat, seemed to have overheard their conversation. His once graceful demeanor faltered momentarily, but he quickly masked his embarrassment and continued to fight. However, his subsequent strikes were noticeably more forceful and visually captivating, leaving Lu Shuai in a state of bewilderment while feelings of inferiority crept in. So it was I the only useless one in the entire team? No, at least I have more blood. Comforting himself, the hefty fellow clenched the bronze candlestick tightly, attempting to squeeze out a little more blood to shine and contribute. But then, darkness enveloped him as he fainted from excessive blood loss. With his collapse, the bronze candlestick slipped from his grasp, sparing him from being drained to death. However, it was no longer needed, for Zhao Hao had drawn the attention of all the grotesque creatures. Such a commotion inevitably caught the attention of the silver-haired woman, who frowned as she observed Zhao Hao's display of might. Meanwhile, the trapped Shun Lingxue seized her opportunity in a mud pit, rising in fury to unleash a burst of flames. Yet the silver-haired woman paid her no heed, her focus solely on Zhao Hao. With a mere flick of her wrist, a thick column of water cascaded down and crashed onto Shun Lingxue, extinguishing her flames and shattering her illusions of power, sending her crashing back into the muck, breaking several bones in the process. Shun Lingxue rolled her eyes back and fainted. Throughout, the silver-haired woman had not even glanced at Shun Lingxue. The second-tier water effortlessly overpowered the first-tier fire, a clear mismatch. After dispatching Shun Lingxue, the silver-haired woman waved her hand toward Zhao Hao. To his astonishment, the hair he had torn apart began to float, coiling and twisting like tiny black serpents, soon forming a vast web that enveloped him. The sheer size of the web cut off Zhao Hao's escape routes, ensnaring him completely. Yet, Zhao Hao remained unfazed, standing confidently amidst the chaos, even bracing himself against the web to protect his hairstyle. Do you think such trivial tactics can contain me? It seems you failed to grasp the magnitude of our disparity. With a sudden surge of strength, Zhao Hao tore through the black web, creating a significant opening. However, the silver-haired woman merely smirked. In an instant, a startling transformation occurred. The severed hair grew back with remarkable speed, repairing itself in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hao's expression turned cold as he attempted to tear at the hair once more. No matter how hard he pulled, it seemed to regenerate endlessly. Frustration welled up within him, not for being trapped, but from a humiliation of his earlier bravado being swiftly undermined. He tore at the hair in a frenzy, oblivious to the increasing accumulation of hair fragments at his feet. Suddenly, these fragments began to wriggle like tadpoles, surging toward him with a singular purpose: to invade his eyes, nostrils, mouth, ears, and every available orifice. Trapped within the web, Zhao Hao found himself unable to evade the onslaught of hair fragments, and panic seized him. "Help me, Brother Xiao!" In a flash, a silver light descended from the heavens, cleaving through the hair web with unerring precision. Feng Xiao had arrived. Remarkably, the severed hair did not regenerate, for Feng Xiao had harnessed the power of anguish. Zhao Hao scrambled free from the entanglement, desperately swatting at the remnants of hair. And once the fragments were cleared away, he resumed his arrogant demeanor, smirking defiantly. "To have pushed me to this extent, you may take pride in that. However, this is where it ends." Zhao Hao bellowed, bending his legs slightly before launching himself toward the silver-haired woman like a cannonball, leaving deep impressions in the earth. The silver-haired woman, seemingly incited by his contemptuous attitude, scoffed coldly and flicked her hair. Her long silver locks whipped through the air like a cascading waterfall, crashing toward Zhao Hao with tremendous force. Bang! Zhao Hao was propelled backward with a speed surpassing his previous efforts, crashing into a thicket of trees and leaving a deep trail of destruction in his wake before finally coming to a halt. He lay amidst the debris, a cloud of dust rising around him. It was evident that this was the true power of the silver-haired woman, far beyond the level of the grotesque creatures Zhao Hao had previously dispatched. Having dealt with Zhao Hao, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in the silver-haired woman's eyes. But before her elation could linger, a sudden upheaval occurred. Chapter 79. The Puppeteer. A chilling silver light descended from the moonlit sky. The silver-haired woman instinctively turned her gaze upwards, only to behold Feng Xiao plummeting from above, brandishing a surgical knife that emanated an eerie power, thrusting it menacingly towards her. The radiant full moon hung high, serving as the backdrop for this moment, as the luminous moonlight and the glinting blade simultaneously pierced the silver-haired woman's vision. This was the opportunity Feng Xiao had long awaited. The silver-haired woman, a second-tier spirit master, though unfamiliar with the surgical knife, could distinctly sense the formidable force it contained. In an instant, her long silver hair surged forth like a powerful tentacle, rapidly coiling around Feng Xiu's arm with tremendous strength. His right hand, gripping the knife, felt as though it were ensnared by iron clamps, utterly immobilized, while the strength of her silver hair surpassed that of any black-haired counterpart. To prevent Feng Xiu from utilizing his left hand, another tendril of silver hair swiftly ensnared it as well. Thus, both of Feng Xiu's hands were bound, leaving him suspended in the air. The silver-haired woman revealed a victorious smile, poised to relish Feng Xiu's fear and terror. Yet, to her astonishment, Feng Xiu appeared as a conqueror, gazing down upon her from his elevated position. The cold moonlight cascaded down, casting his visage into shadow, within which glimmered a bizarre blood-red eye. The crimson light radiated an ominous and uncanny aura. "Look into my eyes," a chilling voice echoed in the silver-haired woman's ears. In the next moment, their gazes locked. A peculiar wave of spiritual energy erupted from the blood-red eye, instantly penetrating the silver-haired woman's own. Buzz. Her mind was struck with a deafening thrum, causing her to roll her eyes back and lose consciousness. As she collapsed, her silver hair relinquished its hold on Feng Xiu. Freed from his restraints, he plummeted to the ground. The surgical knife once again aimed viciously at the silver-haired woman's neck. However, at that moment, a series of whistling sounds sliced through the air. Whoosh! 3 gleaming silver flying knives shot towards Feng Xiu in a triangular formation. Unfazed by the sudden attack, he merely smirked coldly. "So, you finally reveal yourselves?" In an instant, he redirected his surgical knife, slicing through the air with remarkable speed. Clang! 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 The resonant sounds of metal clashing rang out as the incoming knives shattered into fragments. Nevertheless, the force from the flying knives propelled him several meters away. From behind a nearby hill, 2 women and 2 men emerged. Leading them was the woman in a wine-red gown, followed closely by the traveling couple and a towering muscular man cloaked in black. Upon her arrival, the woman wasted no time, issuing a command: "Kill him." At her behest, the traveling couple drew their pistols and began firing at Feng Xiu. Being but flesh and blood, he could not withstand the bullets and swiftly darted behind a massive boulder. At this range, with 2 handguns aimed at him, it was exceedingly difficult to strike a spirit master who had ignited 5% of their potential. However, it appeared the wine-red gown woman's intent was not to gun Feng Xiu down. Even as he concealed himself behind the boulder, she did not command her subordinates to cease fire. It was only when the bullets were exhausted that the couple stood motionless, their eyes vacant like marionettes, seemingly awaiting new orders. Feng Xiu gradually rose from behind the boulder, casting a glance at the woman in the wine-red gown, finally comprehending her objective. The silver-haired woman, the one who had just fainted, was now being carried away by the 2-meter-tall brute. "Quick, bring her to me," the wine-red gown woman exclaimed, her sensual eyes ablaze with uncontrollable delight as the muscular man approached with the silver-haired woman in tow. Finally, the silver-haired woman was at her side, and in a frenzy, she extended her delicate alabaster hand adorned with crimson, jeweled nails. Smack! The wine-red gown woman slapped her palm against the silver-haired woman's forehead, unleashing a peculiar wave of spiritual energy that burrowed into her mind like a parasite. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The previously unconscious silver-haired woman stood up on her own, yet her eyes were vacant, her body stiff as though she were a puppet. Thud! The silver-haired woman knelt at the feet of the wine-red gown woman. "Wang Ernie greets her master," she uttered, leaning forward to gently kiss the exposed skin of the wine-red gown woman's high-heeled shoe, a gesture of submission. Ha ha ha! The wine-red gown woman erupted into a fit of ecstatic laughter, her excitement causing a rosy hue to bloom upon her alluring face, reminiscent of the afterglow of ecstasy. A second-tier spirit master, B-class anomaly, now all mine. With such formidable power, upon my return, I shall ascend to S rank. The president will be M. Ha ha, have you laughed enough? A calm voice interrupted her raucous mirth. The woman gradually ceased her laughter, casting a bewitching glance towards Feng Xiu, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Feng Xiu, is it? You don't seem surprised by our appearance?" The appearance of the members of the Bright Club is hardly a cause for astonishment, Feng Xiu replied coolly. The wine-red gown woman, intrigued, remarked, "You know me?" The puppeteer, Wang Yinran, a core member of the Bright Club, Feng Xiu stated, having gleaned this information from Lin Xiang, including her appearance, character, abilities, and status. Though he had not encountered Wang Yinran before, he could deduce her capabilities from her earlier display. Indeed, he had suspected something was amiss when the Special Operations Squad had been controlled. The methods employed by the silver-haired woman to manipulate the villagers were clearly distinct from those used on the Special Operations team, who bore no hair. Furthermore, the silver-haired woman possessed formidable strength, capable of directly controlling the entire village that night, yet she chose to lead them to the Blackwater River instead. It was not difficult to deduce that the silver-haired woman had never intended to kill them. Given her evident concern for Blackwater Village, treating it as her home, it was reasonable to conclude that her objective was to create a doppelganger for the purpose of orchestrating their demise, facilitating her own mission. However, the intervention of the puppeteer, Wang Yinran, had escalated the situation considerably.